All right, welcome to the program. Charles Moskowitz here. I finally figured everything out, Mike, in terms of the technicalities of this, which are wonderful when you can do them. But
It's always good when it works.
yeah, but here it is. It's working. And I just want to make sure I'm signed into Skype in case we get any calls. Yep, there we are. We're at Skype. We can take calls, by the way. 508 637 5596. 508 637 5596. I wonder if I should take the ultimate risk and go live on TikTok, which is a place where I'm generally not welcomed, but I'm going to do it. Yeah, we're live on TikTok. Welcome aboard TikTok.
For now.
Yeah, for now, until they shut it off. But here we are. Mike, I wanted to talk a little bit today about the two cases, of course, that are in the news, where in both cases someone ended up dead. And in both cases, two individuals were charged with the crime. And that is the case of Luigi Mangione and the insurance man, and also the case of Daniel Penny on the subway in New York. These things seem to have coincided in terms of Daniel Penny's case being dismissed and Mangione being caught at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania. And I think that there's an element to.
Hang on, Trey. It wasn't dismissed. He was acquitted.
He was acquitted, exactly. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, I want to just comment on each of them. On the first one, the case of Daniel Penny, this is an example of how critical race theory has taken over the minds of this country, at least the elite minds, the legal minds, the high ground. And in that everything comes down to race. Race had absolutely nothing to do with it. This guy was dangerous. He was wielding a knife. He was threatening to attack people. He had a long record of extreme violence. He was not sane. And Daniel Penny, being a Marine off duty, conducted a function by which he subdued him and saved a lot of lives in that subway, according to everyone who was there.
Well, not only that, there was at least one black passenger that helped Daniel Penny subdue the guy.
Right.
So race wasn't involved in this at all.
No, and it just happened to be a coincidence that the guy happened to be black. It had nothing to do with anything. But the fact that it was made into an issue and then it was brought to court, which it never should have been. And then you had this radical leftist attorney trying to put Daniel Penny in prison for life. Or put him in, charge him with manslaughter. Shows how out of whack our system has become. This guy ordinarily would be hailed as a hero, which he is. He saved lives by stopping this person from going on a violent attack. And just the twisted means by which our society now looks at these things. Everything has to be looked at through a prism of race, and everything in that context has to be looked at through the phenomena of anyone who is, in this case, a white man, is naturally seen as the oppressor, and anyone who isn't is seen as the victim.
Yeah.
And
let me just add this, though, that I'm not sure that, quote, society feels this way. I think that it is true and very unfortunate that the institutions have become dominated by these lunatics, including this ugly, angry lesbian prosecutor. Yes. Is there any other type of lesbian other than angry? I don't know.
Well, let's just say that they tend to, I with due respect, I don't want to get shut down on TikTok here, but let's just say that there's something twisted going on there.
Yeah, well, okay. So she also went viral for a case where she felt sorry for a murderer and reduced his sentence because he'd had a hard life. But I guess don't confuse the way society at large is reacting to something with the very, very unfortunate fact that these evil lunatics tend toward these kind of jobs.
No, I think that society at large views Daniel Perry not only as a hero, but as someone who stood up and took, like an ordinary situation where you would protect people's lives. I mean, I think that most New Yorkers, including most liberals, think of that, think this way. It's just this radical establishment, the very people that President Trump won against, who have become so twisted that they think there's some virtue in this kind of a bizarre and inverted outlook that would lead to prosecuting this man for.
I think what helped is that, and maybe we can use this as a sort of BCAD kind of thing, before COVID, after COVID, all right? I think there were a lot of people who for their whole lives have been brainwashed into the idea that their betters know the way things should be. But that forever lost all credibility with how the experts handled COVID. So when it came to this case of Daniel Penny, the elite were trying to say, well, it's terrible. He shouldn't have put the chokehold on the guy for that long, and so on and so forth. Didn't hold. Didn't wash this time.
No.
And that, I think, is one of the reasons that Trump won, that the elites are out of control. The same thing with the movie industry, everything else. All these institutions are falling apart because people aren't buying the lie anymore.
That's right. And now I think because of this acquittal, it's time to revisit the case of Darren Chauvin. Chauvin, who also basically was putting this man in a hole that he had been trained to do as a police officer in Minnesota, and that they had undergone training to do that procedure. Now, maybe they shouldn't have been doing it, but that was what he was trained to do. It had been done many times before, and that he did it because this man was resisting arrest. He refused to get out of the car, and he was behaving in what all observers said appeared to be violently. The fact that he died is something that they could not have foreseen. The man was on fentanyl and he was on other drugs they found in his system. Then he had an enlarged heart. And yet this became another one of these successes for this leftist establishment that then ginned up this case with somehow the fact that he happened to be black had anything to do with it, which it didn't. And that it was he became like a symbol of all of the situations historically, which are real, where black men were attacked, yes. But this particular case, it didn't really add up to that. It became more kind of an archetype of something else. And that's sort of how they use the legal system in a way.
Well, yeah, what happened here was, and there were a few people that spoke out at the time. Not only was this guy a career criminal, but he was raised up to be some sort of secular saint. So I think they overplayed their hand, but the establishment in Minneapolis felt that they were trapped into going along with the crowd, much the way, I suppose, because it's almost Christmas, you could argue that to some extent Pontius Pilate maybe was kind of railroaded into going along with the crowd and so on,
right,
rather than doing his job. So the good news is that when they tried to gin up a BLM type situation on this Daniel Penny, it didn't work. It didn't work.
No, it didn't work, and it backfired on them. And just not to get off on a topic, but I view Pilate as having been part of the deep state in his day.
Oh,
and
yeah.
that in the case of Chauvin, you had the deep state putting on kente cloth and bowing in the Capitol. Remember that with Pelosi, and then you had them launching these what I would describe as a Kristallnacht against Black communities in major cities where businesses were looted, houses and businesses were burned, and people were shot to death in response. Almost in a coordinated way, while the media, while filming the fires, was saying this is a peaceful, mostly
Mostly peaceful.
protest. Yeah. But I also want to talk about Mangione because there are certain conspiracy theories around this,
Oh, good.
and I have no idea about any of them. Who knows the truth about it? But I think there are a couple that are
And you
worth
never
listening.
will know the truth, by the way.
Probably
Any
not.
high-profile shooting, no.
There's some very strange things around it, but there is social benefit in examining certain aspects of this, and one of them, and again, and I am not in any way in favor of this insurance man getting gunned down like that, of course, but it did bring up some issues about what's happening in insurance. That Brian Thompson probably in accord, and you know something about this, Mike,
Yeah.
with other insurance companies over the past maybe 3 or 4 years, maybe since Biden took office, I don't know, maybe earlier, they had consolidated and become so huge that they were in a position to deny benefits to people who may otherwise have gotten benefits. And these are people who had paid into that system for decades and who, owed that system. Now, I'm speaking here as somebody who actually got a life and health insurance license. So I know something about this. And I remember being in the office when I was trying to sell those policies. I was terrible at it. I didn't last long. But I remember my supervisor there on the phone with this poor man who had bought an extended policy. I'm not going to mention the company, but like an advanced policy for cancer, and he was calling because he had cancer.
Yeah.
And my supervisor was saying, "Sorry, we're not going to cover that because it was on this day and not on that day, because it's this kind of cancer, not that kind of cancer." And I was listening to this, and that conversation made my blood curdle. It was really, really brutal. Now, I can understand where people get very hot under the collar in these matters. I think in the case of Luigi, I don't know what the truth of it is, but my understanding is that his mother had some kind of a disease and they thought that was covered by insurance and they were not getting the coverage. And that since this massive consolidation on the part of major insurance companies, people are not getting the coverage that they previously got, and many of them are dying. They finally get approved for a drug or they get approved for a procedure, and it's too late.
Yeah.
The additional aspect to this that I think should be considered is that in recent years, insurance companies and other major companies are switching to artificial intelligence to make decisions. I think this is an aspect that needs to be examined. I'm not in any way an expert about it. I was listening to Joe Allen talk about this. He's the author of Aeon. He's been a guest of mine. He's a regular with Steve Bannon. And he pointed out that, like, for example, recently there was a case where someone was being denied coverage while they were in the middle of anesthesia, right? The insurance company, "Oh, we don't cover this." And it was a decision that was not made by a person. It was done through these algorithms, the same algorithms that, by the way, not to go into this, but deal with voting machines, but we won't talk about that, right? I mean, it looks at averages and it looks at the mean and the standard deviation, and then it makes an estimate. And it's not really a person in charge of it. And the result is that more and more people are being denied coverage that they paid for, or that they at least thought they had, and that ultimately they get when it's too late. So he's expressing a rage over that is actually a real issue. Now, obviously, he shouldn't have taken it out on this man, shooting him in the back in cold blood. However, it is a cry that does resonate with people. And the other factor with regard to Brian Thompson is that he had been making tens of millions of dollars more than anyone had made in recent years in that industry, and he's not the only one. And I think that, I'm a small government guy. However, with insurance particularly, there is and there was pretty significant regulation over these sorts of things. There certainly is regulation in terms of them having to have a reserve account to cover policies and a reinsurer and that sort of thing. But I think there was regulation around these sort of mega consolidations and massive salary increases, which is taken out of the funds that they're earning, and that gives an incentive to deny policies when they may not have otherwise been denied. What do you think?
All right. It's interesting that it happened in the case of United. As a small business owner back in the day, United was one of the very first companies as a private insurer to offer these products. And ironically, when they first started, they were one of the best. But then I guess someone decided, well, we can make more money if we start denying some claims. And that's exactly what happened.
Right.
And we changed carriers. But the other sort of theoretical problem is the nature of the business of insurance. All right. Most people deal in business with some sort of tangible product or service. When you're in banking, you really don't have a product. You're renting money, okay? But it's pretty established what you do and what you can't do.
Mm-hmm.
The nature of insurance is interesting because it deals only in what we call claims, all right? So imagine that I have this big pot of money. You have to come to me and prove to me that you have a claim on my money, all right? So even though I've paid in, I have to beg you to get my claim, all right? By the very nature of how that works, it's always going to be a struggle, especially when it's not so tangible as I need to repair the fender on my car,
Mm-hmm.
or my house burned down or something like that. So the other problem with healthcare is it's so screwed up in so many ways that they can take advantage of it. And it's very interesting that today was my very first medical appointment with my primary care doctor, who just became a concierge doctor. And the main reason was insurance makes private practice as a primary care doctor impossible.
Right.
There's no model for it anymore, other than you spend 5 minutes with the patient and try to get.
And then yet the doctor sits there looking at a computer screen rather than looking at his patient.
Yeah. And she didn't want that anymore. And there you go. So everybody hates insurance companies. And I told her a story which had to do with many of your audience members remember back in the, I think, 70s and 80s, there were a lot of TV commercials about like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yeah.
And they would focus on the State Farm agent in some very small town somewhere,
Right.
who is the State Farm agent in that town, right? So it ended up that there was actually a case of the State Farm agent in some little town in North Carolina driving down the road, and he sees one of his policyholders pulled off to the side of the road, changing a tire or something, an older guy. So the agent stops, helps the guy, and as he's walking back to his own car, he gets hit by a truck and gets killed instantly.
Oh.
He had his life insurance through State Farm, and the benefit was denied because him working on the side of the road was not part of his normal occupation. This thing went up to the North Carolina Supreme Court, and they eventually paid it. But the sad part of that was, look at the mentality. This isn't just some guy. This is your like a good neighbor guy, and you still deny it. That's the mentality.
Right. They have an incentive to deny. And yet, I don't know if you can answer this, and it's kind of a paradoxical situation, but you have drugs that are very expensive.
Yeah.
And I particularly would note some of these injectables that are becoming very popular, like Ozempic
Yeah.
and
Anything.
Wegovy and all of them. And they cost thousands of dollars, and yet the insurance company is happy to cover that. And so it's out of pocket for the consumer, like just a copay of whatever, $50. How does the insurance company, I mean, aren't they losing on that? I mean, why are they doing that?
Well, you don't know exactly what the reimbursement is. Okay. You
But you
start,
know that everyone's making a buck on that. I mean, the
Yeah,
drug company,
you start understanding that when you go into the hospital and they have an itemized bill and some service, let's say, is $31,000 and the insurance company pays $2,000 and that settles it, then you get some idea of how this pricing works.
Mhm.
So,
Yeah, but doesn't the insurance company have an incentive to not cover these drugs? Because, I mean, how are they making money from that?
I think the theory is that it's the flavor of the month, and maybe this one they're going to take it on the chin, because look how good we are. We're
Yeah, but
paying
then
for
you can say that about a lot of things. Like, for example, I recently read that the industry of doing sex change operations for children is like billions of dollars. Who is covering those costs? Not the people that are doing the sex, the family or the paying for their child. God forbid anybody does that. But I'm just saying that this is a huge boon.
Well, there's all kinds of things in the background. There's foundations that are created by rich lunatics.
Right.
There is money involved in how the surgeons are paid, which surgeons, how high profile it is, how much PR they get, how much money comes in from other sources.
Well, somebody's making a pretty good penny on that, and there's that's all. I get the sense that entire thing, besides having a political and social aspect, is all about money. I mean, there's huge, usually these hospitals are making a great, and then of course that even brings up the bigger issue, which is COVID. How did they make money? I mean, hospitals made money every time that they called a case COVID. If somebody went to the hospital with a broken arm and they tested positive for COVID, they call it a COVID case and get money for that. Who was paying that? I mean, in that case, I think the government was paying the money.
Yeah. Now, you have to understand, when you get into complicated issues, it's very difficult to figure out where the money's coming from. Let me give you a real prosaic example. Many years ago, I had a good friend that owned a car dealership. All right. Long story short, no one knows the dealer cost of any car. Why do I say that? Because there's an arm length list of incentives that the dealer gets at any time. Okay. So factory invoice doesn't mean anything. He could be getting another $2,000 for selling that car because for some reason the factory wants to move it. So imagine now, in a situation as complicated as healthcare and as corrupt as healthcare, I mean, I wrote an article on this many years ago. They estimate that 40% of the money spent on healthcare is fraud.
Well, yeah, but in the case of purchasing a car, you do pay for that. I mean, I had to take a loan.
No. Well, what I'm saying, Chuck, is you pay for it, and it might be below quote unquote dealer's cost, but nobody knows what dealer's cost is.
Yeah, but I end up paying a lot more than that because if I take out a loan, I probably am spending an extra year of payments to pay the interest on the money. So everybody, I get where they make money on that. That money comes out of my pocket, but with issues like COVID or issues like these other things, it's very little comes out of the consumer's pocket. Somebody's making big money.
Well, let me answer that with this wonderful statement. To give people who aren't familiar too much with how corrupt the federal government is, I think the tally was made in the early 2000s. The war on poverty, which started in 1964, by that point had spent $26 trillion on the war on poverty.
Mm-hmm.
And lo and behold, we still have poverty. So what that proved is that money doesn't cure poverty. All right. Why doesn't it? It doesn't because God knows how much money went to NGOs. Beltway.
I think that we know that a lot of the money in the so-called war on poverty, which was taken out of the Social Security Trust Fund, went to all of this whole cottage industry of social workers and social scientists who were there to handle poverty and who were basically had incentives to not solve the problem.
Yeah, poverty camps.
Yeah, I mean, the more cases they could show, the more money they get. It's kind of
okay, but by the same token, healthcare, which costs a lot more than anti-poverty, has all sorts of parasitic organizations connected to it. And
I mean, isn't this an example? I mean, even like we look at Nixon launched the so-called war on cancer, right? One of the first things they did was, and not to get into a topic here that I could get banned for, but they got rid of Laetrile, right? Which is basically the inside of a peach pit, and which has proven to help cancer, cure cancers. I think that's now being admitted that these things, have a benefit. I don't know if they cure cancer, but they have a benefit in terms of managing it. But the drug companies couldn't make a buck on that.
Yeah.
So they got rid of it and they denounced it and they had it. It's not totally off the market, but it's been vilified. It's sort of like what they did more recently with I shouldn't say this because I'm on YouTube today, but hydroxy, you know what, and Ivor, you know what. Right now, 3 years later, the medical journals are acknowledging that these things are standard treatment for viruses, and probably had they been promoted, they would have saved a lot of lives, and they would have reduced the involvement of COVID, which was a real thing. And by the way, this is probably one of the few issues that I do blame Donald Trump for as president. I think he could have done a better job of standing up for those things. I think he was listening too much to Fauci and Birx and this whole rotten establishment around him. So I do hold that against him. But the point is that those drugs, long ago FDA approved, the long standard record of reducing virus and his treatment of virus if it's taken early, they were denounced. I mean, there's a perverse incentive to perpetrate these diseases. I don't know if it's a financial thing. Probably is all of it. It's financial. They're making money on it.
It's financial. But what supports
a social agenda?
What supports it, unfortunately, is that the entire medical establishment, and not really by their own fault, okay? The entire medical establishment is very weak, all right? Mm-hmm. If you apply to med school, and this goes back to before I was even involved with it, going back to even the early 60s, they wanted people that were kissy-assy A students, never asked any questions, never caused any trouble, because it was quite profitable for the medical industry and the journals and everything else to be controlled by big pharma, all right? And what they did was create this, I mean, it's not a false history, but it's a stupid history where they would, cling to certain triumphs, whether Jonas Salk, which is legitimate, and Sabin,
right,
and Francis Kelsey with thalidomide and whatnot, and they keep hammering that so that you just can't question the establishment. So when RFK Jr. and others started questioning the COVID vaccine, and he wasn't the only one, and he wasn't even the first.
No, we know those great doctors who questioned it. These were amongst America's most respected medical people. I mean, right? Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Peter McCullough, they were on the top of their field. I mean, they had everything to lose by doing this, and they were knocked out of their field. They did sacrifice a lot to bring it up.
Well, I mean, and what had happened was that, and this is why Fauci is so evil, all right? His career of killing people didn't start with COVID. It started with AIDS.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the AZ team was responsible for more AIDS deaths than AIDS itself.
Yeah.
And what I understand.
And what happened was, if you want to get conspiratorial, I want to know why Corey Mullis, who was the most outspoken critic of Tony Fauci, suddenly and very quietly just died.
Very, very suspicious. And he was a Nobel Prize winning scientist who I think invented the test kit that would later be used to test.
Yeah, well, he was the guy that came up with PCR, polymerase chain reaction, which, among other things, is what really, if you will, launched forensic science. Because back in the day, the only way DNA would be useful is if you had, 3 gallons of blood at the crime scene necessary to extract the DNA. He figured out how to amplify DNA from small quantities. Right. He always hated Fauci. He was very public in his condemnation of Fauci. Most famously, during AIDS, there was an AIDS conference. And, this is sort of well known, but not kind of well taught. There was a conference where Corey Mullis and others came up with 5,300 documented cases of AIDS, of which the patient did not have HIV. All right.
Okay.
And as far as Fauci went with that was, well, guys, we'll call that idiopathic, which means no known cause, AIDS. Boom. That's it. Done. Because it's pretty clear that HIV doesn't cause AIDS, certainly not by itself.
Right.
But that was the flavor of the month at the time. And there was money to be made. How AZT got involved with that. Here's a failed cancer drug that apparently had some very limited properties that they were using to treat AIDS. It killed the patients. So the point is that it's a matter of money. It's a matter of false gods too, because let's just say, I mean, it's like the judiciary. The good ones, as a rule, don't want to be judges. I mean, think about it, Chuck. You could be 100% mediocre lawyer like a Mark Elias, and you pay tons of money practicing law. Why would you want to be a judge?
Oh, by the way, I would say Mark Elias is a very brilliant lawyer. Evil, but brilliant.
He doesn't do the work.
That may be, but
he has a bunch of associates who are true believing liberals.
No, but he can't be underestimated. He's very good at what he does. He's evil.
His organization, but he personally is a mediocre lawyer at best.
Probably, yeah.
But I guess the point of that was that he doesn't want to be an academic in the law school. He's just going to make a lot of money. He billed out $650,000 just for, what was it, week and a half, 2 week attempted recount in the Pennsylvania Senate race.
Oh my God. Yeah. And not to mention the fact that I think they all got rich off of Cackles, the Cackles campaign, right?
Yeah.
They shelled out over $1 billion into who knows who. Consultants became multimillionaires overnight. But by the way, just for the record, I should note, I've just been shut down on TikTok. I don't know what something you said, Mike.
Something I said.
Right. I think it might have been the business of of mullahs, or there was some trigger that led them to shut off the stream.
Well, you know, it's interesting. Who the heck is listening that carefully to this?
There are people. No, I had people. When you go on TikTok, people pick it up. I mean, I have about 8,000 followers now, even though I've been shadow banned.
Well,
And
what I think happens in, and
there's
this
people
illustrates,
keeping tabs on me on TikTok.
what illustrates my point here
Yeah.
is that people generally in an atheist society like we have worship authority. And believe me, I have been attacked mercilessly on various forums for trying to tell the truth about Tony Fauci.
Oh yeah. Well, that's taboo. I mean, and now of course there's rumors that this corrupt, illegitimate regime is going to issue some kind of a retroactive pardon for Fauci before they leave. But you touched on something that gets into the second conspiracy theory around Brian Thompson, the insurance man. And I'm not going to be articulate about this. I'll be general, but generally speaking, they were under investigation by the Federal Trade Commission for antitrust activities.
Yeah.
There was rumors that there had been insider trading, in that Thompson and several other figures who are these people are super rich. They had been alerted in advance that they were under investigation, which they then took that information and sold all their stock, pocketing tens of millions of dollars and basically screwing over the shareholders and their own employees in the process. And that this case was coming up for hearings, and that Thompson, rumor has it, was planning on spilling the beans on a bunch of things in order to save his own hide. And he was in a position, he was one of the top figures in the insurance industry, who probably knew everything about everyone.
Yeah.
And including, apparently, not to mention names, but Nancy Pelosi and her husband, who apparently made a few bucks on that deal as well, and some other people in Congress. So there may have been an incentive to knock him off. I'm not saying I know anything about this. I don't. But that is one of the theories that's out there. It all looks a little too neat, and in terms of the timing. When you have a situation like this, you have to look at the timing.
Well, of course, there's got to be intel involved saying that this guy is going to be here at this time.
Yeah, and you have to take a look at who benefits.
Yeah,
Who benefits from this?
Somebody. So this Mangione guy had to get that information from somebody.
Right.
Nobody knows this guy's personal schedule.
No.
So,
and he strikes me as the classic patsy, right? Like Lee Harvey Oswald. You know, it's like I was talking about this the other day with as a guest, that there's this historic medieval group called the Hashishim, the assassins that were operating out of Islamic Persia, who would do this thing where they would, I don't want to use the word brainwash, but they would find some young, disaffected, disillusioned man in a community, in a village somewhere, usually poor and just kind of aimless. They would whisk him up to this palace in the mountains of Persia, where he would be indulged with everything you can imagine. He would have everything in his, every kind of like vice, and he'd live this enormously luxurious experience. And then and not to mention a lot of hash and a lot of drugs. That's where the word hashish comes from, the hashish. And also it's where the word assassin comes from, the hashishim. These are all come from this cult. Then after living that wonderful life for about 3 weeks and thinking he's in some kind of a nirvana or some kind of an Islamic heaven, and actually being told that he had passed away and that he was in heaven, they then send him back to his village with the job of taking someone out. You have to kill this person. And when you do, their essence, their soul is going to enter your body, and you were then going to fly up and have eternal joys of everything. You'll live this life with the 70 virgins and all of that. And then they send him out and he commits the assassination. Now, there's obviously more modern versions of this. I would note that another example of this, I think, is, and I've studied this a little bit, not too deeply, but enough, would be Sirhan Sirhan, who
Yes,
assassinated
I was
Robert
going to
F.
mention that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's been interviewed. I think that RFK Jr. believes him. He's the longest held man in American prison, and he does not remember what happened. It was almost like he had been tampered with mentally. The night before the assassination, he was having at a party with people who were involved with Charlie Manson, okay, who was another one who was part of maybe this sort of, I don't want to use, say CIA, because I don't know, but there was this kind of mind control thing going on there. And he said that there was some kind of a trigger. He was at the hotel, and there was like a sound that went off, or he saw this woman in a red dress, and there was something happened, and then he felt like he'd passed out. And then before he knows it, he's awake and he has the gun. And, I think that there's a lot of people, who've interviewed him over the years, who believe this story, that he really didn't know what was going on. Another example is this guy who shot up the gay nightclub in Orlando, Mateen.
Yeah.
I actually wrote a short book about this for my college. We had to pick, like, in my criminology class, we were given a list of people that we had to do a dive into and study, and I picked him. And I discovered that he had been on several trips to Saudi Arabia. He was one of these disaffected guys, kind of an in the closet kind of a guy. And I think there's evidence that he came back from one of these trips and he was very different, according to people who knew him. It was like his brain he'd been tampered with. And that his experience of doing this shooting was one where he didn't know what he was doing. It was almost like he was under some kind of, hypnosis. So that,
Well, the famous term MK Ultra was raised after the Mangione thing. And as I predict, you can hold me to it, you're not going to find out a damn thing about this.
No.
Other than, physically he did it. They're going to tie him with the evidence to the crime. But, I mean, it would have been very clever if this Hashim organization, so to speak,
the Hashim,
some guy that has a vague connection to this insurance company by the fact that his mother was denied benefits or whatever it is, and he's groomed to be the assassin.
Well, that's the theory. And like the Israelis have found that some of these guys who will show up in a pizza parlor with bomb belts and pull the trigger, some of them like were caught in advance and they were stopped. And they were interviewed, and they said, "Look, it's almost like I was I didn't know what I was doing. Now that I'm awake, I do know, and I'm sorry that I was doing this. I didn't mean to do it, but there was something going on." It's sort of, a modern version of the Hashishim. I mean, our intelligence apparatus. I mean, what Michael J. Glennon calls the double government. They've studied and they've gone deeply into psychological conditioning on a mass scale. And I think the master at that and the one they emulate is Hitler. But also on the individual scale by using psychotropic drugs and by using other means to get people to do things that they want to do. And there's a certain type of personality that they seek out who might be vulnerable to that. People like
Hitler and Goebbels claimed that they got it from us. So I don't really know.
I don't know either, but it's been around. The British are involved with the Tavistock Institute, and certainly the Soviet Union was involved with the Polytechnic Institute.
Yeah.
And the Israelis are involved certainly with Mossad. I mean, this isn't new. They all interact with each other, and they all while they all have their own agendas, I think they share information about how to do these things and how to conduct these sorts of operations. So maybe there was someone, and again, I'm not saying I know anything, because obviously all I know is what I read in the paper. But but there might have been someone on the inside, what Michael J. Glennon would call a Trumanite, who wanted to take out Brian Thompson, I mean, from the insurance. There was an incentive to do this, and so they had this.
I will tell you this because I've heard this from people that you wouldn't suspect. Let's just say Brian Thompson is not being heavily mourned. All right.
No, I mean, we talked about that. I mean, he's screwing people left and right. There were a lot of people who were angry, and plus the amount of money he was making, that's just greed. Why? You think that he was getting, his salary was almost $10 million a year. I mean, the guy's living in Minnesota. There's pictures of him with his yacht on a lake with his beautiful wife and two beautiful young sons and this magnificent mansion. Did he need more money? Why was he doing an insider trading deals until he could make more? I mean, that's another question. Why do people get? I mean, I would have been very happy. I mean, most, having a 20th of what he had.
I've met some people like that, and it becomes sort of a numbers game because a lot of them that I've known don't even really spend it. It's just like, what did you score?
So what do you do with it? I don't think he was. But the point is that to make him do stuff like that's corrupt on top of, why would he even risk it? But even so, I mean, hasn't he $10 million a year, and he's going to now stiff his own shareholders and his own employees by doing this insider deal and walking away while everybody else is screwed because the stock plummets and people lose all of their pensions, and their elderly people lose their. I mean, it's just the greed of it is astonishing. I mean,
there's not a lot of morality at that level, and,
right?
You just have to kind of leave it at that. I mean, you don't. Most people in business, including me, are happy when they have positive cash flow,
right?
And happy when they make a profit. I've never been in a business where I made obscene amounts of money. So I've never had that experience. But I can see, all right, I knew one guy that had kind of a windfall. He was an engineer that had a contraption for lowering the amount of noise put up by jets. And when these regulations came true, this guy became an instonaire, right? Suddenly has hundreds of millions of dollars.
Right.
So what's the first thing he does? He divorces his wife and
picks up a younger woman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And of course, she gets a big piece of that anyway. I won't go into all her problems, but some people think, well, I've been denied and now I deserve it and it's my time. And
yeah, but at least he earned it fair and square. He invented something and it took off. It's like,
I'm saying he got a little strange.
Okay.
And,
okay. I mean, I don't begrudge someone, like I wouldn't begrudge like a baseball player who is making what he makes, or I wouldn't begrudge a talk show host or a musician who makes what they make. It's obscene, but they're making it because that's what the market will bear. They're doing it honestly. That's in the case of Thompson, though, he was not doing it honestly. I mean, he was in that he was getting, like more money per year than an obscene amount of money, but that's the way it is. I mean, that was in the open and his company decided to do that. Now, I think should be some regulation around that, but even so, that is one thing. But the other thing is, on top of this, he has to do this deal that was causing, investigation. I mean, why? It's just, I mean, I suppose it's the same question of like, I don't know, it makes you think, I don't know why. It's a different subject. but it makes me think of Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
He had to have sex in public with a woman on the steps of the state capitol. Wasn't it enough, to, be having an extramarital affair, but he was like the thrill of it, I suppose. He enjoyed, you going to the church and waving a Bible in people's face, and then going back and having various assignations with Monica Lewinsky in the Oval Office.
Well, he got a perverse pleasure for publicly doing stuff that was wrong.
Right. Because it gave him a sense of power. Like,
and daring people to call him on it. I mean, he purposely misquoted one of the Beatitudes when he said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will inherit the earth." The correct quote is, "Blessed are the peacemakers because they will be called children of God." All right, not a big deal, but he did it because he knew that the sycophant media wouldn't call him on it.
Right, and he enjoyed that, and he had nothing but contempt for them.
Yeah.
And he was like, kind of sticking it to them all. And hey, even in his book, which was 1,000 pages of absolute drivel and dull crap, he says in one sentence, he acknowledges with regard to, he talks about Lewinsky only, but he says, "I did it because I can."
Yeah.
That was his explanation. He left it at that. "I did it because I can." This kind of arrogance and this sort of, sticking it in the eye of the very establishment that created him and that he served so servilely, right? I mean, it's, I don't know how I equate that with Brian Thompson. I mean, I don't think his kind of corruption is different.
Well, you get to the point where, you do a little chiseling and a little more chiseling and a lot more chiseling.
Before you know, you're attending parties with P. Diddy before you know it.
Yeah. That becomes your modus operandi, all right? And this is why he is not heavily mourned.
No.
And and then there are people trying to make you feel bad for the fact that he was killed. I mean, I don't know how innocent he was. I don't think he was that innocent.
No.
It's
I don't think anyone has any sympathy for him. Although, I don't think anybody deserves to be gunned down like that.
Yeah.
There's something about it that it would have at least been decent if he was able to face the guy, eyeball to eyeball before getting gunned down. I mean, but the doing it that way was not the American way. It's not like the old West, the model with Wyatt Earp. You meet somebody at high noon at the OK Corral, then you see who gets to pull the gun first. It's not like a, John Wayne or some, the movies. It was not really done that way, and that's wrong. I mean, the whole thing is wrong. I don't think anybody deserves to be assassinated, but he's not a sympathetic figure.
No.
And this other guy seems, as I said, like some kind of a patsy. I don't know, showing up at a McDonald's and he's identified by an employee, and the police come and he's got everything there. He's got his fake IDs, he's got the gun, he's got everything sitting there. It's just a little too neat. There's something about it that's
the whole McDonald's thing was a little weird.
It just doesn't add up. I don't think we'll ever get to the bottom of it.
No.
And of course it's going to be a sensation on trial because he's quite good looking, and women are going to, I mean, he's like the Menendez brothers, right?
Yeah, there we go.
I mean, with all due respect, I remember my late grandmother said, "I can't stop watching the Iran-Contra hearings because Oliver North is so handsome." It's like there's going to be that going on. Right? I mean, unfortunately, maybe that says something about women. I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to cast aspersions here, but it's going to be a show. It's going to be like it'll be like Hollywood, and that's why all the media was covering it.
Oh, it's already starting up. His defense attorney said, "I don't know of any evidence they've got against him." Really? All the stuff they got. Okay, so. But
and I've seen images of him on TikTok where he's dressed like a Catholic saint. and
Yeah.
with holding like a heart. He looks like almost like Jesus. So there is this going on, and that's not good. That's not healthy. There's something about that it's a snapshot of our society, I suppose.
Yeah. Well, there's going to be some tumultuous times here as we readjust back to a Trump situation. There
Thank
are
God.
people in the establishment that are really scared of what's going to come down.
Oh yeah, and by the way, all of Trump's nominees are going to be approved.
Yeah.
They've got 53 Republicans. Even if they lose like Murkowski and some of these rhinos, they still have enough. Between 53, they've got 3 extras, plus they got a tiebreaker, which makes it 4. They're going to get them approved, and there was just another hoax or another smear job attempted against Hegseth. I don't know if you saw this, but the media was big establishment magazine was about to go out with the latest. They were going to claim that he never really was accepted at West Point. And somebody on the inside at West Point was working to make sure that he was like information about that was taken out. But Hegseth fortunately saved his receipts. He had the letter of acceptance. He had the documents which showed that he was accepted at West Point. He chose not to go. Instead, he went to Princeton. But he had it. He put it. He posted it. He brought it up, and they canceled the story. And and West Point changed the record back. So, you have to be careful. I mean, they're going after these people, and they're failing. It's not going to happen. All of them are going to be approved, and it's very exciting. Trump is going to hit the ground running.
Looks good.
Yeah.
I think 2025, we're going to have more positive attitude shows than maybe we did before the election. You seem to be a changed man.
Yes. I mean, I feel very hopeful. I really do. And I was, they're into the same old crap. I was listening on the way over here to do the show to NPR because I want to see what the other side's saying. And they were interviewing, you can guess, none other than McCabe, right? Lied to Congress something like 20 times, never charged, disgraced, part of the FISA fake dossier case against Trump, the Russia. And he's just spouting the same old garbage. I mean, it's just not working for them. Oh, Trump tried to, was trying to assert power, and he was like trying to overthrow the election results. And nobody believes that anymore.
And like I said before the election, they don't have any talent. They're pulling out the same crap that maybe worked for them 20 years ago.
Right.
But
it's not. It's already been rejected by the American people.
Yeah.
It's not. Nobody believes that stuff anymore, and yet it's like they're a broken record. And
so now McCabe is forced to do the circuit of these NPR people. Great, good for him.
They're all there drinking the same old Kool-Aid that they've been into, and it's not. I don't even think the host was buying it. It's like you could just tell.
Yeah.
I having been a talk show host, I can hear things.
Yeah.
Because I'm sort of tuned into what people are really thinking, and they're not even buying this anymore. It's just it's over for them, and hopefully he might be held legally, called down to the carpet for first of all for lying to Congress. I mean, Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro went to prison for a lot less.
Oh yeah.
Than what he did. I mean, they just refused to testify to this phony committee that all of those people should be held accountable, especially Liz Cheney. God, I mean, the worst. Stealing,
She's really begging for a pardon now.
She's going to need a pardon because she's in trouble, and she should be.
Yeah, destroying evidence of federal investigation. Yeah.
They destroyed everything before the Republicans took over, and they don't. It's like the whole thing was illegitimate from the beginning, and even even Speaker Johnson has said that publicly, that they should reconstitute a legitimate committee and actually look into all of this stuff. I hope they appoint Matt Gaetz as a special prosecutor to look into like the 2020 election for starters. Maybe that might be asking too much, but we'll see. You know,
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
they should, because they need to get to the bottom of that once and for all. After all these years of gaslighting and attacking anybody and who questioned that election as almost being like a subhuman, it would be a beautiful thing to see them get into it. But that might be too much to ask. I'm happy that Trump's been elected.
You have to ask. I mean, Bill Clinton is asking for a pardon for Hillary.
Oh, really?
So, yeah.
They're going to need they want all these rotten criminals, Hillary, Fauci, the whole stinking Schiff. They'll all get this blanket pardon before Biden leaves office. It's going to destroy whatever's left of that awful party. I don't think any American is going to buy that. You know, it's just it's just an ugly, sickening, and pathetic way for this illegitimate regime to go down the tubes. Anyways, so Mike, what do you have coming up on the Substack?
Well, I was going to try to do a few more articles before the end of the year. Fortunately, we've been busy in my other business and, just trying to keep up. But, and I feel kind of embarrassed because, there are people that, they make a living on Substack, but they're writing all the time. Mine is free. So, whatever I put out is there when it is.
Well, you do it as a passion. I mean, it's not necessarily.
It's right. It's a passion project.
Yeah.
Other things going on, house hunting in a crummy market and all this sort of thing. But
okay, good.
This is what we do, and it's always a highlight talking to you, especially now that you're this positive individual.
I know. I don't know what to do with myself after 4 years of like, it's like it's almost like you have to shift gears.
Well, it's a good shift, though.
It is. Believe me, I'm grateful, and I feel very excited as we enter into the Christmas season, and it's just a beautiful time, and it's beautiful to watch these criminals scurrying around. And thank God Kash Patel is going to be there. Yeah. What a great guy! He's going to clean out that rat's nest at the FBI. He really is. And so these are all great. Pam Bondi, she's fine. Yeah. These people, every one of them is excellent. A couple of bad ones, but so be it. But the important ones are in place, and they're ready to go. So, anyway, Mike. But so I'll talk to you next week, and be well.
You too. Talk to you then.
All right. Okay, welcome aboard, everyone. Charles Moskowitz here. Michael D. Shaw is joining me, slightly delayed due to computer issues, but here you are, Mike, cranking it out.
It's funny, Chuck, how within really a few years of the advent of the internet being publicly available, people started relying on it to an extent that it's unbelievable. I mean, if it's down for a minute, people get upset.
Oh yeah,
and rightly so.
No, you freak out. I mean, can you imagine? Like my phone, I remember my computer's not working. I'm there having a complete meltdown.
Yeah, it's just so. And in the famous words of, I have to tell you, the first computer I ever bought, I had a friend who was an old-time mainstream guy, right? And this was an IBM PC, if anybody remembers that.
Was this the old-fashioned big desktop?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I had one of those.
So what happened was they came out with their first model that had a hard drive in it. That was the IBM XT, which I got. And my friend Alan Stewart, and again, old mainframe guy, older than me, he opens it up and said, "It's a miracle this thing works at all," because he was used to the huge IBM 360 mainframe takes up a whole building.
Oh yeah.
And
I remember
although,
you to go online, there was the handshake and you
yeah,
hear like the clicking noise. And I mean,
yeah,
back then I was the head of a pretty big and successful business, so I had money back then. I spent a lot of money on this big, you know, monitor and the keyboard and a printer and a column and memory and all the bells and whistles. Now, basically the laptop can do all of it for, you can get one for like 300 or 400 bucks at
yeah,
Costco.
yeah, yeah.
So,
It's a whole different thing. But
yeah,
anyway, the best thing that I saw all week, and I'm sure you see it because you watch all this crap,
yeah.
was that joint press conference of those Senate Democrat leaders. And you know what I know
I
why
know
you're laughing.
with Schumer.
Yeah. And
Oh, that was
they were
hilarious.
asked, okay, Schumer was the head of it. And he's asked, what about the pardon? Well, I got nothing to add. And then the next reporter comes up, what about the pardon? So he's asked 5 times. All right, here is my sincere question to you in the audience. Biden's a dead duck. Why not, Chucky Schumer, just say, hey, we were disappointed. But to not even speak, do you appreciate how gelded this guy is? The Senate Majority Leader doesn't have the huevos to just give an honest statement. Hey, we were let down. But to say,
that's why they lost. That's
yeah,
I mean, the worst violator, of course, was Harris. I mean, they could not answer a direct question on the most
yeah,
simple things. I mean, we've all seen the congressional testimony over the past couple of years.
yeah.
Josh Hawley and Ted Cruz and some of these other guys asking questions of people, and they just would spit out this kind of like shibboleth, this kind of pre-planned slogan, and they kept repeating it. Some of these judge appointees are the worst. Oh my God, they're just like little robots. And I think that really peeved a lot of people, and this is why they voted for Trump.
Well, this stems from, and it's one of my great cliches, the Model UN mentality.
Right.
What do I mean by that? Because this probably predates some people. Back in the day, and you tell me if even in your era this was true, you get all the kiss-ass 7th and 8th graders, and they would be the Model UN. And they would have this set of liberal beliefs that were drummed into their heads. And the problem is most of these people never changed. Because there's people I knew.
It's a finishing club for the future left-wing
Yes.
activists. I know my daughter was briefly involved in it. She didn't like it, but she went to the convention in Boston for it.
Right.
And one of the main speakers was Noam Chomsky.
Oh, there you go.
And he's there rambling along, and all of a sudden he said something outrageous. He goes, the United States got what it deserved on 9/11 or something typical.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden my daughter's like, she's like, what? Her ears pricked up.
Yeah.
But yeah,
she was smart. She was actually smart as opposed to just being a, quote, good student. So
right.
The point is, and I think you'll agree, that the ones that weren't smart, like your daughter, that was it. They were
just spoon-fed, and it's kind of how to act, how to walk, how to talk.
Yeah. It's
a finishing school for the left and for the future, rulers of the world.
And they never change. It's pathetic now, really, to watch it, because I knew people like this that had some intelligence, but despite all that's happened, they don't change. And
no, they can't. They're locked in. I mean, as I've said, a classic example is Harris, who obviously is not the sharpest knife in the drawer, complete tool, but nevertheless, she just could not answer a question. I don't think she's capable of it. So programmed at probably such an early age, probably by her Marxist father, that it's like there's no one home. It's like a robot. It's a hologram. There's lights. It's made up of like pieces of particles of light that look a certain way, but that there's nothing really there. It's I know I use
That's
that
a good
analogy.
analogy.
Oh,
I never
I always use that. It's a hologram phenomenon. Smashing the Hologram. That's the subtitle of my new book.
Oh,
I'm well, it's not out yet. I'm writing it. But look, there's a lot to be celebrate right now. I'm cautiously optimistic, but I think that there are some damn good things going on.
I can't believe you're in a good mood. What's wrong?
I know I'm not used to it. I don't know. I almost don't know what to say. It's like I'm used to this kind of,
Yeah.
I don't know what to do with myself. I mean, it's one victory after the next. Even this most aggravating story that's just coming out, that Biden, after pardoning Hunter, which in the broad sense, I suppose I don't blame him. If it was my son, I'd do the same. However, there's now talk within that administration, whoever's running it, that they're going to pardon all these rotten people. I mean, Fauci and Schiff and Liz Cheney. I mean, it's aggravating. It is. I mean, I think it's the last miserable gasp of a dying, illegitimate regime that has just weeks to go. They weren't able to trigger World War III in Ukraine, even though they gave a green light to mines and far-range missiles to hit Moscow. That didn't work. They're on their last legs. So Biden has just done something that involves some kind of an executive order that they claim will have legs after he leaves, that allows something like.
But they always talk about that. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to do all of this crap. This is like, I mean, Massachusetts is a microcosm of this. They say they're leaving the candle on at night, the day before the legislative leaves for Christmas and the day before the governor leaves for a new administration. They're there at like 11 p.m. at night on Christmas Eve, signing laws and signing legislation and trying to ram through. So this is a very dangerous time, but the days are waning, and the big stuff, they're not going to pull it off. But he did sign this one thing that is aggravating, and that is that it allows something like upwards of 42,000 federal employees to not show up to work. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that as it is, apparently it's very revealing that they're allowed to they only have to come in and show up one day out of the month. I mean, these people what are they doing? It's like a no-show. I mean, the real work is done by consultants who are also ripping everyone off.
Well, right. I mean, the story on that, and this is not well known to the public.
Yeah.
Right? Remember, I lived in the DC area for almost 20 years. There were people that I knew, obviously not going to mention the name, but this guy worked for a contractor for Department of Agriculture.
Right.
He was getting paid 3 times the salary of the agency guy who was supposedly a supervisor. And that's not uncommon.
And he was a subcontractor. He was because look at, I mean, Harris pissed through about over $1 billion of, no one knows where the money disappeared. Now they're 20 million in debt. And it's been, I think there's some whistleblower has said that consulting firms and consultants became multimillionaires overnight. They just put the money in their pocket. They did nothing. And, I mean, I could just give a personal anecdote here as well. This even happened to me. I mean, in my campaign, people got checks for doing nothing that I didn't know about. I had this one guy, all of a sudden they all come out of the woodwork, and then he got a check as a consultant, and I ran into him at a Starbucks 2 years later.
Oh.
And he sheepishly said to me, he says, "I want you to know that I did nothing, for that money." I'm like, look, I kind of suspected that, but I mean, that's the way this business is. I mean, everybody's like getting these checks. And it's a situation which in Washington is so bad now that you have people who haven't shown up for years. And I think that the exciting news is that Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk are fully aware of it, and they're going to clean out those rat's nests, every last one of them. And I don't think if Biden is signing some kind of an executive order to protect them, I don't think that's going to work.
No,
I
it
mean,
isn't going to work. And of course, the problem is for them that they're making it worse than it is. All right. If you have to decide an executive order to protect 40,000 people that aren't working, there's not going to be a whole lot of sympathy against government cuts. And
yeah, but
those
you think he's going to do this blanket pardon of like Liz Cheney and all these rotten, swamp
I'll
monsters?
tell you whose name is at the top of the list is Fauci.
Oh, I know. Oh, what
And,
the Mengele Fauci. I mean, that's aggravating. I mean, obviously, if they accept
remember though, Chuck, the good news is about that, and you know what I'm going to say. Yeah, it's terrible that this guy's killed thousands of people, maybe more. But now they're admitting it.
I mean, yes. I mean, obviously, if they're not getting pardoned for nothing. I think that the party line is, well, this is all Trump's fault because Trump is going to prosecute these people. I don't think anyone, even the liberal media, didn't buy that when they claimed that about Hunter. Everybody knows that he was just a real scumbag. I mean, on the top highest order, nobody bought this at Trump's. First of all, he's not even on the list of people that Trump is going to prosecute. I mean, and also, unlike them who make up crimes, like they'll take an alleged campaign misdemeanor, turn it into a felony, split it into 34 pieces, and get 34 convictions from a corrupt jury and a judge who's made $85 million in contributions to his daughter's firm. The Trump people aren't going to do that. They're not going to make up crimes. There's plenty to work with there. They're going to work, you just work within the law. I just had on earlier today this lawyer, Peter Tickton. He's been around a while. He's actually a longtime personal friend of Trump in Florida. He's in Florida. He's bringing a case in Florida regarding voter fraud. And he's calling for the decertification of a congressional race because the independent, so-called mail-in ballots, which come in at an average of like several hundred to 1,000 a day in a period leading up to an election, he discovered that there was on one day 185,000 of them came in, which is statistically impossible, and that someone had shut off a little computer machine run by the state, which requires that they prove that they have a driver's license and that there's one other proof of personhood. That was shut off by someone or automatically the day those came in. And he's got a lawsuit. It's happening next week. And it's going to open up a whole deal. He knows Pam Bondi, who's going to be the attorney general. He knows Trump. They're aware of this. And I think that if they open this thing up, because he says this is just the tip of the iceberg in terms of a national phenomena. Trump won anyway because he got such a huge vote, but they were doing this crap that we've been talking about for years with these fake votes. He says that they're almost like drone votes. They're phantom votes. They're not connected to a real person. I've heard about this before. I mean, this has been out there, but he now has the receipts for it. And he says that if this trial is on track and it really gets the kind of traction that it should get, it's going to open up a can of worms because Trump actually, in Congress, the Republicans actually carried 40 or 50 more seats than they actually seem to have. And that this was more done on a local level than nationally. Probably Trump did get bigger amounts of votes, but for it was mainly a congressional thing. They couldn't take down Marco Rubio and Tim Scott because they're like Trump. They had a big vote that these kind of votes couldn't overcome. But they were able to take out several close elections for Congress.
Yeah.
And if this thing is exposed, oh, it would be beautiful. I mean, we'll there'll be a lot of new congressmen coming up.
Well, there's three elements that are very entrenched that are going to be attacked. One is voter fraud,
Right.
which is everywhere, and you just have to use your old friend inductive reasoning, right? How did California go from being at worst a purple state to be blue as hell? It's voter fraud.
Yeah, but I think we have to differentiate. It's not so much voter fraud, like people engaging in fraud.
Voting fraud.
Well, yeah, that's a felony, and that's something that it's out there, but it's not. There's no big change in that. That's been going on since the days of Washington. What has changed is what I would call election fraud, ballot fraud.
Good.
These are not real people. These are fake ballots. This is, Attorney Ticton talked about ballots that are made up of algorithms that are entered into the computer system, that somehow they appear and then they disappear. It's like a ghost. They show up in the system a few days before an election and then they vanish. And he says that it is something it's a national thing. It's an international thing, actually. And that he's on the tip of an iceberg on a huge, huge story. One that I think that the leftist media is going to try to, ignore, but it's percolating. As I said, he has Trump's air, he has Bondi's air. They know about it, and it's going to be very, very interesting to watch.
Yeah. Well, with as you call election fraud, there's also healthcare fraud. There's also defense industry fraud. And I think that's going to be the one that's hardest fought. All right. The reason they're after Hesketh is that he's the first actual war fighter, I think, in at least the last 100 years. Well, they never.
Yeah. And yeah,
this is a big war was, but in the research I've done, they've always been bureaucrats.
Oh yeah, always desk. I mean, and also, I mean, the fraud in the Defense Department. I mean, they cannot pass an audit.
They failed 7 straight audits.
Yeah, and I mean, even my own Senator Ed Markey, before he went in the tank for the left completely, back when he was making his bones as a rep, he was the one, he held up a toilet seat and said, this cost $2,000. He's the one that kind of exposed that back in the early, I think it was in the late 80s. He's been around forever. Yeah. But now he's completely corrupt. He's a complete stooge of the leftists, powers. But back when he started out, he was a fairly decent, solid Boston Irish guy, who knew how to go in and knock around some things. And he brought this up way back then. So this is nothing new. And yeah, Hesketh is somebody who could go after it. He's not part of it. And that's exactly why they're going after him.
He's not part of it. And it really is interesting that the only argument they can use, forget about all this crap they're trying to dig up on him, but the generic argument that, well, this is unprecedented. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's look at Robert McNamara. Boy, he hit a home run. He was another typical industry guy. How many lives have he had,
I mean, all these people, Schlesinger. I mean, we could look at all of these guys, and that they're getting into like digging up someone's personal life, and I don't think it's going to work. I heard just yesterday, I don't know if this has been confirmed, but apparently all of the Republican senators are backing Hesketh, and that includes, even the real rhinos like Murkowski and Collins. So this is a huge victory. This is a major step.
I think they're backing him because now they know which way the wind is blowing. There seems to be this whole bulldozer going through the entire corrupt government structure. The big money is in defense, and the big money is in healthcare. And Uh, that's the thing that they have to fix, those rotten agencies.
No,
Isn't
yeah.
it funny that the guy from Stanford, Bhattacharya, I believe his name is, he was on their enemies list, and now he's going to be head of the whole NIH.
Oh, yeah. And Kennedy, that I don't think they can touch him. You know, he's they've demonized him. They've tried to go into, his past, and they're digging up personal stuff. I don't think, this is the same crap they've always pulled. I mean, if they can't find something, they'll make it up, and they'll basically bribe people and hire people to come forward. I mean, this goes back to Anita Hill. That was the first example. She was a mediocre mid-level executive working under Thomas, and he might have told a few dirty jokes. Fine, he never touched her. He asked her out, not appropriate, but it's not like that has to come up in a Supreme Court hearing. I think that she was awarded. I think that she was groomed, and she got money. I think that apparently afterwards she was charging $10,000 to appear as a
Right.
as a speaker at a college, and she got a big fat book deal. Then she got a tenured position at Brandeis, and she was rewarded.
Yeah.
Where she heads the diversity and inclusion department. So, right, she does. So she was. I think that that's how that works. I think that she was given some plums.
Well, you're from that area, so you tell me, how does the destruction of Brandeis University reputation comport with the Brandeis family, if it's still even involved?
I don't know if they ever were involved. I just think they named it after Brandeis because he was America's first Jewish Supreme Court justice. It has nothing to do with Brandeis. It's just they wanted to come up with a good name to kind of give a brand. But even now, I mean, there's a woman making the rounds attacking Hegseth. For what? He was seen publicly drunk. There's no one's ever charged him with anything. But I think she's getting an award. She's going to get a book deal. She's going to get her fat face on television.
How about that? If everything she says is true, it doesn't matter anyway.
So
She
what?
went in the guy's room.
I mean, these are like the worst kind of like attacks. I mean, and she's appealing to the cottage industry of Trump haters, which are people who do spend money on books. Trump's own niece made millions, peddling her book.
Right.
And she was a disgruntled family member. It wasn't even against Trump. She was angry because the family screwed over her father. Fine. But she's used that anger to, hook into the Trump derangement industry. I mean, and as I said,
such a large percentage of book sales are based on this vicarious sort of weird sensation. Okay. If you go to any fat person's house, you'll see 2 bookshelves full of how to lose weight books. Right? And if you go to any liberal's house, you're going to see, I mean, before Trump, you'll see whatever the flavor of the month, left-wing cause, all the books.
Oh, yeah.
And
you walk into Brookline Booksmith here in Boston, near where I live, and it's all those books on the front of the house. I mean, that they're like in the windows, and along with the Black Lives Matter flag. Not to putting aside the fact that I think the head of Black Lives Matter endorsed Trump, but putting that aside, I mean, there's still, and they have what's called the apple pie and motherhood placards. We support science. We oppose hate. All these euphemisms that are saying that they hate Trump, basically. But
I've always wondered, because as a marketing guy, I'm always a student of human behavior. All right, maybe you hate Trump or you're liberal, whatever you are. How does it make it any better? How does it hurt Trump by you sending money for a book describing how bad he is? How does that affect anything?
They just wallow in this stuff. Yeah. I mean, look, I saw it at my Thanksgiving table.
Oh, I was going to ask you.
Oh yeah, I mean, there are people, with due respect to her, my 91-year-old mother is one of them. that are going to spend the rest of their lives just stewing in hate and rage and anger and just absolute bitterness. I mean, I don't know how they sustain it. And it's so like they repeat, all of a sudden, these people are experts on tariffs. They don't even know what a tariff is. They should have taken a little time to look it up in a dictionary. And they're like, all of a sudden, they're like, anything that they can get. And it's, oh my, I mean, it's just, it's really like, and I think that cult is diminishing. I do. I think that
I
it's
think you're
becoming
right.
marginalized.
Reality has hit too many of these people right between the eyes. I mean, you can be the most flagrant Model UN type there is, but after a while, you're going to see, hey, you know what? My worldview that was pumped into my head when I was 12 maybe doesn't apply anymore. But then by the same token, you and I have met people who still talk that way,
They do.
and you just can't convince them otherwise.
It's
all
like
right?
it's like Michael Savage says, it's a mental disorder.
Yeah,
It's
it
a
is.
mental disease. And I said to them, I said, look, I certainly respect opposing Trump's political positions, or using reason. And I get the fact you may not like him personally, you don't like his style, fine. But really, I mean, this kind of hatred, this irrational hatred. Look, I didn't like Obama. I disagreed with his socialistic agenda. I didn't like him as a person particularly. I found there was something about him that I didn't like his character. But when he did something that I thought was good, I praised it.
Right.
I wanted what's best for the country. I mean, I was glad that he wasn't worse. I wasn't like, stewing. And same thing with Clinton, who was even more of a loathsome individual. But still, I mean, I never was, there's something really wrong with them. I mean, yeah. And I said, look, Trump has won. He won a substantial mandate. Get over it. You don't have to like him and you can criticize, but it's like the campaign is over. You lost. Get over it. It's like, it's a
Some of
really,
them
no. Although I
because
will tell you, I haven't seen any. I mean, after John Kerry lost in Massachusetts, you still saw those signs up on the lawn a year later.
yeah.
I haven't seen that with Harris. Those are
Yeah.
gone. She's bad. I mean, she's like, just as I said, it's going to be like Dukakis. People don't want to ever think about her again.
Well, no one voted for Harris.
And by the way, you're right. I think her husband is leaving her, from what I understand.
It was pretty clear to me,
Yeah.
having been around, the Hollywood situation, but that was just an arranged marriage.
Right.
Obviously, she had to have some quote husband.
Sure.
She was going to be on a political trail, but just
Terrible.
you almost feel bad for them because, good God, what a terrible candidate.
Oh, just the worst. I don't think there was a worse candidate in history. I mean, it was horrible. And
Well,
now
people have made the argument that she was the worst.
oh yeah,
president in history.
hands down the worst figure to ever reach that level in a presidential campaign. And I mean, I think most people are relieved, even people who hate Trump. They're not happy. They would not have been. They're happy that she's gone. I mean, it was awful. And they may hate Trump, but Trump is, at least, even for the worst Trump haters, they understand that Trump is consistent. He is who he is, and we know what to expect from Trump, and he delivers it. I love that stuff. But even if you don't, there's a virtue to that. Same thing was in a way true of Reagan, even though I'm not a big fan. But he was consistent. He carried himself in a certain way. He stood for certain things. You knew what to expect with Reagan. And there's something to be said for that.
Yeah, I would agree. People have asked me, what do you think she's going to do now? She's going to disappear, right? Who the hell wants to interview Kamala Harris?
Well, I mean, Bill O'Reilly says she's going to run for governor of California.
If she does, we'll
She's going to have to
probably
run against Caitlyn Jenner.
She's not popular.
I don't think
She
so.
doesn't realize everybody hates her. You know, it's
She
kind of
doesn't
like
seem to realize it.
you could almost compare her career, if you follow the movies, to Rachel Zegler. It's the same thing. Some pumped up situation, and in the case of Rachel Zegler, it's even worse because she torpedoes herself nonstop. At least Harris would generally keep her mouth shut.
Yeah.
Imagine being Disney, already spending over $300 million on the live action Snow White. Everybody hates this broad. Everybody. The trailers have come out, ratioed 10-1, 15-1 on YouTube.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. And they changed it. Here was the latest thing to come out. Well, in the original story, it's Snow White because her skin is white as snow. I'm not making up the following.
No, I know.
They changed the story to she's Snow White because she was out in a snowstorm as an infant and survived.
That's a good one. Oh,
So
can't have a white girl, you know.
And of course the other problem, which is just killer. Magic mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? All right. If you look at Gal Gadot and Rachel Zegler, who's better?
Enough said, yeah. Oh man, yeah. That's a huge debacle.
The DEI thing is just dying a well-deserved death.
Yes.
And it couldn't come any sooner, you know.
It's yeah. I mean, so yeah, these are all great and wonderful byproducts of this election. It really, you know, and I don't know, the Democratic Party could be in the wilderness for another 40 years. It'll be like the Israelites in the desert before they finally find a new promised land. I mean, they just, I think they're clinging. They're like, it's like the reverse of what Obama said, bitter clingers, holding on to their.
Exactly. I mean, the whole thing was based on, it's basically a communist model, right? You find the hobby horse du jour, all right? In 1917, it was the peasants and the poor workers. There's always some oppressed group.
Right. There has to be like that's part of like the critical theory. You know, you need to set people against each other, find a group that's, you know, being oppressed. I mean, it's the great conspiracy theory of exploitation. I mean,
I mean, let's face it, it worked for a while. You could be sympathetic to the peasants and the low-paid workers.
Right.
The trouble is they ran out of victim groups. You know, not that many people are sympathetic to trans women playing collegiate sports. So
no, I mean, this is like this is kind of the Waterloo, it seems, and conveniently this case is now before the Supreme Court, and it doesn't look good for them. I mean, it's just you have you know, Ketanji Jackson, who comes across as about it's just as a dimwit. I mean, she says something about that she's comparing sex change operations for children to miscegenation. I don't know how
but she was outdone, I think, by Sotomayor.
Oh, yeah, another one.
Sex change operation has about as much risk as taking an aspirin.
Yeah.
So
I mean, and I think I think that most people, including most liberals, are cringing over that. They don't want to talk about it. It's so, and it's just coming at a time when, you know, they're already on the ropes. And, you know, this is one of the many reasons why Trump won, is because people reject this whole agenda. You know, sex change operations for children is ghoulish. It's, you know, it's sinister. It's sick. It's really something that, you know, and meanwhile, you have these young women who are trying to come forward and testify in terms of what they've been through. They're the real heroes, you know, and they're being ignored and they're being shot.
They're being ignored and silenced, and and you really have to wonder about big pharma, about the whole
It's a
healthcare.
billion-dollar industry, right? People are
Yeah,
making, I mean, Steve Bannon had on this guy the other day that it's just heartbreaking. I mean, he had twin sons, and one of them, I don't know what he did. Maybe he picked up a Barbie doll or something when he was 3 years old. The wife decided that he was actually a woman, a girl in a boy's body. They got divorced. She got custody. She's forcing him to have sex change operations. The father can't even see the child. It's heartbreaking. It's like, oh my God. And they got this radical judge, basically, coming down on him because he disagrees. I just don't think that's going to fly in this country. It's so evil and so
it is
despicable.
evil, but remember, they've controlled the institutions for 50, 60 years. So
Yeah.
it's not going to come back all at once. Um, but we let it deteriorate to this extent. And shame on us. All right. So,
Yeah, I mean, this is how far it's gotten. Sterilizing children,
yeah.
removing a young girl's fallopian tubes and a boy's testicles. That's what we've come to. That's the symbol of the opposition now. That's what they're fighting for now. I mean, that's how low it's gotten. Have they run out of everyone else? I mean, this would have been unthinkable even 3 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Always something. No, they want to call in the show.
Okay, tell them to come on.
Yeah. So
By the way,
yeah,
I mean, just
I
as a note,
this is as low as it's probably going to go,
yeah.
and I have zero sympathy for these idiots that have followed this train from championing the peasants and the workers down now to this transsexual stuff, and people, nodding, yes, yes, that's the cause. It's all despicable.
It's ugly. And by the way, if someone is watching this live stream, you can call in 508-637-5596. We could take a call if you want to call in. 508-637-5596 is the number. I think we also can take chats on Kick and on Rumble. Let me just see if I can see that. I'm terrible with this. Yeah, I mean, I should get Discord, whatever that is. People tell me that that's something that could be used for like technically to get chats. I am really bad at that. By the way, if somebody knows someone who understands how to do some of these things, contact me and I'll hire you. To help me, because there are these various live streams that I just don't know how to hook them up, but I should have, and they're not even, a lot of them are free. I mean, I should be live on Substack. I should be live on Telegram.
All you have to do is find a conservative young person.
Yeah,
in the Boston, Brookline area.
I should. I mean,
2 or 3.
That's what I need. I need some kid maybe from BU at the BU
Yeah.
Quickie Job Service, who it probably could do this in their sleep. They just line up. But I don't really have the wherewithal for it. I mean, I've done some things, but anyway. So
Well,
my
you're already on 33 networks.
yeah, I mean, I am up there, but I need help to get them on more of them and eventually get some consistency in terms of regular times and all of that. So anyway,
What about your upcoming book? You dropped a hint on that.
Well, yeah, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. I mean, I'm working on that slowly.
What's the subject, if I may ask?
Well, I am studying. So I'm going to get a degree in sociology through Arizona State University, and I'm using a lot of this assignments and materials and research for the book because it goes into what's happened to education. It's so far left that and some of the people that are taking these, as you say, like with Model UN, you have young people who are taking these courses who really don't know better and who are just steeped in this stuff. And it's real, it's Marxism brought up to today and put into today's paradigm about the different causes And so I'm writing about that, and I'm taking notes, and I'm writing papers, and I don't like to leave anything unpublished. So when I write a paper, I'm then incorporate. It's kind of easier that way, you know. I have a
Yeah.
paper I've written, and then I incorporate it into the book. So it's
In
kind of
the case of your old friend Sam Blumenthal,
yes.
how long ago did he notice this trend in education?
Well, Sam has written a shelf load of books on this. His magnum opus, I think, is NEA Trojan Horse in American Education,
Yeah.
where that was the first book that really launched him, and very influential, where he goes into the history of how this kind of behavioristic leftist um, modality took over public education and how it originally was not that. He shows how Harvard really started out as a Puritan uh, thing. I mean, it was congregational, and how it changed. And same thing with Yale and all these colleges. They started out as Christian colleges, and they changed. And he goes into when that happened, how that happened, and points to several major figures, including particularly John Dewey, as coining the phrase "change agent" and
Yeah.
turning education into a tool of world change and reconnoitering the human being, as opposed to teaching people how to think. So yeah, I mean, I think Sam, if he were here today, he'd be very pleased with what's going on. Trump has said that he's going to abolish the Department of Education, and he will, because he means it. And Reagan,
That was absolutely the low-hanging fruit.
yeah,
Okay, you could get rid of the majority of federal agencies, but if you wanted to pick the absolute easiest one that has no justification existing at all, that would be it.
oh yeah, I mean, and that's just the beginning. I mean, there's this what do they call it? Council of Democracy or something.
Yeah.
It was started actually by Jesse Helms, and it was started as in a sense, it was good in the beginning, but now it's run by Victoria Nuland and her husband, who basically wrote a column in the New York Times calling for Trump's assassination, and who is instigating color revolutions. They're behind the Ukraine revolution. Now they're starting trouble in Georgia. And they're out there. I mean, they get something like an annual $300 million check from the taxpayer. I think that Musk and Ramaswamy are going to cut them off at the knees right away. And these other things are just, we're going to, it's a beautiful thing to watch. I mean, I don't think that they're going to be corrupted. We'll see. But I think that these guys mean business. I think that, the wind is on their back. I mean, it's going to be, I think that all of Trump's people are going to be confirmed. You got Mike Davis out there, who I think would have been an interesting attorney general pick. He's the Project 21 project outfit. He was involved with helping shepherd in the Kavanaugh to U.S. Supreme Court. He's been around. He knows the score. And he's like, if any senator votes against, the Senate is there to advise and consent. And if someone has to have a pretty damn good reason to vote against a nominee of a president, they are there simply to look at whether or not someone's fit for the office, or if there are anything really major reasons why not. And there isn't. And so he says if they try to pull any crap on any of these people, those senators are going to feel a certain level of wrath. Not just in terms of being primary, but there's other things that he's in touch with that I think he can do. Maybe some of the old, going back to the old J. Edgar Hoover approach. I don't know. I don't know what he has in mind, but nothing violent at all. I'm just, that there's going to be a price to pay if they don't vote for the nominees. Trump won the election, and he has a right to appoint his cabinet, and that's that. Just like any other president, unless there's a damn good reason. So I think that Trump is going to get his people in, and it's going to be great. I just
Yeah,
You
I'm,
know,
I'm really looking forward to it. And what's nice is what an attitude change on your part.
yeah.
My goodness.
After 4 years of traveling in the vineyards, and just being disheartened. I mean, it's exhilarating.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing to have seen. Um, and it doesn't mean we dropped the ball because, as I said earlier today, I had on this attorney Peter Tickton, who is bringing a case in Florida of voter fraud or election fraud. We have to stay on that. They still have that apparatus. It's still in place, and they will use it again. And they have used it around the edges. You still have Mark Elias, who almost got, stole the election in Pennsylvania, right? The Casey. I mean, they meant business. I followed him on Twitter. They were trying to get him in. And the only
Well,
reason
people are going after him now. On his Twitter feed was full of lawyers that claimed they knew the guy that said he's got a serious, not making this up, BO problem. And they were arguing with him in Supreme Court, couldn't stand within 10 feet of the guy.
Oh, he's obnoxious. I don't doubt that. He looks like a hound. But the the only reason that stopped is because even Shapiro in Pennsylvania finally stood up and said it's over. Forget it.
Yeah.
So I think that they're still out there. They still have this machine in place, and we still have to stay on it. We still have to interview people. We still have to examine it. There still has to be challenges to it. It has to be pulled out root and branch. It's like weeding a garden. These are deadly, weeds. They are, they're invasive species, that need to be. It's like in Florida, that snake that's destroying the Everglades.
Yeah.
They've hired bounty hunters to go in, and they're paying the big money for every snake they get, and they get more money for every egg that is in the snake. I mean, I saw a video about this. These guys went in and this huge thing. I mean, they slid it open the stomach, and something like 30 eggs came out.
Oh,
We're going to be able to build a house on this. I mean, this is like, and they deserve to. I mean, that's what you do. You have to get rid of these things, or else they're going to strangle the entire Everglades. It's an invasive species that was put in there by who knows who. And that's what this is what this voter fraud thing is. It's an invasive species that it has a grip like a snake on our system, where every man, one vote, with the sacred system of elections. And I just think that, you knock them back, but they're still there, and they can grow again. It's like the kudzu plant. You can burn it, but it's going to come back. So we have to stay on this, and I will stay on it.
Well, that's great. But it's good to see you in a positive mood.
Yes.
And, can't wait for what happens. I could just see Trump on January 20th walking off the podium, and immediately everything happens,
It's
So-
going to be, I mean, I heard Steve Miller talk about this, and he said, look, the world is going to change on that day. And I believe that.
Yeah.
It's already affecting the world. Romania just elected a conservative guy who's stopping the trafficking of tens of thousands of Romanian children, apparently.
Yeah.
Germany, the liberal government's collapsing. France, the liberal government is collapsing. England, I think that Harwell, whatever his name is really unpopular, and he's probably going by the way of the glue factory. Ireland, I think, just elected a relatively conservative prime minister. It's happening, and it's all because of Trump. It's a boomerang effect all over the world. I don't really understand what's going on in South Korea, but maybe there's something with that. I don't know. But
God bless.
Yeah, it's a worldwide phenomena where people are waking up and they're taking back.
That's great.
Yes, people are reasserting or asserting for the first time their sovereign rights as citizens under God.
And look, MSNBC and CNN are at their lowest ratings in decades.
Yeah.
decades.
They have become, I mean, Rachel Maddow was literally crying on the air. They had to cut away. She was like, so yeah, I mean, and they're gone. And I don't know, rumor, I suppose maybe,
You realize, does everybody realize that that whole mess wouldn't even exist but for the way cable TV is set up? And cable TV is dying. I mean, I
Yeah.
always said, and I maintain this, and I said this, I think, on your show and years before. What a business model. You charge 100 million customers for something that 80,000 people watch. What a deal.
oh yeah, right. And then they pipe it through the airport.
Yeah.
But I think that Elon Musk might buy MSNBC probably at a cheap price, and maybe he'll replace Rachel Maddow with Laura Loomer. Anyway, so Mike, what do you have coming up on the Substack?
Well, when things quiet down a little bit before Christmas, I'll put up a couple articles. I haven't done anything for about 10 days. So
Well,
just imagine.
if the war against Christmas is over too, I think it is.
Yeah, well, that,
That's
the
been-
war
that's
on
been
Christmas, that quote doesn't exist. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, the war against Thanksgiving didn't go over too well this year either.
Yeah.
So I think that culturally, there's some very interesting developments. America, in many ways, is back. So thank God.
Yeah. Well, it's been away for a long time. So
Yeah,
glad to see it back.
be it back, but we have to keep educating and keep moving the ball. All right,
All
Mike. So I'll talk to you soon.
We will see you.
Thanks a lot. I have a what do I have? I have HP, which I
Yeah.
think is a pretty good brand. I don't know, and I've had it for a long time, and I think these things have a shelf life. But
Well, when I was active with my businesses, I get a new machine every 2 years. Didn't want
yeah,
to screw around.
I'm about due for it, and
Yeah.
so yeah. Anyways, Mike, I don't know if you heard the news just come over the wires here, but
Matt Gates? Yeah.
yes, and that's not good. I mean, that's troubling. I know he had some personal problems before his marriage. Maybe he hired a few hookers. I don't know, but
Yeah.
I just would have been a very key figure at the very
Well,
center.
sometimes the trouble with being a flamethrower is you have a pretty exuberant personality. And the trouble is, as good as he is in doing the good things, he's pissed off a lot of people on both sides.
Right.
And they were probably marshaling a lot of resources to make it very difficult for him. And besides, he's got a Senate appointment that's going to be given him by DeSantis. So what the heck?
So you think he'll be yeah, okay.
I think that
won't he have this? Well, I guess that's something he doesn't have to go through any confirmation process.
yeah. So maybe he was always saying this was all made up and so on, but you and I know where there's smoke, there's fire.
No,
Right.
I mean, look, the man obviously had some issues, but I think that look, I think he kind of cleaned up his act after his marriage. With where you take a guy like Bill Clinton, and the problem started after his marriage.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's obviously a double standard, but there you have it. I think that I'm worried that any attorney general in Trump's administration, that's such an important position, not only because they can protect Trump in the same way that Janet Reno protected Clinton, by the way, or Holder protected Obama.
She was completely incompetent anyway. I mean, that was a joke appointment.
No, but she stopped any attempt to try to. Clinton was surrounded by scandal. I mean, if you look back, you could look at the archives of news. He had a scandal a week. Cabinet members taking money, people doing all sorts of stuff. And she kind of ran interference. That's the only function I think she had, basically, was she knew how to run interference to protect him. And that's, when you're a figure like Trump, you have to have that. He's going to have, we're talking here mainly about the lame duck period here. they are going to throw they're not stopping. I mean, the Trump hatred is as vigorous as ever. I think that they are, besides the fact that they're trying to start World War III with nuclear Russia.
Yeah,
So I mean,
Biden should be just for that impeached.
oh, clearly, I mean, who knows who's in charge of that? Anyways, I mean, this whole policy of giving Russia a green light to fire missiles, or Ukraine
Ukraine,
to
right?
fire these advanced missiles, and also lay landmines. This was done. Biden wasn't even in the country when that was done, which brings up the broader question of who ran that illegitimate, rotten regime. But putting it aside, probably, yeah,
Yeah.
they're trying to set a trap for Trump by launching a war that Trump will be embroiled in. They don't give a damn how many people they kill. And on a domestic front, my understanding, according to the reporting of Natalie K. Winters, who I think is a pretty in-depth reporter, they're doing some of the same crap they did when Trump came in the first term. And Obama basically embedded various figures inside the government that could not be easily removed, could not be easily discovered, and that would basically thread and marble the Trump administration and just run interference every chance they could get. They're lining up people like Mark Elias, who's not going away. I think he's ended the big steal in Pennsylvania now that even Shapiro has come out against it. So he's now lining up, according, again, my source on this is Natalie Winters, lawsuits to bring out against Trump. Every single thing he does is going to be a lawsuit. There's going to be lawfare. Is going to go in a high gear. That's not going anywhere. You've got a shadow government set up. I forget who was talking about this openly on NPR. I believe he was a congressman who was like, we're setting up a shadow government just like they have in Great Britain, where you're going to have, for example, the shadow attorney general is going to be none other than Shifty Schiff, and the shadow secretary of state. And each of these people are going to be there to attack and criticize every time one of Trump's cabinet members and office holders, whatever they do, they're going to get attacked. They're going to get criticized.
Well, here's the good news. All right.
Yes.
No, seriously, this is not his first rodeo. All right.
Right.
So this second term, he's got pretty much more of a free reign, and he's figured out, I think, who his loyalists are. So this may sound threatening and so on with all the stuff they're doing, but you got to look at the other side of it. This is all they've got. They're destroyed. And I believe that Democrats are going to be out of power for a long time. And I'll tell you why. They haven't figured it out. You keep doing this crap. You keep, and I wrote about it. I think it's a good example. This Alan Lichtman idiot.
Oh my God! I had him on my show, and he basically hung up and left after
he's a little prima donna.
Oh, I mean, he basically said that Trump has to be impeached because of his war on women. I'm like, hello, where in the Constitution? I mean, this is absurd. You know?
So, but what I was getting at by that is that, and there's a point to this. All right, in the article, I talk about his quote 13 keys.
Oh yeah,
well,
right.
The problem is that if he had followed his own model, he would have predicted Trump would win. If you take his 13 keys, it's incontrovertible that Harris was going to lose. So his head was so far up his ass, so to speak, that he couldn't even use his own model correctly. And by the way, that also applies to this primary model guy who's used this to predict supposedly every election since 1912. Well, here's the problem. There wasn't a legit primary candidate on the Democrats this year. Whoops. So that all fell apart.
Well, the whole thing is
the guy that won the primary was Biden, but he didn't run. Okay. So I think that let him double down and triple down and bring out all these weapons, but they're going to lose. They're going to keep losing because what they're doing is they're simply denying the fact that the FDR model of winning elections doesn't work anymore. All right. They don't
I
have
think
all
that
the
Nate
right.
Silver kind of got a wind of that, and he changed his tune and came out and acknowledged that Trump was going to win. But they're going to try to do all this crap. You're right. I mean, it's the same old playbook. It doesn't work for them any longer. They haven't learned anything. They're so mired in this really demented and irrational hatred. Either that or
And it gets more and more irrational by the day.
and you got people on the inside, people like George Soros and his son Alex, who have announced, oh, heaven forbid, they said, don't break bread with any Trump supporters. Don't meet them. Don't talk
Oh,
to
no.
them.
I missed
You
a
know,
chance to go to lunch with Alex Soros.
oh, well. I mean,
I'm going
first
to
of all, I
slash
don't
my
think
wrist.
any self-respecting Trump supporter wouldn't want to be seen having lunch with him. Your career would be up the river. But putting that aside, I mean, they obviously haven't learned any. It's the same old bit of stuff. I'm seeing it still. I mean, they're just it's like they're locked into some kind of and their brains are locked into some kind of an iron cage, and
Well,
they're
it's,
just
it's, it's very sad. I think we talked about this before. And the shorthand I use for it is the model UN mentality, which
yes,
may be lost on some people. The idea was back in the day, the little kissy assy smart kids in junior high would be appointed to the model UN.
right.
And this was a big deal. And these were all the smart kids. And this was the worldview they had when they were 13, 14 years old. The trouble is, it doesn't apply anymore. But instead of modifying their view, they're just trying harder and harder and harder to make it work. It's pathetic. I've seen this in high school sports all the time, where the team is losing by 30 points at the half. And what we have to do is double down and do even more on the same losing game plan
Hmm.
we've already
It's
done.
the
And
definition, as I said, it's the definition of insanity.
yes,
You had that pop psychologist Dyer, I think his name John Dyer, back in the 70s, the erogenous zones. He
yeah,
he wrote his research based on spending many years working in mental hospitals and observing mental patients and their patterns. And one of the things he takeaways from that was that the pure sign of mental illness is that someone would do something over and over again, even though they knew it didn't work anymore, but they would keep repeating it. That is someone who's mentally ill, and
yeah.
that's what they're doing. They're
Well, I
mentally
mean,
ill.
I think that's true. And, I had said in the past weeks that there's no talent on that side. Now, there's talent to do the same old crap they've been doing time after time, but they can't adjust. So what do? Well, as I mentioned in the current article, they attack the customer, so to speak. I mean, Lichtman, the people have to go to that video. It's unbelievable. This is the best time I've ever seen Cenk Uygur. He just laces into this guy.
Yeah.
And
Now he wants to be on Musk's Doge, I guess,
yeah,
apparently. And they're all basically, selling out to Trump. You've got Joe and Mika, Morning Mika, meeting Trump. I don't know why Trump even gave them the time of day, but putting that aside.
well, showing that he's gracious and all that.
Yeah, I mean, they're off to Mar-a-Lago. Now they're on the verge of being fired. MSNBC is considering changing its name. All these leftist media outlets are going down the tubes. I think that, but and look, I feel elated. I want to celebrate. I want to relish the moment. But at the same time, this war ain't over.
Oh,
It's
no.
just starting. I mean, Obama laid some very ugly traps for Trump as he left the door, including the Steele dossier and all of that stuff. That all was. This is a matter of public record. I mean, that was devised in the Oval Office with Obama, and Biden was there also. and they all basically put this thing together.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can pull something like that off again, but I think that
I,
Trump.
I don't think so because they don't have the advantage that Obama had. Okay,
Right.
remember he was the golden child, and as an aside, he could have done a lot of good. Instead, he
No,
chose to do evil, and
it was
I'm
a
telling
wasted
you,
opportunity.
history is not going to be kind to that guy.
And by the way, speaking of Obama, I don't know if you heard this, but Obama wanted to appoint RFK to Health and Human Services, and the drug companies called him and said no.
Yeah.
So he didn't do it. It's just to show how much he was a stooge of this.
No, Obama was a
establishment.
garbage human being, and
He had no
was able
background. He
to
had
speak.
no authority. He was just another
Yeah.
one of these, as bad as they all were. Biden, the Bushes, Clinton, they've all been bad since Reagan. Since Reagan was shot, it's all been bad.
I
This.
would
I
agree.
mean, I think that's of course why they despise and fear Trump. And I think that this time around, Trump isn't going to he's not going to step into another Steele dossier thing.
Yeah.
He does need to get a strong attorney general, though. I don't know who it'll be. And I hope it's someone that maybe Matt Gaetz could be brought in as an advisor, to
That's a good
whoever,
idea.
right? Let Gaetz be the kind of informal attorney general if he can't
Well, what do you
actually.
think a Street Fighter type like a Peter Navarro? I don't know if he has a legal
Oh,
background.
I think he's great.
Yeah.
Well, put Steve Bannon in there.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I don't think he's a lawyer. So, yeah, I think a attorney general has to be a lawyer.
Pretty much.
Maybe, if Trump can get the recess appointment, he could still put Matt Gaetz in there.
Yeah, I think the trouble with that is that would just be a flashpoint forever and
Well,
ever.
yeah, I mean, unfortunately, they've got so many things on him that it's a big distraction. It's too bad, but that's where we
One
are.
way, and maybe I'm glad that Trump chose not to go this route. I was kind of relishing a real street fight in that, okay, bring it on against Matt Gaetz or whoever. And believe me, there's no shortage of dirt on the other side.
Well, when they talked about releasing the ethics report, I think that Marjorie Taylor Greene made the very good point. She said, fine, release all the ethics reports.
Yeah.
Right, on all sides, both parties. They have an immunity fund in Congress that they basically use to pay off people who are making accusations. And it's been used, I think, many dozens of times. Let it all come out. If they want to have it come out, fine. Let's have it. So, but the point is that maybe that's why he's stepping aside.
Well, the trouble is, that sounds fun, but it's kind of a distraction from getting stuff done. I think you'll be able to find.
And you could be blackmailed. It's like, I understand that like J. Edgar Hoover used to show up at the LBJ White House, and he'd bring lots of these files with him, and they would go through it and look at all the dirt, and they'd have a big laugh, and they would just go through everybody and what they had on them. So I mean, this is all blackmail material, and I mean, obviously, this wouldn't happen if it was a Democrat appointee. We know that. But here it is. I mean, I just hope he finds somebody who can pick this thing up, because you can't have another, weak person like a Jeff Sessions, or you can't have another backstabber like Bill Barr. You have to have somebody on the outside who is going to come in and do. This is such an important position right now. I mean, I don't know who it would be. Peter Navarro would be fine.
Yeah, I don't know if he's a lawyer.
I don't either, but he'd be fine. I don't know. I can't
He's a tough guy.
He is.
And ideally a tough guy without a lot of past.
And also, Mike Davis is good from the Century One Project. He would be a tremendous attorney general. Recently, Tish James made some comments about continuing with the lawfare in New York, and he came out and he said, I dare you. Go right ahead. I'll have your fat ass in prison so fast your head'll spin. And that's what he said, and I'm quoting.
Yeah.
I mean, he's like, you know, he would
Well,
be
he
good.
could be the guy, you know.
He could be. That would be tremendous. Okay, so that would be, I'd feel a lot better seeing him in there. He is like the real, you know, I've listened to him this past year on with the Steve Bannon and you know, and filling in for Steve Bannon while he was in prison. He's tremendous. So, you know,
Well,
we'll
what
see.
I like about him too is he got this sense of humor. I mean,
Yeah.
in the same speech where he went after Tish James and he was talking about Alvin Bragg, Fannie Willis, and Tish James, said, "Where the hell they get these people? Weight Watchers?"
Exactly. Yeah, right. And I'd like to see them investigated for how much money they've gotten from all this, and throw in Fannie Willis, big Fannie.
Well, let's talk about money for a second.
Yeah.
All right. What happened with the total of tens of millions of dollars that the Harris campaign spent on celebrities? This was just incandescently stupid. All right. They were reversing cause and effect, right? Well, because we spent all this money, it's going to do all this good. And can you imagine giving $2.5 million to Oprah to make some kind of speech that essentially slavery is going to come back under Trump?
Oh, it was horrible.
I don't get it. What is
It
in
was
it
so
for
flat.
her? She's a multi-billionaire. Does she have to now go on TV and expose how stupid she is?
Well, she did it for Obama too, and she did it for Biden. She's a hack. She's a
Yeah.
liberal. You know, she's drank the Kool-Aid. You know, she's just. I mean, you could see from her interviews, and she's kind of. You know, I never really got what her appeal was, but whatever it was, it's gone. You know, I think that she kind of bit the dust after she left her show. For a while, she was the biggest radio talk show host in history.
Yeah.
But once she left that show, she just faded, and I think that she's never found her footing again. She moved out of Chicago and she moved to like a tropical temperature. I think she's retired. I think she just had it at that point. So whatever happened to her, I mean, that's obviously an
I
embarrassment.
think it was part of the it girl phenomenon, right? She was the it girl because the color purple, and she
Right.
does the radio thing, and oh man, this black women are people too, and they can do stuff, and isn't that great?
Mm,
Then she puts out the magazine and all the fashion stuff and so on. Gets a lot of money with her
sure.
broadcast empire. But then, as with all these it girls, Clara Bow being the original one, people start thinking about, wait a minute, why is she the it girl? What's behind all this? And then the facade sort of falls apart. And unfortunately, in the case of Clara Bow, went kind of negative. But
Yeah.
Oprah had enough money that she was able to withstand it. She doesn't need this anymore. Although she did take the $2.5 million from.
Yes, I know. Really, what the hell? I mean, she's one of the richest women in America.
This is so important to me that I'm going to charge you $2.5 million. Yeah.
I mean, and obviously Harris has gone down in complete disgrace. I mean, imagine spending over $1 billion of contributions and money sent in by people, for her campaign, on giving like 10 million to Beyonce and who else? Nobody knows where that's just typical of a Democrat liberal. The money disappears into some gigantic vacuum. It's like Black Lives Matter. Everybody probably is building mansions. They're all like, cashing in billions of dollars disappearing. And she then leaves the campaign $20 million in debt. I mean, can you imagine what a disaster that would have been? I mean, it's really, I mean, Trump kind of had a great troll in that he said, "Hey, I have a surplus. I'll offer to pay off the campaign debt for her." But meanwhile, I heard Bill O'Reilly say that in response to your speculation about what will happen to her, he said, she'll do some shows. She'll be on TV. Maybe she'll fill in, co-host The View for a while. But when now Newsom leaves California. She's going to run for governor because apparently there was a poll done and she had 70% approval among Democrats, which means she's a shoo-in. So she'll become governor of California, as awful as that sounds.
Well, we've had so many awful governors in California that.
How does California put it? I mean, is it just a stolen election there? I mean, I know that there when Hillary got that huge popular vote in 2016, there was a lot of evidence of fraud. There was a lot of like kind of street activity of signing up illegal aliens in
Oh, yeah.
Los Angeles, and you've talked about what happened to battling Bob Dornan, and I mean, I guess
Well, Dornan, Chuck, was the beginning.
yes,
And I think it was a trial balloon for the fraudsters, all right? Because they could have stopped that, nipped it in the bud, but they didn't.
mhm.
So the Republican Party of California, it's 100% their fault for letting it go. And if you think about it, from a strategic point of view, what a great test case, right? You take a popular congressman, I think he was in for 4 terms,
Right.
Loretta Sanchez, who, by the way, that wasn't the name she used until the campaign.
Right. It's like she's as phony as Kamala.
Yeah, it was some Anglo name I don't remember.
She became black.
But she suddenly became Sanchez, which was her maiden name that she never used professionally. And there was clear evidence of illegals voting.
Yes.
There was also clear evidence, unfortunately, of complicit Catholic churches allowing her to speak. And you don't do that. All right.
No, why were they cozying up to this?
Because it started even before then. There was this sort of left-wing liberation theology thing that was going through the church.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the Pope you have now is part of that.
Right.
So this allowed the massive corrupt infrastructure to start. Okay. There was always an active Democrat Party in California. And when I was a kid, LA politics was dominated by, Sam Yorty. I can't think of her name.
Mhm.
These various people who were just fixtures forever. And of course, that took advantage. In fact, Yorty was actually one of the rare conservative Democrats.
Didn't he run for president?
Ross Wyman was the other one. They were working
okay.
on this since the 1940s. And I think they let Schwarzenegger come in as a token, quote, Republican. But they were just vicious. I mean, Gray Davis was recalled.
I remember that, yeah.
As a Democratic governor. And here was a guy who was a perfect candidate, right? War hero, worked in the party forever. And, all the chickens came home to roost when he was up there, the power issues. No, it's been a mess. It's been a corrupt mess forever. Not maybe quite as long as the state of New York, but close.
But pretty rotten. And I mean, I suppose that in this, kind of war to MAGA-ize the country, which is, I think, something that is ongoing.
Yeah.
And then when President Trump puts his hand on the Bible, it's going to be enthroned. And we need to make sure that we identify and call out all of these enemies. Every time they file a lawsuit, I hope that we can file a counter lawsuit. Every time they bring up, we should be the shadow government. Every time they do something, we should expose it. Not because we'll ever change the core of it, but because we can all continue to peel off percentages of the population who is sick and tired of it, especially if Trump is winning and doing well, which I think he will. And but I don't know where I was going with this, but
well, how California got corrupted to this extent.
I mean, can it be saved? And can the blue states? I just had Trevor Loudon on my show earlier today, who he's from New Zealand. He's an expert on communism. Interesting guy. They have this new movie out called Behind Sheep's Clothing, which is really interesting. He talks about the influence of China in the United States and how strong it's become. We even talked about in Massachusetts. He says there's this Chinese Progressive Association that really owns the state. We don't know it, but they control a lot of what's going on in our state. And he shows that this is like part of Minnesota with walls and California, major infiltration by the CDC, Chinese Communist Party, the CCP.
Well, it ends up being, and I think you'll agree, a major cultural issue. All right.
Oh, and by the way, just in the middle of my interview with Trevor Loudon, TikTok canceled my they canceled my live stream, and Trevor said, "Oh, well, you mentioned China, that's a no-no for TikTok."
Yeah.
I think
that happens, and the cultural problem is this. All right. Generally speaking, people on the right are normal. They have families, they have careers, they have things that they truly care about.
Yes.
People on the left are freaking animals. All right. They don't care about family. They don't care about anything other than politics. It's almost like everybody, in a sense, is Ethel Rosenberg. And, you just have to look at it that way. So that's all they do. It's for the great cause. And the people on the right just aren't wired that way. Okay. So we're always going to have a disadvantage because you're up against these psychotic zealots. But their fatal flaw is their platform and their programs are terrible and they don't know how to get to normal people. Now, the question that you and I have been struggling with, whatever happened? How did suburban white women become so deluded? I wish I knew.
Well, that is the core. I mean, I don't know I know what you mean. I know this personally. I mean, it's like what is it, abortion? I mean, I don't know. It's there's just something going on there in the water. Suburban white women used to be conservative. They used to be the backbone of conservatism. I don't know what's happened. I mean, it's there's been like there's something manipulating going on. I don't know.
Well, I mean, my friend, the late Vin Lewis, said it ended up being sort of pure hatred, right? They're raised with feminism, but then they get trapped into having families and kids. And all that would have been avoided if they'd only had aborted everybody. So they're walking around with this huge chip on their shoulder.
Yeah, but are they happy to have a family with kids? I mean, don't they love their husbands and their children?
A lot of them aren't. A lot of them aren't. That they felt they were thrown and shoehorned into that role. They hate their lives.
They resent it. Yeah. I know women like that.
And
they always feel like somehow they gave up. They sacrificed their wonderful life.
It goes back, unfortunately, to this Model UN thing. When you were a bright college student at age 19 and they filled your head with all this feminist BS and you thought that was the gospel, then you come into real life and find that, no, it doesn't work that way, which comes back to maybe my all-time favorite cliche, is real life more like high school or college? All right?
Mm-hmm.
And the people that thought real life is more like college are pretty damn unhappy as they grow older.
Right. No, it's true. And the colleges, of course, speaking as I'm continuing with my own college studies with Arizona State, and it's real left stuff. I mean, it's really I keep notes, and I'm actually going to probably
surprised, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to publish a book using all the information I'm getting, but it's become this is what Trevor Loudon talked about this in my interview with him. I mean, they control the high ground in the culture. They control the academia, media, entertainment, Hollywood, television networks, all of it. Publishers, Historians are all on the left. You take a look at Wikipedia, it's all left. I mean, they've totally, Wikipedia, when it started, it was a great resource. I could get a lot of information from them in my own books and my research. It's all now been deleted. It's not. I mean, I'll give you just as if anyone wonders. Let me make a suggestion. Look up a page on Hunter Biden on Wikipedia, okay, and see what they have to say about him. That will tell you everything you need to know. It's complete bullcrap. It's complete propaganda. And they have
And the
removed.
sad thing, if I could interrupt, is that if you pick a topic that isn't political, the material is usually fairly accurate.
Right. Well, the one thing that the one redeeming quality with Wikipedia is you can still go to their footnotes and get source material.
Yeah.
Even though they've also removed some of that. But you cannot get to a lot of the great stuff that I used to be able to get to.
Yeah.
The alternative history of this country. And, it's all gone. It's all been deleted. I hope that one of the byproducts of this new administration is that we're going to get away from the censorship. I don't think it's going to ever be completely, but I think that we're going to move into a little bit more freedom. The real censorship started in 2018. It was before the pandemic. That's when I first had my YouTube channel taken down. And there are a lot of groups that are coordinating in that. Unfortunately, one of the big ones is the ADL, and they really are trying to control what we see, what we learn.
Let me ask you about the ADL, okay? When was the Rubicon crossed? Where they changed
they've always been a left group. I mean, since they they started with this the Leo Frank case in Atlanta, and they saw an opportunity to essentially make anti-Semitism a national issue and use it as a way to raise money and organize in the same way that the NAACP uses racism. I mean,
unfortunately, Leo Frank was guilty. However.
Leo Frank was he brutally raped and murdered that girl, and then he tried to blame the black security guard, and the trial was the most racist thing. I mean, you're going to trust this black man? You look at him; he's completely innocent. And the ADL came down from New York, and they orchestrated the whole thing with their lawyers, and it was really a disgrace. They still stand by that. It had nothing to do with anti-Semitism.
They still do? They haven't disavowed it? Oh my word!
He was convicted. He was convicted several times, and then when they pressured the governor at that time to commute the sentence, I guess that he was corrupted. He was working as a lawyer. He had worked as a lawyer in one of their offices, and so he did commute the sentence. And just as Leo Frank was leaving prison, he was kidnapped and lynched, right? And he deserved it. And that governor had to leave the state. I mean, it was.
And they're hanging their hat on that still?
Oh yeah, there was just a Broadway show about this with Leo Frank. The evils of that anti-Semitic incident had nothing to do with Leo. I mean, it's a disgrace that he happened to be a Jew, but it had nothing to do with that. I mean, and the South is not generally anti-Semitic anyway, putting that aside. They generally, are very tolerant toward Jews. They admire Jews, especially with Judah Benjamin, one of the main figures in the Confederacy. Yeah, and he was Jefferson Davis's right-hand man, and he was a true Confederate. Yeah. So, I mean, generally speaking, it was a non-issue that they made into an issue for political reasons and for social,
I learned something today. I thought they had disavowed that finally.
No, absolutely not. Oh no, they still stick by that story. They'll never change that. So that's the story of the ADL.
Day one. All right.
They've been leftists since day one. They are like the ACLU is to the establishment. They're Fabian socialists. They want to gradually change the country by changing the meaning of words.
Well, okay, but like the ACLU, and you know more about this than I do. I mean, to his credit, Roger Baldwin, who founded the ACLU, was a communist. All right. However, he disavowed the Communist Party some years later. But now you're going to tell me that the origins of the ADL, they never disavowed that. So
no, and I don't know if he might have disavowed the Communist Party, but he didn't disavow communism.
No.
I mean, the ADL, I mean, the ACLU to this day, I mean, they will continue to promote leftist causes and denounce, I mean, do you think that they would take a case against the Black Lives Matter? I mean, never. I mean, they're very much an apparatchik of the international illuminated left-wing establishment. And I think that they ran a full-page ad denouncing Trump, calling him Hitler, this kind of thing.
Well, here's the good news then, going back to how we started the show. The left hasn't learned a damn thing. They're going to keep doubling down on the same ineffectual talking points, and they're going to wonder why they're losing the muse.
A good book on the history of this, and I probably have it in my book collection, is None Dare Call It Treason by John Stormer.
Oh, man, I wrote about that. Oh, John Stormer. 7 million copies, baby. Self-published.
Yes, and not only that, but I think that he came out with a revised edition that was double the size, I think in the 1990s. I don't know if he's still around, but it's
I think he died only a few years ago. But
but he goes chapter and verse into a lot of stuff from the ACLU and from the the National Council of Churches, how they were Communist Front, how the ADL is a Communist Front. He shows all of the communist takeover of these, or creation of these establishment institutions, and how they then went ahead and became dominant in the media in terms of what would be, the official and approved narrative.
Right.
I mean, obviously the Southern Poverty Law Center, which spawned that rotten Secretary of State in Michigan, Jocelyn Benson. I mean, they're very much part of this communist movement, and that he goes into it chapter and verse. I have to get that. I mean, he really quotes it, and he does a brilliant job. You have the whole perpetual war for perpetual peace movement.
Yeah.
He shows how they wanted to have what's called, quote, convergence, and that this is a policy that was openly espoused by Roosevelt. That basically the idea was that the United States would move to the left, the Soviet Union would move to the right, and they would both meet and converge at some point in the middle to create a world government. You think I'm making this up? There was this, no, I mean, this is documented. This guy, Rowan Gaither, he was the head of the Ford Foundation, I think, or the Rockefeller Institute. He was interviewed by Norman Dodd, who was a researcher in the late 1950s, as part of the Reese Committee hearings, which are not well known today, but they were very pivotal. They investigated the big foundations and how they had been infiltrated by communists. And he interviewed Rowan Gaither, the head of the Ford Foundation, and he went on record as saying all of this. We were working toward convergence. We were working toward creating a new way of being, a middle ground that would merge, capitalism and communism, Sovietism and Americanism. And we were pouring money into doing this from these big foundations, which were created thanks to Wilson in 1912, 1913. Anyway, interesting history. But that's...
Well, the good thing is it's history, and they keep, using this, and it ain't working anymore.
Well, it never worked. But the point is they're still doing it, and they still have that kind of power. They have... George Soros is no piker. I mean, these guys have international power. They have a way of framing narratives the way they want them framed. They will create a world war if they think it's going to benefit, and they're trying to do that right now.
Yeah.
We have about how many weeks left of this corrupt illuminated, illegitimate administration. I think the rest of this month in December and then 2 weeks in January, during that time, they could create a world war. They're already, firing high-end advanced missiles into Russia, and Russia's firing back. They just hit a power plant in Dnipropetrovsk in Ukraine. The people that are going to suffer from this are the Ukrainian people who would like to see some kind of a peace agreement and who are willing to give up a couple of those Russian provinces. Who cares? I mean, they're Russian anyway, in order to get peace. But they're going to try to push for this massive war. I mean, this is what I wanted to talk about today. Between now and January 20th, there's a lot of things that could go down. There are we don't know what could happen in the world, but it's a very, very dangerous time, the lame duck period. In the 1930s, I think it was, Congress actually passed, I don't know if it was a constitutional amendment, it probably was, to kind of reduce the lame duck period, because it used to run from
to March.
November, it's all the way through till March of the following year, almost 6 months.
Right.
And it was a lot of crap went down. I mean, it was a very bad time because you had an outgoing administration, and if it was from another party, they could do all sorts of things. I mean, thinking in Massachusetts, it says they have this idea where they have the lamp in the State House on the night before the governor leaves. He's burning wax, signing legislation, passing laws. You've got Elizabeth Warren trying to shove through, along with Schumer, radical judges. They've got 50 openings, and it's and shame on J.D. Vance and Rubio for not going and doing their work right now in the Senate to stop this from happening, because there were votes, and they what do they went home for Christmas? I don't know. It's like they have to. This is a fight. They just passed through this radical appeals court judge who had given a pass to child rapists, saying that laws against child rape are racist. I mean, this person is going to be on the bench as a fairly young man. He's going to be there for decades. And this is in the South. I think it's Alabama, Georgia, and Florida. So, I mean, they're putting in position people that will never get rid of them. I mean, they'll be there forever. And, they're shoving, this is all lame duck. As Congress goes out, they're keeping the midnight oil. They're burning candles at night, signing who knows what. I mean, it happens every time there's a lame duck and there's a change of parties. And it is a very dangerous time. I mean, they like to talk about democracy. You can't get less democratic than this. I mean, this is real, insider power play where you're putting.
Well, it is, and it's really pathetic, because how can anybody, even on the left, support some of these horrible judges? Everybody watching this show, I'm
cheering
on YouTube, some of these proceedings, where, first of all, most federal judges are terrible. It did not used to be the case. I'm old enough to remember I had a friend in high school whose father was a federal judge when it actually meant something. Now it tends to be people that can't get a real job or zealots.
Oh, they're cheering. I mean, there's this guy on TikTok that I follow, Aaron Parnas. He's like Harry Sisson with a brain. Yeah. He's like this twerpy little guy, white guy. He's a lawyer. He looks like he's in his early 20s. He brags about how he graduated law school when he was 21. And he just keeps going on almost every day. He does a TikTok, talking about how wonderful it is that these elections are still being challenged and they're still counting, and we're going to beat McCormick in Pennsylvania. And I mean, it's ridiculous. And he's like bragging about all the judges that are being put on the bench. He's happy about that. He's got this smirk that he really needs to wipe off of his face. It's just disgusting. But it's that mindset. It's this amoral, little, party hacks. They don't care. They just want the power.
They don't care. maybe they will if they get involved with the system. I had the misfortune many years ago being involved in a large federal case, and I can't begin to describe how incompetent the federal judiciary is. This guy was falling asleep during the proceedings. He was a damn drunk. It was outrageous.
Yeah.
And
they have real power. I mean, they can change, ruin a person's life. They can change the course of the country's direction. I mean, I think, and Elizabeth Warren, of course, is all, she's working, 18 hours a day trying to get these people jammed through in these last miserable weeks. Who knows what else they're doing?
It was just a numbers game, because even Warren would admit that some of these people are just total scumbags.
Oh, she doesn't care. They don't care.
Yeah, they don't care.
They want to have their seat warmers. They're going to do. I mean, you see them being interviewed by people like Senator John Kennedy. He's hilarious, and he just asks them basic questions about, are you familiar with the Clark versus so and so? No, they never heard of it. I mean, these people are dumb as bricks in some cases.
Yeah,
but
think about it, Chuck. Who would want that job? All right. If you're a halfway decent lawyer, you're going to make 3 to 4 times what is paid there.
They want power. They want to have
power.
Change the world for communism. I don't know, make a more collectivized world. These people they have that glassy-eyed look on their face. You could tell with that smirk. It's like Rachel Maddow on Speed. They just, of course, she's getting $6 million a show, but putting that aside, I mean, they want power. It's a very powerful position. It's these people who have like low egos and low self-esteem, they feel important, and in a way, they are important in a position like that. They can change lives.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, there is a small number of people that seem to really want to be on the bench to do some good. I mean, right. I knew a guy who was a really, really good litigator with a big firm in LA and making serious money. But he got the call from whoever the president was at the time.
Yeah.
We want you under the. And talk about taking a pay cut. Good God, But I guess he was a true believer. The guy was, not necessarily liberal.
Right.
But this was some sort of brass ring. I truly don't know why.
No, I think that most of them are good. I mean, in Massachusetts, the federal bench is very good. And even though many of them are liberal leaning, they're pretty good. I mean, they are committed. They're hardworking. They do want to try to be fair. But there are these political appointments that Biden seems particularly involved with that are just rotten apples. I mean, it's very bad. But I'm not trying to, it's like most Catholic priests are religious people, but you have some bad ones that give the whole bunch of bad names.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think the same thing is true with the judiciary. Most of them are good. I do think that they are well-meaning and hardworking, and they do their job. But you do have what I'm talking about here particularly is these really rotten Biden appointees are just bad news. I mean, they're just being shoved onto the bench, and they serve the purpose of basically siloing power as Trump goes in. And then, of course, you have others on the bench who are now not going to leave. They won't retire because they don't want to have Trump have an opening. I mean, right? I mean, of course, that backfired with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but,
Yes, it did, didn't it?
Yeah, and I think Obama actually asked her to step aside, and she said, nope, I'm going to live forever. I'm not going anywhere. So they blamed Trump because he had an appointment. I mean,
she was rotten to the core, and and this friendship between her and Scalia, I will never understand. But
whatever. I mean, the thing is that they become there's a sense of invincibility after a while they're indispensable and they're never going to go. And but here we are, Mike, in these final miserable, decrepit days of this rotten, illuminated regime, this illegitimate regime. I just I don't know what they're gonna. They're kind of dismoored of any responsibility. They can pretty much now show their cards and do whatever they want to try to perpetrate their power. I think they're still in denial in a way that they have been beaten and that they are going to go. You know, Donald J. Trump, assuming they don't, something drastic doesn't happen, God forbid, he's going to put his hand on the Bible on January 20th, and he's going to be president. And it's going to be a great day because he's going to go in there and he's going to kick ass. And he has a lot of things that are going to happen. I do believe that, assuming he gets there. And they don't really, they're trying to figure out these sort of sneaky, miserable, end runs around that. And I mean, again, Obama tried to do it and it was bad, but I don't think they're going to pull that crap off again because Trump, isn't going to be fooled this time. No. I just hope that we don't have nuclear missiles hitting Boston anytime soon. That's all. I mean, who knows what they're going to do?
Well, what about well, not your mayor, because I don't think you're directly living in Boston, but
I do live in Boston.
Oh, all right.
Oh, yeah.
Michelle Wu saying she's not going to cooperate.
Yeah, that's what they're. I mean, look, you've got Pritzker in Illinois. You've got. They're all saying this.
Yeah, well, they're talking big, but when
in a way, there's actually a silver lining to all of it because what they're doing is they're asserting states' rights.
Yeah.
Right. That's good. Even if they're left-wing states, it's states should reassert. I mean, they were, they're complaining about that with Roe versus Wade. They want the federal government to come in and mandate abortions. But at the same time, hypocritically, they're all about states' rights when it comes to Trump. I say that, if they want to go that route, that does set positive precedent. It is a reinvigoration of the 9th and 10th Amendments. They do have a state right in many areas. They don't have to cooperate.
They have a state right in immigration, though.
No, they don't. But they don't have to cooperate. And right. Homan has said as much. He goes, if they don't want to cooperate, that's fine. But they better step out of the way with regard to a federal prerogative, which is immigration, especially when you're dealing with crime. And that they're talking about a lot of, they're going to put people in jail and they're going to separate families and put people in cages. No, that's not what's going to happen. They're going to, Trump in the first year is going to focus on criminals, on drug dealers, on drug traffickers, on sex traffickers, on people that are bad, violent people, all the, not the best, as Trump likes to say. And deport all of them. Good. And also, he's going to cut, as I said, I think I said earlier, they're going to cut off their money, which is going to save the taxpayers billions, and which is going to result in a self-deportation. If they don't have any more money, they won't stay.
Yeah.
Now, if some of them want to get jobs and be gainfully employed and not be criminals, I don't think that Trump's going to go after them. Maybe eventually
it's going to be wonderful to go after the criminal element,
right,
and look into all the corruption involved with putting these people up in hotels and whatnot.
That's right, and that's exactly what's happening in Massachusetts, and in other states. I mean, the state is going broke, putting people up in fancy hotels. They have this meal plan. They get $75 a day. I mean. And the state's hired a caterer to feed them all. I mean, the state is going broke. There's no logic to that. What are we supposed to get out of that? Meanwhile, so I think that once you cut that off, they're gonna leave, and we're gonna have millions of people.
Well, what it is virtue signaling with somebody else's money.
Yeah, but why is this a virtue? What's virtuous about?
I hate to go back. I've mentioned the third time. It's this Model UN thing. You see,
Yeah.
we have to do right by these people, and
Yeah,
to
but we
take
could
an
do.
old term from Rudyard Kipling, white man's burden, right?
I
And
thought that there was a hilarious YouTuber. I don't know who he was, but he he went to during the campaign. He was knocking on the doors of people with Harris Waltz
oh
signs.
yeah, I saw
Right?
some.
Hey, we have an illegal alien here. There's some guy would come out of the van. He wants to move. He wants to live with you. Will you take him in? It's like, right. So I mean, to a man they said no, of
Of course.
course. What do you mean? I can't. I have children at home. I can't do that. No, you'll send them all. I mean, it's like what DeSantis did with Martha's Vineyard that time.
Senator Martha's Vineyard.
It was hilarious. Martha's Vineyard deported them. They hired 150 National Guardsmen came to the island. They put them on a bus and they deported them, sent them to a camp, I might add, at,
Yeah.
at Otis Air Force Base in the Cape. That's what the liberals did when it came to actually dealing with illegal aliens instead of sending them to the red states. Anyway, it's going to be very interesting to watch.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
I mean, it's they're going to complain, but the point is that the American people voted for Trump, and it was a mandate. And that you want to talk democratic principles. That's what we have: democracy. We have democratic principles. They're complaining. Well, Trump is going to get rid of agencies, and he's going to fire all these people. Guess what? That's what every administration is supposed to do. Every administration actually has done degrees of this when they take office, because that's why we have elections. Why bother having, if you're going to just keep people in there forever, why, that's a dictatorship, it's an oligarchy. Why bother having an election, really? Yes.
Well, why was it okay for Roosevelt to create all these agencies, but someone can't come back in and either consolidate them or eliminate them?
Or get rid of them. And that's exactly what I think Trump's going to do, starting with the Department of Education. You get rid of about 80% of it, and maybe the rest of it can be absorbed by another department, the little piece, the tiny piece that they do that's actually of any worth. But you get rid of all of these federal agencies. And I think that with Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, that's exactly what Ramaswamy just gave an interview where he said, yeah, we're going to consolidate agencies, get rid of them in some cases. We're going to pare them down. That's what Musk did at Twitter, and it worked beautifully. That's what's going to happen. And I say hallelujah. I never thought I'd see the day. I remember the late Sam Blumenfeld back in the Birch Society. They've been talking about this for a generation, and you never thought it would happen. Well, it is happening. And they can, and as Steve Bannon would say, they can suck on it if they don't like it. He's on fire. You got to listen to him. I don't miss a show.
Oh, he is.
Since he got out of prison, he is like kicking. I mean, he's like amazing. I mean, he's great. I mean, I'd love to see Trump give him an appointment. He's tremendous. Although I'd like to see him stay at the War Room. I mean, he's doing he's got millions of followers. It's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing gangbusters over there.
Yeah, I hate to say this, but going to prison really helped his game.
Oh, he didn't. He just came out. He's better than ever. He didn't miss a beat. I mean, he's roaring, and I just think that he should continue right where he is, where he's really playing a big role, in a way very similar to the role Rush Limbaugh played, except, he's taken the glove. Rush Limbaugh, in a way, kept the kind of.
He was
Yeah, I mean, he didn't go too far outside of certain lanes, because he knew that they could pull the plug on him. But I think that with the internet, with Bannon, he doesn't care. He was already thrown off of Facebook and Twitter years ago. It didn't matter. He just keeps moving along. He's got his own network. He's consolidated it. I mean, to my way of thinking, they can't do to him what they could have done to Rush, just because of technology now being what it is. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that he should continue on doing exactly what he's doing. I mean, and other people, I mean, I certainly emulate that. Other people should try to create their network as well.
It's going to be an interesting holiday season.
and a festive one, I might add.
Yes, festive.
So, Mike, what do you have coming up on your
All
Substack?
right. Well, I had that piece that went out last night called "Victory," but we focused on the issue of blaming the consumer and your favorite guy, Alan Lichtman, who just gets to be more of a joke with every passing day. I mean, after he was pilloried on all these video forums, he gets interviewed on a YouTube video by his son, who said essentially that, well, even though,
That's the only one left that will interview him.
yeah,
Yeah, I
it's
mean, and some of
fun
these left-wing
watching all this
historians,
construct.
some of these left-wing historians have really gone off the deep end, like Mitchum, who has written some pretty good books, completely Trump deranged, and Michael Beschloss, he wanted Trump to be executed.
Yes.
Remember that? Because of the after Mar-a-Lago was raided, because he had papers that might reveal some national secrets. Anyways, they've all shown their true colors. They're absolutely insane. So I guess I'll talk to you next week.
We will see you next week. Looking forward.
God bless America. All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moskowitz, welcome to the program. The movie in question is Beneath Sheep's Clothing, and my guest to talk about it is author Trevor Loudon. Trevor is a New Zealand author, speaker, political activist, blogger. He was vice president of ACT New Zealand, a classical liberal and right libertarian political party from 2006 to 2008, the author of 5 self-published books on U.S. politics. Trevor, thanks for joining me today. It's an honor.
Always good to be on. Thanks, Charles, for having me.
Trevor, before we get started, I have to ask you about this New Zealand story with this haka, which took place in the parliament. I mean, it's something that, in spite of myself, I can't stop watching it. It's fascinating. And what is going on there? Briefly, what's happening with that?
Well, we've got to see the head of the ACT party, which you mentioned I used to be the vice president of, is David Seymour. And I knew him very well when he was the head of Young ACT when I was the vice president. And he's introduced a bill defining the rights conferred to all citizens under the Treaty of Waitangi. That was signed in 1840. It's like your Declaration of Independence. It was a founding document of New Zealand. And what it was the Maori citizens, a native race, transferred sovereignty over New Zealand to the British Crown in exchange for British citizenship. Okay. Mm-hmm. They became citizens. Now, the left, the communists, ever since then, have been trying to say, no, this was a partnership. Maori are equal partners to everybody else. Maori should have 50% of representation in government. Maori should have 50% of this, 50% of that, 50% control of the airwaves, the seabed, etc. So David Seymour's Act law was to basically codify the rights so that Maori and everybody have exactly the same rights as everybody else. Nobody has special rights, which I 100% concur with. That's the principles that America is founded on. But the left spins this as though this is a horrible bill taking away the rights of people. No, it's not. It's stopping communists. The Maori Party is a communist party, effectively. Is stopping communists getting leverage over all of New Zealand society, way out of proportion to their numbers. So that's what it is. It's a complete scam. And David Seymour was calling out the scam and saying every New Zealander should have exactly the same rights, no more, no less, regardless of your ethnic origin, which I think you and probably all of your listeners would agree with, Charles.
Of course. And the bill doesn't take any rights away from the Maori. It just simply recognizes that all citizens of New Zealand are equal and that the Maori
Yeah.
are free to organize their identity any way they choose. Doesn't
Yep.
change anything. It just it doesn't give special group rights to any particular group.
It just stops Marxists using race as a wedge issue to get more power for themselves. Like, for instance, they were pushing things, and it happened in some places that Maori, who are 15% of the population, would get 50% representation on government boards.
Mm.
So this is a great way to blackmail people. Oh, we're on the Waikato Water Board. Well, if you want to build a new pipe, you'll just have to give a couple of $100,000 to our Maori Resource Centre.
I
And
see.
then so it's ending an endless stream of scams, of special privilege, of affirmative action. But the left-wing media, of course, says, oh, this is taking away rights from people. It's like saying if you arrest the mafia, you're taking away their rights.
do
Because,
the
you know,
Maori have a particular geographic part of New Zealand, or are they well distributed throughout the country?
they're well distributed. Well, look, the further north you go, the more Maori it gets. Like
Right.
New Zealand is about 1,000 miles long, 2 main islands. When I grew up in the South Island, Maori were probably 2% of the population. If in the far north, are probably more like 40% of the population.
I see.
The further north you go, the more Maori citizens you find. But they are everywhere. Every community has Maori
Right.
citizens.
And the other thing, I mean, this gets into a broader question of the indigenous issue, which is something the left is, I think, using on an international scale as a
Absolutely.
leverage
Yeah.
to try to undermine sovereignty and to use people. And just to go to that briefly, my understanding is that historically, the Maori people and the British arrived in New Zealand roughly around the same time. It
No,
wasn't like they were there first, and if they were there first, it wasn't. It wasn't. We're not talking about a long period.
no. The Maori arrived about 1,000 years ago from the
Okay.
Polynesian Islands. So they were well established by the time the British came. The British established formal sovereignty in 1840, but there'd been British communities there for about 60 years before that. A lot of Massachusetts whalers were there, by the way.
Oh,
There's
sure.
a lot of Massachusetts blood in certain communities in the northern,
Interesting. Yeah.
because the sailors had to have something to do in their time off, you know. And so there's a lot of Massachusetts ancestry in certain
Yes.
parts of the North Island.
Just like a lot of Massachusetts people are in Hawaii. They
Well,
settled here.
Exactly, because of the whaling industry and that's
Whaling industry and also missionaries.
yeah,
Puritan
exactly.
missionaries.
Well, that's exactly the same pattern in New Zealand, and the Maori are basically the same Polynesian race as the Hawaiians.
Understood.
They're the southern reach of the Polynesian diaspora, which went to Hawaii, Tahiti, and many islands in the South Pacific. But look, you're right about this being used internationally. The communists call this the nationalities question. It was devised by Stalin. It's where you don't have a working class, you find ethnic minorities, religious minorities, racial minorities that you can instill a sense of grievance in and use them as revolutionary cannon fodder. So this is the Hawaiian independence movement. It's a Marxist movement. The La Raza movement, which wants to return the southern states, southwestern states to Mexico.
Sure.
The communists who worked in the black community in America and the Native American community for decades. So this is a common thing. Wherever there's minorities, there's Marxists stirring them up.
Right, and they want to sow division, and they run on this assumption that somehow if a timeline indicates that a group of people were there before another group, they have some kind of a divine right to that country. And
Yeah.
of course, they apply this very arbitrarily because they will never apply it to Jews trying
To Israel,
return
yeah,
to
that's
their,
different. That's different.
to their homeland of that tiny little swath of land that we call Israel. I want to bring things to politics right now, and I feel remiss if I don't talk about the fact that after the resounding victory, thank God, of President Donald J. Trump to serve a second term, he received both the electoral vote and the popular vote. It's interesting that all those states that were trying to get rid of the electoral college by signing a pact saying that all of their electors will go to the whoever wins the popular vote, they're now going to have to send all their electors to support Trump,
Yeah,
including
isn't that a
California.
sweet injustice? Isn't
And
that sweet justice?
yes, and
But
also that Republicans have taken both houses of Congress, and it does look like we're moving toward a significant realignment politically, one that is as profound as any going back to the Reconstruction after the Civil War.
yep,
But they are causing a lot of problems in these miserable final weeks of this lame duck, illegitimate, illuminated, radical regime. They're trying to trigger World War III in Ukraine. And I do think that that's obvious. Now you have green lights for the Ukrainians to fire advanced missiles into Russia and place landmines. And it's all happening in these final weeks. I think that they're trying to embroil the United States into a world war, which will, of course, make it difficult for President Trump to fulfill the mandate that he called for, which is to bring about a negotiated peace in that war. Do you think
yeah.
that is the case?
Well, look, I'm a big Ukraine supporter, so I'm glad they're getting these capabilities. But yes,
Right.
look, Biden didn't. The Ukrainians have been pleading for 2 years to be able to strike back into Russia when they've got troops massed across the border ready to attack them. They're not allowed to attack them. So now Biden has given them some limited capability right at the end of his term. I think this is basically to take a card off President Trump's table.
Okay.
Basically, there's nothing to do with helping Ukraine here, though I'm glad they have the ability to defend themselves. This is all about sabotaging President Trump.
Well, that's right. And I think that both sides want a negotiated peace at this point. And I don't think it's realistic for the Ukrainians to expect Russia to return Crimea or some of those eastern provinces. So there's going to have to be,
Russia wants all of Ukraine. Russia's not going to
well, that's
negotiate
right. That's why there
anything
has
less
to be a
than
negotiated peace.
all of Ukraine. So
Of course.
there is no negotiated peace,
Okay.
really, in my opinion, because
All right.
Russia said quite plainly, we want all of Ukraine, not just the parts we occupy, all of it.
Right, but they're not going to get all of Ukraine because
Well,
there's
they're
a
not going to
stalemate.
negotiate till they do.
Well, that's just it. There has to be painful concessions. A war can only end with a total victory by one side or painful negotiations to result in the compromise. And I think that Trump's position is that to protect Ukrainian sovereignty, there's going to have to be, and to stop the war and the killing, there's going to have to be a painful negotiated peace. And that's sort of where I am with it. But let's go on to your movie.
It's not mine, it's Julie Beerling's movie, but I'm interviewed in it.
You're interviewed
play a
in it.
role in it. Yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the movie because it gets into a topic of how much communism and communist ideas have infiltrated our liberal Western democracies, and something right under our eyes which we don't see. It's imperceptible, but yet done in the broad daylight. So
Yeah, well, look, the movie is Beneath Sheep's Clothing, and Julie Beerling did it. She was a missionary in Russia not long after the collapse of communism, and wrote her thesis on how the Russians suppressed, how the Soviet communists suppressed religion specifically, the techniques they used. And she found that when she got back to the States, she found that the Democrats were using exactly the same tactics against Christian churches and conservative Jews, Catholics, etc. here, even Mormons. And so what she's done the movie basically showing us how we're in a communist revolution. That's what we're in right now. Now, Donald Trump has put the brakes on that, and he's going to reverse a lot of it. but we got to understand that's what we're in.
Right.
You know, we're in a 70% completed communist revolution. They have our education system, they have Hollywood, they have sport, they have most of the universities, they have the Democratic Party, the unions, and they're trying to consolidate their power by winning one more time and legalizing 30 million illegal immigrants, so who will then vote Democrat religiously. So we're in a revolution. Donald Trump is putting the brakes on, but they ain't going away. They're
No.
going to be fighting tooth and nail, and I mean violently, lawfare, everything. And Julie's is the best movie I've seen out there that actually makes it real to people that that's what we're in. You know, that we can understand that this isn't just stupid Democrats or silly liberals. Open borders, the indoctrination of kids, destruction of the energy industry, all of it is communism. All of it is a manifestation of the American communist movement, which is allied to various foreign communist movements.
Yes, I mean, well, more philosophically, I think that Whittaker Chambers got it right in his book Witness when he noted that communism is the world's second oldest religion, and that it goes by different names at every generation, but what it is essentially rule by man, as opposed to the sovereignty of a creator of the universe, with man under God having a limited sovereignty, and that every generation has had to grapple with this idea. It really, in the modern times, was launched with the French Revolution. In the United States, it was launched, I think, or got the successful foothold with the election of Wilson in 1912, and the transfer of sovereign powers to unelected bureaucracies like the Federal Reserve and the Council on Foreign Relations and all these other groups that are shadowy and unelected and don't represent the people. President Trump has thrown a stick into the hornet's nest by basically openly calling for a return of sovereignty to the people under God and not to this clique of internationalists who want perpetual war and the erosion of sovereign borders. And for that reason, while he won, the war goes on. It's not over. In fact, this is just the beginning. They're not going to sit down and allow for a reversal of hundreds of years of setting the stage for their creation of this international beehive of where nation states become just pro forma and provinces of a world order.
Yeah, look, and you now analyze it perfectly, Charles. This is ultimately satanic. You know, the natural order of things is God, man, nature. You know, and there's hierarchies. You know, we're given institutions to govern ourselves, like the church, like civil government, like the family. They're the godly institutions. So communism in its various forms, and you're right, it's gone back thousands of years, has always sought to overthrow and undermine the church, to overthrow and undermine the family, and to overthrow and undermine civil government, to basically give Satan the upper hand on earth. That's what communism is, and its various names. Today we call it sometimes globalism or the deep state, but it is communism, and it's heavily influenced by China, by Iran, by Cuba, by North Korea, other countries who have control over large numbers of our senators and congressmen, and have their agents working all over our communities. Like if you look at Boston, you know, there's a group there called the Chinese Progressive Association, which is a communist group, works with the Chinese Communist Party, and basically runs the Boston City Council and runs Elizabeth Warren and many of your other Congress members. So
and
all
Michelle
over
Wu.
America.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Massachusetts is behaving in a very strange way, I think, particularly since Maura Healey and Michelle Wu were elected.
Yeah.
And you have this phenomena, I think, manifested in this spending, maxing out the state budget to pay for bringing illegal aliens in and putting them up in nice hotels, giving them 3 meals a day. There's no sense to it. There's no logic to it, and the state's going broke over it.
Unless it's part of a revolution. It
Yeah, and
doesn't
now they're
make
covering
any
up
sense.
a pedophile scandal that involves these people. I'm not going to go into details about it because it's a story that's just emerging. But in normal times, this would be enough to force them all out of government, but it won't happen
Yeah.
here. They just control the levers. I mean, the Boston Globe is a huge power in this state, has been for many, many decades, and they kind of call the shots in terms of what is permissible and what isn't in the public sphere. And I'm sure Massachusetts is just a microcosm for a lot of other states, not all. We have some, they call the red states, more freedom oriented, but they still control the high ground of the culture, as you say. I mean, I think there
Yeah.
was Andrew Breitbart once said that, politics is downstream from culture, and they control the big culture, the big media, big tech, big, entertainment, Hollywood, all of it, academia. They really have, and they have worked to develop this stranglehold on it slowly over time. It's like a Fabian approach, where they
Yeah.
gradually weed out their opposition and install their friends and agents.
That's exactly how it works. How do you take over a university or a union or a church or a government? You just get a few people into key positions, secretary of a union, president of a union, chancellor of a college, head of a sociology department in a college, and they just hire their friends. They
Mm.
keep hiring their friends and they get rid of any opposition. And that's in 10 years, you could take over a university or a church or a labor union. And that's what's happened. Most of our institutions in America, the unions, churches, Hollywood to a large degree, are controlled by communist sympathizers, many of them loyal to China. And one way it exhibited, if you look at all the states that had the harshest lockdowns during COVID,
Mhm.
Massachusetts being one of them, Minnesota being another, headed by Tim Walz, the Chinese communist
Indeed,
aficionado,
yes. Mhm.
California, Hawaii, Oregon, all of the states that had the worst lockdowns were all the states with the most Chinese influence. Because it
Right.
was designed not for public health, it was all about wrecking our economy.
Right,
Because if
and,
you have
and it
no
was
economy,
had
you have
nothing to do. That's a huge scandal, and they were able to shut down small, as you say, mom and pop businesses,
yeah,
and while leaving the big box stores open, shut down the churches, shut down the schools. Children had to get education through Zoom, which, by the way, actually turned out to backfire on them because we got to see what was
yes, I
going on.
agree. I agree. Most, yeah, exactly.
And eventually the regime had a major setback. Thank God for the Canadian truckers who
Yeah,
stood up and said, "We're not going to go for the forced vaccines of the jab, which of course is questionable." And the whole regime collapsed here in Boston. Michelle Wu, our new mayor, talk about maybe communist associations.
oh, absolutely. She is
Yeah, I mean, her first
very
act
heavily
was
tied into
to
the communist movement.
you couldn't go into a store or a restaurant unless you showed your card proving you'd had the vaccine. And that happened right when the truckers struck, and there was fear that the trucker strike would spread to the United States. So they backed down, and she backed down.
Yeah,
And so they had a setback, but they're going to try something else. I mean, this is it's only a matter of time. I think that they've had another setback with the election of Trump.
yeah,
And the team that he's putting together is tremendous. They're going after every one of them. They have people who they're planting a strategy, from what I understand, where they're going to sue everybody. Every move he makes is going to be lawsuits, attempts to
yeah,
impeach him. And I think that Trump has become sophisticated enough, and the people around him, that they're going to respond by countersuing. They'll tie them up. I mean, they'll bleed them out. This is a tough group, and I just was censored on TikTok. I guess I said something that PO'd the TikTokers, so I've been suspended for a week. Sorry about that. So anyway, that's the agenda. Look, I mean, it's happening in real time here. They
Well,
still
it's wonder
control-
because we were talking about Chinese influence in the
Yes, I
in
think
the
that was the key, mentioning Chinese influence.
yeah.
That I think you're absolutely right, which is profound. China has, basically established a censorship regime in the United States with scores of, they got the EKG thing. I mean, they got rid of that to an extent, where if you don't rate well in three areas: economy, environment, governance, and social consciousness, you get a lower score and you can't function as well. I mean, that's open in China, but in this country, it's a little more subtle.
Yeah.
But it's a gradual tightening up of control over the lives and the destinies of citizens.
Well, that's right. And what people see these things, they see the open borders, they see the ESG, they see this transgender education, they see the lockdowns, they see the destruction of the US energy industry, all of these things. What they don't see is that these are all arms of the communist octopus. All of these can be linked back to China. The COVID, obviously, Black Lives Matter was a Chinese operation.
Right.
The election, every state has major Chinese-backed election voter registration organizations. The Chinese Progressive Association does that for you in Chinatown. They run Boston through doing that. So if people understood the actual depth of Chinese penetration of every level of our society, from Congress and the Senate to Hollywood to the unions, whatever, they would be shocked beyond measure. But this is why they had to get rid of Trump with the COVID and the Black Lives Matter and the election shenanigans. And now they're freaking out because they've overplayed their hand, and Trump is a lot smarter this time and a lot better people around him. So we're going to see a battle royal coming up over the next few years. But as the point being, don't go to sleep. It ain't over. Too many people went to sleep the first time Trump got elected, and they came back and they won the election and they rubbed our noses in it like little puppies in the carpet,
Right.
And we got to understand Trump's a leader, but we got to all be involved in taking our country back, all of us.
Yes, indeed. And we, as we said, the battle is just beginning. I mean, it's a great victory. We should bask in it and enjoy it as we enter into the festive season. But they're setting all kinds of booby traps for Trump. And I mean, even Obama did this when he set up the Steele dossier, and he put people that they call it burrowing. They burrow people into the civil service and into administrations and positions that you can't remove them. I mean, right now, in the final miserable days of this administration, Elizabeth Warren and a couple of other senators are trying to shove radical judges into place. And by the way, shame on Ted Cruz and J.D. Vance for not going into the Senate and working to stop this. They're sitting on their laurels. It's these are positions that are going to be with us for decades.
And look, their own literature, I read the left literature, they're talking about the job is to entrench, their word, entrench as many justices in the system as we can to hold up the Trump agenda. Entrench, their word. So this is a very organized, very disciplined, very focused revolutionary program that we're dealing with.
Indeed, it is a color revolution. In fact, recently one of the congressmen, I forget his name, he openly stated that they're setting up a quote shadow government. They want Shifty Schiff, who basically lied for years about having proof that Putin colluded with Trump to steal the 2016 election. He's going to be set up as a shadow attorney general, and they're going to everything that whatever Trump does or any of his cabinet members, they're going to counter it. So, I mean, this is like it's subversion at its worst. And they point to the British system as an example. Well, guess what? We kicked out that system in 1776. I mean, we don't want to go back to that.
No, we don't. We got a constitutional republic, which has set the country free and made the most prosperous and great country in the world. But you just mentioned Schiff. All the time he was going on about Russian collusion, he was working closely with the Committee of 100, Communist China's main influence operation in America.
Mhm.
So he was going on about Russia, 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 and nobody called him for his China, China, China. Deeply in bed with the Chinese Communist Party all through that time, and nobody called him on it. That's why I write my books exposing this kind of stuff. But Adam Schiff is hardcore, and
Oh,
he's connected to the Committee of 100, which, as I keep saying, is Communist China's main influence operation in America. But this is the thing, Elizabeth Warren is deeply tied into the Chinese Progressive Association, Communist China's main influence group in Massachusetts. So is Ed Markey. So are several of your congressmen. So is Michelle Wu. So are several other people on the city council. China controls Boston. China controls San Francisco, LA, Boston, I believe Portland, Oregon, certainly Honolulu, and many other cities around the country, the Twin Cities as well. And so we got to understand how deep this is, and the battle that Trump's got on his hands, and that we have to play a role in this.
What we can do is exactly what you're doing right now, Trevor, which is to identify, expose, and then oppose the nature of this conspiracy. And I use that word openly because they call it that themselves. I mean, the entire communist edifice is by nature a conspiracy. They don't operate.
That's what they call themselves. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're
they
not
say
operating out in the open. I mean, they are subverting institutions because they know that if they came out in the open, they would be kicked out so quickly their heads would spin. So they do it through, careful, subversive, well-studied means of changing perceptions. People that are involved in this, some of them don't even know they're involved in it.
Yeah.
It's very, very tricky and very difficult to detect, which is why it's very important, especially now with Trump coming to power, that we get into identifying the nature of this. And by the way, your blog is called the New Zeal blog. I really recommend
TrevorLoudon.com or New Zeal blog. Yeah.
TrevorLoudon.com, New Zeal blog, shining the torch for liberty. You get into American politics. Your book is Stealth, Kamala Harris's Communist Roots. That was something that I think people did become aware of that one.
Well, that's the book just behind me. You can see it just there. Stealth,
Yes.
Kamala Harris's Communist Roots. But that is not just about Kamala. That's about the movement that made her, the communist voter registration groups, the massive communist infiltration in California and other states. So, yeah, I recommend that. But Beneath Sheep's Clothing is a must-see for everybody too,
Yeah.
People
I mean, the reason they couldn't steal the election this time around is because the Republicans at least learned some lessons from last time, and they were able to field thousands of volunteers who worked the polling places, who sat in the counting rooms to make sure that there were more eyeballs on those absentee ballots. They couldn't do a mass mailing of absentee ballots this time around, but they couldn't pull it off. But yet they still are counting in some places. They're still trying to do rear guard actions.
See, there's a group called Seed the Vote, which is run by the Chinese Progressive Association of San Francisco, which works directly with the Chinese consulate. They are running the vote curing operations around the country. That's where they send their people, and they're openly saying this is to get more seats for the Democrats. They're openly saying this. So that this Chinese operation is going around finding faulty ballots and getting them cured. But they only get them cured and admitted if they're Democrat ballots. If they think they're a Republican ballot, if the person who did it is a Republican, they're not going to cure theirs.
No,
so
they
they're
get tossed
still
on
trying to
garbage.
steal seats. They're still trying to steal state Senate seats and congressional seats around the country right now. This is China.
There's still 3 seats they're counting in California. And of course, you have in Pennsylvania the attempt to steal the Senate seat. One of the electors, one of the election officials, they're actually openly admitted that they were counting illegal ballots, and she said, "I don't care because everyone breaks the law anyway." So
Yeah.
even their communistic governor has come out, Shapiro, and has put a stop to it. It's just so obvious that they
Well, they
can't
should
do
be
it.
going back. You should be going back and throwing out all the ones that have slipped through
Yes,
the
they
cracks.
should. And also, we do have now groups on our side like Turning Point USA. You've got Charlie Kirk, and you've got others who are curing ballots for us. So, I mean, they've learned some lessons. They're going out and doing, voter harvesting now, because that's how the system works. We all voted early this time around. We didn't wait for election day. We didn't fall into that trick. They still stole Arizona, but the stealing has been met on the field by people who are playing that same game. And I think that's been very important. Although now that President Trump has won, I hope that he doesn't forget about the fact that we need national reforms on voting. We need national voter
Look,
ID. We need to have paper ballots, get rid of the machines. Elizabeth Warren in Massachusetts put a bill up in 2018. I mean, where she said that the voting machines are rigged and that we need all paper ballots. Of course, she denies that now, but that's
yeah,
what,
well,
we have to call that up and say, I support Elizabeth Warren's bill.
yeah, and I do too.
Yeah.
But that's the thing, isn't it? All these reforms have to be put in place, and people have to go to jail for committing vote fraud.
Oh, absolutely. And
know,
by the way, it's not
What's
voters who are
worse, stealing your car or stealing your ballot?
Yeah, I mean, this is a crime. It's a felony. It's not individuals committing voter fraud either. It's election fraud. It's ballot fraud.
It's organized, hardcore. It's like an organized crime issue, and I want President Trump to set up an organized crime unit, federal government that goes and does RICO lawsuits against the organized ballot crime operations in Boston, in New York, in Los Angeles, in Chicago, and you start finding the low level people, and you say, we've got you for vote fraud. You get 2 years in jail, but you can go free if you rat on who paid you, and you go up the chain and you find the people at the top and you put them in jail. And if you do that, vote fraud will be gone. It'll be over.
I think that's an excellent program. I mean, those rotten big city machines have been in power by these means for several decades now. That goes back to the 1960s.
At least, and we're not going to fix the country unless we fix that problem.
Oh, I totally agree with you. That's the first priority, returning the voting system to one man, one vote. And the integrity and sacredness of that system has to be restored. So, Trevor, just briefly, let's talk a little bit about this movie again that you're here to promote. What will people expect to see if they get this movie?
What they'll expect to see is understanding that communism is alive in America, and it's way more powerful than they think, and it'll show how it's done, the ways this is manifesting, because we all see these weird things going on, whether it's open borders or transgenderism or the attacks on the energy industry, whatever it is, but we don't understand that it's cohesive, that this is part of an organized program by our enemies to bring us down. So the movie features me, James Lindsay, Alex Newman, and a whole bunch of other people some of whom lived under Soviet communism and are talking what they saw back in their own country. They see is exactly the same that was happening in our country until the last election, and still is happening, though now more on the defensive than it was. So look, it's a great movie. It's very, very gripping and very educational. And I want millions of Americans to see it. I really do. And I don't make any money off it. I was in it because I believed in it. And I just want people to see it.
And now more than ever is the time to learn these these messages, these lessons, and to examine your local politics, your state politics, and when you see strange things going on, like governors saying, "I'm not going to allow illegal alien criminals to be deported," or "I support sex change operations for children," or any of these other things which are hard to explain, you know that there's something rotten underneath, because these are not things that people elected our government to do or to allow.
These are not stupid people. They're saying crazy stuff, but they're not stupid people. These things only make sense if they have an agenda to weaken and divide the country in preparation for a revolution. And you got to look at it through that lens. And Beneath Sheep's Clothing will help you to understand that lens, how we actually look at these phenomena and see the connections between them.
I can already see the battle lines forming around the issue of deportation of illegal aliens.
Yes, absolutely.
And I think that the Trump administration is going to focus on, first of all, deporting the worst people. I mean, certainly in the first year, criminals, fentanyl dealers, drug dealers, violent criminals. And also, I think that there's going to be a massive self-deportation because they're going to cut off the money. They're going to cut off the fancy hotels and the dinners and the credit cards. Even Mayor Adams in New York is already starting to do this, which is why I think he's under attack. They're
100%.
He's actually shown a little independence, and I think that's going to be the Trump strategy. But their strategy is going to be to try to resurrect all of this old demonization. Oh, he's separating families and the children in cages, and we're going to hear all that kind of propaganda. Yeah. How do we respond to that?
Well, I think like Leo Hohmann is, you don't apologize for it. You said these people are criminally in the United States. They are taking the place of legal immigrants. There is no justice for this, and for the integrity of the American system, and for a lesson to all of those around the world who want to cheat that system. These people must not be allowed to enjoy the fruits of their criminal activity. And when I say criminal activity, jumping the border is a crime.
Exactly.
It's not just everybody who is here illegally is a criminal by definition. They've committed immigration fraud.
Law and order. And the idea that they would be flown in by the Biden people, that shows how Biden, I think, to the degree that he had any scruples or brain left, was very compromised, probably by China. And
100%. Yeah. He's China's man. He's been China's man since at least 2001. He was Russia's man since the early 70s, and Iranian's man since the late 70s. But allowing the borders to go wide opening, having 10, 15 million people streaming across the border, that's not stupidity.
No.
That is a deliberate program to alter the United States on a permanent basis, to swamp the conservative voting base, to cripple the hospitals, cripple the education system, and economically destroy us. That only makes sense if it's malicious. These people are not that stupid.
Oh, no, it's quite deliberate.
It is absolutely deliberate. The goal is the social transformation of America on a permanent basis towards socialism. You imagine, had Kamala Harris got in and she legalized 30 million illegal immigrants who then voted 90% Democrat, that was their goal, to have a one-party state that could never be thrown out, ever.
You'll never get rid of it. Once you have a communistic government in place, it's very difficult to get rid of it. I mean, look at Venezuela. We could look at the Soviet Union. It took almost 100 years to get rid of that. I mean, they immediately assume control of all of the levers of power, all of the nexus of influence in a country, and there's just no defeating them. So I
No,
mean, yeah.
You know, people used to say to me when I campaigned against communism in the 80s, they'd say, "Oh, Trevor, if the people in Russia didn't like communism, they'd just organize a revolution and throw it off." And I'd say, look, to do that, you need a few people, right? So you got a room, you got 25 people in it, you're going to organize a revolution. 5 of those people are KGB informants, but you don't know who they are. And if they tell the KGB what you're doing, you're going to get executed. So are you really going to try and organize this counter-revolution?
No, they use, of course, they have the mechanism of terror. I mean, I've talked to a couple of Iranian exiles here who have told me that they go back. That some people try to go back and they all get killed. I mean, it's just they control that ability and they have an outreach all over the world. And so, through terror, certainly China does this. China has in colleges the Confucius clubs, which keep an eye on Chinese students, making sure they're in line.
Yeah,
So
and they had about 17 secret Chinese police stations in Minneapolis and others, monitoring anybody who might say something bad about China, and then their families will get pressured. They will get kidnapped. They've actually kidnapped people from this country and taken them back to China. Chinese nationals living in America who have criticized the Chinese regime have been kidnapped and returned to China.
Oh yeah, and
that was right under Tim Walz's nose. Tim, China-loving Walz in Minnesota was allowing this to go on.
Yes, and it's something that, I mean, we can see how China even handles its own citizens. People disappear if they run afoul of the Communist Party. So Trevor, let my viewers and listeners know where they could get more information about you and your excellent work.
Yeah, trevorloudon.com. That's my website. All my books are available there. And Beneath Sheep's Clothing, you go to beneathsheepsclothing.com or go to Amazon and look it up and get a copy there.
Trevor Loudon, as always, I want to thank you for joining me. Great conversation.
Always a pleasure.
Welcome to the program. Charles Moskowitz here, live. Taking your calls, 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596, or you can text me or chat me, whatever you want to call it. I'm also live on TikTok right now and on Podomatic, so thank you. And of course, the flagship station is Rumble. Welcome aboard. Thank God, first of all, I just want to say again that President Trump has won a resounding victory. This is not something that for 1 minute I or anyone in this country should take for granted. This is not only a miracle, but it is a game changer in world history for the better. We really bit the bullet recently by avoiding another illegitimate regime. I don't want to go more than that regarding the opposition because TikTok will take me down. There's still censorship. But I just feel grateful. I feel happy about it. I almost at a loss for words. Be we need to continue the fight forward. This is just the beginning. President Trump, God willing, will be inaugurated and will begin his administration on January 20th of next year. And I can only count down the days. We don't know what kind of mischief they may be pulled off in the meantime. It looks like they're trying to instigate World War III, maybe embroil the administration into a war with Russia, nuclear Russia. They're going to start authorizing American missiles in the last weeks of this miserable administration. That's really, I don't think anything that anyone sees in any other way than a deliberate, blatant attempt to try to launch World War III. The new administration, God willing, they get to the finish line without that happening, without them killing half the population of the planet, we'll be in a position to negotiate a reasonable peace with both sides of that war. A war that really, we now know from information recently released that the Biden regime, whoever was running the shop over there, instigated and started when they had Biden go up and give a speech where he basically gave a green light to a limited Russian invasion of Ukraine. And that's exactly what happened. You know, it's interesting if you look at these things from a modern geopolitical standpoint, that a lot of wars were started that way. Korea was started that way. You had Secretary of State Dean Acheson deliver a speech a couple of weeks before North Korea launched a full invasion of South Korea at the National Press Club. He was the Secretary of State, where he said basically the same thing. He gave a green light to North Korea invading South Korea by saying that South Korea was outside of the U.S. defense zone. You know, so many other double talk kind of references. So you have to ask yourself, why do they want war? They want war because they want world order, and they want to wipe people out and weaken the world in a way broadly, and more specifically, various populations, socially, psychologically, culturally, every other way, so that they can implement their world order designs. They can turn the United States into a province of the world, as a sort of a gendarme of the world. And also they make money from it. Arms dealers. I mean, it's interesting that the Clinton family, the Bill and Hillary, reestablished the Clinton Global Initiative shortly after the launch of the Ukraine war. These are scams. They're making money from taxpayers, with the blood of young people in these countries, and enormous suffering. And I mean, the immorality of it is impossible to calculate. And they have an interest in keeping perpetual war. The historian Charles Austin Beard developed, kind of blew the lid on this. He was an establishment historian in the 1920s with his book, Perpetual War for Perpetual Peace, noting that has been the policy of what, you might euphemistically call the Anglo-American establishment, the United States, the British Commonwealth Empire, and all of their apparatus, including their secret apparatus, such as the Council on Foreign Relations and networks of other societies. That has been their policy since World War I. Perpetual war for perpetual peace. Constant nation building, constant interventions, constant arms dealing and war, right up until today. Donald Trump was a distractor. He stopped this. He came in and he said, no, the United States will have peace through strength. Will offer a hand of support to our allies and a hand of friendship to our allies, but we will not any longer engage in this perpetual war. We are the peace party. That's why we one of the many reasons why we elected Trump, to get us out of wars, to stop this policy. Hi, you're joining me on TikTok. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. How you doing?
Good, very good. What are your thoughts?
What do you say?
Yeah, welcome aboard. We're talking about the new administration coming up. We're talking about this push toward World War III on the part of this decrepit Biden regime. What do you think?
Oh, that's really nice, though. Like, where are you coming from?
Well, I'm in Boston. Where are you?
Oh, you're in Boston. I'm from Africa.
Really? Which country?
Yeah, Nigeria.
Nigeria, wonderful. Great country. One of the powerhouses of Africa. I understand there's a fantastic...
Yeah. We're the giant of Africa, Gosh.
You got a great economy. You've got great. Lagos has a
But
great
it's
skyline.
good economy. Like the economy is bad. Like we didn't have any fucking great economy, to be sincere with you.
Oh, okay. Well, I hope that Nigeria could be a leader in African sovereignty, in the development of all these great independent states. I know there's some corruption, and that's too bad. Maybe you should run for prime minister.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know, right? I don't know if everything goes better.
Well,
So,
what do you people
so
think?
what are you up to now? Like,
Well, I'm just doing a live stream here on my station. Let me ask you, what is your impression of President-elect Donald Trump?
oh, you mean the elected president Donald Trump, right?
Yes. What do you think?
Wow. Yeah, I think it's a good decision for the Americans. Trump is a leader, he's a all-round and father that knows what to do,
Yes.
He's someone that is moved with a great ambition that wants to make America great again.
Yes. I mean, well, I couldn't agree with you more. And by the way, I've talked to people overseas, and they're generally very, very favorable
I'm
to
very
Trump.
happy
Good.
for Trump and for American people.
Thank you for saying that, and we're very excited and hopeful, that we want to have a more prosperous and freer world. So very good. I think that most people I've spoken to overseas have said this. They're grateful and happy that Trump is in office because they want to stop the wars and they want to stop the.
Everybody's happy that Trump is happy.
I agree. Listen, thank you for joining me. Nice to see you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. You're welcome. Anytime.
All right.
Yeah. All right, my friend.
All right. Take care. All right. So you're welcome to join me, obviously, on TikTok. This was. And by the way, you could call in at 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. So I want to get to the main. I mean, I'm kind of riffing here and not getting into the main subject that I suggested today and that I put on the masthead, and that is the MAGA cabinet, the appointments that President Trump have made. All of them are brilliant and excellent. All of them must be approved and must be seated. It's that simple. Donald Trump won the election. He won on the Electoral College. He won on the popular vote. He swept all of the so-called battleground states. Congress is Republican, both Senate and House. And he made inroads in all of the blue states, by the way, including Massachusetts. And thus, he has a mandate to govern, and we must ensure his ability to govern smoothly and effectively, not like last time. And the most important way to do that is to ensure that all of his nominees are confirmed and put into office. Now, the deep state, as President Trump calls them, the double government, as Michael J. Glennon calls them in his book by the same name. He's a professor emeritus at Tufts University, Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy. He's a former legal counsel to the U.S. Senate. He's an insider. The military-industrial complex, as Eisenhower called it. The power elite, as C. Wright Mills calls it, my sociology mentor. They will do whatever they have to do to try to stymie, slow down, impede, obfuscate the Trump mandate. They're already talking about setting up a, quote, shadow government, unquote, with people like Shifty Schiff from California operating as Attorney General. I mean, it's really, really subversive and frankly un-American. This is what they even say openly. I mean, there's an interview about this that I listened to on NPR. I forget the name of the guy, but he said that the British have been doing this for many centuries. Yeah, the British. I think we got away from them when we kicked out King George III. I mean, excuse me, but hello, we had a Declaration of Independence. We don't do that here. We may be, the Democrats could be part of what's called the loyal opposition, of course, and they absolutely should criticize. I do. I mean, we all do. That's American. But the idea of setting up a shadow government, really? Anyway, it's more serious than that. And the big problem, of course, is not really them. The problem is the rhinos. The problem is people like Mitch McConnell, who is anti-Trump, who hurt Trump in the first term through, dragging his feet, making sure that he couldn't function in many areas. He's going, thank God he's out. But his replacement, John Thune of North Dakota, is apparently his protege, and that's very bad. It's not good that he won. I will say about John Thune that when he started in Congress, probably about 12 years ago, he was a Christian. His main motive was to bring morality and faith to his functioning as a U.S. Senator. And he was a pretty good guy. I don't know. I think that, power corrupts, as Lord Acton said, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that political figures, when they're in office too long, are all, without exception, bad people. President Trump, by the way, is proposing term limits, which would be great. And I think Thune possibly has become corrupted by the system. You no longer are serving the interests of the country, the interests of your own constituents, and you start to serve your own interests and do favors and trade favors with other political figures, and you lose your moorings. I don't know if that's true about Thune. So far, he has said he's recognized President Trump's mandate, and he has said that he will allow for recess appointments, if not bringing people through the process quickly. We'll see. There is an insider fight over this right now, because McConnell has apparently gone on record as saying that he's going to oppose recess appointments, even though it's been done before. It was done by President Obama, by the way. And yet, Mike Johnson has stood up. So we have an ally in him, at least at this time. I wouldn't trust anyone, but he seems to be a stand-up guy. He has stood up and said that the Constitution states that both houses of Congress have to agree to a recess, and if they don't, then the president, as chief executive, can come in and call a recess for Congress. Now, that is a constitutional theory. I'm not sure it's ever been done before, but Mike Johnson is a pretty smart lawyer. He has stated this by quoting from the Constitution, and that is one way to get it done. Either way, it has to be done. We have to get all of President Trump's nominees in their seat. We have to do it now. We have to call our congressmen, our senators, our representatives, and let them know in no uncertain terms that we expect all of President Trump's nominees to be seated in their respective offices. Now, Pete Hegseth and Matt Gaetz, particularly Matt Gaetz, they seem to have some personal problems, or did have some personal problems, that are being brought up as ways to stop them. I would argue that this is very political because those same types of problems would not have been brought up had they been playing ball. I mean, whatever Matt Gaetz was doing before his marriage, I think he was married in 2018. It doesn't look good. You know, it's not good, free, solid moral behavior. Okay, whatever it is, and I'm not saying any of it is even true, but I think it probably a percentage of it is true. It was before he was married. It was before he was in Congress. It was before he was married. He is married now. Apparently, marriage has done for him what it does for a lot of men, in that it's made him better, made him more moral. It's straightened him out. And and by the way, I would contrast that with Bill Clinton, who really misbehaved after his marriage, or probably before too, and who did, the stuff that Gaetz is accused of is nothing, remotely comparable to the activities of Bill Clinton. Not to mention other major figures like Joe Biden, for example. Let's not forget about Tara Reid and other people. I mean, this is the kind of thing that goes on. It's not good, and it should be identified, but it's personal. It's not, it's not really should not have bearing on his career. He's not running for Pope. He's no angel. He doesn't hold himself up as some paragon of virtue. He's a tough lawyer, smart. He'll defend President Trump and protect him. He'll protect the MAGA movement. He will investigate the real corruption that has permeated the Department of Justice. You have a guy like Merrick Garland. He's probably as straight as an arrow. I mean, he's probably never, he's never even jaywalked. And yet he has launched a complete politicization of the Department of Justice, using it to spy on political opponents of the present regime, however they're perceived, spying on parents as they go to school board meetings because they criticize critical race theory or transgender surgeries or COVID laws, spying on Catholics in church, spying on pro-life Christians protesting outside of an abortion clinic, spying on whoever else this regime sees as an enemy. That's, that's evil. That's un-American. I mean, he's turning the FBI into a Gestapo, basically. And by the way, I hope Kash Patel is chosen as FBI director. That would be a beautiful thing. So I would rather have somebody who is going to go in and know how to function. And you should see, you can watch it on YouTube, some of Matt Gaetz's examination of corruption in Congress, when he questions Merrick Garland, when he questions Christopher Wray. He is just a tremendous lawyer and advocate, and he thunders and he takes no prisoners. He just goes in and he does it. So I think that he would be a fantastic attorney general. I understand he's got some personal problems. I think that we need to turn a blind eye, overlook those, and look at the interests of the country and of this administration first. Same thing with Pete Hegseth. I don't know a lot about Pete Hegseth, but I know who his enemies are. And he's a decorated veteran. I mean, my sense is that he's interesting because of the fact that for 20 years, he actually was directly involved in real combat, unlike people like Mark Milley and, these sort of desk officers who really never saw combat. And as such, he's a disruptor of the system. He understands the actual inner workings, the guts of the military. And in that capacity, I think that he is a person who more likely will make the military what it should be, which is a fighting force, a force that can protect both coasts, that can protect America from invasion. That's why we have it. It's not a social experiment. I think that Hegseth will get rid of that aspect of the military, and that is something that is good for all of us. In fact, all of the cabinet positions are oriented in that way. They want to bring back the function of their respective offices to its original function. Most of them have expanded too far beyond those functions, and they've particularly gotten involved in politics. The obvious example is the FBI. Now, the FBI has always been problematic. I mean, under J. Edgar Hoover, it was problematic. It was spying on people. But at least Hoover went after genuine enemies of the United States, like the Ku Klux Klan, like the Communist Party, like the Mafia. Since, I think, probably starting with Mueller and then on through Comey and then finally with Wray, you have these political lawyers who are not agents, who don't have a background in investigation work, who basically have used the FBI and turned the FBI into a political house. I mean, that goes after people they don't like. I mean, Comey made his bones by going after Martha Stewart, right? I mean, it's just, it became arbitrary, and it's dangerous for freedom. So I hope that Kash Patel is the nominee, and I believe that he'll make it right. Anyway, I'm going to take off at this point, but I will just give out the number one more time if you'd like to call in. 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. So just to encapsulate here and sort of wind it up. Thank God President Trump has won. We need to enjoy and feel happy and grateful for that victory. I certainly do, especially as we enter into the Thanksgiving, Christmas, Hanukkah season. I feel good. I mean, I'm pleased with the direction of this country. At the same time, we have to understand that this is just the beginning of the fight to take back our country. We have to make sure that President Trump's nominees are confirmed. We have to make sure that President Trump's agenda is carried out. That doesn't mean we can't criticize when criticism is warranted, but we have to do it in a constructive way in order to make things better, not to tear things down. Anyway, I want to thank you for joining me. My books are available on Amazon Books. Charles Moskowitz, you can check them out. I'm looking forward to a reduction in the censorship regime as we enter into this new year. I am planning on expanding my live stream capacity. I'm planning on inviting various guests. I am planning on doing the program consistently at the same time each day so I can develop an audience and start to get people calling in and texting, and we can really have this experience. And I feel optimistic about that. That was my original purpose in terms of getting into this back in 2018, around the time the censorship started. So I feel optimistic personally. I feel optimistic as an American. I feel optimistic as a Jew. I feel optimistic as a person, as a man. And I guess I covered all my bases. So anyway, thanks for joining me, everyone. Check out my books. They're available at Amazon Books. God bless you all. God bless America. The program, we're now live. Thank you very much. Charles Moskowitz here. The number to reach us, 508-637-5596. If you'd like to join the conversation, 508-637-5596. And of course, you can send chat as well. I'm doing a little live streaming here to discuss an issue that's very important, both to me personally, but also, I believe, to the world. And that is my basic advocacy and suggestion that the state of Israel immediately annex what is called the West Bank and Gaza. What has been called in historically and in Israeli circles the lands of Judea and Samaria. I advocate that they do this before President Donald J. Trump takes his oath of office on January 20th, which of course is really less than, 2 months away from now. And that they get it done. They get it done now. They have a ceasefire in of course, on the northern border with Hezbollah, but that they must do this now. This is a unique historic opportunity for Israel to take the bull by the horns at last and codify what was certainly a military victory in 1967, the Six-Day War, but which will end this ongoing political agenda to tear out from the very heartland of the tiny state of Israel another state that would be hostile to its existence. This would be like, creating a Taliban state out of one of the American states, or an ISIS entity out of one of the American states. To expect Israel to do that politically, militarily, it would be insane. Religiously and spiritually, it would be wrong. Israel must assert sovereignty over that tiny country that was recognized by the Balfour Declaration, was recognized as part of the British Mandate of Palestine, at least the western part of it. The eastern part, Transjordan, was basically the Arab part of Palestine. And they have to stop the quibbling and the ongoing and endless arguments and discussions. Get it done. Get it over with. Israel is Israel. Israel today, before I address the political issues, I want to address the spiritual issues, and then I'll go to the practical question. The spiritual issue is simple. The Lord God, King of the universe, blessed be he, spoke to Abram, who became known as Abraham shortly after this message, where he told him to go up and go to the land that I will show you. That land is exactly the parameters of the state of Israel today. That land, Abram did go up, Abraham as such, as the world's first believer in the creator of the universe. And he established a commonwealth there. He fought wars with the Canaanites, the seven nations, and he successfully established the first completely sovereign Israelite commonwealth. That continued through his rule and through that of his son Isaac, and then on to his son Jacob. Of course, we know the story of Joseph and how he ended up in Egypt, and he became the de facto prime minister of Egypt after saving the country from famine. And then Jacob and his sons, dealing with terrible famine in Canaan, went down and had a reunion with Joseph, and they lived in Egypt, where eventually, after Joseph's death, they became slaves. We all know the story. They would then be liberated by the hand of God and his messenger, Moses. They would wander through the Sinai for 40 years, where they would receive the Torah at Sinai, at Mount Sinai. They would then conquer the land that God had shown Abraham, that being exactly the parameters of the state of Israel today. The book of Joshua talks of how Joshua crossed the Jordan and defeated the Canaanites at Jericho. Now, the book of Deuteronomy is clear about two things here. Firstly, that 2.5 tribes of the 12 tribes asked to stay behind, to stay on the other side of the Jordan, and yet remain part of the Israelite confederation, and continue to help with their brother tribes in the conquest of Canaan, which God commanded the Israelites to do. So that tells us that the border of the Holy Land was the Jordan River. The Jordan River today is the exact border between Israel and Jordan, or the Kingdom of Jordan, or Transjordan, which, of course, according to the British Mandate, is Palestine. So you have the border established. The second piece in Deuteronomy that I would note is that when Joseph blessed his sons and his brothers, and God and Moses, I think, or God blessed them, the borders of their tribes were clearly delineated. And those tribes stretched from the Jordan River to the Great Sea, the Yam Soph, which of course is the Mediterranean, and from the north, Dan, to the south, Beersheba. Those are the exact borders of the state of Israel today. The Tel Dan is actually in Metula, which is in the very northern tip of Israel. And of course, Beersheba is a city today. It's one of the oldest and most ancient continually inhabited cities. And it's in Israel today. The only part of the state of Israel today that is outside of these lands that God commanded Joshua to conquer is a stretch of desert that goes from Beersheba south to the Gulf of Eilat. That's called Negev in Hebrew, which is a word for desert. So, in other words, Israel exists in the parameters of that great land. That is a fulfillment of the commands of the Torah. It is the commands of the God of Israel, the God that we believe is the one God. There is no other God before him. Why God chose Israel, I don't know. I mean, that only God knows. But that is the very cornerstone of our faith. And it is very clearly delineated that we are to establish a commonwealth in that land, and we are to observe certain laws that would separate us from all the other nations and make us into a priestly sect. That's the concept of the chosen people. Not to go too deep into that, other than to point out that this concept has been misinterpreted by both Jew and non-Jew historically to mean that the Jews are involved in a command to control other people, to control the world because we're superior. Not so. That's not what it's about. We are not superior to any other human being. All men and women, I may add, according to the book of Genesis, were created in the image of God. We are all equal. We are all children of God and images of God. And it is that element of the book of Genesis that was recognized, thank God, by the founding fathers of the United States Republic. That's what Jefferson pointed out in the Declaration of Independence, issued July 4th, 1776, where he stated, all men are created equal. That's where that came from. It came from the book of Genesis. God said that all men and women are created in the image of God. We all have the same rights under God. We all are born equal. We all die equal. We're all equal. So I just wanted to dispel that misconception, one that's been occasionally amplified by people who don't mean us well. But also at that time, the borders, as I said, were clearly delineated between the 12 tribes, and Joshua conquered Canaan. He left some of the Canaanites where they were, which means that in some ways he failed to completely conquer Canaan, and that failure continues, frankly. But on a more practical level, the land of Canaan became somewhat of a diverse region where you had both Israelites, Canaanites, Philistines, and others. So you had an Israeli or an Israelite kingdom, but it wasn't, ethnically pure. It had different ethnicities in it, for better or for worse. And that's, of course, the story of the book of Judges, the book of Kings, the book of Samuel, right up through the book of Chronicles. I'm just getting into a brief history here, okay? The kingdom is united under first Saul and then David. And then it reaches a zenith of power under Solomon, where it becomes a great, powerful empire. Jerusalem is established as the capital. Solomon builds the temple in Jerusalem, which is actually not commanded in the Torah, but which is in the writings. And then, of course, Saul falls into sin, and he spends so much money on his concubines that he bankrupts the country. 3 years after his death, his son Rehoboam turns out to be worse and not even as intelligent as Solomon. And then the empire divides into two, Judah and Israel, or Judah and Ephraim. The northern kingdom becomes more pagan. They set up idols, mainly because they wanted to stop people from making pilgrimages to Jerusalem, since the two countries are now enemies. And at times, friends, Judah remains Judaic. It remains children of Judah. It adheres to the covenant, with some major lapses and some bad kings like Manasseh. But nevertheless, it retains its consciousness, its identity as the inheritors of the covenant of Sinai, the extra code and all of it, and the worship of God, the rejection of idol worship with all of its evil practices. Eventually, the northern kingdom is taken away by the forces of Nineveh, of Assyria, in the person of Sennacherib, and they are dispersed to, generally according to the prophets, regions in what is today Iran and Azerbaijan. The kingdom of Judah continues, and the kingdom of Judah is more than just the tribe of Judah, of course, because Judah had conquered Benjamin, and you had the disbursement of the tribes of Levi and Simon. Since both of those tribes never received an allotment, they were dispersed among all the tribes. And you have elements of the northern kingdom who had made their way to Jerusalem to worship at the temple and who stayed, and then in exile reuniting with the Judahites who had been eventually sent into exile with the Babylonian conquest in the person of Nebuchadnezzar and the destruction of the temple and of Jerusalem. So that happened maybe a century later. Then, of course, after the destruction and the exile, the Judahites, the children of Israel, are commanded to return to their ancestral land once again as clients of Cyrus the Great of Persia, who conquered Babylonia and who is referred to as the Messiah in the book of Ezra. Ezra, the scribe, and his general Nehemiah lead the children of Israel, or a big portion of them, not all. Many of them stayed in Persia or Babylon, where they set up, by the way, an incredible and learned civilization of Judahites, or what in English we call Jews, and eventually leading to the writing of the Babylonian Talmud many, many centuries later. But Ezra returns to Jerusalem. It's miraculous. He reestablishes the state in Judea, or Judah. Judea is just a Roman, Latin, Greek way of saying it. He rebuilds the temple, and he reestablishes the Commonwealth under Persian sponsorship. Eventually, Alexander the Great defeats Persia, passes through Judea, recognizes the Judean client state under Greek control. The Greeks, of course, after Alexander's death, his General Ptolemy takes over and rules from Egypt, still recognizing the sovereignty of the Judeans, the semi-sovereignty. And by the way, around that time, Ptolemy, or one of his children, developed the Septuagint, which is a Greek translation of the Torah, and which basically brought Torah principles to much of the world. After Ptolemy eventually has a war with Antiochus of Syria, who victoriously presides, he conquers Judea. A lot of Judeans are beginning to become super secular. They're becoming Greek. They're becoming Hellenic. There's a civil war there between them and the religious Judeans, led by the Hasmonean clan, which is a priestly clan. Eventually, the Hasmoneans defeat not only their fellow Jews who were secularists, but also the Greek state under Antiochus. That's the story of Hanukkah, which is a story of sovereignty. It's a story of nationalism. It's a story of religious assertion, one that should and has inspired all of man ever since. And by the way, the book of Maccabees is codified by Catholics in their Bible, the Vulgate. It's not actually codified in the Tanakh. But nevertheless, we observe Hanukkah. Judah Maccabee, the son of Mattityahu, establishes sovereignty, complete sovereignty, even though he does send a gift to Rome, because Rome at that point was the major power in the world. After several wars and the martyrdom of his brothers, each of whom had a period of control, eventually Simon, who was the last of the Hasmonean brothers, his son, John Hyrcanus, becomes a powerful ruler of Judea, expands Judea, and then, of course, his son further expands it, that being Alexander Yanai, who was evil. And then when Yanai dies, his wife, Queen Salome, becomes queen for a great period of time. I don't think it was long, maybe 10 years. And after her death, her two sons, unfortunately, fell into a civil war. The Romans used that as an opportunity to back one of the sons and install him as a dictator under Roman auspices. And the general Pompey, Gaius Pompey, entered Jerusalem and entered the temple. And while that ended the sovereignty of Judea, the infrastructure continued. They were punished by the installation of Herod, who was an Idumean and who was a forced convert as such by Hyrcanus, which is seen as a sin in the Talmud. And he was evil, very evil. And he established what you might call the so-called deep state, what President Trump would call, in Judea. And the Herodians under Herod would control all of the institutions. They'd control the high priesthood. I would argue that they were the ones who were responsible for the crucifixion of Jesus, because they're the ones who advocated it to the Roman dictator, Pontius Pilate, who, by the way, I know that he's portrayed this way somewhat in Christian sources, who I think wanted to soften any attack on Rome later on, as they basically eventually literally took over the Roman Empire. Nevertheless, according to Alexander of Philo Alexander, a Jewish scholar in Egypt, and according to Josephus, who was one of the primary sources as a historian of those times, Pontius Pilate was a very cruel and brutal dictator who probably crucified thousands of people outside the walls of Jerusalem. Eventually, he was so brutal that he was even too much for the Romans, who recalled him after he massacred Samaritans who were going to pray on their holy mountain, Mount Gerizim, which is in the heart of Samaria. By the way, the Samaritans. Generally, scholars believe that they are descended from a hybrid of the 10 tribes of the northern kingdom and the invading Assyrians and other surrounding peoples, and that they continue to practice Judaism, belief in God, and except with some differences. They approached Ezra to ask for a reunion. Ezra refused. Now, for reasons that we don't totally know, but that's what happened. And they're still there. They live around the city of Nablus, which of course is the Greek city of Neapolis, or the Roman city of Neapolis, and goes back to the ancient Hebrew city of Shomrim, or Samaria. And they continue to practice a form of Judaism. They have had a rapprochement with the Israeli chief rabbi, and that is a relationship that ought to continue to be explored. A lot of Palestinians who trace their lineage back many centuries, and that's only a small segment of people who call themselves Palestinian, by the way. I'll get into that in a minute. They trace their ancestry back to the Samaritans, and the Samaritans, ethnically, genetically, are very similar to the ancient Judahites. So, in a sense, in the broad sense, we are brothers with the Samaritans. So back to the history of Israel. In 70 AD, the temple is destroyed due to a civil war amongst the Judeans, with a cult of zealots who were feared and hated by people like Josephus and by the establishment, basically dividing Judea into factions that defeated each other. So the Romans were able to walk in and pick up the pieces, just like they did under Pompey, and destroy the temple. About maybe 75, 100 years after that, you had another rebellion, the Bar Kokhba rebellion, where the Judeans achieved sovereignty for, I don't know, maybe 3 to 5 years. They were defeated by the Romans under Hadrian. Hadrian used a classic Roman technique, the one that the Jews always feared would happen, one that Rome did to Carthage, which is that he really destroyed Jerusalem and built a temple to his god Apollo on the ruins of the temple. He changed the name of Jerusalem to Aelia Capitolina, and he changed the name of the country from Judea to Palestina. The reason he did it, according to most historians, was because Palestine was the name derived from the ancient Philistines, the sea people who had settled on the coast and who were the eternal enemies of the ancient Israelites. Goliath, for example, was a Philistine, and the wars between Judah and between Israel and the Philistines are legendary. David had wars with them. Eventually, they were defeated by David, and they disappeared from history at that point. So you had the complete defeat of Judea, and yet they continued on in a weakened state. There was a disbursement of Jews, one that started by the Babylonians but continued and accelerated throughout the Mediterranean. Jews, according to history and archaeology, settled in the Rhine Valley of Germany. They were as far as Ireland. They were traders. They were merchants. They got into business. They were known to be polyglots. In other words, they knew many languages. So they made themselves useful to various courts. There's a big Jewish community in Cyrenaica, which is today in Libya, Benghazi. They were in Spain. They were everywhere. And yet they continued in Roman Palestine and Byzantine Palestine, and they continued to write the Talmud, or the Palestinian Talmud. And they continued to have communities there. They never left. They continued right up till Herodotus, who was a Byzantine emperor and who was oppressive to the Jews of Aleppo, of Antioch, and and basically at that point the Jews formed an alliance with his enemy, the Parthians. The Parthians came in and defeated him, and for about 20 years, this was just before the Islamic conquest in the 6th century, the Jews again asserted sovereignty in Judea. People don't realize this. It was a difficult one. It was insecure, but it was under Parthian sponsorship, which of course echoes Cyrus the Great. They were able to establish sovereignty for a brief period of time. Herodotus came back in, completely defeated them under the guise of the True Cross, and there was a bloodbath by the Byzantines at that point. About 10, 15, 20 years after that, you had the Islamic conquest, the Battle of Yarmouk, which was fought by Abu Bakr at the Yarmouk River, which is near Lake Tiberias. And the Islamic forces were successful in conquering Palestine. One of the caliphs at that time, I think it was Ali, or Omar, he allowed the Jews to return to Jerusalem. He allowed the Jews rights under his control. They did not reassert a sovereignty at all, but the community was able to reestablish itself somewhat. And they formed an alliance with the Muslim authorities. Some have speculated, for example, that the famous Dome of the Rock, which is on the Temple Mount, is actually a synagogue. It is unlike any other mosque in the world. It has writings on the wall which could be viewed in some translations as Jewish, as Hebrew, or as derived from the Torah. And we don't know this, but it is at the site, according to faith, that where Isaac, with Abraham, did the Akedah, and where Melchizedek ruled in Jerusalem. He never died. He went to heaven. One of the few figures in religious history who did so, along with Elijah and along with Jesus, who can make that claim. And so you had Jews in Arab-controlled Palestine at that time, which was not really a separate government. It was ruled by the Umayyad Caliphate, then eventually by the Abbasid Caliphate. This period went maybe for a couple of hundred years. Eventually, you had the Crusades come in. The Jews of Palestine helped the Saracens, which is what the Frankist Crusaders called Arabs, defend Palestine from the invasion by the Christian Crusades. They were allied with the Arabs, and they were slaughtered by the Christians. These are just facts of history. And by the way, with regard to the Crusader kingdom, Israel has learned lessons from why that kingdom eventually failed. The reason that kingdom failed, according to many historians, is that after the Frankist king, I think it was Godfrey, or I don't remember the name, established the kingdom in Jerusalem, the original Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem. They invited their wives and children to come in from France, and there was a great celebration. The wives and children decided to go down to the Jordan River to celebrate and to where Jesus was baptized and all of it. And while they were down there, they were slaughtered by a gang of Saracens. One of them escaped and was able to go back to Jerusalem and talk about what happened. And the reaction to this by the kingdom of Jerusalem, the Christian kingdom of Jerusalem, was rather than to go out and fight, they built higher walls. They went behind the walls. They cowered in fear. In many cases, they sent their wives and children back to France, and they kind of hunkered down into a siege. And that was the beginning of the end, because if they weren't willing to get out and fight, they were not going to survive. And eventually they didn't survive. I mean, there were several more crusades, but they were not ultimately successful. And eventually they were defeated on the fields of Hattin by Saladin. Israel does not respond that way. When Israelis are attacked, they don't cower. They may just temporarily for a day to protect their lives, but then they come out and they fight and they defeat and smote the enemies that are trying to wipe them out. The same enemy that successfully defeated the Crusades. So that's a lesson learned. After Salah ad-Din, who was Kurdish, so the Arabs were gone at that point, ethnically, ruled an empire. Eventually they were defeated by the Mongols, who came in and really devastated what was left of Palestine. And at that point, the country, according to historians, really became a kind of a backwater. There was very low population, low industry, low development, low activity there. The Turkish eventually, under the rule of Osman, became the Ottoman Empire. They took over and they ruled the area for 400 years, from 14th century, right up till World War I. And they did so with a kind of a loose hand, the Milliyet system, where they had local families, local tribes who were loyal to them, basically serve as landlords and send them tribute, but otherwise were left to their own functions. And of course, one of those tribes, the Husseini family, their son was Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, who was one of the people who started the war against Israel. I write about this in one of my books called The Nazi Connection to Islamic Terrorism. So anyhow, every generation, and I get into this, by the way, in my most recent book, right over my shoulder here, The Anti-Semitic Imagination, I document how in every generation there were Jews who tried to make aliyah, to go to the land that God showed us, to go reestablish our homeland, and that this was uninterrupted in every generation, every decade, from the ancient times till today, and that there were communities there in every generation. The Jews never completely surrendered that land. They never completely gave up in terms of population. Napoleon tried to reestablish Jewish sovereignty there, and he was not successful. But in a way, Napoleon, in around the turn of the 19th century, kind of could be viewed as one of the fathers of modern Zionism. Zionism, again, being a movement that it's both nationalist and religious, that has existed within the Jewish people and their allies in every generation and in every decade and in every year from the ancient times right up till today. After Napoleon, you had wealthy Jews like Montefiore and Edmund de Rothschild later, who became interested in Zionism and who tried to help establish Jewish settlements from European Jews in what was then called South Syria, and did so very successfully. I mean, it's a great history of how they established neighborhoods. Montefiore established that neighborhood right outside Jerusalem. The Khan Yunis, I forget. No, that's an Arab name. I forget the name of it. Har Nof, I think, the one with the windmill. Rothschild, who was one of the few members of the Rothschild banking dynasty that was actually friendly to Israel, he set up what eventually would become the Jewish National Fund, which purchased land from local owners at fair market value and turned it into this massive Jewish fund that to this day technically owns the title to about 85% of Israel outside the West Bank. And all done, on the marketplace. They continue to proceed. Anyway, so we're up to more modern times. I'm not going to get into that. It's just too much for today. There are many, many books written on how the Zionist movement, people began to make Aliyah. It was an organic movement. Yes, it did not start with Theodor Herzl and the Zionist conference in Basel. It actually started more in Eastern Europe in a big way, with the first Aliyah, which was 19th century, and the second Aliyah, which was in the late 19th century, and which was mostly Russian Jews, mostly religious Russian Jews, but also left secular types as well. I get into this in my book. I'm not saying you have to buy the book. You can get it from your library. The Anti-Semitic Imagination, Charles Moskowitz, where I show the different waves of settlers coming in, a lot of them from Russia, some of them from Western Europe, even some from America, and how they really started to develop what you have today, which is this incredible, organic, dynamic society that is established. So that brings me up till now. And by the way, let me give out the number you're welcome to call, 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. So we're up to modern times. Hi, Paul. Nice to see you on TikTok. By the way, you're welcome to call in, as is anyone else. 508-637-5596. So, again, I've got the history of Israel. The modern history is accessible. We know what happened at the establishment. I've written books on the topic. There are many good books. 1967, Israel successfully conquers all of British Palestine, and that means what's called the West Bank, what actually before 67 was called West Jordan, but which historically is called Judea and Samaria, and religiously certainly is called Judea and Samaria. Oh, I got a warning on TikTok because I said Judea and Samaria. I don't know, whatever. I guess I'm still there. Thanks for the warning, TikTok. I don't know what I said, but just for you who are watching the show on TikTok, let me mention that I could be shut down any second. Looks like I might be suspended, in which case, check out charlesmoskowitz.com and all of the live stream sites that are now carrying the show, okay? Just a forewarning. I don't know what I said. I'm not going to worry about it. We've got Paul wanting an invite. You're invited, Paul. I am now advocating, especially after the events of October 7th of 2023, where you had a genocidal assault on Israelis attending a rock concert and Israeli villages along the border of Gaza. I am now advocating that Israel annex Gaza and they annex the West Bank in its entirety. And they do it before President Trump takes the oath of office, God willing, on January 20th of next year, which is only about 6 or 7 weeks away. That they do it now. They rip the Band-Aid off the arm. No, it's not going to be easy, but they must do it in order to assert sovereignty over that tiny country, that they assert the rights and the privileges of all the citizens of that country, both Jewish and non, both Israeli and Arab and otherwise. And that the only way to do it is to get it done, declare sovereignty. Donald Trump, President Trump, I believe, will recognize that sovereignty once he takes office, but it has to be done first so that he can do that. He can recognize it. And the best time to do it is now, today. Get it done. Declare sovereignty. Okay, so what do I think will happen if Israel does this? I think nothing will happen. They'll just do it. Israel should offer citizenship to Arabs in Judea, Samaria, and Gaza. They should offer citizenship. If they get citizenship, then they'll have all the same rights as any and all other Israeli citizens. They'll be free to travel in Israel. They'll be free to live as Israeli citizens. They should have that. All of them should have it. Israel shouldn't be afraid to offer it. Now, what would citizenship entail? Well, let's look at the process of receiving American citizenship as an example. Someone doesn't just get American citizenship. Every year, you might note, and certainly here in my own community of Boston and in other major cities, there are what's called naturalization ceremonies where new citizens take an oath to support, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. They pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. They take a test to see whether or not they have basic knowledge of American form of government, American culture, and other factors. And they swear a loyalty oath to the United States. It's a process. You don't just get it. It just isn't handed out. And one of the questions that I believe used to be asked, I don't know if it still is, if it isn't, it should be, is whether or not you have loyalty to an enemy of the United States, namely the Communist Party. Have you ever been a communist? And you have to disavow that if you were, or you shouldn't be, obviously. And you have to say, I no longer adhere to foreign alien principles that are anti-American and that are antithetical to American government and way of life. And I totally, wholly, and with all my heart adhere to and accept the American way of life as part of my responsibility as a citizen of the United States. So I would suggest that therefore, only naturally, there has to be that same process in the state of Israel. So if you have Arabs living in Hebron or Nablus or Ramallah or Gaza or anywhere else who want to become Israeli citizens, they would be required to go through a basic process to get to that point. And that should include probably a year of education on Israeli history, on Judaism, on Israeli law, and on other factors. And then they should be required to take a test, mostly written test. And finally, they should be required to take an oath of loyalty to the Jewish state. And once they fulfill these obligations, and once it is demonstrated that they are not adherent of or affiliated with enemies of Israel, like, for example, Hamas or Hezbollah or any of the other enemies who are openly and avowedly dedicated to destroying Israel, then they should be welcomed as citizens. I just think that's the right thing to do. Now, if they become citizens and they take the oath, and then they obviously will then be expected to be loyal to that oath and continue on as loyal Israelis. If for some reason they behave in a way that contradicts that, then of course that is a violation of that oath, and that's a crime, and they should probably be prosecuted or expelled. Now, as far as Arabs who don't match up to that level, or who don't want citizenship, I would say to them, that's okay, as long as they are peaceful, as long as they don't take up arms, then they shouldn't have to become citizens of any country. And for that reason, I would suggest that the Palestinian Authority should be allowed to continue operating sort of like an American state. It's like Massachusetts operates within the United States, the federal system, or Rhode Island or Delaware or any other state. I know that's an inexact comparison, but the Palestinian Authority should be able to continue to engage in municipal decisions, infrastructure, roads and bridges, welfare, healthcare, all of the normal things that local sovereign states do. They should not be able to make foreign policy. They should not be able to have military, of course. And they are under overall Israeli law, but they have limited local autonomy. They can elect people if they want to elect Hamas, as evil as that is. As long as they are observing the laws, then fine. I have a feeling they won't. I know that there was experiments after the Six-Day War in 1967 where municipalities elected governments, and some of them became radical and they went to war, in which case they had to be ended. I hope that doesn't happen again, but it might. Either way, as long as they want to be loyal, as long as they want to be peaceful, they should be able to operate local and regional sovereignty. Those who want to continue to fight Israel, those who want to continue to take up arms against Israel, ought to be treated no differently than what Tom Homan, the new head of security and border control in the United States, is talking about doing to radical criminal gangs like the Frente Arva from Venezuela and syndicates, crime syndicates who are illegal aliens coming into the United States. They should be viewed as terrorists. They should be detained. They should be expelled. And if they want to fight with weaponry, they'll have to be killed. And that's something that I think we can assume is going to happen in Israel. They're not going to just put down their arms. They aren't now. And thus, Israel is going to have to continue fighting them until they are defeated. And that war could take a long time. It could take 100 years. It could take 1,000 years. I think that Chaim Weizmann was once asked, the first president of Israel, by a reporter, when do you think there'll be peace between Israel and the Arab countries? And I don't know if he was making a flippant comment, but he said essentially it's going to take 1,000 years. Well, I hope and pray it doesn't take that long. I hope it doesn't take much time at all. But if you have a subversive element inside your country, that's continuing to kill you and fight you, you have a moral obligation and a practical need to stop them, to defeat them. So, if Israel declares sovereignty over its entire country, I assume, unfortunately, that that particular element of the war will continue and will continue over time. And I think Israel should take its time. It doesn't need to go in guns a-blazing. It just needs to control its borders, stop any flow of weaponry to them, and just gradually, carefully, strategically, and surgically take them out one way or the other. So that's my rant for the day. I think Israel needs to get it done. I think it will not affect Israel's position in the world. There may be some wringing of teeth, and the UN, which, of course, every day they condemn Israel. I mean, every agency of the UN, you could have an agency on basket weaving, and somehow they're able to work in a condemnation of Israel. Israel does not need to concern itself with any of that. Israel needs to preserve and protect and defend its own citizens and its own interests, both politically and nationally, as well as spiritually and religiously. And therefore, they have nothing to apologize for, especially after the attack of October 7th. People who were slaughtered that day, over 1,000 Israelis and guests, their blood cries out from the grave for justice. This is doing them justice. This is making sure that their deaths were not in vain, that their deaths led to a positive change. I think that it is taking an evil event and making it into something good, just like Joseph in the Bible, in the Torah, took an evil event, which was that his brothers threw him into a pit, a snake pit, and left him there to die. Eventually, after a chain of events, he turned it into something good, and he was able to redeem his brothers and forgive them for their horrible, evil sin. I think that in that same way, Israel is right to respond to this evil, which if they don't respond to will happen again. They have a right, a moral obligation, and a practical necessity to respond to it by declaring sovereignty over their tiny country once and for all, and to then let these other issues work themselves out in their own time and on their own terms. Anyway, on that note, I want to thank you this afternoon for joining me. Now that President Trump, thank God, has been reelected, I am assuming that some of the censorship is going to start to fall, and that I'm probably in this next year going to establish a regular live stream that will be consistent. I haven't done that this year, but I'm hoping to do it next year, where I come on at the same time each day and where I open the phone lines and really start to develop a great online experience for myself and all of those who participate, and where we will be able to really, drill down and talk about issues of all sorts. Okay, looks like I have. Oh, nope. You're welcome to come on board on TikTok. I almost got a guest. I'm signing off, but you still have some time here if you'd like to join me. So once again, I want to thank you all for listening. Check out my books. They're available at Amazon Books. Charles Moskowitz. I've written probably about 20 books. They're all there. And God bless all of you. God bless America. God bless Israel. God bless President Trump. Keep him safe and keep his family. I'm very optimistic about the future. I'm very bullish on President Trump's establishment of his cabinet. We need to support all of them. And on that note, I shall say adieu until next time. Thank you for listening. Good afternoon and welcome to the show. Charles Moskowitz here. Michael D. Shaw will be joining us shortly, probably by telephone. I felt compelled to go on the air today to celebrate. Hallelujah. MAGA is triumphant. President Trump and the MAGA movement has entered the fray. Thank God. I do think that there's a hand of God. God is watching over this country. This is almost a miracle, given what we've been up against, what President Trump has been up against for 4 years. The very fact that he survived and the fact that we're all here today. I know it's going to be a difficult road forward. I'm not a utopian. I'm not a perfectionist. But we can at least our relish, our momentary victory. Thank God. Anyone who'd like, and by the way, I've I've been banned from TikTok, so sorry I'm not there. But welcome aboard. I just welcome Podomatic. Thank God this is a day to celebrate. President Trump is triumphant. The MAGA movement is triumphant. And we have created a moment in history that is unlike any in certainly my lifetime in this country. President Trump, we should remember, was not supposed to be there today. And, oh my goodness. This was not supposed to happen. They tried to kill him. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to imprison him. They tried to discredit him and his family. They tried to do everything they could to throw every piece of mud they could come up with. And yet he prevailed, and that he was triumphant. And today he is the president-elect. Hallelujah. Now, I always thought that he would win. The only question was whether or not they would let him win, and I didn't think they would. And I do think they tried to do everything they could to stop it. But they didn't stop it, and Trump probably would have done better had they not tried everything they could, I think, to steal the election, but they were behind the times. They didn't estimate what was going on. Now, President Trump and the Republican National Committee, under the auspices of Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, and they did a wonderful job. They basically embraced the model that was established by Glenn Youngkin of Virginia, who understood the lessons. Mike? Here you are, but let me give you the number to call so you can be right in the system here. And I'm giving the same number to others as well. 508-637-5596. That's what you called and you ended up here. Oh, that's odd.
Well, what number did I reach?
You reached my regular number. So what I'm going to do is maybe hang up and try it again. I'll shut my phone off. That might do it.
All right.
Thank you. All right. Michael Shaw is having a couple of power problems, so that's why we're having some technical difficulties. Oh, I see the problem. SKYPE. I need to put this on. It might help if I actually did things right here. The code in Charles Moskowitz. That would be 535705. 535705. Sign in. Here we are. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, so the basically, the situation is such that Glenn Youngkin and the Republican National Committee learned the lessons of 2020, and they realized that they could not allow it to happen again. That being the level of election fraud that took place. So what they did, starting with Glenn Youngkin in Virginia, is that he fielded thousands of volunteers to man the voting booths, to man the counting rooms where they get the absentee ballots, to make sure that there was a Republican there, and he basically put up a staff of lawyers who understood the law and who were prepared to deal with any interruptions in that election and to do so quickly. And the result was that there were very few interruptions, and those that did take place, they were in court within an hour, and they were dealt with. Like if they tried to block access to any of the polling places, or if they tried to inappropriately count ballots or discard ballots, or if they were counting illegal ballots or fake ballots, or those or anything else that we could describe, who knows what. People who saw this would drop a dime, and they would basically let me just see if we can get this thing. And they would deal with it right there. Well, that's exactly what President Trump did, and that's why he won. I mean, he would have won anyway, and he also got such a big vote. But he was able to thwart efforts to steal the election in Georgia, in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, and in Wisconsin. There were instances of fraud. Everybody was watching. They tried to, and in Arizona, they tried to keep illegal aliens on the ballot. And they had hid this from the public until it finally came out. They had lawyers there making sure that those votes would be taken off the ballot because they were not legal votes. They were not connected to a citizen. And in some cases, they were not even connected to any person. There were reports that the Gateway Pundit also would be applauded for doing a great job of reporting this. There was, tens of thousands, who knows how many thousands of ballots that were mailed out to bogus addresses. And there were a lot of reports of this. The Republican National Committee caught it immediately. They were sharp as a tack, and they were able to stop it in its tracks. And the result is, look, Trump would have won anyway, and they're still trying to show up, apparently, in Philadelphia and Detroit with boxes of ballots. So it's not like they're not trying. But the Republican National Committee was fully engaged and fully prepared to deal with the problem. So you had, they couldn't pull it off. And as a result, we genuinely had one of the most honest elections in American history. Now that President Trump has won, thank God and hallelujah. I just love saying that. He needs to, I hope that he doesn't just drop the ball on this issue, and I hope that he does pursue broader questions of election reform. I understand that elections are state by state, but if there is a remedy nationally, and that's something that maybe Congress and the new administration can look into, to make these necessary reforms, then let's hope and let's pray that they do it. What is this? Let me see if I can get Mike to call in.
Hello.
Hi, Mike. How are you?
Okay, so did you get that number thing worked out?
Well, I mean, for some reason, you're not coming in on the computer, but that's okay. We'll just do it this way.
All right.
No problem at all. So, Mike, we have a lot to celebrate in this country of ours today. I think that the election of President Trump is a miracle. And I also think it is an act of conscious, hard work on the part of the Republican National Committee, which should be applauded, and which prevented the kind of voter fraud. They learned the lessons of 2020, and they followed the example of Glenn Youngkin in Virginia. And I followed this on the Gateway Pundit. They did a really good job of reporting it. That every time voter fraud came up, and by voter fraud, I should be more accurate. Election fraud, ballot fraud, voter fraud is rare. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of unaccountable ballots that were on various rolls in different states. Whenever this came up, the Republican National Committee had thousands of lawyers ready to go and to challenge it in court right down to the hour and get these ballots thrown out. And they did this in Atlanta, Philadelphia, Detroit, and Milwaukee, the key cities in the key states, and in Maricopa County. So this is why President Trump won. He would have won anyway. I think that even if they didn't do it, he got such an overwhelming vote that he probably would have won anyway. What do you think?
Well, here's a darker interpretation, if you will.
Sure.
Yeah, all due credit to Lara Trump, but this also smacks to me of Ronna McDaniel working for the other side, because it's just too dramatic of a difference.
Well, she might, whether she actually was or not, she might as well have been.
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't think that they expected such a disastrous result. I think that in spite of the stealing and in spite of the theft and the VOA votes from overseas and all these other things that they tried to pull off, it just wasn't enough to overcome Trump's vote. It was fantastic.
It wasn't enough, and I didn't mean that literally. I'm just saying that by Ronna McDaniel being a rhino and doing business as usual, and being an election fraud denier,
No.
in effect, she was working for the other side.
Yes, and as were all of the rhinos. Mitt Romney and Chris Christie and Paul Ryan, who's one of the worst, who was basically stabbing Trump in the back while he was Speaker of the House. All of these guys, Bill Kristol, not to mention the Cheneys.
All these other factors don't seem to be even as large anymore. I mean, Josh Shapiro could have helped him win Pennsylvania, but that wouldn't have mattered anyway.
No, and it just, the vote was so convincing. I mean, there's still, according to the Gateway Pundit, there are still trucks arriving in Philadelphia and in Detroit with boxes of ballots. They're still doing it, and they're not going to get away with it. The Republican committee is there meeting them at the door.
Well, that's what I was saying, in previous shows, that there's no talent on the other side.
No.
You can't bring up the 1953 playbook and keep using it. It doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, the whole thing is so ham-handed and so cheesy. I mean, they're trying to do the same freaking thing they did last time, and they were depending on the media. The media didn't even buy it. I'm sure you watched some of the returns. I mean,
oh yeah,
the liberal media, even like people like, what's his name over there, the pretty boy on Channel 5. I mean, the one that tried to screw Trump during the debate. They weren't even buying it. I mean, they all looked crestfallen. Rachel Maddow with a smirk was just off her face. She looked normal almost.
the hardest of the hardcore are still taking the position that despite the result, despite the popular vote, the American public is wrong.
I know, and And they're going to lose because of that, because that's why they lost in the first place. One of the reasons. And they're doubling down. I was listening to NPR here in Boston a little bit, which is what made me run back home to do this show. But, what's his name? Jim Braude and Marjorie Egan. And they're doing the same crap. I mean, it's all because they don't like a black woman, right? And they're all, in other words, we're all racists and sexists.
Yeah.
And, it's just such bull crap. I mean, then the fact that they would be still, I mean, this is, I mean, the one of the ugliest and darkest moments of this whole rotten campaign on their part was that they stooped to calling everybody Hitler and Nazis. And, people are like, no, we're not Nazis. We don't have anything against a woman. This is garbage. We're tired of this.
This is a great case of sin clouds the intellect, and you've seen this already in the entertainment industry, that with failure after failure after failure, these movies, they attack the audience.
And I just wonder if it's putting aside the fact that it's really a form of mental illness when you do something over and over again and it doesn't work. Who is it that he did a book years ago, back in the 70s, one of these pop books. It's got this book called The Androgynous Zone or something like that. I mean, it was John Dyer. He was a therapist who researched his book by spending a good bit of time in prison and in mental institutions, studying what people's behaviors were. And one of the things that he noticed about people who were mentally ill and institutionalized that made them who they were is that they would keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, even though it didn't work. And they couldn't kind of get out of that. They became like fixated on this action. And that is one of the signs of mental illness. And that's exactly what they are about.
Well, it is interesting because I think what's happening here is the liberal media seems to be composed of people that, I mean, my shorthand for this is the junior high school model UN type, that they have this particular picture of the world, and that's what it's supposed to be. And when you're in junior high, when you're in the model UN, that's great. But then they start getting into real life, and the way they avoid countering this is they're only with like-minded individuals. So you can be in that echo chamber of being in your media center, but the problem is you're selling a product to the general public, and the general public, in a sense, might be wrong. I mean, if you get into specific issues like, was Betamax better than VHS? Well, in some ways it was, but the public didn't think so because VHS tapes were longer, you record more. Okay, and I'm using that as a trivial example, but the point was that sometimes your idealized version of what's supposed to be happening isn't really what's going to sell to the public, and they just don't see it. And the reason that they don't change is, hey, they've been doing this for 50, 60 years, whatever it is. It would be catastrophic for them to admit, I'm wrong.
They'd probably, they would melt away. It would be like it would be like throwing a bucket of water in the face of the Wicked Witch of the West.
Yeah.
In the Wizard of Oz, they'd melt. All my beautiful wickedness is going down the drain. How could you little brat? It's sort of it's kind of like, except in their case, it's one thing to keep repeating this thing, that this worldview that's not true or that doesn't reflect what reality really, but that the particular worldview that they are pushing is so nasty and so ugly and so defamatory toward others.
It gets more and more ugly the more they cling to it.
Yes.
And by the way, has Harris conceded yet officially?
I think that she's maybe waking up from a drunken evening. I don't know what the hell is going on, but talk about classless. I mean, she sends out this guy who basically makes a quick statement, and then you see that's at that point I knew it was over, obviously, and then everybody leaves, and at that point I went to bed. Yeah, it was
Yeah, well,
over.
that was the Hillary Clinton playbook. But I ended up watching Charlie Kirk had a streaming thing, which was just great.
Oh, sure.
I mean, there were these 4 or 5 guys on there that were consulting every possible website and Twitter feed that you couldn't possibly do on your own,
Yeah.
and getting these updates and being very conservative in some cases with which states they were going to call, and then they started making fun of Arizona with this. I think it was just total denial on the part of Maricopa. They couldn't bring themselves.
No, they couldn't. They even the media, they couldn't. You know, they were like choking to actually declare the reality of it. I think it was only just a few hours ago that corrupt, rotten Secretary of State in Michigan, Jocelyn Benson, who I've been talking about for years, she finally has conceded Michigan. And yeah, it's sort of just they don't want to take that bitter pill.
No, because you see, they were right and everybody else was wrong, and it was going to work out like this. And this
Oh, it was
whole thing-
hilarious to watch it. I mean, it wasn't as funny as 2016. Because then, you know, they really didn't expect anything like it, and they were completely shell shocked.
Oh, right, you're exactly right. Because as much as I hate Hillary Clinton, she did at least have some credibility.
Yeah, and I think that was a shock to them. It was a shock to a lot of people. We all were shocked,
Yeah.
but this time around, I mean, it was kind of known, and they just looked so morose and so crestfallen. That was just amazing to see.
It was fun to watch because there was no doubt from the beginning. It was just piling up, and the map was getting redder and redder. And
Oh my
there
God.
are all these clips that are going out there. Like I think there was one on CNN. Well, is there any county, and I don't know how many thousand counties there are in the U.S., is there any county in the U.S. that Harris did better than Biden?
Oh, I saw that.
A single one.
That was with David. Was it with David Muir? Or is it?
Yeah.
Oh no, it was Jake Tapper. And he's looking at it. He's like, "Holy smokes! Not a single county." And they showed the map of the United States, and it was completely blank.
Yeah.
There was just nothing. It was. I don't think that I think she collapsed in just about every demographic, except maybe one. And that would be suburban, well-to-do, single, highly educated white women. Now, you can attack me for saying that, but that's the core.
No, that's exactly what it was. Because it's the same mentality, and so this is just tremendous. And I guess RFK Jr. has already come out and saying he's going to dismantle the FDA.
Oh
which,
my
of course,
God!
I've been calling for years.
Yes. You know, I can hardly wait.
You can do everything the FDA does with a few contractors, and there'd be no politics. So it's it's just
a beautiful thing.
Dawning here.
It is, and you know, the other thing I've noticed is squealing about is this is an assault on bureaucracy. And not only are they saying this, I saw a video of this on YouTube. They have them. It's like a talking head thing. Bureaucracy, 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 bureaucracy. You know, with each one of them making the exact same statement, like somebody sent this out to them, and they got the message. And I say, hallelujah, good.
Yeah.
Throw out the freaking bureaucracy.
They were saying that as if it were a bad thing.
Exactly. They're so out of it. They just don't see this. I mean, this is what Elon Musk did at Twitter. He cut about 80% of it, and it became better and stronger and more free as a result. Probably more profitable too.
Yeah. Well,
so
it just became big and fat, and it was very much typifies a tech company with too much money. So
And
you
and
hire
they must be
more
shaking in
more-
their boots because they know that the people around Trump and Trump himself, that they understand this, because these people are business people. Elon Musk was in business. Even JD Vance, I think he was in business.
Yeah.
I mean, all of them. I mean, they understand what bureaucracy is, and they know how to kind of pare it down and turn it into a more efficient machine. And all these layabouts, all these hacks, they know their days are numbered. They better look for a job because they're going to be out on their backside.
Well, and they're completely unrealistic about stuff. I mean, as we had discussed, I think on previous shows, how can you have a job at the LA Times and quit thinking that there's going to be another media job waiting for you?
That's right. Those are plum jobs, and
Yeah,
they're
I mean, so-
disappearing anyways.
So what's the upside? Okay, and you're gonna start taking out a Substack column, and you're going to be all bitter about how you were forced out. It's sort of like a riff on Colin Kaepernick, right?
Right.
He was offered a couple of deals and he didn't take them. Everybody forgets that, He
Mhm.
he just decided he was going to make more money being a professional race baiter.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Good luck to these people that left the Washington Post, LA Times. There's no upside.
No, and if
That
they can,
industry is done. And what's going to happen to MSNBC with Joy Reid talking about it was all racist and fascist and everybody in the country is wrong?
no, they're going down the tubes. I mean, this whole, on one hand, it surprises me that they're still using that argument because it obviously failed them, and it's insulting, and it's denigrating to about, pretty much most of the country.
Yeah.
And yet they're doubling down, and they're gonna end up.
But that was, I figured that would happen again
Yeah.
based on what was going on with the movie industry. And all these videos of Amanda Stenberg and Rachel Zegler Brown, it's all the fans, and the fans are negative, and we produce all this great stuff, and they should love it, and it's garbage. So
Well, they don't get
I
it,
don't know.
and the Democratic Party is gonna go the way of the dodo bird if they keep that up, because they're losing, traction. I mean, it's so out of touch and so elitist, and this old playbook which comes out of Saul Alinsky's Rules for Radicals, it just doesn't play anymore. No, too many people have been red pilled now, and they'll continue to rally their base, but that base is going to start shrinking even more. They lost this election in a bigger way than you can imagine, and they're going to continue to lose if they keep that up. If they don't reform the Democratic Party and get rid of that kind of woke, hostile fascism, and they don't get rid of lawfare, they don't get rid of censorship, they don't get rid of goose-stepping, attacks on their opposition, then they're going to be extinct. It's going to be like the Whigs. That could happen.
This is almost a mirror when the Republican Party was all rhinos.
Yeah.
You're going to have voices come up and say, we really should get more conservative because the idea of driving off a cliff at 55 miles an hour versus 80 miles an hour is really not a good selling point. And it took all this time, and it took a complete outsider.
That's right.
Remember, Barry Goldwater was a senator and a big political figure for a long time,
Right.
and he couldn't change it. So
No, but this is really almost revolutionary, and already you can see an international alignment by like-minded nationalists in their countries. People like Milei from Argentina and Orban from Hungary, and I think Meloni in Italy, and several others. They're all
the guy from Poland whose name I don't remember.
not Musk, not Tusk, the other one who was basically, removed due to a color revolution, thanks to the EU. They're all coming around to congratulate Trump, and it's really the beginning of a major movement toward a kind of a nationalist, populist, sovereign development. And I think that Trump is, he's going to do some amazing things. You've got Ukraine, which, by the way, now there's video out that shows that Biden basically gave Russia a green light to invade Ukraine, mainly because they wanted to have war so they could feed, trillions of dollars to the defense industry,
Right.
and it creates international order and all the other interests, which is the policy that's been in place in this country since Wilson. And, Trump is going to put a stop to that. He's going to probably take Putin and Zelensky and invite them maybe to Camp David and make them hammer out an agreement, because Ukraine now is on the verge of collapse. They've got, they have maybe another 6 months. And, the atrocity of that, and all the losses of, lives, I mean, it's really loathsome and evil. And I think that it never would have happened under Trump, and Trump is going to stop it. He said that he could do it even before he takes office, which I think is possible. I mean, Eisenhower did it in Korea before he took office.
Yeah. Well, that's right. That's a good analogy. So,
And the way my understanding from history is the way Eisenhower did it is that he flew out to Korea and to Panmunjom, where he met with both sides. And he said, look, I'm going to become president in 3 weeks. And if you don't stop this war, I'm going to drop a nuclear bomb on you. And they believed him. And they stopped the war, and it's been peaceful ever since. I'm just saying Trump he knows how to do that. And I think that he could do that. I think he could do it with the Israeli-Arab conflict too. I mean, I'm happy that he's pro-Israel, but he might force the Israelis to make some painful concessions to get peace with the Palestinian Arabs, and I hope he does.
well,
So-
it was divine intervention. I'm not sure we deserved it, but we were given another chance. And it is, again, we've said this a couple of times. The funniest part of all this is they're just doubling and tripling down with the same crap. They just don't get it.
They really don't, and they've now seen that the rug has been completely pulled out from under them. This is a glorious day. We ought to relish it. I know that it's going to be a long slog. I'm not utopian about this. It's going to be a war, but we can enjoy a moment of basking in the sun, for now, and relish our victory, and now get to work in terms of how to define it for people, how to make people understand what this is about, make people understand about, Trump derangement. Why did they hate Trump? Were they manipulated? Yes, they were manipulated by this deep state apparatus, and they ought to take another look. They ought to take another look at this whole movement, because it's incredible. And, it's time to get into the program now. It's not going to be easy, but it can be
I
done.
think there are going to be more conversions than you might expect.
Oh, yeah.
Because, the old hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. How about hell hath no fury like some wild-eyed optimist who got taken over by this crap, seeing how they were misled, and just sort of do reverse Harry Sisson, right? Oh, well, it
Oh,
was
my
all
God.
BS. Well, yeah, his initial tweet was, how could the country be so wrong? And other people are saying that, that the women didn't come through as much, or whatever it was.
Oh, my God.
It's just not.
It's not flying. I mean, he's talking. First of all, he's paid by by an ad agency. I mean, that's something that's been public. And in fact, it's now being said that the Harris campaign was literally paying people to go to those events.
Yeah.
But I mean, in the case of Sisson, he's doing this thing where he shows up with these two other goofballs, and it's so embarrassing. I mean, they're these white, privileged, empty-headed dimwits you know, standing there like in front of the camera with goofy faces. They've never worked a day in their life. I mean, and they're like, oh, well, we support Harris, and they make these ugly charges. They're probably all on a payroll, and they're dumb. You can tell that they're just dumb. I mean, it's embarrassing. This is what they say. Well, we represent, men for Harris or some crap like that. Really? That's what it's come down to. I mean, you see this thing and you're like, that's a sad state of affairs that they would represent men for Harris or men for anybody. But
Well,
anyway,
who knows? You may have a situation like in Germany after World War II when suddenly you couldn't find any Nazis. So
well, that's fine. Look at Germany after World War II. Under Adenauer in particular, it became a powerhouse, and they were all former Nazis. Who cares? They all, I mean, Adenauer was not a Nazi, but he was certainly a man of the right, and he was able to negotiate an end to conflict between the unions and create a united economy that turned into a powerhouse in Europe. An incredible story. So if they want to join us and put aside, their past, great. Come on down. I believe in redemption.
oh, of course.
Anyway,
And I believe you're going to have a bunch of converts because I think the only ones who are going to stay on the other side are the ones who are paid to do it. But at some point, the MSNBC and CNN model cannot sustain. They're only around because of the old cable system, but that's falling apart.
no, they've lost the momentum, and it'll be interesting to watch what happens to them because, they're not going to be able to sustain that, not any longer. I mean, they barely were before, but now this is a big blow to them, and we'll see. We'll see.
I mean, remember the way that it worked was 80 million cable subscribers were paying so that 400,000 people could watch CNN.
Well, I mean, they got certain deals, like they were piped into all the airports.
Yeah,
and
which
stuff
you
like
don't
that.
see that much anymore. So, well, good. I mean, you seem to be in a much better mood.
Oh, totally. I mean, who isn't? This is a great day. I mean, I'm exhausted. I was up late and I, just stressed out. And I'm sitting there in a stupor on my couch, eating pistachio ice cream. And all of a sudden, something happened on the TV, and I said, "Wow!" And I sat up. I think that it was when I don't know, one of them said something, and I think one of the big states came in, and I was then riveted, and you could just see the whole thing unfold. So I think, like a lot of people, there was like a moment where you realized that you'd crossed the Rubicon, and that they were not going to get away with it, and that the election was going to happen fair and square. And Trump, of course, came out with his beautiful family, and he gave an eloquent speech. And, I think that I think you've said that Trump has been somewhat humbled, maybe after having been shot, and that, he's becoming molded into just a great statesman. It's just an incredible thing. Anyway.
Well, good. We can all
right, Mike.
It's going to be exciting times now.
Indeed.
And not the least of which is that you seem to be in a positive mood. So
totally.
Don't lose that.
No. I mean, I'm very optimistic. I really feel very, very. I'm just absorbing it, and I'm basking in it. And I hope that everyone is, including people who didn't like Trump. We all want to see things work out well. I think that everybody's relieved that it was not close, even whether they admit it or not, because then we would have had Mark Elias there with his team of lawyers, and they would have been dragging on week after week. And the liberals were talking about doing that, and they can't do it. It's too late. He got the popular vote, for God's sake. I mean, not just the electoral. Plus Congress.
And, he won the popular vote, they said, by at least 5 million. And then, of course, it's all falling apart. Don't forget, people are saying, well, wait a minute. How is it possible that Biden got 81 million votes? Well,
Ah, that's right.
He did.
All of a sudden, what happened? They just evaporated. And yeah, it is falling apart. And also, the fact that Trump got such a large popular vote shows that those votes came from the blue, so-called blue states. They came from New York. They came from California, from Massachusetts.
Yeah, well, I was waiting for Massachusetts to go red, but
No,
it didn't
no, that's
quite
not-
happen.
That's not. I don't. There's not much hope for that.
No,
But
but they didn't lose these classical blue states by all that much. I think it was New Jersey by 3.
I mean, they almost Trump. They held on to Minnesota by a thread, and New Hampshire too. So they didn't. I mean, they lost steam in every single state, maybe except Vermont. I mean, and the District of Columbia. Other than that, they barely held on, and that's why the popular votes there. Both houses of Congress are going to be Republican, which means that little Jamie Raskin is going to have to put away his impeachment filings. Right? I mean, he does. Yeah, he was talking about this one with Bill Maher. Impeachment. We're going to not certify the election. That's all out the window. Ain't going to happen. Thank God. So, and I think that most Americans, including most liberals, are relieved. It's just so miserable. The lawfare agenda is dead. The censorship agenda is dying. It's not completely dead, but we'll see. All of it is going. It's disappearing. And if the Democrats don't learn that they need to move into a new way of thinking, they're going to be dead too. So anyway, Mike.
All right, well, great. I mean, it's like night and day with your mood here.
All right.
So
great talking to you. I hope you
we'll get the power on.
Yeah,
here.
get your power back.
And we will talk to you soon.
All right, take care. Thanks. All right, so that was Michael D. Shaw coming in by phone. He's having some kind of a power outage. And I've said what I've had to say. I mean, I've been taken off of TikTok for some reason. I don't know what I said that offended them, but whatever. I appreciate y'all joining me today. I'll give out the number one more time if you'd like to call in, 508-637-5596, 508-637-5596. And or you can text me or chat me, as it were, on Rumble, which is the flagship station. That's rumble.com, Charles Moskowitz. My books are available at Amazon Books. Just put my name in the server, Charles Moskowitz, and you'll see a bunch of books come up. That's how I sponsor the show, with my books. So all I can say is God bless America. Thank God it's a new day. It's a new day in this country, a day of sunlight and hope and goodness. Anyway, thanks for joining me, everyone. Have a great. And we start recording on this one.
And if you need to take some time, take time.
No, we're ready to go.
Cool.
All right. Charles Moskowitz here. And my guest is Charlie Robinson. And Charlie is the author of this really interesting book, The Octopus of Global Control. Charlie, thanks for joining me.
Thanks for having me. Let's get into it, shall we?
Shall we? Why not? First of all, what led you to write this book?
Oh, man. So it's funny because there should be some deep, complicated story about it all. But really what led me to write it was a very simple question. A conversation I had with my mom. I had discovered some new great conspiracy topic that I had gotten into, and I was filling her in on it. And she just, and she's always such a good sport, and she listened to me about these crazy things. And afterwards, she just said, "This is all great. You've got all this information about all these different topics. What are you going to do with it?" And I didn't have an answer. It never even crossed my mind that I had to do something with it. I just kind of, I just was compiling it in my head, and I was interested in the topics, but I never had any sort of plan. And after that question, I sort of I just started thinking about it, and I thought, well, I could do a documentary. Well, I don't really have the background in film and all that. I could do a podcast. Well, I wasn't really at the point. I now have one, but at the time I wasn't really ready for that. And I just decided, well, I think I can write about it. I think I have a way of injecting my dark sense of humor into these dark topics, and I think I can find a way to make them, while still being respectful of how serious the topics are. I feel like I can do it in a way that also kind of makes it a little bit funny, because I've been inspired by guys like George Carlin and Bill Hicks and Joe Rogan, and comedians, and Jon Stewart, that comedians that had understood the political slant, and they could tell you a story about it, and you would get the gist of the story, but you'd still find yourself laughing at it too. So I figured if I could find a way to kind of do that, that would be a good part. But then I also remembered that back, I don't know, I think this might have been 2006 or so. I made the mistake that a lot of us in the, I don't know if you want, I guess, truth community, if you want to use that term. I made the mistake that a lot of us in the truth community make, which is I brought up 9/11 at a Thanksgiving dinner, and I watched the table turn on me, and I watched everybody not appreciate my contribution to the dinner table conversation. And I also realized that through that botched conversation, I realized that they saw me as somebody that didn't have any sort of authority to talk about these topics, in part because I didn't have any authority to talk about the topics. I was just a guy that was interested in it.
Right.
But I felt like, you obviously you don't take your notes with you to a Thanksgiving dinner, but I felt like if I had that conversation again, what I would have done was I would have brought in the words of, not me, because they didn't value my opinion on it. This was my in-laws' family at the time. They didn't value my opinion on it, but they did value other people's opinions. So so for instance, I felt like if I would say, if you heard Henry Kissinger say this, would you believe it? If you heard David Rockefeller talk about the New World Order, would it be more real? What about Bill Clinton? You like Hillary Clinton. What if you heard Hillary Clinton talk about it? So I started thinking about that conversation. And when I wrote the book, so the structure of the book was that, yes, I've got my opinions on these topics, and yes, I brought in a dark sense of humor, but then I also brought in quotes from over 500 different people that had a front row seat to some of these events. Either they were involved in it, or they were witnesses to it, or they had some interesting take on it. So that's where I was able to pull in some George Carlin quotes and some Bill Hicks, but also Rockefellers, Rothschilds, and things like that. The format of the book is I'm talking about these 8 tentacles of this octopus, but then I'm also peppering it not with footnotes, but with quote footnotes. So I would talk about how they had this plan for a one world government, but then I would inject the quotes that was them talking about it, behind the scenes and everything. So that's how the book came about. And I wrote it in total secrecy because I didn't think I would finish it, or I wasn't sure if I'd finish it. And when it finally came out, and when the boxes when the first batch of books got delivered to my house, I hadn't told my wife I was writing a book, which is maybe not the best strategy. I left for the day, or I was out doing something, and the boxes came, and my wife didn't know what they were, and she opened them and found all these books, a 540-page book, flipped it over on the back, and there's my picture on the back of it.
Oh,
and
my.
when I got home, she threw me out of the house for 2 days because she said I was cheating on her by writing
Now,
the book.
did you send a copy to your in-laws?
I did not, but they should get credit for spurring me to write this book. So that's kind of how it started out.
Oh, that's amazing. I had a similar experience. I don't know where you fall politically, but after the last election, I was informed by my in-laws that the Thanksgiving dinner would be a Trump-free zone. And also, look, on a more serious note, writing a book is and I've written more than 10 nonfiction books on similar topics. it is a great way to really go deep into a topic you're interested in and fascinated by. And anyone, almost anyone, can now write a book with the access to the internet and Microsoft Word and several things. You can write the book. You can self-publish it if you want on Amazon. It could get picked up by a publishing house, which happened with me in one or two cases. And it's an amazing thing, and that what we have access to.
Yeah.
Now, I want to talk a little about the book itself and your premise.
Sure.
You weave together a very comprehensive look at what you call the octopus of global control, what I think we used to euphemistically call the Eastern Seaboard liberal establishment, and its interactions with other like-minded establishments around the world.
Yeah.
What do you see as the main nexus of, and in a sense, the brain of this octopus?
Well, it's so the octopus concept was not mine. Obviously, it went on early. It's been around for a while. And one of the quotes that I used talks about. It's a quote from a guy named John Francis Hyland, and he talks about this octopus with its sprawling tentacles that have captured the state, the courthouses and the media and the banking and the government. And he's going on this long thing, and he says, let me be specific. I am talking about the Rockefeller Standard Oil interests. And when you get to the very end of this guy's 3-paragraph quote, he was the mayor of New York City. It was 1922, and if you would remove that and put 2020, his statement would have been as relevant today as it was 100 years ago. So what occurred to me was that this has been around for a very long time, and in the brains behind it is this group of banking. God, I hate to use the word elite because there's nothing elite about them in the sense of being good people. They're reprehensible people, but elite in the sense that they consider themselves to be above everybody else. So it's these banking oligarchic families that have been around, that have like the Rockefellers and Rothschilds, and they're less concerned about nationalities, and they talk about it in their own works as being internationalists. Now we call them globalists, but David Rockefeller talks about himself as being an internationalist. So it's these internationalist type families that have a controlling hold through their interlocking boards of governors and through the corporations that they run, through the central banking components that they are involved in. But it's a fluid situation, though, because I think that it's not just that. I think that there's new people being added to this octopus. I think that the new tech oligarchs are going to carry this moving forward. It's a philosophy more so than anything. It's a philosophy that they believe they are. They look at themselves as being the people that are making the tough decisions for humanity. They are doing the work that needs to be done, and that we should actually be thanking them for stepping up to the plate and taking care of this. And we see this, we're starting to see this now in a more modern context with what Bill Gates is involved in. And he would definitely be part of this group, part of this octopus. And you see him stepping up and saying things like, in order to get the economy back and get people out, everybody's going to have to take this vaccination. We're going to need to see where everybody is. And, and he says it in such a matter of fact way, as if like, oh, okay, well, we'll just follow you. But this is the mentality that they have. They've been either in control of their large corporate interests. They have tons of money. They're psychopathic in nature.
They have a messiah complex, I would say.
For sure.
I mean, they believe that and a lot of them are well-meaning, but they believe they live in this kind of ethereal bubble that's resulted from either inherited success or actual success, to the point where they've gotten used to power, and they believe that they want to reach out and exercise their visions on the rest of us, that somehow they're smarter than the rest of us.
Yeah.
And while some of them are well-meaning, I think some of them are not well-meaning. They're sinister. they nevertheless believe in this kind of informal international governments that by which they leave in place the governments of the world, they leave in place the religions of the world, they leave in place the cultural institutions and the economic institutions of the world, but they would quietly exercise their power to control these things. And I think it was Whittaker Chambers in his book Witness, which is one of my favorite books. He referred to it as a conspiracy of gentlemen.
Mm.
It's not like a literal conspiracy where you have a bunch of people sitting around smoking cigars and, drinking scotch, in some wood-paneled room somewhere. It's a people who are like-minded, who think similarly, and who hear each other and make sure that that particular type of voice and that particular means of communication is the predominant one that is heard. A perfect example of that is Barack Obama.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a classic example of somebody who was fixing parking tickets, and all of a sudden he's catapulted into the presidency, and he spoke that kind of language, that sort of double talk, that sophistic style where it's all coded and it's a lot of dog whistles and indirection. And, you hear that when you hear that, it was French scholar Alain Benescon who referred to it as the language of totalitarianism. Mm. It's not real. And one of the reasons that they so much hate and despise Trump is because he doesn't engage in that kind of language. He speaks plainly. He can be crude and certainly he can be cruel, but is what it is. It's not, and when he says things, he means it. It's not like, Obama, Clinton, they all gave a lot of speak about strengthening America's borders and stopping illegal immigration and that kind of thing. But no, everybody knew they didn't mean it. And if you listen to the way they said it, you knew they didn't mean it because it was couched in this kind of doublespeak.
Yep.
Whereas with President Trump, he says it and he means it and he's doing it. Yep. So this is a major stick in the eye of this establishmentese, this internationalist set that scorns things like sovereign nations and belief in a creator of the universe and individual rights, and has contempt for those things as being backward and anachronistic.
Yeah. Yeah. And people have always said, well, what are these guys just sitting around, like you said, sitting around a smoky table and, plotting out how to rule the world. It's like, well, they don't need to. They know what's good for them. They understand what works for them. They understand what benefits their industries, and they have relationships with other people, high-ranking people that understand the plan as well. And do they have meetings? Yes, of course they have meetings. They have Bilderberg meetings and Council on Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission. They have all of these things, but above those organizations is a group of people that understand what works best for them, and they all understand what does best for them. So they push the policies that will benefit them in terms of either making them more money, which is not as high on the list as maybe everybody thinks, because when you have access to the central banks, you have access to the money, but it's more about controlling the minds of people and shrinking the power into as few hands as possible, and playing this game where they make it look like the nation states are calling the shots on all of these things and that the presidents are calling the shots. I totally agree with you. When you're Bill Clinton or you're Barack Obama or George H.W. Bush, that when you watch them speak, there's two speeches in one. There's always two speeches in one. There's one that goes out to the public, and then there's one that you can interpret much differently based on understanding the words that they use, the phrases that they use. There's even coded language, like like the way they use their hands when they put their thumb on top of they make a fist and put their thumb on top, and they do this. It's a very unnatural. If you watch politicians give speeches, when they do that, it's like a trigger mechanism. It's like waving a big banner that says, "I'm lying to you right now." I'm lying to you.
Well, they affect certain mannerisms that are very studied, like the way Bill Clinton would bite his lower lip. I mean, this meant that he actually cared about anyone but himself, which we all know he didn't. Right. And I think they practice in front of a mirror how
Yeah.
to deliver and how to gesture their arms. I would suggest, and I don't mean that, I'm not trying to say here that they are the equivalent by any means, but I think that one of the public figures that they study as a matter of rote was Adolf Hitler,
Oh yeah.
right?
Oh,
I
for
mean,
sure.
a master communicator. He knew how to,
Eh,
he would start, if you listen to his speeches, he starts very soft and then
mhm.
he gradually builds and builds. And by the end, he's screaming and gesturing. And it's an emotional, I mean, the tactics were very studied. This wasn't an accident. It
For
was how
sure.
to hypnotize people, how to, it's like a form of wizardry. I mean,
Yeah.
how to create a mass experience. You know, it's something that Edward Bernays, speaking of Rockefeller, I think he was his brother-in-law. He's considered the father of marketing. He
Mhm.
wrote a book called Propaganda in the early 20th century, where he basically taught Americans to have bacon and eggs for breakfast.
Yeah.
He taught women to smoke. You know, I
Mhm.
mean, there were these
Torches
kind of
of
like,
Liberty.
yeah, I mean, to manipulate, you know, the it was to manipulate emotions and to manipulate people's behaviors.
Yeah.
That was you know what it was all about. I mean, it's you know, this is a very carefully studied thing. This is the whole art and science of psychology. In a way, is, I'm not saying we shouldn't have it, but it's a study of control. It's a study of
Yes.
how to manipulate and control emotions, both control of individuals, but of masses, of entire countries.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're right when you talk about Hitler. If you watch his videos, some of his speeches, he'll step up to the podium and he'll stand there for like 2 minutes and not say anything. He'll just put his hand, fold his hands together and stand there and wait. And and the crowd is roaring. And after a minute, it starts to get a little calm. And after 2 minutes, it's silent. And then he starts very
Mhm.
softly.
And they even went so far. It's an interesting study because they would manipulate all the senses, like they would manipulate what you see with bonfires at
Mhm.
night. What they would have smells, they would have sounds, they would have. It was kind of like a multimedia experience, and people would get caught up in it emotionally to the point where women were fainting. I mean,
Mhm.
Obama reminded me of that a little bit. I'm not saying he was like Hitler at all, but
Yeah.
there was that same phenomenon, which was not something you generally saw in the United States, where women were fainting at his rallies.
Yeah.
Now, Trump is the opposite. I mean, it's very freewheeling and he's talking bluntly, and he doesn't look at the teleprompter. Sometimes he goes way off the edge and he needs to be reeled in a bit. But nevertheless, it's. I mean, I've been to a Trump rally and it's a very real thing. No one's hypnotized. It's not like nobody worships Trump. It's quite the opposite. But they're into like worship of the state and of people and things that represent the state. And they exalt those things and they venerate them almost like they're demigods. And that's, I think, part of this whole program of international manipulation and control.
Yeah. Yeah. And you see that come out of the Tavistock Institute in the UK,
Mm.
where I just kind of describe that as the culture factory. When people see the Beatles, and they come to America and they're getting off the plane and all those women are screaming and everything. Those women were all paid to be there. I mean, that was a Tavistock project that they put forth, and they use this. And so there's a psychology behind crowd manipulation, and what works for politicians can also work for rock bands. And Tavistock was very heavily involved in this.
Yeah.
Guys like Dr. Alexander King, who was one of the creators of one of the founders of NATO, and was highly involved in this. And so you get these really sketchy characters involved in these institutes and connected to guys like Bernays as well, who create a culture. And they're, I mean, look, we have got to give them credit. They're very good at what they do. They
Right.
know how to get us riled up. And that took, they took that to new levels. And then once television came about and became really mainstream, they went to work on television through the Tavistock Institute and the CIA to really use that to shape reality. And I think it's fair to say, especially given what we're going through currently with this coronavirus pandemic situation, that the media, in my opinion, is one of the most dangerous components of this whole octopus, because
Oh, and they do their nightly, like fear mongering, atrocity kind of reporting and anything. But okay, my guest is Charlie Robinson, and the book is The Octopus of Global Control. It's available at Amazon and other locations. Charlie, you brought up the Beatles. That's a really interesting subject to me. I mean, look, I love the Beatles.
Me too.
I love their music. I think they were geniuses. But John Lennon was always the truth teller in that band. And he's the one who said politically, he goes, look, we've been made to be more popular than Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And he got in trouble for that. He kind of went off the reservation a bit, but he was saying something there. I mean, he was like, this is insane. I mean, and he would do, when they would appear, he would make Hitler salutes on the balcony when he'd wave to people. And he totally was like letting the cat out of the bag.
Yeah.
With all of that. And then it also is worthy to note that the Beatles, as great as they were and as brilliant as they were, they introduced alternative Eastern religion, and they also introduced drugs. I know I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but they glamorized drug use in the 1960s with their lyrics and their actions. And it was followed by other cultural icons as well. I mean, the Stones, of course, the Doors, various groups. And it was one of the contributing factors to the development of what Aldous Huxley talked about in his Brave New World, that he said in an interview just before he committed suicide in 1963, that the world was going to be turned into a drug-induced concentration camp, that we would all be on some kind of controlled substance, and we would become, servile to this kind of mass instinct. And so, you can't dismiss the possibility that the Beatles, certainly, maybe even others, might have been conscious and witting participants in this agenda.
Yeah, and the work of guys like Mike Williams, the Sage of Quay, who's done a lot of research into the Beatles. Mark Devlin has written 2 books, Musical Truth, Volume 1 and 2. He and I both spoke at an Acapulco a year ago, and I watched his presentation called No More Heroes, and it was interesting to dig into the background of not just these really famous musicians, but their families. You start to realize start to see that, like, Jim Morrison, lead singer of the Doors.
Yes, his father was in the CIA.
His father was the admiral of the ship that was allegedly attacked in the Gulf of Tonkin in Vietnam, which is one of, it didn't happen. It was an event that didn't happen. And so you start to dig into who are these people, and we see this now. We see this in pop culture with regards to, like, the Super Bowl halftime shows and the Olympics opening ceremonies. And we see a lot of the one eye symbology of the people, the famous pop stars that are covering one eye and all this stuff. And at some point, early on, hear with that, you conspiracy theorists are all the same, but look, it doesn't matter to me, but it matters to them. They are sending a message. And you talked about this earlier about how these important families are, that ritual and, the way they carry on a public event, it matters to them. It comes from their culture of ceremonies and like witchcraft and Luciferianism and all these things that they're really into. And it's, right. And it matters to, so we can be dismissive of it. My point is, we can be dismissive of all this stuff as just
not at all,
but it matters to them. And so maybe we should pay attention when you keep seeing the pyramid showing up in all of these music videos or opening ceremonies of the Olympics or the opening ceremonies of CERN, or, you're like, why are you having all of these? Why are you doing these crazy?
Oh, we could do a lot of talk on this topic. I mean, I feel nervous going too far because I don't want to lose my YouTube channel here.
Well, listen, let's get off it then, because it's a real thing.
I think that probably people who follow me and follow you, Charlie, kind of know what we're talking about here.
Yeah. There's plenty of other places you can go and get deep into that information.
That's right. I could do it on my audio show. Yeah. But I don't know if I want to do it live on YouTube.
Yeah. YouTube's funny about
because
that
maybe
stuff.
YouTube might be part of this. I don't know. I'm not saying they are, but you never
We'll
know.
talk
And I
about
appreciate
unicorns and
YouTube.
rainbows instead.
So anyway, your book is really weaves together all of these various elements to show, as you say, an octopus of control.
Yeah.
And I think that the three pillars in this is the culture, politics, and money.
Yeah.
You know that, and I suppose the fourth estate is religion,
Mhm.
and they tend to try to gradually, over time, control the high ground in all of these areas informally by getting into the system, working up the route line. I mean, a good example is the complete co-opting of American academe.
Oh yeah.
You know, starting in the 1960s and right up till today, liberals gradually worked their way into these institutions and promoted other liberals to come in and got rid of conservatives through attrition to the degree that now, even I think Boston Magazine, and I'm in Boston, they did an article showing that Boston and Massachusetts universities are like 97, 96% liberal professors.
Yeah.
You know, it's like there's not a lot of diversity there. There's not a lot of dissent. There's a great deal of conformity. And at this point, it's become, you know, really oppressive. And I think that students who go to these institutions, they kind of internalize these things, or they've already internalized them. And if they haven't, then they do so pretty quickly because they want to get through it and keep their head low and get their degree. You know, you don't want to buck this kind of system. And I don't know. I'll just give an anecdotal situation. Back in 1998, I went to Tufts University and got a radio show as a citizen broadcaster. And I was conservative. And people there were mostly liberals, and they came in there with the blue hair and everything else. But we had a great time, and I would invite people in my show, and we would have debate and dialogue. And I had on prominent liberals like Noam Chomsky and Howard Zinn and others.
Mhm.
And then I left that station, and I think it was 15 years later, in 2015, I came back and decided to do a show. And it was like Rumpelstiltskin waking up after having been asleep for 30 years. It was a whole different atmosphere. Nobody would talk to me. Eventually, I was reported to the anti-bias police. And then the newspaper did a story on me, calling me all kinds of names. And they moved my show to like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
And it just was like a very kind of fascistic attitude. I mean, everything had changed. People were afraid. Nobody wanted to stick their neck out. You know, people didn't want to, you know, you're spending 60 grand a year for a college education. You don't want to get in trouble. They had this anti-bias Gestapo that could kick you out of school and could ruin your life. You know, if you didn't goose step to the politically correct agenda.
Yeah.
So I think that they've really taken, I mean, again, I agree this is anecdotal, but they really have assumed the high ground in academia at this point.
Yeah, they've used tenure as a way to reward those professors that are towing the proper line that they want, and use it as, you know, the carrot for others to get on board. If you want, you know, it's kind of like the Supreme Court. You know, you give someone a job for life, and then you're like, okay, well, you know, then you lose all control over them. I mean, there's nothing you can do to them at that point. What are you going to, you know, so you've got college professors that are rewarded with tenure for doing it the way that the university wants them to do it. Then you've got this insanity that has sprung up lately that you're talking about, which is safe spaces and all of this, 57 different genders and all this stuff. And if you point out the obvious, that this is all ridiculous, then you're somehow you're always anti-Semitic for whatever reason, just because.
Well, anybody that disagrees with the left is called an anti-Semite by the ADL.
Right.
And it's nothing to do with Judaism. I'm a Jew, by the way, and I think that they're one of the worst groups. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
you know, if you don't goose step to the left, you're an anti-Semite, and they can put you under a microscope. I mean, black groups are doing the same thing. If you don't goose step to the left, you're racist. Gay groups, if you don't goose step to their agenda, you're anti-gay. I mean, it's ridiculous.
It's how about I'm anti-insanity. You know, I don't.
Yeah.
I went to USC, which is, you know, in LA, and I got out of there in '95, and there was none of this stuff, you know. But I don't know why I don't, I have a daughter who's 8. When she decides to go to college, if she chooses that route, I don't want her to be in a school that says, "Oh, somebody has called you a bad name. Well, we've got a safe space for you." Because then
Mhm.
you're starting to teach them that the world is filled with safe spaces. And like, listen, some of
Oh
this
my
is like
God.
the
No, I mean, I was broadcasting at Tufts, as I said, right. I came back during the Trump election, and people were like weeping, and they had to set up like safe rooms where people could play with Play-Doh, like they had reverted back to nursery school.
it's crazy.
I mean, and this is a time, whether you like Trump or not, we should have been celebrating the fact that we had had a peaceful election, we'd had a change of power, that we have a democracy in the broad sense within a Republican context, and that we're going to have a new administration, whether you like it or not. I celebrated when Obama was elected, even though I didn't vote for him, because that's the system. I mean, you go into opposition, a loyal opposition, where you then criticize policies. You don't become the resistance. That's a communist term. It's just anyway. But yeah.
Yeah, and I had this conversation with Sam Tripoli, who does Tinfoil Hat and is also a professional stand-up comedian. And I asked him, like, can you go out and play colleges? He's like, no, there's no way I can play a college. He goes, I have to make everybody in the audience happy. If I make one person unhappy, they go to an administrator who goes to, who then comes up on stage and, with the old hook cane thing and just pulls you right off stage. Well, who needs that stuff? And by
It's
the way,
become like, I mean, look at they drove Ben Shapiro out of I think it was UCal. I mean, he's like a moderate conservative guy. I mean, we're not talking about some real ideologue there. And I mean, they came up with pitchforks and burning.
Yeah.
They were like crashing the door down.
Yeah. It's insane to me, but
and this very well could be a product of what we were talking about earlier with this kind of mass manipulation and the establishment using the means of communication, the media and the culture to present something in a way that is so pervasive and so over the top that people come to they internalize it, they are conditioned by it.
Yeah, and when you want to make a huge impact on society, if you're these maniac controllers and you want to impact society, it makes sense, like Adolf Hitler says, give me control of the textbooks and I control the next generation. So you've got them infiltrating not just the colleges and universities to get those kids thinking the way they want them to think, but also taking it a step earlier and going after the curriculum of schools. And one of the things that we saw early on was the Rockefellers and Carnegies putting lots of money into the compulsory schooling system. And we have Bill Gates in his new version of this, and he's one of the new Rockefellers, hiding behind his foundation. We've got him pushing Common Core, which is, if anyone has taken a look at the Common Core math component, it is, I don't know any other way to describe it other than intentional disinformation and torture of these kids, because it is so backward that it screws kids up, not to mention puts us way behind every other country in terms of math.
Well, what they're doing is they've invented a new way to do equations that is so convoluted and complex that it doesn't get to the basic function of arithmetic, where you actually can solve problems. It becomes something else that, I mean, it's creating a dyslexic impulse. And my friend, the late Dr. Samuel Blumenfeld, wrote many books about this. He used to come on my show all the time. And he talks about how phonics, which is the way you learn English, because English is a phonetic language, and you develop a reflex by which you put vowels and consonants together to form words. It was replaced by look, say, reading, and it was done deliberately by this establishment, starting with John Dewey, who was the father of quote unquote progressive education. And what it did was require the new reader to memorize words as if they're pictographs. It created a dyslexic impulse. You didn't really read, you were guessing, and you were like looking at sentences and kind of glossing over them and kind of grasping at their meaning. And the result was, according not just to Sam, but to a lot of researchers who are legitimate people, including this Harvard professor, her name escapes me right now, the result was dyslexia and eventually ADD and other social disorders.
Wow.
Because, I mean, if you can read, you can become a real independent sovereign citizen. And that was interrupted by this whole rotten look-say method. And the Rockefellers had their fingerprints all over that one, by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really devious what you can do to the kids if you take the time to invest in these education systems. I mean, people don't, and I didn't realize this either until I started researching for the book, that, you know, the reason why when you're a kid and you're in a public school and all the desks are in rows, you know, these single file rows, and then there's a bell that goes off, you know, when class is over or when school's over. It's that the Carnegies and Rockefellers wanted to create a simulation that would mimic the working in a factory, because they own the factories, and they wanted these kids to go in, get this, you know, like a minimum type education, so that, as George Carlin says, they're smart enough to work the machines, but dumb enough to not realize how badly they're getting screwed. And they incorporate the bells and the factory, you know, the desks in a straight line and all these things, so that when a kid goes into school, this becomes very normal. And when they get out of school and they go to work at a factory, that also becomes just a continuation of this. And so it's very, you know, what you realize is that we maybe haven't thought about it all that much, but they certainly did. They put a lot of time and effort into thinking of how this best would shape society for their benefits. And a lot of what we do and a lot of what we consider to be normal is normalized because they normalized us to it. You know, it wouldn't be normal to us if it hadn't been for the influence of these organizations like the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Institute, and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And so we see this moving forward. So I think one thing that a lot of us need to be aware of is that sometimes these organizations that purport to be there for the benefit of humanity are not actually doing the things they say they're doing, but they're actually being run by maniacs that that have a very specific agenda, and they are shaping reality to fit their needs. And so somebody that thinks, oh, the Rockefeller Foundation is out there doing all this great work. No. The Rockefeller Foundation was created because the Rockefeller family was so hated by society because their companies had treated people so poorly that there was a massive revolt against them. And so the Rockefeller Foundation was started with these guys that had an understanding of the new concept of public relations and press releases and things like that. And they started working on their image, and they started having professionals come in and help them with their image. And now we see, you know, now the average person sees the Rockefeller Foundation and thinks of it as this, you know, foundation for the betterment of humanity. And that's not what it is at all. And so I think it's important for us moving forward to understand that the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is very similar in that respect as well.
Right. No, I think you're right. I mean, they might do some good work as window dressing, but the fact is that part of the 1913 passage of the 16th Amendment, which was the direct taxation of income, and we need to realize that wasn't the case before that. Before that, the federal government raised money from tariffs and from apportionment from the states. The states would do taxes, and it was much more democratic in that sense. This gave the government the right to directly tax your income and also know everything about you from your tax return. But one of the addendums to that bill was the creation of foundations and nonprofits, which allowed these huge, behemoth, wealthy families like the Rockefellers and the Brown brothers and the Harrimans and these industrialists to put their money into these nonprofit silos, which they could then do two things. They could hire their kids, their ne'er-do-well children, and give them fat jobs and friends, and they could use the money to transform society outside of government by influencing in the culture and using money to do that. Yeah. And the Rockefellers were part of that. They were a big part of it, but there's a lot of these foundations that have gone on ever since. I think a good source of information on this is David Horowitz from the Freedom Center, wrote a book about it a couple of years ago that really documents how enormous the Carnegie Institute, the Ford Foundation, all of these people, the incredible amount of money they have and how they wield that money to fix our culture in a way that fits their image of how we should be, I should say. Now, again, I'm not saying they don't do also good work. I like the fact that they finance the Boston Symphony Orchestra. Why not? I'm talking about there's other aspects to it that are less visible. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they've got to do something good, right? Or else no one will buy it. So
That's right.
they go around and they do things from time to time that benefit people. But more than anything, it's a tax shelter, and it's a vehicle that they use to so that they don't lose all of their wealth through once they die. So it's either easy for them to pass it on to their future generations and all these things. So yeah, it's always a very suspect when you look at these large organizations that say that they're out to help humanity. Look, some of them have an intention to do good
Well, the
things.
smaller ones are usually, and they actually, I don't mean to be partisan about it, but the more conservative ones are. And of course, we knew that they were screwed over during the Obama years. They weren't allowed to get tax exempt status, thanks to Lois Lerner, who pled the fifth about 50 times before Congress, and who met with Obama, and who made sure that suddenly conservatives were waking up and saying, hey, we could do this too. We can form nonprofits. We can create foundations. And they said, oh, no, sorry, that's not meant for you. But anyway, Charlie, I'm reaching toward the end of the segment. So
Sure.
Where do you see the present pandemic falling into all of this octopus, if you will? How are they manipulating what is a real disease, by the way? I mean, this isn't a joke, but I mean, I'm fearful about these mandarins of the octopus, as you call it. I mean, and them manipulating the situation to suit their image.
Yeah, for sure. They'll take advantage of every sort of crisis that they get because it creates chaos and panic, and it becomes this whole, the problem reaction solution sort of situation. So it almost doesn't matter whether an event is real or faked, staged, or not as organic as it appears, because the damage that's done as a result of it is what really matters. Because we're seeing things like everybody's lining up to just loot the government as much as they can. You've got big business asking for money. You've got industries that have that should never get government handouts or tax breaks or things like the cruise line industry when they register all their ships in Liberia and in Western Africa and then
the Kennedy Center.
What's that?
The Kennedy Center got $27 million.
Right.
Harvard got a big chunk of money. They've got more money than the Vatican. I mean, they've got like a $60 billion endowment, and they're taking money out of that.
Yeah, anybody that everybody sees this opportunity and they go.
Although they did return it after it became public, but
yeah, exactly. They had, but that's actually surprised me that they returned it because I would have expected them to just pocket it. But everybody's got their hands out in situations like this. The big pharma, which I don't trust at all, they're deeply involved in this, of course, with Bill Gates.
Well, they want to make. I mean, I think that's why they are discounting hydroxychloroquine, which, by the way, from what I understand, is very effective and very low risk. But the problem with hydroxychloroquine is it's cheap. It's been on the market since the 1930s or 50s, and you can get a 1 month supply for $20. Yeah. The drug companies aren't going to make money on that.
No.
So they don't want that. They want to have like these new expensive things that they can put on the market, and the stock price goes way up, and you've got these the vaccines, which are very questionable. Yep. And they end up really cashing in on it, and then raise the price of Medicare, and healthcare goes up because it all gets billed to the government. But anyways, Charlie, again, let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book.
Oh, sure. You can get the book at Amazon. If you like the paperback version, you can get it at Amazon, or you can get it at barnesandnoble.com. If you like the digital version, you can also get it there, or you can get it at my website, which is theoctopusofglobalcontrol.com. And I have a podcast called Macro Aggressions, which is on Apple Podcasts and Spotify and iHeartRadio, and also on David Icke's new video platform called Iconic. So you can check that out. But yeah, anybody that wants to connect with me can do so through the website as well.
And let's not go shape shifting anytime soon either.
No, we will not.
Um,
We will not go shape shifting.
No, I like David Icke. Anyways, Charlie, listen, thanks for joining me. I'll put a link up to all of your sites on the YouTube channel as well.
Awesome. Thanks so much,
And I
Charles.
appreciate it.
I appreciate you reaching out.
All right, have a good one. Thanks.
You too. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. All right, Charlie, I'll send you a link to YouTube once it's up.
Right on. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Thanks for reaching out to
you.
me. This is fun. I love talking to interesting people.
Yeah, me too. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, man. I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, welcome to the program, Charles Moskowitz. Thanks for joining me, everyone. My guest is Vince Everett Ellison, who is the author of Crime, Inc., How Democrats Employ Mafia and Gangster Tactics to Gain and Hold Power. Excuse me. Vince Ellison was born on a cotton plantation in Haywood County, Tennessee. In 2000, Vince received the Republican Party nomination for South Carolina's 6th Congressional District. In 2019, Vince wrote The Iron Triangle, which became an Amazon #1 bestseller. And this book deals, I think, in a less than veiled way with the Democratic Party, a little bit of history of it, and where it stands today. So, Vince, why don't you introduce your book a bit here? Give us a thumbnail on its story.
Well, this is my book. It's Crime, Inc.
Indeed.
It says how Democrats employ mafia and gangster tactics to gain and hold power. In this book, I just take the Democratic Party and I show that they are very similar to a organized crime family, how they use similar tactics and they have similar goals, and how they also coordinate together. So how I've proven in the first chapter that the Democratic Party, just like the mafia and the triads and MS-13, are a foreign entity. Their ideology comes from a foreign government. Their ideology comes from Moscow. It's not an American form of ideology. It's not an American ideology. And I show how the civil rights movement was used to infiltrate the Democratic Party into this Marxist communist group right now. So the NAACP, RAM, the Black Panthers, SELC were all communist fronts. And even the white people, even the white atheists and Marxists and weirdos and hippies back in the day infiltrated the civil rights movement and backed it up so that they could take over the Democratic Party, which they did in 1972. And since then, the Democratic Party does what the mafia does. They make their money through hits, and the mafia has hitmen. The Democratic Party has Planned Parenthood. They do trafficking. You know, the mafia does human trafficking and drug trafficking and sex trafficking. The Democratic Party does through by allowing the borders to be open.
Mm-hmm.
The mafia grooms their children very, very young. They get them when they're 9, 10, 11 years old, and they get them in the gangs. And, you know, the gangs do the same thing. But the Democratic Party uses public education for the same thing. They groom the children to join the Democratic Party and do all this weird stuff. They're into porn. They hate women. They hate minorities. They send the drugs to the minority areas. They control the minority areas. When you read this book, you'll see that the Democratic Party and organized crime are one and the same. Even when it comes to false piety, you know, the mafia, the triads, all of them try to act like, and all these Crips and Bloods act like they're so religious. They go to church and they pray and whatnot. But then when it comes down to it, they'll kill you. They'll take children and use them for porn. They'll do anything for money. So it's a false piety. So as you read this book, you will ask the question: did the Democratic Party cause organized crime, or did organized crime form the Democratic Party? They're both one and the same, hand in glove.
You know, it does seem to be like kind of a double-faced entity, kind of like the Roman god of Diana, which had two faces. And on the front face is this pious, benevolent group, and then behind the back is an entirely different agenda that is really hard to explain. And since they control the high ground of the media and the culture, you don't get to question it. You talk about groups that purport to be civil rights groups like the NAACP and others that have been infiltrated by the left, certainly. Same thing is true in my case, with Jewish groups like the ADL, and with women's groups like the National Organization of Women, and they're all, even with gay groups, you have them basically acting as enforcers in that they're going to take out a microscope and try to find something that somebody who is their opponent because of political reasons, they might have said 20 years ago that was insulting. Maybe now they're doing it to men who might have had a bad date 20 years ago, and all of a sudden somebody comes out of the woodwork and is accusing them of rape. Or they'll do, they'll somebody suddenly is a Holocaust denier. I mean, these crazy charges that can destroy a person's life. They can destroy the reputation of a company, and they manufacture these things to do that, to suppress. Not only does it destroy someone who's in opposition to their leftist agenda, but it chills the public debate because people see this happening and they keep their head low. Nobody wants to be accused of these things. It's kind of like in the times of the Spanish Inquisition, there was an auto da fe. They would take someone out in public and they would publicly humiliate them and then probably execute them because it sent a chill throughout the entire society. Hey, I better not step out of line here. Look, this is what they did with Jesus. I mean, right? They had they would crucify people outside the gates of Jerusalem in Golgotha, known as Calvary, to scare the entire country into sort of, kowtowing to the will of the mighty Roman Empire and to scare people who would step out of line. They would take advantage. They would make examples of people. So this is their tactic, and it is a mafia tactic, both in terms of tactically, but I agree with you, Vince. It's literally a mob situation. It's an organized criminal syndicate.
Well, they've always been that way. It's never been a time in the history of the country where they haven't been that way. From 1800 to 1860, with a part of slavery, raping women, putting them on selling their own children.
Oh, the horrors, of course.
Yeah, and making them work without pay. Then after that, they were the part of the Confederacy. They succeeded from the United States of America and killed their own countrymen in order to keep on doing the evil that they were doing. And after they lost the war, they got worse. They became the party of Jim Crow. They started raping, maiming, keeping people from voting, extra-constitutionalism, breaking the law. The law meant nothing to these people. They were criminals. Every city, right now and then, had a Democrat political machine. In New York, they had Tammany Hall. In Chicago, they had the Daley machine. In Memphis, they had the Crump machine. In Los Angeles, they had the Bradley machine. In Missouri, they had the Pendergrass machine. They always had these political machines that controlled the politics of the area. And they sent their mafiosos out to intimidate and hurt people to make them vote for the Democrat Party. The union representatives were the same way. They come out and they beat you and slap you around and make you vote for the Democrat Party. This is who they've always been. And when John F. Kennedy stood in front of the Berlin Wall, he said, if people think that communism is a good thing, let them come to Berlin. What I say, if people think that the Democratic Party is a good thing, let's go see what happens in the places where they rule. If you think the Democratic Party is a good thing, well, I'll tell you, let them go to Detroit. Let them come to Chicago. Let them come to Washington, D.C., Memphis, Houston, L.A., Milwaukee, Philadelphia. Wherever the Democrats rule, there's nothing but chaos. There's nothing but death and destruction.
You're obviously absolutely right.
Perverts, liars, hypocrites, and anti-Christian bigots. And we need to run them out as quick as we can. Y'all buy Crime Inc., read it, share it with your friends, use it as a gun and as proof who these people are. Educate yourself, and let's send them packing in 2024.
Well, this is what we need to overcome here, because as you point out, they have controlled the big American cities, I think, absolutely since the mid-1960s, when they started with these riots that were communist inspired, and that they enthroned these machines that are stealing elections. They have these they shut down when the polls shut down. They have people in there, these ward healers, who fill out the ballots. There's plenty of witnesses of this, and I think that has only been enhanced by electronic machines that are online and all these other mechanisms, these mass mailings of the absentee ballots that people get like 30, 40 ballots at their house, or they go to a vacant building and they get somehow mailed in and they stuff the drop boxes. We all know what happened. Everybody knows it, whether they want to admit it or not. And it has really become worse. I don't think it's an accident that these corrupt Democrat machines are controlling these cities, and these cities have literally gone to hell. People aren't voting for that. I don't believe they are. I mean, I don't
I agree
believe
with
that
you
people of
100%.
that.
No, the Democrats have been stealing elections since 1870, 72. That's why the civil rights movement was precipitated, because the Democratic Party wouldn't let black people vote. They were stealing elections then. They never stopped stealing elections. They would rather steal an election than win one outright. This is just who they are. And I go into a lot about Martin Luther King Jr. and how the communists were controlling the civil rights movement. In 1956, Taylor Brandt wrote in his book, America in the King Years, he said in 1956 that the Comintern gave a order that their people in the civil rights movement were supposed to turn the black community to a replica of the old Soviet Union, And they did that. We have one party rule, dictator worship, false religion. They bought the communists to the black church and they made it apostate. Martin Luther King Jr., a lot of people don't know these things about him, but he was excommunicated from the black church in 1961. He was excommunicated from the National Baptist Convention for trying to take it over for the communists and the civil rights movement. So he started his own religion. He called it the the Progressive National Baptist Convention. Look it up. The Progressive National Baptist Convention was started when the National Baptist Convention, a 10 million member unit, kicked Martin Luther King Jr. out of it. He killed a preacher on the floor, rioting, trying to take it over in 1961. Also, a lot of people don't know that Martin Luther King Jr. was the first recipient of the Margaret Sanger Award in 1966 for opening up abortion clinics. They also don't know that he was the reason for the man out clause in welfare. They ran the father out of the house. They said that the mother could get money only if the father was out of the house for welfare. Yeah, King was behind all of that. See, Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy told King before the March on Washington that he had communists in his organization. We need to get them out because they want to help. They want to destroy America. So people need to understand the history of King, and I talk about this a lot in my book. I Have a Dream speech, which people read which little school children now have to recite, was written by two communists, Clarence Jones and Stanley Levinson. And King said in that speech that he had 100 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, the Negro is still not free. Well, that is a lie. I was born free. God gave me my freedom. According to John Locke, my freedom is an unalienable right. It is irrevocable, non-transferable, and unsellable. And he also said that we should be ashamed of the color of our skin, that we dream of one day that I will not be judged by it. I will not walk up to a racist and ask him to look over the color of my skin. Never me. If Martin Luther King wants to do that, let him do that. I don't care how you feel about the color of my skin. That's your problem. If you put your hands on me, you're going to have another one. So I want all your viewers and your listeners to go to my website, VinceELlison.com. That's VinceELlison.com. You'll see my blogs. You'll see my books for sale. You'll see my documentary, and buy them, and they'll rock your world.
Oh, you bet. So, Vince, your book is Crime, Inc., How Democrats Employ Mafia and Gangster Tactics to Gain and Hold Power. You know, it obviously makes a lot of sense. And you get into in your book these really explosive charges about the late, great Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who I will still say I give a lot of credit for, because he did stand for nonviolence and he didn't want to have a violent revolution, unlike
but nonviolence is not a Christian virtue. Non-aggression is a Christian virtue. That's why he told that lie that nonviolence was a Christian virtue. It's not. It's non-aggression. There's no virtue in me and you walking down the street and seeing a 3-year-old girl getting raped and accosted, and we stand there and say, well, since we 3, 2, do anything.
Of course.
No, our job is to grab him, whoop him till he stops fighting, and then can't turn him over to the police to testify at his trial. There's no virtue in you and I as godly men, me as a Christian, allowing men to come in my house and rape my wife and my family. Where's the virtue in that? No, Christianity is a religion of non-violence. When Jesus went into the temple and he told the money changers not to come into his house anymore, changing money, and they disobeyed him, I don't know how many times, what did he do? He got the cord, he ran them out. Yes, he also told his disciples tonight. You remember when I told you not to bring your no clothes nor money? Well, tonight you'll need some swords. How many do we have? And Peter said we have 2 of them. He said that's enough. Look, it's a lie, and because of that, Martin Luther King Jr. and his nonviolent concept made us a generation of stalkers. A tree is known by the fruit it bears, isn't it? They asked Christ, how you know a false prophet? They said by his fruit, not by what he says or he does. When you look at Martin Luther King Jr. and you look at the condition of the black community, and it's revealed that we made more progress the 100 years after slavery than we have in the last 50 years, how can anybody say he was a success? The black community is destroyed. The black family is destroyed. The black education system destroyed. Black businesses destroyed. 5 times more men in prison. Show me one place that he's been successful except for getting more black liberals and Democrats elected into office. What place has he been successful?
I think you make a brilliant point. You know, I mean, it's.
Well, how so? He's a
and also, prophet. I think
Jesus said that you will know them by their fruits, and his fruits
and
are
what
right.
I've also heard, Vince, is that Martin Luther King and the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and his whole group, they purged the black church of conservative ministers, and they kind of took the high ground with the full backing of the establishment that actually was hoping to keep black people down and keep black people in their place. I think that the 1960s saw left-wing organizers implement Lyndon Johnson's War on Poverty and Great Society, which, as you said, it damaged the black family. I mean,
Martin Luther King Jr. was behind that. Listen,
yeah, I believe that.
Patrick Moynihan did the Moynihan report.
Yeah, that's
in 1965. Right. He told Lyndon Johnson that we need to use the federal government to put the black man back in charge of his family. Lyndon Johnson agreed. In his book, Bearing the Cross, David Garrow talks about this. He told Moynihan to take his report to the civil rights community. McGeorge Bundy was with Moynihan when he did it. He took it to Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights community at this convention they were having. And McGeorge Bundy wrote, it was a wonder Moynihan got out of that room alive. They cussed him out, called him everything but a child of God. The feminists said that marriage was like slavery. And they did not want to put the man back in the head of the family. And so they put the man in-house clause in welfare and said if the man is caught in the house, instead of the family getting welfare, he gets none. They only get money if the man is out of the house. And in one generation, we went from 80% of our children being born in wedlock to 80% being born out of wedlock. And that's because Martin Luther King Jr. turned down Lyndon Johnson's, when Lyndon Johnson said he wanted to put the black man back in the head of the family, they turned it down. People like to put this on LBJ. It was not LBJ. It was MLK. And my documentary proves it, and my book proves it. I have a documentary out. It's called Will You Go to Hell For Me? And in this documentary, I asked the question, can a Christian vote for a person that says, I'm going to cut off the breasts of little girls and call them little boys, castrate little boys and call them little girls, give them puberty blockers that mess up their lives forever, vote for 9-month abortion, killing children on the table, do the sex trafficking and fentanyl across the border that's killed 100,000 Americans every year, trap children in failing schools where they never learn to read and write, take weapons from people in war zones so people can kick their doors in and kill them and defund the police so they can't be protected. Can anybody vote for that and think that they won't be held responsible in the eyes of God? I say no. What is evil? I'll make it simple for you. Evil is anyone that'll harm a child. Jesus Christ said anybody that will harm one of these little ones, they put a millstone be tied around their neck, they'd be thrown into the sea. Well, I hope these Democrats can swim.
You make, as I said, I mean, I can't really add anything to that. It's a brilliant presentation. I hope that it reaches enough ears. And I know they're trying to censor you on YouTube and all of that in your documentary. Vince, where can people get your documentary?
They can go to VinceELlison.com. VinceELlison.com. You can get my books. You can read my blog. You can get my documentary there. If you want to see the trailer, go to VinceELlison.com. You can watch the trailer there, and it'll send you to a link where you can buy the documentary, stream it, or where you can buy the DVD. I debuted the documentary on Tucker Carlson's show a month before he left Fox News. Tucker said it's one of the most powerful trailers he's ever seen. Sean Hannity said the same thing. I would ask you to watch that trailer and then look at this documentary. Buy it or buy the DVD or stream it. But it will change your life. All this stuff about Martin Luther King Jr. and how they let the communists infiltrate the civil rights movement and how they went into the Democratic Party. It's all in there. All about the black preacher, the black politician, the black civil rights worker being used as conduits by rich white liberals to keep black people under control. It is all there. Every question you have about why
excellent.
Black
I mean,
Christians,
the black church began to be corrupted in the late 1930s with Margaret Sanger and her so-called Negro Project, where she set up an
Yeah,
abortion
started there.
clinic in Harlem, knowing that as a white woman, she wouldn't be able to convince black people to go have abortions. So they
Right.
started to pay ministers to encourage it. And, she was a very close friend of Ernst Rudin, who was a Nazi sociologist, and she would publish his work, and she believed in race theories, and she considered black people to be a dysgenic race, and
Well, the
and
sad
all of
thing is
this.
that black people believed it. It's not that white people believed it. They can believe what they want to believe. But the black preacher, the black politician, the black civil rights organizers taught black people to believe it. This is why we
Yeah.
kill each other in such astronomical numbers. And this is why the most dangerous place in the world for a black person is inside the womb of his mother. So they teach us to kill one another while we're in the womb. So we definitely kill each other after the child is born.
Yes.
We have a dysfunctional society, and that's because we always had a dysfunctional clergy. And the clergy was taught by the plantation owner to tell black people to kowtow and keep themselves in line for white people. And this is why black people during the civil rights movement turned into stalkers. They had their own schools, they had their own communities, and we've been the only people in the history of the world that ever forcibly asked or forced our oppressor to allow us to integrate with them. That's because of the Stockholm syndrome and the cognitive dissonance. It made no sense. It makes no sense now. Most of the other minorities, whether it be Indian or Jewish, think about Jewish people after the Holocaust going up to the Germans, asking them to integrate with them. It's ridiculous. Instead,
of course.
just like Brigham Young, what did they do? Brigham Young went out west,
created his own
started
state.
his own group. The Indians did the same thing. Give us our reservation. Most people want to get into an enclave. They want to remain American, but they don't want to be under the heel of their oppressor or the people that they think are their oppressor. The Black American, led by the Democrat Party, asked, cried, and demanded to live under the heel of their oppressor. And that's where they are now, under his heel. And it's not the white Democrat, it's not the white conservative that's doing it. The white conservative, the best decision the white conservative ever made was to leave the Democrat Party in the early 1970s. Because if they had, they would have fallen victim to the same stuff that the black people have right now. They would have had them at the bottom of every socioeconomic statistic in America also. Instead, when you come down south, the white conservative is doing fine. He saw it coming. He saw the LGBTQ coming. He saw the atheism coming. He saw the lies, the deceit, and the poverty coming. And he said, the heck with the Democrat Party, and got out of it, saved himself. But black people wanted to hold on to the master, hold on to that D. Nancy Pelosi held a glass of water and said, in minority communities, people will vote for this glass of water that had a D on it. That's how brainwashed black people are with the Democratic Party.
And here you have it again. We talked about in the 1960s, as you say, they scuttled the Moynihan Report. They replaced it with welfare that paid women to get rid of their husbands and then have more babies out of wedlock. So you have young black men growing up without a father figure in the house. You have leftist economic programs that are stripping the neighborhood of entrepreneurialism and opportunity and all of it. You've got the school system that's been infiltrated and taken over by ideologues who are not teaching things like phonics to help a person know how to read and all of the methodologies and the Constitution. Instead, it becomes a behavioral soapbox run by these leftists.
Man.
And that includes it particularly affected black families because they had already started to destroy the family. And they didn't have the support.
And Martin Luther King Jr. and them and all of them backed it up. I mean, it's the stupidest thing in the world. You say you hate George Wallace and you hate Orval Faubus and Lester Murdoch and all those guys, right? All those old Southern governors. But then you have a school system that you have absolute control. We said, no, we don't want to scuttle that school system and hand our children over to the racists. It's like Jews saying, I want to hand my Jewish children over to Nazis to educate. Now, look at what's going on now. The children can't read, they can't write. Baltimore doesn't have one school that can educate children properly in math or science, not one, or reading, not one. Nevertheless, when people start talking about school choice, black people, when you poll them, will go 95% for vouchers and charters. But when it comes time to vote for the politicians, they say, I won't vote for a Republican because he's a Republican, but I'll vote for a Democrat. It's brainwashing, it's Stockholm syndrome, and they demoralize them to a point where they cannot even think. They think that they are what they say they are. You're no good, you're ignorant, you're stupid, you don't deserve anything, but the crumbs that fall from the table, that's all you're going to get. Don't try to do any better. Don't try to do any better. And when Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson walk out there talking about, how can you pull yourself up with your bootstrap and you ain't got no boots? telling black people what they can't do all the time. Jesus Christ said what? He said, you're more than a conqueror. You cannot be a victim. You cannot be oppressed. They said, thou shalt not covet. But what do these guys say? Income inequality. They say, he said, my peace I leave with you. What do they scream? No justice, no peace. They walk around here begging and stalking white America, looking in the window. Everybody hates a stalker. I don't care how pretty a woman is. If she's a stalker, she's despised. And they turn black America into a generation of stalkers who are pitied and despised all over the world as opposed to be respected. That's why I can't stand the Democrat Party. They are a cabal of liars, perverts, psychopaths, anti-Christian bigots, full of pride, full of hate. They destroy everything they touch. Crime Inc. tell you all about them. Get the book. Learn about this evil party and never vote for them again, because you're putting your soul in hell. You're putting your soul in jeopardy when you vote for this party.
Yes, indeed. And we talked about what they did economically to the black community, how they try to force integration, what they did with welfare, what they did to the black church, what they did to black education. Then, of course, in the 1980s, they introduced drugs. And now, you have young black men mostly who don't have a father figure and who are therefore susceptible to this. They don't have employment because of this bad economic agenda of the left. And so they turn to things like drugs. And then the final line of defense is police department keeping the 99% of people in that community who are trying to get to work and get to school, keeping them safe from drug gangs, many of which have been imported. And then they want to defund the police and basically leave the neighborhood completely.
The one thing they do, Mr. Moskowitz, is they keep people from praying to their God. If you go to a football game now and you kneel, if you are praying to protest, if you're kneeling to protest your country, they will give you accolades. But if you're kneeling to pray to God, they want to put you in jail. They have taken God out of schools. They brought the drag queens in. They've taken the Bible out and they brought porn in. My mommy, my two mommies, and my two daddies. Right. They're allowing demented men in dresses to go in the bathrooms with little girls and women. They're allowing demented men to participate in sports with women. See, this party is insane. And when you start voting for an insane party, like people are doing here, you're going to be held responsible in this life or the next. There's no severability between you and your vote. You ask the Nazis about that, the ones that put Hitler in charge. Did they not pay for it? Of course they did. Ask the Russians about it, the ones that put Stalin in charge. Did they not pay for it? Of course they did. Ask the Italians about it, the one that put the crazy Mussolini in charge. Did they pay for it? Of course they did. And America is going to pay for this if they do not repent. This is what we got to understand, because what the Democratic Party tells you, and this is what they do, their biggest sin, is they tell you not to repent because you've done nothing wrong. They tell you to walk around in pride. C.S. Lewis said that pride is the most damnable sin. All other sins are flea bites and pinpricks compared to pride. All sins derive from pride. All of it. Murder, divorce, envy, hatred. And that's all the Democratic Party is. Envy, hatred, covetousness, everything that's evil, they want to make legal. Everything that's good, they want to make illegal. They want to make death legal. They want to make aborting children legal. Bad schools legal. Drugs legal. You name it that's bad, they want to make it legal. And these people aren't criminals because they litter and run stop signs. They are evil because they kill and destroy people, and they enjoy it. They're not trying to change things in Baltimore. They're not trying to change things in Memphis. They're not trying to change things in Chicago and New York. Oh, they strutting. Yeah, they're happy. They run for re-election. Talking about, look how good we've done. A Democrat Party heaven is an American hell. Never forget that. And we have to beat these people in 2024.
How? How can we do it? I mean, you've got the same.
They are panicking right now because they just saw this poll that said Trump is ahead by 10 points, and that the black
but they still.
About
I know
20%
this, but
That's
black people now, black men are up. Yeah, I mean, look, Trump obviously is a natural hero for black people, for minorities, for young people, for people, blue collar, everyone that is basically trying to participate in the American way of life. But they still have their corrupt machines that are running the show, and they don't care. How do we defeat that? I mean,
I think
that infrastructure that stole the 2020 election and stole the 2022 midterm, they're still there. No one's
well,
doing
this is the
anything
thing.
about it.
Well, we're hoping that something is done about it. We're hoping that they will have all their ducks in a row and that Trump will have his people in parts of the inner city. All he has to do is go into he has to go into Detroit, Milwaukee, Charlotte, and Atlanta, and he'll be fine. Because they stole the election in Wisconsin, they stole in Pennsylvania, stole in Michigan,
Oh yeah.
they stole in
Obviously.
Pennsylvania,
And everyone knows
and
it, but nothing is.
so
Those
all
states
you
are
got to do
still
is
run by the
go to
same
those
people.
5 cities. Well, you go into those 5 cities and you put your people there to watch the polls, and you know how they did it last time, and they've done a good job at taking out all the ballot harvesting and the drop boxes. The legislators have changed the law quite a bit in a whole lot of those cities. And also the mail-in balloting. So they have an opportunity now if they want to come in and watch the polls, because we also have decided that we're going to get involved in the early voting and also the mail-in voting. This is something that the Democrats used to just control. We just came out to vote on election day, and they would already have the lead on us by 1 million votes. So what we need to do is do what they do. We need to take advantage of the same thing they do: the ballot harvesting, the street money, all of it. We need to play the game the way they play it. This is a war, and if you're not willing to use the same tactics as your enemy, you've already lost.
No, I agree. You can't come to the war disarmed. They had Zuckerberg give them a check for $420 million for walk around money on the street.
Like Coke and everybody else, and Elon Musk, we gotta do the same thing. This is how you beat them. You got to play their game. You don't go into Oakland Raiders to play the Oakland Raiders and think you can play some type of pity pat football. You got to go in with the sledgehammer when you're playing them. That's how you beat them. So when you go against the Democrat Party, you got to understand who you're dealing with. You're dealing with the mafia. You're dealing with the triads. You're dealing with MS-13.
Literally.
You're dealing with the criminals, man. This is why I wrote this book. You got to have a J. Edgar Hoover to go in and take these guys on. And that's why the left hates Hoover. Because Hoover went in there and played the game the way they played it. And he beat them. And they tried to bastardize his name even right now because he beat them all. Every time he beat them.
I know Hoover, at least Hoover went after some genuine enemies of America, like the Klan and like the communists and like the mafia. Yeah, he did.
And if we had a Hoover now, they wouldn't be here now. Hoover took them out. And that's why they use the public education system right now to try to take Hoover down, because they want to bastardize Hoover's name because Hoover did such a good job on it.
Vince, now we have an apparatchik who is putting men in jail for 22 years for expressing their opinions. But Vince, let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book, where they can get more information about your documentary. I really applaud what you're doing. I'm glad to see that you're out there. It's very encouraging.
Go to VinceELlison.com. 3 E's in the middle. VinceELlison.com. Look at the trailer for my documentary, Will You Go to Hell For Me? It's about 2 minutes long. As Tucker Carlson and Sean Hannity said, it's the most powerful trailer they ever saw. Look at it. Stream the trailer or stream the video or buy the DVD. You can also buy Crime Inc. on their website. And my other 2 books. All of my books have been bestsellers. I've sold over 100,000 books in the last year. They 25 Lies, Iron Triangle. And this is why the Black community is turning for Donald Trump, because of this, because of what I'm doing out here, what other people are doing, and we're going to keep on going. And what my friend tonight having me on his show so I can talk to y'all. I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to talk to your audience. And I hope that they take in what I'm saying, because this is so very, very important. They've been lying about you. They've said that you're homophobes, that you're racist. You're not. Stay strong. I speak for you. Buy my book, put it in your liberal friend's face and say, now answer this question.
Drop it on the coffee table of your liberal friends. All right, Vince Ellison, I want to thank you for joining me. It's been an honor. Let's stay in touch. Thanks a lot. All right, take care. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Welcome to the program. I just want to make sure I'm live on Getter. Getter's a big growing site for me. It's really amazing. And also Roku will be on board next week. All right, Boris Epshteyn, investment banker, political strategist, attorney, advisor to President Donald J. Trump, co-host on the War Room Pandemic with Stephen K. Bannon. I try to take that in every day. What an excellent show. It's amazing he's still, they can't seem to touch him, that he's still up there. Before we get into a talk about the Bitcoin, the FJB, I have to ask you about current events, and I have to talk about the ransacking of President Trump's house and what an Israeli journalist has referred to as America's Kristallnacht. I don't know if you saw that, but what's going on? I mean, how is President Trump?
Well, I mean, what's going on is very clear: is that this is a politicized persecution, a weaponization of, of law enforcement, and it's clear as day that Biden and his feckless administration are doing all they can to try and intimidate President Trump from running again. But it's not going to work. President Trump's going to continue to fight for the American people.
I can't believe how amazing Donald Trump is as a man. I mean, to withstand this kind of personal attack against him and his family for 7 years. I mean, I hope that he knows how loved he is by so many people in this country. When you look at the strength that he's displayed, I don't think there's been a case of leadership like that probably since Lincoln.
No doubt about it. The president is this country's leader. He's the irrefutable leader of the Republican Party, the MAGA movement, but America as a whole, because he's got the broad shoulders that we need to lead us during this difficult time.
You know, it's a relatively new phenomena in this country for FBI agents and people, ninja dressed law enforcers showing up at private homes and banging the door down and pulling people out of bed at 5 o'clock in the morning. This is not normal. Has this ever happened? I mean, other than obviously for drug dealers and crime.
It's unbelievably troubling. It's using and weaponizing law enforcement to target political opponents. It's what we thought could only happen in third world countries, but now it's happening right here in America, and it's a scary time, a dark time in America, as President Trump said in his statement. Indeed.
And I think that there is a huge backlash against it, even among some people on the liberal side. Certainly there's a break on the part of independents. I think some of the Rhino Republicans, the Trump-hating types, are queasy about this, and they've even come out and said that they're against it, maybe with some outliers like Liz Cheney, with an exception. And you only see a few liberals, like maybe Rachel Maddow looks like she's having an orgasm on television. But other than that, I don't see them exactly standing up and cheering for this.
The old ACLU liberals who used to stand for freedom and against tyrannical government are not for this. Libertarians are not for this. Independents are not for this. Charlie Sykes, National Review.
Boris, you have followed since day one the election steal, and you've been one of the people that I've looked to as a great source of information, particularly in the 6 states where the election was stolen. Probably more than that, probably 7 or 8 states. President Trump, all of his endorsed candidates in the primary won their primaries. All of the Trump-hating Republicans who voted to impeach President Trump lost their primaries, with the exception of Liz Cheney, and she's going down in about a week. Does this have anything to do with this home invasion, do you think?
I think the President Trump's continued strength in terms of the midterms, strength in the polling for 2024, and just that CPAC among Hispanics at 81, the next guy's at 16. Overall, he's at 69, next guy's at 24. I think, yes, President Trump's political strength has everything to do with this raid, with this break-in of his home. Absolutely, it has all to do with that.
To just look at the break-in itself, I understand, according to the Gateway Pundit, that President Trump's lawyers were not allowed to go in and observe what was happening, that they were in there for several hours. Possibly, did they plant something? I mean, is there something, going on here? I think they were just trying to soak up some gossip, that just like they did with the Steele dossier, where they could spy on Trump and listen in on his phone calls.
Well, it's possible, to truly know at this point in time. I've been out there a lot in reports, but also President Trump's account on Truth, that it's definitely concerning the way that this was handled by the DOJ is concerning. It was completely unnecessary. President Trump and his team were in full cooperation with the necessary agencies, and this kind of ransacking, break-in. They had asked President Trump and his team to put a lock on a specific door. They went and broke that. So. Same broke a save. This kind of break and raid, absolutely unprecedented and deeply, deeply unnecessary. And it's very concerning for all Americans, this sort of abuse of FBI power. And you've got, I mean, the Washington Post is writing it up, the Wall Street Journal is writing it up. There's a true deep concern up and down the block.
And obviously, take a president taking home archival information is something that goes back to John Adams when he left the White House. This is nothing new. It is perfectly legal and appropriate. A president is not held by standards of classification. They can take that home. It's not like Hillary Clinton with the 30,000 emails after she was subpoenaed by Congress, destroying them. She wasn't president. So I don't see where they have a case for this.
It's complete nonsense. It's just, again, it's political targeting, and the Democrats and the deep state, the establishment, they know they've got a major enemy in President Trump, and they're doing all they can to attack him and attack his family. That's, in the end, is what it's all about. Of course, President Trump followed all proper rules and regulations, and as chief executive had wide authority over documents. I mean, the whole premise is so ludicrous, and that's, I think, why there's been such a general and overarching uproar against this. And I think you're going to see that continue.
And I think the Gateway Pundit also mentions that there were several attorneys that are on the team of Attorney General Garland that were there at the site. So
I don't know anything about that, but I will tell you that this was a production that was completely unnecessary. It was a political stunt, and that stunt is blown up in the Democrats' face.
it has, and I think they just reelected President Trump to a third term. I mean, it seems to me. Maricopa County is still counting, ironically. I mean, are they still trying to stop Carrie Lake? What's going on over there? Do you know?
Well, I think that election's over, and Carrie Lake has won it, and now it's now it's on to going up against Katie Hobbs for the in the general there.
And there couldn't be a better example of what happened in 2020 than what's going on right there in broad daylight.
Right.
In Michigan, Dana Nessel has said, Attorney General, very corrupt, has commented that she's going to prosecute Matt DePerno and that she's going to bring charges and felony charges. This is what the Democrats seem to be doing now, rather than running.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're obsessed with. They're trying to use the law enforcement to target it against their opponent, and it's very disappointing. My friend, I'm so sorry. I've got my phone's blowing up. There's a lot going on. It's just
briefly, Boris. Yeah, let's wrap it up. But briefly, talk about the Bitcoin, the F Joe Biden.
Crypto. It's FJB. It's FJB coin. FJBcoin.org. FJB stands for obviously what it stands for, but also Freedom Jobs Business. And it's a community in cryptocurrency, which is another way to push back against tyrannical overreach, against radical woke corporations who debank you, deplatform you with credit cards, and that's this is a big part of that. Steve Bannon and I have been a part of that community now for months, and are proud to see it grow. They just introduced a wallet through which you could purchase and buy and sell crypto, not just FJB, but other coins as well. So FJBcoin.org. If your audience would check it out, I think they may find it interesting.
And how do they get to it, and how do they get more information about you, Boris?
FJBcoin.org about the coin, and on me. Thank you so much for having me. BorisEP.com is the website, BorisEP.com. It's at BorisEP on Twitter, at BorisEP on Getter, at Boris on Truth, and Boris_Epstein on Instagram.
Way to go. All right, Boris Epstein, thanks so much for joining me this afternoon.
Thank you, my friend.
All right.
Appreciate you. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
We're now live on Rumble. And also I want to be live on Rockfin, of course. Rockfin is the new kid on the block for me.
Oh, I don't know even a thing about that one.
Oh, it's a good one. All right. So my guest is Larry Schweikart. He's the author of The Patriot History of Globalism, Its Rise and Decline. Larry Schweikart has won a wide acclaim for his number one New York Times bestseller, A Patriot's History of the United States, which, by the way, I read and I love. It's a great book.
Thank you.
Larry, thanks for joining me today.
It was my pleasure, Charles.
Larry, you talk about the rise of globalism and how that has impacted America. Of course, this is an interesting theory. I mean, various people have a lot of different takes on the origin of it. From a spiritual standpoint, I view it as going back to the Garden of Eden.
Mm-hmm.
When the serpent told Eve that she could be like God, and she could know all things, good and evil, in the planet, and thus overthrow God. And I derive that from the introductory chapter, the letter to his children, written by Whittaker Chambers in the book Witness, which I think where he captured that. Your theory, which is amazing, goes back to the defeat of Napoleon and the rise of the great powers of Europe. So let's start from there and we'll bring it up to today.
Sure. Well, I think one of the most important themes of the book is this is nothing new. As you say, it goes back to the Garden of Eden. Others would say back to the Tower of Babel. But it's always been around where some people are trying to control other people. But what we saw with the fall of Napoleon was, for the first time, large groups of people, in Napoleon's case, monarchs, tried to set up a new world order of the day. And just like they do with the post-World War I era, with the Versailles Conference, with the UN after World War II, it's always for the good of the people. We're always going to do this for the good of the people. That's what they say in public. But then, as you read in the chapter, behind closed doors, they're saying something much different. And many of the participants of the Congress of Vienna are going, this has nothing to do with the people at all. We're moving populations around to please kings.
Sure. Well, I mean, it's also part of the great, probably what I would argue is the greatest hoax of modern history, which is Karl Marx's communism. The idea that somehow this is a system that's going to be helping the working person, helping the little guy, that all you need to do is transfer your powers to this enlightened elite who will then take care of everything, and they'll make sure that everything is evenly distributed, and they'll create a one world ant colony. But we're talking here about the kind of the aristocracy of Europe, and eventually their clash and the collapse of their vision of world order, which led to World War I and then World War II.
Right. And you know what's interesting? One of the most famous globalists of all is Henry Kissinger. And he praised the Congress of Vienna. Oh, this is such a wonderful thing. It preserved peace. I'm going, wait a minute. There were two major European wars between 1815 and 1900, the Crimean War and the Franco-Prussian War. Did I miss peace in there somewhere? I mean, it's a war about every 30 or 40 years, right?
Right.
So you get up to World War I, and Woodrow Wilson and his cadre of elites arrive, and they're going to fix things. They're going to make things all wonderful for all the people. They do exactly what the monarchs did. They start moving around entire blocks of people. Millions of people move from Germany into Poland, from Poland into Czechoslovakia, on and on and on, without ever once consulting the people. And so it gets to be quite a common reoccurrence of these elites just completely ignoring what the people want and moving forward with their own agenda.
Right. And it's the exact opposite of the American conception, which is that rights come from the people under God. Kissinger, I think, referred to Count von Metternich as his mentor, who was the Austrian count at the Council of Vienna. And, they basically, as you say, I mean, it led to the development of these super states in the middle of Europe, namely Germany, which was a hyper-nationalist, socialistic state. And this led to conflict, of course, with the Anglo-American establishment, as established by Cecil Rhodes, and as described by Professor Carroll Quigley of Georgetown University in his book, Tragedy of Hope. So you have this colossal international clash and competition between these superpowers who sought to dominate world order. So here we are now after World War II and the collapse of Nazi Germany, the rise of the Soviet international entity, and then eventually that collapse. In 1990, Francis Fukuyama, the social theorist, wrote The End of Time, where he says that now the United States is the last standing hegemony in the world, the last controlling power. But what he failed to talk about was who is running the United States.
Well, let me go, and I don't want to spend too much time on Napoleon, but there's some amazing stuff in that first chapter. And you mentioned Metternich. And Metternich was, he's a very shrewd politician, but he's also love struck with this woman called the Countess of Dagon. as was Alexander of Russia. And these two guys are vying for her attention the whole time. They're supposedly carving up Europe. And there's one great scene where all of the other people at the Congress of Vienna, the Castlereagh and Alex and some of the others, are all in a corner looking at maps. And Metternich's over in another corner writing love letters to the Countess of Dagon. And it reminded me of that scene in the 90s where Bill Clinton was on the phone, literally deploying troops in Yugoslavia and bombing missions in Yugoslavia. And he was, well, shall we say, being getting the attentions of one Monica Lewinsky, right?
Right. It sounds like Helen of Troy, if you want to look at it historically, who led to the war between in the Iliad and the Odyssey, or even the rape of Lucretia, which led to the Roman Empire.
Right.
So you have these situations where this incredible woman steps in, and everybody goes berserk.
Well, let's get back to your Fukuyama comment, who's running America. Before we do that, what Fukuyama missed was that all of that was taking place under the Bretton Woods Agreement and the post World War II financial globalism that was set up in order to control world trade. And for people who don't know, Bretton Woods did a lot of things, set up the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank. But the most important thing it did was it established an unwritten agreement in which the rest of the world would sign on to free trade protected by the U.S. military and especially the U.S. Navy. We're seeing some problems of that in the Gulf right now, where neither our Navy nor the Brit Navy can really protect all of these flankers from lunatics like the Houthis,
Right.
whoever they are. and
some kind of Iranian-backed proxy, I think. But you're talking about the World Trade Organization, which was the third leg in the stool of the the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. And that was a kind of a world order institution that would basically transfer the right to regulate trade, which is a constitutional right for this American Republic, to this faceless body of international bureaucrats that would then be able to penalize American companies and penalize the United States for trade imbalances or lack of agreements that they decide arbitrarily should be in place. And then, of course, the new stool in the chair, and you get into this in your book, Larry, is the World Health Organization and their hegemony over what constitutes health crisis. And they certainly flexed their muscles during the so-called pandemic, and I think that most people now know that there were elements of that were grossly overblown.
Right. Well, and I think most people today, if offered a chance of the WHO, the rock band, or the WHO, the World Health Organization, would gladly take the rock band over that.
Oh yeah, sure.
Let me go back to your earlier comments about the international trade and development and all that stuff. Bretton Woods was set up with this notion that the dollar would be the basis for all international trade. But that in itself relied on an undergirding notion that the dollar would be as good as gold. Now, we were not on the gold standard, but by and large, people, the dollar was pretty sound. The problem was that the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, all of these trade agreements, international trade agreements, required the U.S. to spend money on international aid, what we call foreign aid. And more of this spending drove up deficits, which made the dollar less and less and less valuable. So this was something called Triffin's dilemma. An economist recognized this early on, that there were contradictions built into the very Bretton Woods Agreement that would cause it to unravel. And we are certainly seeing that unravel now. So then they had to turn to other things, which is, as you mentioned, medical globalism.
So you're talking about in your book, A Patriot's History of Globalism, Its Rise and Decline, a point at which, and you can't define it by exact dates, but there is a decline in this globalist entity. And I think that you seem to be tracing that to the inexact value of the American dollar, maybe the rise of the BRICS nations, which are now talking about depegging from the dollar as the international unit of currency. that was set at the the International Monetary Fund convention at Bretton Woods, and that and also, I mean, in 1970, President Nixon took the dollar off the gold standard, which
Mhm.
created fluctuations that maybe were unforeseen. So you have essentially a demonetization or a decentralization of the world's monetary system. Is that the
Right.
point of departure where the globalist agenda is declining?
The departure from Bretton Woods begins to unravel really with the Afghanistan and Iraq wars. And you start to see the massive military spending, whether you agree with the premise or not. The result is that gradually the public came to say, we're tired of this kind of overseas adventurism and expense. And the US budget started to just explode, whether it was under Bush or Obama or Trump or certainly Biden, whom I
Right.
affectionately call the rutabaga. It's just absolutely exploded under these guys. And the public is saying no more. I mean, I think the sentiment against war, certainly whether it's Iran or anywhere else, is very high right now, which makes it very difficult for Biden to do anything, because he's trying to slip us into a war through Yemen while we're all watching Iran. But I'm not sure how far that will go. So it's a twin path of moving away from globalism. One is the breakdown of Bretton Woods, which is really outlined very well by Peter Zeihan in a number of books. And then the other is this growth of the U.S. debt and deficit, and an increasing reluctance of Americans to spend money on other people, since we don't even have it to spend on ourselves.
Well, okay, and the other leg of the breakdown is, as you mentioned, it was sort of implemented during the Wilson administration with the embrace of what was called by historian Charles Austin Beard perpetual war for perpetual peace. And that was a policy of the international establishment from that time right up through Kissinger and right up actually to Trump. Trump kind of put a stop to that to a certain extent, which is maybe at least one of the reasons why this international elite fears and despises him and seeks to put him in prison. And that is that he did no longer would engage in these adventures of nation building and intervention where we were constantly overseas fighting wars. He wasn't an isolationist by any means, but he did begin to wind down these interventions. He demanded that the NATO nations pay for their own defense, which was the first time that had happened, even though successive administrations, both Democrat and Republican, gave lip service to that. Trump got it done. You know, they're now dealing with their own defense. And at the same time, the nations of the world, particularly Russia and China, did not engage in adventures during his administration because he created an aura of uncertainty in terms of what we might do. Now we're back to the old, rotten Anglo-American establishment policy of international perpetual war for perpetual peace. It's been a return to that.
Yeah, he, of course, he made the famous trip to Korea, the only American president to actually meet with Kim.
Right.
And he said, I'll meet with anybody. I'll meet with Putin. I'll meet with Xi. I'll meet with Kim. We can talk this out. Now, the one exception to that was ISIS, which he crushed without hardly any American casualties. And one of the main ways he did this was he just ordered a drone hit on Soleimani, and that pretty much put those guys out of business.
Indeed.
So did he want to move away from that? Absolutely. And I think you're absolutely right. That's why he is so detested and feared by the international elites, as he doesn't play this game. He doesn't play the perpetual debt game. He wants to bring businesses back to America. I'm sure you saw yesterday he met with the United Auto Workers in Washington, which I predicted he would cater to the unions. Huge. That's amazingly big.
And the rank and file, even the head of the UAW acknowledged when he endorsed Biden that the rank and file are major supporters of Trump, and that Trump as a businessman brought something different to the table, which was why he was able to get the Abraham Accords done. And that was moving forward at the time. Unthinkable, never done before, going all the way back. And of course, now Biden has thrown that right in the garbage with releasing billions of dollars to Iran, which is now they're using to help fuel the Houthis and attacking American bases in Syria and Iraq, and funding Hezbollah, which is attacking Israel on its northern border. So you have a complete instability, not to mention giving $1 billion to UNRWA, which helped fund the attack out of Hamas in Gaza. So you have this return to this amoral, divide and conquer Anglo-American policy under Biden. And I think that Americans are aware of that. You talk about the overall decline, which is, I find very interesting, of the globalist order. They certainly are either taking their last gasps right now under Biden, or they're going to implement this. These people don't mess around. I mean, they're not going to give up quietly. We don't know what could happen between now and election day, or even if Trump wins, what could happen. What do you see? Do you think that they're on the way out, or do you think they're going to further consolidate their power?
I don't want to spike the football yet, but I think that they're on their heels like they have never been before. When you look at the Supreme Court, by the way, Trump's court picks haven't agreed with him on everything, but man, they've just been nailing it on rolling back the deep state. And I talked to Bannon about this. I said, what was going through your mind when you guys would present a list of names to him? And he said the number one question that they tested these applicants with was the Chevron doctrine, that was even above the social concerns like abortion. And well, you're seeing that the EPA, West Virginia versus the EPA, you saw it in the Jarkizi versus SEC case, which has now been appealed. There were a couple of other of these cases where the court is consistently ruling against the deep state and the administrative state being able to define its own powers. And so the Jarkizi appeal is coming up very soon. And all indications are that Gorsuch is leading the charge on overturning the Chevron doctrine. So that's a very important step against the deep state judicially and in terms of regulation. You look in terms of elections. I saw that 7 European nations have moved toward a more populist government here just in the last 2 months. And that doesn't include Slovakia, Hungary, Estonia, Italy, which had already had more populist elections, and then our friend down there in Argentina.
Oh yes, Milei.
Another guy who read him the riot act at Davos. That was pretty cool.
Oh, and El Salvador, they basically cleaned up their drug cartel. So, and Taiwan has elected a pro-Taiwan prime minister who's standing up to China. So, yes, it is a worldwide movement toward a common sense nationalism, putting one's nation first. I think that there's moves in Canada for Poilievre as well. And so we're seeing this development, and it's really moving on. What is this? You mentioned the World Economic Forum in your book. I got that in your press release. What went on there, and what are they? I mean, as I say, these guys aren't sitting around twiddling their thumbs. I mean, they mean business. What do you think they're going to try to pull?
Well, their big push, and this is the next to the last chapter, has been climate change, which is nonsense. The climate always changes. It's changed for thousands of years.
Right.
And this whole push for electric vehicles, which I think is really interesting. They kind of put their eggs in the electric vehicle, the wind and solar baskets, and those are all coming unraveled. We saw 2 big wind power companies pull out of contracts on the East Coast in the last month. Every day, new news surfaces about how bad the electric cars are.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of weight. I had one in my today's news, for example, that Canada is figuring out because they're heavier cars, their guardrails won't hold the cars in. And so they're going to have to replace.
Didn't Ford Motor Company just cancel the development of an entire line of electric cars, and that they don't work well in very cold and very hot climates.
Right, right.
Yeah, so-
And they don't go well with water either. You don't want to get those batteries wet.
Plus the batteries themselves. I mean, that's they like to wrap themselves in ecology. That's a disaster waiting to happen 5-10 years down the road. Those toxic metals are going to be creating landfills that
Right.
are going to be a world problem.
And the
So-
same thing with the wind turbine blades are equally not biodegradable. They're a huge problem. The lithium mining that's using child labor, a huge problem. Every place they turn, my point at the end of the book is that any path they go down right now, they are in trouble. They are on the defensive, and they're I think fighting a rear guard action. And to go back to Napoleon, the only question is whether Murat's cavalry can encircle them and outrun them and get to the main body
Yeah.
before it escapes.
Well, that brings me to my final point here, which is that they are openly running against President Trump, not on any issues because they know they'll lose those, and they
Right.
are losing them, but on an effort to basically put him in prison.
Right.
God forbid they may even consider the JFK solution.
Right.
What do you see? I mean, I think these are very perilous times,
They are.
especially since Trump is now clearly, has the Republican nomination in his grasp, and he's ahead in all the polls, particularly the battleground states.
Right.
We can get into the question of the 2020 election. Let's leave that there. But either way, we know that they can't steal it this time, even if they did. I mean, because of the overwhelming attention and the light that's being shined on that, and because of the great growth in numbers, particularly among minorities, Black men in particular, and younger people. What
Yeah,
do you
well-
think they're going to do? I mean, are they going to get him? Are they going to get him that way? Are they going to? I mean, they seem to be twisting the entire system of jurisprudence out of proportion in order to do it.
Right. They launched a two-pronged attack, one civil court with this E. Jean Carroll and the whole attack on his assets in New York, and one in criminal courts, the 3 cases. All of my court sources, including my friend Zen Master, a federal court guy who's never been wrong yet, say that none of those criminal cases are going to come to fruition before the election. And so basically they shot their wad on that. They knew it when Smith wanted a quick resolution from the Supreme Court, and they said, "Niet." And, what's interesting is that I think a guy named Shipwreck Crew wrote that the Supreme Court is going to rule in favor of Trump, but they're not going to leave their fingerprints on it. And they're just going to do it by delaying it past the election when it will become moot. Now, as to the other civil cases, those will probably be overturned at some point. So they're not going to get him out by lawfare, or as I call it, indict fair. That's not going to work. But something else is happening, and I call it the 2 Democrat civil wars. One is Israel versus Hamas, Jews against Muslims. And Biden cannot take a position on that one way or the other because he'll lose the other group. And he can't afford to lose either of those groups. So he's just got to shut up. Trump is already on record as saying, let us have peace. U.S. grant, let us have peace, right? The other one.
Trump, by the way, is picking up support among the Muslims of Tehran.
Yeah.
So because they're more conservative on social issues. So there's different ways. The other thing, I mean, that the Democrats, one of their last gasps, of course, is Taylor Swift. But, I don't know, your young girls are going to, I mean, it's sad, but, it says a lot about the electorate today, but that's one of the things they're trying to pull off. Anyway, Larry, let my listeners and viewers know where they can get your excellent book.
Okay, so you can get A Patriot's History of Globalism, Its Rise and Decline, at Amazon for pre-order. It'll be out in 2 weeks. You can also soon find it on my website, thewildworldofhistory.com. And, that's my general website. If you want to talk politics, I have a political site called thewildworldofpolitics.com.
Excellent, Larry. Listen, thanks so much for joining me. We should do it again, certainly before the election. Thank you very
Carl.
much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Take care. Okay, we are live. Charles Moskowitz. Thanks for joining me, everyone. My guest is Dr. William Makis, MD. Dr. Makis is with the University of Alberta in Canada. He is a what I would describe as a whistleblower. He's a doctor of conscience. Dr. Makis, this is I can't describe it as anything other than a depressing and a very frightening topic, which is the possible consequences of the mRNA vaccine, so called, the spike protein, and all the rest. So before we go there, could you talk a little bit about your practice and how you got to where you are?
Certainly. Thank you for having me. I'm a Canadian physician. I did all my medical training in Canada. I have an undergraduate degree in immunology. I have a 4-year MD and then a 5-year specialization in nuclear medicine, radiology, and oncology. My practice has been mainly oncology for the last decade. I've diagnosed about 20,000 cancer patients with cutting edge diagnostic tools like PET-CT, positron emission tomography, CT. I also was a primary oncologist for several hundred end-stage cancer patients that I treated with targeted radionuclide therapy. So I have a background in oncology. I'm not a medical oncologist. It's a specific branch of radiology and oncology that deals with radiation for diagnosis and treatment.
Mhm.
Now, I've been reporting sudden deaths and injuries related to the COVID-19 vaccine since late 2021. So I've been doing this for over 2 years. I started because I realized there were many red flags with the COVID vaccines, and I saw it in my colleagues. I saw it within Canadian doctors who, in late 2021, were mandated to take the COVID-19 vaccines. If they hadn't been mandated, then my path might have taken a very different course.
Mm.
But what the mandates did was they forced everyone to produce evidence of having at least 2 vaccines, or they would be kicked out of work. They would not be allowed to continue practicing medicine. And these mandates occurred across Canada, that the deadlines were October 2021. In some provinces like Alberta, the deadlines were pushed back because there was a huge outcry from healthcare workers. Approximately 30% of healthcare workers in Alberta refused to submit proof of vaccination status. They were threatened repeatedly until a lot of them submitted, and the rest either retired or left medicine completely, or simply, refused and were fired. So we had tens of thousands of healthcare workers in Canada effectively fired at the end of 2021. And so what you have, or what I saw, was a cohort that was 100% vaccinated because of the mandates. And once
So
they were
that's more than a
100%.
casual sampling of that would be required for any statistical analysis. And there are several things that strike me as significant here. Firstly, the vaccine mandates came after the actual COVID virus was pretty much gone by the end of 2020. And yet, all of a sudden, there comes this mandate both in Canada and the United States, and it's a very heavily handed enforcement. I mean, in the United States, for example, military men and women were required to get the vaccine or they would be court-martialed and they would lose all their benefits. I mean, you weren't even allowed to resign. You were told you get the vaccine or you're finished. And there was this whole business of the vaccine mandate proof of vaccine cards that suddenly we're being told that if you don't have this, you can't go to a restaurant, you can't go to a store. Right here in Boston, for example, the new mayor, the first thing she did was sign a bill saying that you had to show a vaccine mandate in order to go into a restaurant or store. Now, the people that saved the world, frankly, and I thank God for them, were the Canadian truckers. If it hadn't been for the Canadian truckers bringing the economy of Canada almost to a standstill, because that's the power they have, and that was spreading to the United States, to Australia, New Zealand, France, even Israel, and it was becoming a worldwide thing. the entire establishment that was pushing this experimental jab backed down. They can't have everything stop. The mayor of Boston backed down, and we at least got a reprieve. But the broader question is why wasn't the medical establishment consulting such respected figures as yourself and as many doctors in the United States, uh, such as, Dr. Peter McCullough comes to mind, Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Reish from over at Yale University Medical Center. They were denounced. These were men who were, and women who were they had their careers threatened and in some cases ruined for questioning the efficacy of this so-called vaccine. So what's going on here? Before we get into the horrors of the vaccine itself, what is going on with the politics of this, at least in Canada, which I think is a reflection of the world?
Well, it's important to note that before the mandates came, they tried every incentive imaginable to get maximal uptake of the COVID vaccines. And so, initially it was just, save grandma and protect the healthcare system. It then moved to all kinds of perverse incentives, such as, here's a donut, Krispy Kreme donut for a vaccine, or fries or burgers or ice cream
Sure.
for kids, and so on. It actually, the incentives progressed to $1 million lotteries. We had, I think, two $1 million lotteries here in Alberta, and this is a conservative province. And so there were all kinds of incentives to maximize the uptake. And I believe the uptake probably was already in the region of 70% or so with the two doses by the time they came with the mandates. So really the mandates were to hunt down the remaining 30%, of which they probably knew they could never get at least 10 to 15%. They would never have, no matter how much they forced. So it really was, to get sort of the most hesitant individuals,
Right.
and to really put pressure on, and maximal pressure on them, and force them into this. I always felt that vaccine mandates were illegal. They were not only unscientific, they were unethical, they were immoral, but they really were illegal. And the courts have failed. They failed, certainly in Canada, to address the illegality of the mandates. The United States had much more success
Mm.
in getting mandates overturned. And, I think because a lot of the damage I see is in vaccine mandated professions. The damages being suffered by individuals, for example, at the universities and colleges who were mandated the vaccines and might have otherwise not taken the vaccines. And so that is where the bulk of the damage is and was caused,
Right.
was by mandating these shots. And of course, people who didn't abide by the mandates had their lives destroyed, utterly destroyed.
Yeah, I
Uh,
mean, in the case of the Canadian truckers, they had their bank accounts shut down. They called
exactly.
them Nazis, and this sort of very vicious, denunciations that seem to have accompanied the incentives, sending the message out that if you didn't play ball with the vaccine, you could lose your career, you could lose everything. And the other irony is that we now know, I think, quite definitively that there were a lot of very big lies told about the vaccine. The first one that comes to mind is that the vaccine gives you 95% immunity from the virus, and that our vaccines in America are superior to the Russian vaccine and the Chinese vaccine, which only gives you 85% immunity. That was a complete lie, and they must have known that. Then they changed the story to say, well, it doesn't give you any vaccine. Even the CDC admitted this, but you won't die from the virus if you take the vaccine. And then the Cleveland Clinic came out with a survey that was very definitive, and that was more than a sample. It was everyone who had ever entered into that world-renowned clinic, showing that 70% of the people in their hospital had the vaccine. So, it's just lie after lie. what is going on here? I mean, is it a matter of money? Is it a matter of politics? Are they trying to kill us off? Or what the hell is this about?
Well, that's a good question. I just wanted to address also the Canadian truckers. I believe the Canadian truckers absolutely changed the game and really changed
Oh, yeah.
potentially the outcome of where this was all going. Got the mandates removed
Indeed.
and probably put a big wrench into this uh, plan really to put pressure on everybody to get vaccinated, or people would be completely locked out of society, which is what 6 million Canadians were. 6 million Canadians experienced communism in the sense of we had an iron curtain. They couldn't travel, they couldn't get on a plane, they couldn't get on a train. They were locked out of government benefits. I mean, this was full blown communism with the censorship as well. And I think that's one thing that maybe gets forgotten, is that during that time, the medical establishment didn't listen to us because we were censored. We were banned off social media platforms. We were not given a platform.
Right.
On Twitter, there were over 11,000 accounts that were suspended, terminated, censored due to COVID-19 misinformation. And a lot of these were
Oh,
doctors, PhDs like myself, like Dr. McCullough, like Dr. Robert Malone. There was a wave of terminations of accounts around this time. I lost my account in March of 2022. And the reason I lost my account was I had posted a study. I had actually reposted a study that had come out about children 5 to 11 years old who had the vaccine, who were showing evidence of negative vaccine efficacy after a certain time, which means that they were getting sick more often than unvaccinated children, which means that their immune systems were being damaged. I said in my post that the vaccine should be taken off the market. That is all I said. That was
that
my
was
only
enough to have you
commentary.
banned. I mean, I
And
was
that
part of
was
the
enough
YouTube
to have me
ban
banned.
sometime. There was a massive censorship. It was declared, quote, misinformation, unquote, which, of course, as you say, it was very communistic. It was extremely authoritarian to be able to not discuss by people who are qualified, such as yourself, a medical issue. It's very anti science, I would add. These are people who love to talk about anti science. I mean, how much more anti-science can you get than this? There's also, I believe, I'm not mistaken when I say that VAERS, which is a federal agency, it's part of the CDC. It was created in the early 1970s as part of OSHA that keeps track of vaccine damage, and they issue reports annually, and I even think quarterly, on any vaccine that enters the market. I think it was the summer of 2021, they stopped doing this. They just censored it. They no longer issue that information. It's no longer public. So, you have a situation where there's a real blackout on information. And as far as the vaccine card goes, I don't think I'm wandering off the reservation by suggesting that the World Economic Forum had already talked about a digitized card, which means that you would have to present a digitized card that ultimately, quite frankly, could be implanted under the skin. Alex Jones talked about that. I know he's very controversial. I know how criticized he is, but he's been right about a lot of this stuff. But even so, this digitized card could potentially have any information on it that they want to put on it about you, and
Yeah.
you could end up having to. You can't eat. You can't go into a buy. You can't do banking. You can't get into a car without it. So this would be essentially the end of freedom. This would be it. It would be
Well, we
over.
were we were very close.
Yeah.
If people will remember, Europe, for example, had a vaccine passport that had 8 vaccine spots on it. And this was at a time when people only had 2 vaccines. And so it seemed ridiculous that we would get to a point
Right.
where you would have to have 8 vaccines, noted on this vaccine passport. And yet Right now, this is where we are. The CDC is about to recommend the 9th dose, I believe, in the fall. And so we are at the point where if someone followed the recommendations, whether issued by the public health chief in Canada, Dr. Theresa Tam, or whether issued by CDC, you would have had 8 vaccines at this point, which is exactly what the European vaccine passport had back in early 2022. And so I think we were headed in that direction. As I recall, Israel also had a vaccine passport that was called like a green card or something like that, or would be
Right.
green if you were up to date on your vaccinations. A number of places around the world had this plan to implement vaccine passports, and even for a while in Canada, for example, they were forcing people to show proof of vaccination, whether to get into a restaurant, whether to get into sports facilities. So I believe this seems to have been the plan from the beginning. The goal to vaccinate. You asked what was the purpose to try to get everybody vaccinated, and I do believe I'm not big on depopulation theories per se, but I do believe that there is strong evidence that based on how the pharmaceutical companies are positioning themselves right now, that there was certainly a profit motive, and there may have been a motive to at least disable a significant segment of the population, significant enough that now all the pharmaceutical companies are positioning themselves to profit off vaccine injuries that they themselves caused.
Oh yeah, I mean, so they cause it's like the poison and the antidote in the same laboratory. They cause myocarditis in young men in particular. Now they're coming out with a heart treatment to deal with the myocarditis
Yeah.
that they caused. And just briefly, again, the business with the electronic passports. George Gilder, who's one of America's most respected scholars, he spent 3 years in communist China back in the 1980s, and he talked about. I heard him interviewed in an NPR program here that China was implementing this program of social score.
Yeah.
If you didn't have a high enough social score in China, you didn't get to leave your community. You were basically living under house arrest. And he predicted that this would come to this country under the guise of the high, the social media, Google in particular, that every American ultimately would have this score. And now that's kind of admitted. I mean, you've got BlackRock and you've got Fidelity basically scoring investments based on what they call what is it, environment EKG score, rather than whether or not they're making a profit. And so there's no reason to think that it's certainly not even speculative that these bio passports would be used to keep that kind of information about you ultimately as part of this world control. Now, I want to talk about the actual vaccine itself a bit here because I know a lot of people who have gotten the vaccine, including members of my family. I've gotten the vaccine. I didn't want to do it, but I was put under frankly, my wife and my daughter let me know I had to do it under no uncertain terms. So and I actually looked to Israel, which I should not have done. And I said, gee, if they're doing it, it might be okay. They're not going to kill their entire population. So I went ahead. I'm fine. I didn't have any reaction. And recently, someone suggested to me on my show, actually Michael Shaw, who's a regular guest of mine and who's a medical researcher, that there's a likelihood that the vaccine companies, a percentage of the vaccine's a saline solution. And the reason they did that is because they didn't want us, because there would be such an outcry, it would be so obvious the amount of harm this thing was doing, that they reduced that by simply not putting it in the vaccine. And that I probably got the saline, although a very close friend of mine now has cancer. And in this case, I don't think she did get the saline. She got the real toxin. Do you think there's anything to that? Do you think that this portion of these things are saline?
It's very possible. There is tremendous batch to batch variability. and I think this has been confirmed. People can go on howbadismybatch.com, put their serial number in, and see how many serious adverse events and deaths have been reported to VAERS for that particular batch. And there's tremendous variability. And so I have seen, I think it was Danish researchers that had analyzed the batches and made a conclusion that, probably 30% of the batches were saline, although this hasn't been confirmed, but at least that's what it looks like based on the adverse event profile in VAERS. And then there's another, 60-65% that have a variable rate of injuries and deaths, anywhere from very few to quite a significant amount. And then there's approximately 5% of batches that look to be what are called hot lots, and they have a very high rate of injuries and deaths. And
So,
the cancers now that are showing up are really extremely aggressive. And it remains to be seen what percent of the population is eventually going to be affected by cancer. What's interesting is that Albert Bourla, Pfizer CEO, when he does interviews, he confidently states that 30% of people will get cancer, and that is
incredible.
which
And
is
he was under
shocking.
controversy for not getting the vaccine right away. And he said, "Well, I want to make sure that people in need get it first," which seems a little fishy to me. But either
Yeah.
way, he eventually did get it. Do you think that these people got the saline?
Well, here's an interesting thing when we're talking about Pfizer employees and so on. They had special batches for their own employees that nobody else got. So they had their own
Lovely.
batch, which may just be saline.
Yeah, maybe a non-batch.
Exactly.
And also, I think Congress gave itself an exemption from the vaccine,
Yes.
which
And even there have been now Canadian politicians that have come out and said that, oh, none of the public health recommendations actually applied to the Canadian politicians. And so some of them have admitted this on the record. So,
so the
um,
vaccine was for the rest of us lumpen proletariats. I mean, it's for the us chumps.
yeah,
Um, what can we do if we have had the vaccine? I mean, it's. I know this is a very depressing subject, and I know
mhm,
people don't want to hear about this, but there have been. I mean, I've interviewed Ed Dowd a couple of times. He's a researcher who has shown that actuarial charts for insurance companies are through the roof on both life and health insurance, where
that's right.
they are reporting, and they don't want to report this because they lose money. It's not like they're part of any conspiracy here, but they are reporting an increase in sudden death, in myocarditis, pericarditis, and blood clots, and not to mention that there are questions of infertility, particularly for pregnant women. I mean, it's horrible that they would give a vaccine like this to a pregnant woman. But what can we do if we've had the vaccine? Is it too late for us? Are we going to be dead within the next 5 years, or what?
No. So I had discussions with Ed Dowd about this. We were together at CPAC. I was also with him at Senator Ron Johnson's hearing.
Right.
I saw the data that he presented at the Senate, and it's very very stark numbers. 1.1 million excess deaths since the rollout of the vaccines, 3.5 million disabilities, permanent disabilities, and about 28 million injuries of some kind that didn't necessarily lead to disability or death. And so this is the data that he presented based on his analysis of like you said, insurance information and missed time off work and so on. So that is over 10% of the US population has been really significantly adversely affected by the vaccines. Now, I'm not the type of person to panic or to make wild claims like, everyone who had the vaccine is gonna die in 5 years or something like that. I don't believe that. I don't think the data is showing that or suggesting that trajectory. What it is suggesting is that the deaths and injuries continue, They're not slowing down. They're continuing at roughly the same rate as last year, and so that is concerning over the long term because, as I report the sudden deaths of individuals, I could see the same. I could see people still coming down with myocarditis, still coming down with blood clots at a very steady rate, even though people have stopped taking booster shots. So these are long-term effects of the
And these are
vaccine.
young people too, by the way.
Young people, exactly,
Athletes, people in top
exactly.
health. You know, this
And so
is
it's still happening, and most of these people are not taking booster shots. Booster shot uptake is about 10% only now. So, but really, there's a bigger tsunami of neurological injuries and cancers, these turbo cancers, as they're called. So the question is, what does anybody do? I think you have to be, if you've taken the shots and you haven't had any issues, you haven't had any side effects, you still have to assume that you've been effectively poisoned to some degree, at some level, that there may be damage happening that you're not aware of. And people who are proactive, I believe, will do much better than people who are reactive, meaning reactive means you wait until you have the heart attack, you wait until you have the stroke or develop the cancer. One shocking statistic I can tell you about the sudden deaths that I've reported is that about 80 to 85% of people who've suffered a sudden death in the past year did not have a warning sign, did not have health problems, did not have blood clots and myocarditis or anything that would have given them a warning sign. That is why so many of the reports say family and friends are shocked, completely unexpected, sudden and unexpected, right? And so being proactive is extremely important, I believe. And there's very simple things you can do.
yes.
I'm a big believer in fasting, in a long fast, like a 3-day fast, a 72-hour water fast, which brings your body into a state of ketosis and then initiates autophagy, where your body itself starts clearing damaged cells and removes them, destroys them. And this may be the only way to deal with some of the damage that's been done, whether by the mRNA or by the spike protein, because of course the mRNA is artificial. It's a pseudouridine modified mRNA that lasts much longer in the system than it should and causes problems. And of course the spike protein lasts even longer than that. People are still producing spike protein sometimes a year or two after taking their last shot. And this suggests that there may have been integration events where either the mRNA or what we are now learning, the DNA contamination in the vaccines, may actually be integrating into our genome. And so fasting may be a way to remove some of these things, some of these transfected cells, and have the body simply destroy them. Because if they're producing the spike protein on the surface, that's a foreign protein. The immune system may be attacking it. The body may recognize it as a damaged cell, and then during a fasting, it may actually destroy or remove those cells. So that is the cornerstone for me in terms of approaching. And you could do a 3-day fast. You could do it, you could do it once a month. You could even do it twice a month. It's quite doable. I've done 3 of these myself, just to see how it would be, and it's very rejuvenating. It's a very fascinating thing to try.
And by the way, if you do it, make sure you have plenty of liquid, right?
Absolutely, plenty of water. You could even add black coffee or plain tea to it. It's supposed to stimulate the autophagy without stopping the the actual fasting process.
Now, I'm not a
And
biologist, but what is the deal with the mRNA altering the DNA structure in the helix? Is that something that can become a permanent restructuring? I mean, this is the CRISPR technology, and
yeah,
is that an issue that once that's introduced and it basically interrupts the code of the DNA? Is that something that can be done permanently? And what do we have any idea about the long-term effects of that?
well, so this is the big issue. I actually believe that this is the big topic right now. Um, Geneticists like Kevin McKernan, Philip Buchholz, they've confirmed that there is DNA contamination in every single vial of Pfizer and Moderna. Every single vial that they've tested, and whether it was the original vaccines, whether it's the boosters, or even the newest booster shot, all of them have contamination of billions of copies of either DNA plasmids or DNA fragments, which are there because of the mass manufacturing process that Pfizer and Moderna employed. So initially, they apparently handmade these vaccines for their clinical trial under very controlled, very specific conditions. But when it came to making these vaccines for the general population and mass manufacturing them, they actually changed the manufacturing process to make it easier and cheaper for themselves. And they used E. coli and DNA plasmids grown in E. coli to make this process easier, faster, cheaper for themselves, and of course to be able to mass produce, hundreds of millions of doses. And unfortunately, it seems that because of this manufacturing process that has never really been employed before, there are remnants of these DNA, E. coli, DNA plasmids and fragments that have remained in the vaccine vials. They were supposed to get rid of them. They were supposed to purify the mRNA after making it and get rid of all the DNA that served as the template, and they didn't. For whatever reason, they didn't. Some people think it was intentional. Some think it's a quality control issue. But these contaminants are there, and there was always a question of whether the mRNA can reverse transcribe and integrate into the genome, and this was seen as either extremely unlikely or impossible, even though it was shown in vitro by one research group who published it. But this was seen as a very, very low risk. However, now that the DNA contamination has been discovered, that completely changed the topic, because if you have billions of copies of foreign DNA injected into you with a delivery mechanism of the lipid nanoparticle, which delivers it very easily into cells, now you have something that can very easily integrate into the genome. And if it integrates into the wrong place, like a tumor suppressor gene, well, now you've astronomically increased the risk of getting cancer, which is what we're seeing. We're seeing extremely aggressive cancers, inexplicable in young people. So this is the problem, is that now we know that there's DNA contamination. Florida Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo has actually called out the FDA on this. He asked and demanded, have you done the testing to see if there are integration events from this contamination? And they refused to give him an answer. So he called for a halt of all these COVID vaccines. If there are integration events happening, and this is where the work is being done right now, I believe in the next few months, we will see paper after paper after paper confirming DNA integration events, which means that the genome of a vaccinated person has been modified, has been molested, has been damaged. And that will be, I believe, the big thing that probably brings down, Pfizer and Moderna as companies. We see their stock is crashing, relentlessly, despite the fact that the markets are setting new highs. There's something behind the scenes. Insiders know something very bad about these companies. And so I think this will be the next big scientific discovery, is confirmation of integration into the genome. And what do you do with that? Nobody knows. How do you clean that up, right? How do you get the stuff out of your genome? I don't think anybody knows. I don't think anybody has the answer to that. But, when we talk about,
the shocking
yeah,
aspect to it is that they're giving it to, I don't know, millions of children as young as 1 year old.
that's right.
And these are children that would not have caught COVID anyways. And
Yeah.
now that they've admitted that this vaccine does nothing to stop the spread of COVID or create immunity, what's the justification for it at all?
Well, there's no justification. I mean, there was never
I
justification
mean, what is their
to
marketing
mandating
plan?
it.
What are they claiming it does?
Well, so they're claiming at this point that it doesn't prevent transmission, but it reduces the severity of disease. So it reduces
In
hospitalizations and death
general or just with COVID?
for COVID.
Well,
So,
there
but the
is no
problem,
COVID now. I mean, it's
well, so but that's the problem, is that the data the excess mortality data in every highly COVID vaccinated country shows that there was no benefit, that no one benefited, from this
Not to
vaccine.
mention the fact that several countries didn't have much COVID because they used ivermectin and
Yes.
hydroxychloroquine, which are
Yeah.
FDA-approved drugs that have been around forever as treatments for viruses. And of
Yeah.
course, in this country, that was denounced. Now I've heard that this mRNA research, this CRISPR research, they're going to be putting it into all vaccines. They're going to be putting it into meat. They're injecting it into cows. It's everywhere. How
Yeah.
are they justifying that? And is that true?
So, this is an interesting topic. The mRNA technology that was used in the COVID vaccine is not yet in the meat, although I believe the Australian government actually has a project that launched in 2022 where they are building facilities to have the capacity to quickly mRNA vaccinate all their cattle should there be some kind of an outbreak. And so there's been a stated intent by the government to vaccinate all the beef, for example, in Australia. There was an Israeli company that has just been given funding to pursue a project of mRNA vaccinating shrimp. And you may ask, well, how do you do that? You can't inject shrimp, right? So they have a new technology where they are putting the mRNA vaccines into the feed of the shrimp. So the shrimp are feeding on this, whatever form of it there is, and they're taking it up. And so now you end up with mRNA in the shrimp. And they said, we want to do this for all marine, animals that are farmed for human consumption. And so there is this push to get this technology out and to get it
also,
in.
what about the shedding or the shredding or whatever? I mean, if you're near a person who's had the jab,
Yeah.
the bioweapon, if you will, I mean, can you catch it from them? I mean, just by being in their presence?
Well, you can't get vaccinated through shedding. At least I don't believe you can. I don't believe there's been any evidence shown that can happen. However, you can certainly be affected by it. You can be affected by transfer of lipid nanoparticles and mRNA or the spike protein from a vaccinated person. What's interesting is that this has been denounced as a conspiracy theory for a long time and still is. There are still physicians online that are saying this is a right-wing conspiracy theory.
Right.
However, Pfizer actually admitted to shedding, told us about shedding in their clinical trial documents. They don't call it shedding, but they call it environmental exposure through inhalation or skin contact of their product, of the lipid nanoparticle mRNA. And where they were concerned about this was pregnant women, women who happened to get pregnant in the Pfizer trial. They specifically state that if the pregnant woman is exposed to their product through inhalation or skin contact, you have to notify a Pfizer safety officer within 24 hours, and it has to be documented in the clinical trial. So shedding is real. Pfizer admitted to it themselves. What no one knows exactly is the extent of the shedding, how many particles are shed. Certainly, the maximum shedding occurs right after vaccination. That is when, about 75% of the dose ends up in the bloodstream. And then you can shed these particles either through bodily fluids or through exhalation. And what's interesting is that the content of the lipid nanoparticles, the mRNA, can actually, once they're dumped in the cell, they can be repackaged by the cell and sent back out in these particles called exosomes. And those you could breathe those out. So someone could actually be exposed to particles with mRNA or the spike protein once the spike protein is being produced by the body. Now, people have reactions to these things. And so there are people who will react to someone who's been recently vaccinated. They might feel sick. They might have a rash. They might even have bleeding. There have been reports of miscarriage just by being, in the surrounding of someone who's been vaccinated. I've had people come to me. I've had massage therapists come to me and tell me that they've been sick whenever they are massaging vaccinated clients because they're exposed to bodily fluids, all day long at work by the way of massage,
Right.
which
Yeah.
is their work. And so this is real. It happens. I don't believe it's a concern in terms of actually becoming vaccinated or getting an additional dose by being around someone who's shedding. But if you are a person who reacts, and a small percentage of people react to this external exposure, they should take steps that are somewhat similar to what the vaccine injured should take steps, or people suffering from long COVID, and that is take steps to mitigate the spike protein damage or the immune system reaction. And there's ways you can do that. Vitamin C, for example, or NAC, N-acetylcysteine. These are antioxidants that mitigate some of the spike protein damage. And you can actually try to address the spike protein itself. There are things that block the spike protein, like ivermectin. Ivermectin binds the spike protein. You can use it.
Now, pretty much over the counter. And what about nitokinase and bromelain?
Yes. So nattokinase is another thing you can use. This is an enzyme that breaks down the spike protein. Some people have had relief with nattokinase. Bromelain is another enzyme derived from pineapple. Nattokinase is derived from fermented soybeans. But like I said, ivermectin, quercetin, black seed oil, Nigella sativa, Artemisia annua. These are things that you can take to mitigate the damage of the spike protein, whether you're exposed to it by shedding, whether you're suffering from long COVID, or whether you've been vaccine injured.
That's right, and they're harmless if taken properly. I'm not here to recommend any of it. I mean, I've used natokinase, and I've also taken a vitamin C, D3, and zinc and chloroquine formula. And
Yeah.
I would suggest that the listeners here look into finding some means. These are not expensive things.
That's right.
That they can do something to sort of detox, if you will. And I think that your suggestion about the fast is one that I'm certainly going to take up, and it's a good one. Dr. Makis, you seem optimistic that this whole rotten thing is going to be exposed in the next coming months. In spite of the censorship, we still have an ability to get the word out. And if you hear somebody say something's a right-wing conspiracy, it means it's true, okay? But anyway, what do you think is going to happen in the near future with all this?
You look at Senator Ron Johnson's hearing, for example, and I was there, I was present in the room, and I've spoken to almost everybody in that room. We've discussed what's going on, and that presentation has gone viral around the world, something that wouldn't have happened even a year ago. And it's what I'm seeing is I am seeing a shift of the discussion of the vaccine injuries and deaths and the dangers of the mRNA platform, or the lipid nanoparticle mRNA platform. I'm seeing that shift from the corners of the web, or the fringe minority, as Justin Trudeau likes to call it, really into the mainstream. You're seeing a shift of this discussion into the mainstream. It's not considered taboo anymore. It's not considered extremely controversial. People might still disagree about many things, but you're seeing Steve Kirsch on Tucker Carlson. You're seeing Dr. Brett Weinstein on Tucker Carlson. You're seeing Dr. Pierre Corey on Russell Brand.
And these guys have a following that's 10 times bigger than the mainstream media at this point.
Exactly.
The entire censorship regime has really failed, and I think that the re-election of Donald J. Trump will help matters, quite frankly, both in this country and around the world, in terms of getting to the bottom of this whole rotten issue and how it's affected people, including our children.
I just want to say that you're absolutely right that the censorship has failed. There was an attempt to completely control the narrative on all the social media platforms and have a united sort of a consensus, I should say, to have a consensus on all the COVID propaganda points, including all the points around the vaccine. And we still see attempts to do this in the medical establishment, there are still attempts to completely silence and destroy all the dissenting doctors. This is happening in Canada. This is happening in the United States, UK, Australia. Doctors who are speaking up are having their careers, medical careers, destroyed. However, the censorship is failing, and it's failing because of a platform like Twitter or X, where you can get information that is not allowed on Facebook. It's not allowed on Instagram. I, for example, can only post images on Instagram. I cannot post commentary because I would lose my account. Whenever I put out
Same
articles,
here. Yeah, that's what's going on. Now, what's happened? I mean, are doctors' medical licenses being threatened, and is it gotten to be that bad? What about the Canadian equivalent of the American Medical Association? What's going on with them? Are they coming to bat for doctors?
they're suspending doctors' licenses, and when they do that, when they suspend your license, or they damage your license, and the way they do it is they'll say, well, you have complaints on your license for unprofessional conduct, and that makes you effectively unemployable anywhere else, because anywhere you go, let's say you go to a different province, well, they look at your record and they say, oh, well, you have unresolved complaints, we can't hire you. And this is what the colleges of physicians and surgeons in Canada have done in every single province. They're persecuting doctors who are speaking up. They are desperately trying to maintain this scientific consensus, which is completely fraudulent and completely artificial. But they have a consensus because they have effectively threatened everyone into submission and compliance. And the doctors who refuse to comply have had their lives and their careers destroyed. So this is still happening right now at a very aggressive level. However, those of us who are speaking up online, we have big audiences. Like I said, it's reached with Tucker Carlson, for example. You reach an audience much bigger than the mainstream media can reach.
Oh yeah, it's huge. And I mean, look, it takes a lot of courage for a doctor to speak out. You spend 8 years in medical school and internships, and you have all of this time invested. I mean, I've seen this. My own doctor totally changed her tune at some point and was no longer candid with me because they're afraid you're going to lose everything. I get that. It's sad, and a lot of people don't have the courage to stand up like you do. But I think more and more people are, and the more doctors that do it, the more power you're going to have. Anyway, William, where can people get information about you and about your work?
Well, thanks for having me again. People can find me on Twitter at MakisMD. I also have a very active Substack, makismd.substack.com. And people can also find me on Instagram, WMakisMD. I only post images. These are, vaccine injuries and sudden deaths. I can't post commentary because I would immediately lose my account. But people can find me on those social media platforms.
Well, listen, I admire your work, and you're saving lives. You're doing what doctors we assume are supposed to do when you take the Hippocratic Oath, which I understand has been changed. But, you have a calling, and I admire that, and I appreciate what you're doing, William. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moskowitz here. Welcome to the program. And my guest is Robert Spencer. And Robert is the author of Empire of God, How the Byzantines Saved Civilization. Robert Spencer is the author of over 25 books, a prolific writer. He is the director of Jihad Watch. He's Silman Fellow at the David Horowitz Freedom Center. Robert, thanks for joining me today.
Good to see you, Charles. Thank you very much.
Well, before we get into the topic of the Byzantine Empire as a very important historic issue, given your expertise on the nature of Islam and your best-selling books, I need to ask you, in the aftermath of the bloodbath in the state of Israel with the Hamas slaughter of over 1,000 Jews and Israelis, there has been this huge support for Hamas. And in the United States, that's translated in the form of people on the far left, including the Jewish left, I may add, coming out in favor of Hamas. And in Europe, even worse, more troubling, you have the rumblings of what looks like, Islamo Europe. I mean, it's like a takeover of entire zones and cities. I guess that for the first part of my question, is Europe to be saved for Christendom, for the West, or has it reached a tipping point, do you think?
It's going to be very difficult. The Europeans have been setting the stage for what's happening now for many decades. What's happening goes back to the 1970s, when the European Commission and then the European Union entered into a series of agreements with the Arab League that would encourage mass migration of Muslim Arabs and not require any assimilation. They would, in other words, be allowed explicitly by the word of the European governments to establish enclaves where Islamic law was enforced and the laws of the land would be ignored. These enclaves have only grown with the steady rate of migration that accelerated. As a matter of fact, in 2015, when Angela Merkel in Germany started her Wir schaffen das campaign, we can do this, to bring massive numbers of Muslims into the country, and many of other Western European nations followed suit. The European Union is completely on board with this initiative, pressuring Poland, Hungary, and other states that have been reluctant to go along into dropping their objections and opening their doors also. Poland is just about to do that now, as a matter of fact. And it seems as if they didn't realize that this would mean the Islamization the Islamization of their countries and the subjugation of the native population. Now, of course, there are some groups that are waking up to it. Geert Wilders, who has long opposed this initiative, was just given the largest vote in the Netherlands, but even then, he just dropped his proposals that have been on the table for 5 years to ban the Quran and close the mosques, because he can't build a coalition or become prime minister while favoring those things. And so it seems as if Europe is in a very difficult situation. It would take major upheaval to reverse what's happening now. And if it's not reversed, then Europe will be Islamic by the end of this century.
Robert, we would assume by conventional wisdom that nations would act in the interests of their own futures, of their own people. And obviously, it does not seem to be the case with regard to the welcoming in of a mass influx of Muslims from Africa, from Asia. So what exactly, I could put on a tin hat here and think about some kind of conspiracy, but in conventional parlance, what exactly is their rationale for this? What exactly did Germans expect to achieve by letting in 1 million Muslims? How is this marketed to the average German?
Yeah, Europeans have had a declining birth rate for quite some time now, and
Right.
it's below replacement level. And so it was sold to them on that basis, that these societies are aging and they won't have people to make up the workforce. And so the migrants were sold, the mass migration was sold to the Europeans as a way to make up for that shortfall. The migrants would come in and do the work as the European native population aged. Now, the problem there is manifold. And one aspect of it is the fact that the Quran stipulates that Muslims must fight against non-Muslims. And then it says in chapter 9, verse 29, until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves subdued. Now, the jizya is a tax. Historically, in Sharia societies that imposed Islamic law, the non-Muslims had to pay this tax for the privilege of continuing to live as non-Muslims. And they were subject to various other forms of humiliation and discrimination and harassment that were institutionalized in these societies under Islamic law. Now, when the tax is not enforced, because it's in the Quran, because it's commanded to the Muslims collected in the Quran, when it's not collected, there have been Muslim clerics, even in Europe, who have said, in lieu of the payment of the jizya, you can go on welfare. You can collect the benefits that these states offer. And this is why Germany is such a magnet for mass migration, because it offers more generous welfare benefits than the other countries in Europe. And so many of the new arrivals come into Italy or Greece, but they pass right through because those countries are relatively impoverished and they don't give great deals to the migrants compared to what Germany gives. So they were brought in to work and they're going on
Well,
welfare.
that's what I was going to say. I mean, it kind of contradicts the original selling point for this, which was economic, that they would basically contribute to the economy. They would take jobs, as Bush used to say, you know, that no one else wants, which is really not true. But they're obviously not taking those jobs. They're becoming a burden and a ward of the state, which means a further drain of an economy and a further burden on a dwindling population, thanks to policies like abortion. So you have this phenomena where large groups of people are taking over particular neighborhoods and areas in Europe, and they are not working, and therefore you have all kinds of social problems emanating from that. Like in Britain, you've got these gangs who are, you know, rape gangs, as Tommy Robinson says, and he's just been put in prison, by the way, for even mentioning this. And similar situations in Sweden and Norway, and I think parts of Germany. So the situation there is pretty bad. But in the United States, I am told by my liberal left-wing friends that American Muslims have done a great job of integrating, of being assimilated into the American culture. And they point to Dearborn, Michigan, which has the largest Muslim population outside of the Middle East, as an example of Americanism and people who are productive. And in a way, many of them are. What is the difference between the United States and Europe in this regard, if there is one?
The difference is really only in the percentage. About 10% of France is Muslim now, and the percentages all over Europe are almost as high. And so in the United States, meanwhile, you have like 2% Muslims, maybe 3%. That's it. And so the situation, and also a much larger landmass, you're going to have much less of the kind of societal pressure emanating from people who want to see Sharia implemented than you see in Europe. But as that number grows, and it's certainly growing, that's going to change, and we'll go down the same road that Europe is going down now. That is proven by the historical record. There's never been a case where large numbers of Muslims move into a country and adopt its mores and assimilate and don't try to impose Islamic law. It's never happened in history. Why should it be different here?
Right. And if you want to understand what you mean by Islamic law or Sharia, you can check out Robert Spencer's books. He's got a New York Times bestseller on the topic of Sharia. Also, the issue of jihad, which is unique to Islam. It's not something that exists in Christianity. I'm told by my liberal friends again that this is not what we think it is, other than maybe Al Qaeda. It's actually a personal struggle. It's an internal improvement. They make it almost sound like a Western value. Is there an element of that? I mean, there are portions of the Islamic world that embraces this sort of westernized peace, love, and freedom version of jihad, or are they all believers in the bloody version?
Well, there is a tradition within Islam. It's not just a westernization or a Western influence. There is Islamic tradition of jihad as spiritual struggle. And the famous statement of Muhammad that he was coming from a battle and said, "We're leaving the lesser jihad and going to the greater jihad," which is often quoted in the West to show that fighting is only a secondary aspect of jihad at best. Now, this is actually quite misleading, and there are many Muslim authorities who will point out and have pointed out that that statement is considered of dubious authenticity by Islamic scholars. and that statements involving jihad as warfare are much more common, much easier to find, and much more central within the Islamic texts. And so the idea that there is some sort of a benign understanding of jihad that rejects the violent aspects is just an uninformed view that does not take into account what Islam actually teaches. The teaching of jihad is very clearly primarily warfare against unbelievers. The easiest proof of this is the fact that in chapter 8, verse 41 of the Quran, it says that when you fight, you should give a fifth of the spoils of war to Muhammad. He gets his cut like a mafia don. And the thing about it is, Charles, that the spiritual struggle, if that's what jihad is, there's no spoils of war. So it's very clear that the Quran, when it's speaking about fighting and struggling, which is what jihad is all about, struggle, then it means warfare, that kind of struggle, and not any other kind.
Right. It's warfare and a looting operation, and the very word booty comes from Arabic. And the word Islam means total submission of the entire planet in order to match a complete and one Almighty God in the Islamic understanding. It's a physical, military subjugation of the planet. It's in a way, the world's first world order movement. What should be done? I mean, my own thoughts are that Muslim minorities in the United States and in Europe and in elsewhere, they ought to take an oath of loyalty to the country that they reside in, and if they violate that oath, then they should have to go. As far as Islamic countries are concerned, let them do whatever they want. I mean, respect their sovereignty within reason. I mean, if a country is going to be so evil in terms of human rights, then the world will have to respond to that. But for the most part, if they want to be Islamic, be Islamic. But if they want to engage in aggression against their non-Islamic neighbors, they have to be met on the field of battle.
Well, yeah, this is exactly the kind of thing that we should be doing if we had a sane administration in Washington that took into account the real meaning, the real history, and the real understanding of jihad that prevails among Muslims today. The nation's mosques should be put under surveillance with the understanding that if they teach something regarding the overthrow of the government, regarding the imposition of Sharia in the United States, then that will be considered to be seditious. In other words, all we really need to do is enforce laws that are already existing. But nobody wants to do that because to do it would be Islamophobic or would appear to be discriminating against Muslims. There was talk of monitoring mosques 10, 15 years ago, right after 9/11, and the Muslim groups objected, saying, well, then you should monitor synagogues and churches. And I thought, well, in the first place, synagogues and churches aren't producing terrorists. They don't have texts that teach warfare against unbelievers as a cardinal element of the religion. But if you have terrorist activity in a synagogue or a church, then yes, certainly it should be monitored. And there are plenty, for example, the Dar al-Hijra Mosque in Virginia or the Islamic Society of Boston, they have many jihad terrorists who attended there.
Indeed.
And that ought to be an occasion for saying we need to take a look at what's being taught at these places.
No, exactly. Instead, they're spying on Catholics because they're pro-life. You say Islamophobic. I don't think there's anything phobic about concern over what we're talking about here. There's some genuine issues that need to be brought up if we are to secure our future in this world. And to get back to history here, the book in question is Empire of God: How the Byzantines Saved Civilization. Robert Spencer is here discussing this most recent book. Robert, the Byzantine Empire, or the Eastern Roman Empire, existed for almost 1,000 years. from the time of Constantine the Great, who was the founder and who moved the Roman capital to Constantinople, which at the time previously was known as Byzantium, right up till the 1453 final sack of Constantinople by the Seljuk Turks. You have, as you say, a bulwark against this advance, which of course busted out of Arabia in the 7th century. What was Byzantium like? I mean, what kind of a civilization was it?
Well, this is the civilization really that was the foundation of Western civilization. You know, people talk about the ancient Greeks, Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, and so on, as being the source and really the standard for all political thought, philosophical thought, even theology in some ways, ever since then. But we would not even know about those writings were it not for the Byzantines having preserved them and then taken them west at a time when the empire was imperiled and then later when it fell. In Western Europe in the 15th century, they only had 2 books of Plato and very little understanding of his philosophy. And it was Byzantine teachers traveling to Italy who began to teach about Plato and introduce the other books that had been lost or never known in the West to the thinkers in Western Europe, which sparked the Renaissance. So that's one great, tremendous way in which the Byzantine Empire influenced Western civilization. Really, we wouldn't be even having this conversation now had it not been for the Byzantines holding off the forces of jihad for 800 years until they fell to the Ottomans in 1453, because they would have overrun Europe. The Byzantines were the ones who were holding them back. And if they had not been there, then Europe would have been conquered and Islamized. Western civilization would never have developed. In the United States, if we were here at all, it would have been a vastly different place.
Right, and as it was, the Ottomans reached the gates of Vienna and the southern outskirts of Poland, and were beaten back in the famous Battle of Vienna by Sobieski, the Polish general. And but again, not to echo a liberal historian who's a very close friend of mine, when I mentioned that I was discussing this, they claim that it was the Byzantines who destroyed the great library of Alexandria, when in fact my understanding is it was the Muslims who destroyed it. Who destroyed that library?
Yeah, you know, there's an old story about the Caliph Umar, the second successor rather, of Muhammad as the leader of the Muslim community, going into the Library of Alexandria, ordering it to be burnt. And they said, "What are you doing, burning the library?" He said, "If the books in it agree with the Quran, they are superfluous. If they disagree with the Quran, they are heretical. Either way, we don't need them." And that is, many people question the historical accuracy of that story, but it's much more likely that the Muslims, many of whom did have that kind of attitude, burned the library, than that the Byzantines, who revered learning and knowledge and books and so on, would have done so. But it surprised me that you've heard this, or that your friend would say this, because this is one of the reasons why I wrote the book. The Byzantines have a very bad rap in the popular culture today, insofar as people know about them at all. And there are all sorts of things told about them that are patently false, but there is a concerted effort on the part of Muslims to whitewash the history of Islam, which is one reason why I wrote another book a few years ago, The History of Jihad. And they have created and circulated various stories about notorious incidents in order to deflect the blame for them from Muslims onto non-Muslims and to protect Islam from criticism. There's the adherents of no other religion do this kind of thing. And it has created the fact that there are all sorts of people who know very little maybe about the Byzantine Empire, but what they know is inaccurate, because It's part of this PR. I'll tell you another one. For example, Robert Kaplan is a noted historian of the modern day. I've never met him, but I read his book, Balkan Ghosts. And at one point, he's talking about in Balkan Ghosts, he's touring around in the Balkans, and he goes into an Orthodox church and he sees several Orthodox churches. He sees that the icons, the holy images that are revered in Orthodox Christianity, all have their eyes scratched out. And he asks, what's up with that? And somebody tells him, this is the old ladies come and scratch the eyes out of the icons and use them in potions to try to cure people's blindness and eyesight difficulties. Now, when I read this, I was ready to throw the book at the wall. This is ridiculous. It shows a manifest misunderstanding of many things. One of them, Orthodox Christians, these pious women in the Balkans, are not going to deface icons. The people who deface icons are the enemies of the Orthodox, and they are reviled by the Orthodox for doing so. It was the Muslims who destroyed the eyes of the icons when they occupied Eastern Europe. Why did they do that? Because in Islamic theology, the human image is not to be represented. It's a temptation to idolatry. So you don't have images of human beings in Islamic art. It's all calligraphy and so on. You don't have any representations of forms at all. And in order to destroy the power of the image to incite idolatry, you take out the eyes or break the nose or something like that. And so if you go into museum after museum, you'll see statuary from the Middle East, from Central Asia, and the noses are broken.
Right.
And why is that? Is it because there are appendages that are sticking out? Probably in some cases, sure. But in other cases, it was done to ruin the idolatrous power of the image, done by Muslims. But of course, the museums would never dare to tell you that.
Maybe that's why the nose in the Great Sphinx is blown off.
Oh, yeah, that's another good example.
Although I always heard that it was Napoleon's troops when they occupied Egypt in 1899.
It's another fake story.
Okay,
Napoleon
1879.
shoot off the nose of the Sphinx. The proof of that is drawings of the Sphinx that predate Napoleon's presence in Egypt and show that the nose was already gone. There is also, I forget the guy's name. It was Muhammad something, but it's in my book, The History of Jihad. There was a Muslim leader who had the nose removed from the Sphinx in order to destroy its power as an image to incite idolatry. And so it's exactly the same thing. It was a couple hundred years before Napoleon got there. But even now, tour guides in Egypt will tell you that because they're trained. It's a cultural habit, really, to deflect the blame away from Islam in all cases.
Well, I mean, the more recent examples of that were the destruction of the great Hindu statues in Afghanistan that were carved into a side of a mountain.
Yep.
And also the destruction of Palmyra, which is, of course, an ancient Roman era city in Syria, was destroyed by ISIS, so largely destroyed. So, you've got this kind of culture, anti-human, component. This idea is almost a nihilistic approach to anything that has any value, any beauty, any authenticity. It's seen as a threat, I suppose, to the cult.
Well, the Quran says in chapter 3, verse 137, to look upon the ruins of the of pre-Islamic cultures, and you'll see the power of Allah in judging the non-Muslims. And so the people like ISIS and the Taliban, they like to create ruins of non-Muslim cultures because they think this shows the power and judgment of Allah, and they are the executors of that wrath, as the Quran also says, chapter 9, verse 14 to 15, that the Muslims should fight the unbelievers and Allah will punish them through their hands. So they are the wrath of Allah. And so when they blow up the statues or destroy the ancient city, they are enacting the wrath of Allah against the unbelievers.
Right, and they also engage in major cases of mass psychological projection as they are doing now regarding Israel allegedly engaging in genocide, which is very insulting, putting that aside, because they're trying to find and locate the Hamas enemies that are firing missiles and digging terror tunnels and floating, hang gliders with machine guns. And yet, that particular line of reasoning has been embraced by so many left wingers in the United States. They're not Muslim. Why are they siding with that? What's going on with that?
Leftists hate Israel, which is paradoxical since many Jews in the West and in America in particular are leftists. But I don't think they've thought it through with respect, because the fact is the left is a collectivist impulse. The left wants uniformity. It wants everybody to be the same and everybody to be on the same economic level, everybody to have the same culture, the same perspective. There's a great hostility to dissenting views every time. Every time the left takes power, it crushes dissent and it enforces a kind of uniformity. I think most vividly illustrated by the fact that in Mao's China, you had everybody wearing the same clothes.
Right.
Because if I wear different clothes from you, then yours might be nicer than mine or vice versa. And then there's inequality. So to enforce the equality of all people, everybody wears the same clothes. Everybody's in the same cookie cutter house. It's all the same. Now, the Jews are the fundamental group of people that resists uniformity and collectivization, because they have resisted assimilation and being drawn into the wider culture all over the world throughout history. And so they're quintessentially anti-left, even
Exactly. Even if they think of themselves as on the left. I mean, the reality is that the way they, the belief system, the way they conduct their lives, even the atheist Jews, they are, as you say, they're nonconformists, they're individualists. They've embraced certain values of education, of family, of success, both material and spiritual, that do set them apart and that also make them targets. So you have a situation where Byzantium was in place, as we said, for 800 years, and it was the world's first Christian empire. The regions that were conquered by the Islamic forces were Christian lands for many, many centuries. Egypt, North Africa, Palestine, Syria, eventually Turkey, or what was Asia, Anatolia. These had long settled Christian populations. I think that they finally did in the last influential Christian population in these occupied lands when there was the genocide against the Armenians and the Greeks in the early part of the 20th century. And they continue to attack the indigenous Christian people of these countries. I mean, these are people who were there long before Islam came in with the sword and imposed itself. I just think that's something people don't seem to realize, especially people who think there's something trendy about being indigenous.
No, they don't have any idea. The people who think it's trendy to be indigenous are completely ignorant of history. And they have no idea that if they are going to be consistent in claiming, and I don't believe that it's a true claim or an accurate claim, but they claim that Israel is on stolen land, then they should be saying Turkey is on stolen land. And, I myself, my grandparents lived in the Ottoman Empire and were exiled during World War I. So do I have a right of return to Chesme in Asia Minor? Nobody says that, of course, because Turkey is not a target for the global left and the global jihad. But it's exactly the same kind of, actually, it's much more accurate, accurately called stolen land situation than Israel is. So you have these people being indoctrinated and propagandized and essentially lied to, and then they're going out and acting in increasingly militant fashion upon those lies.
Oh yeah, I mean, indeed, as you point out, I mean, Turkey, what's called Turkey, had ancient Greek communities. The Pontian Greeks come to mind, which were completely ethnically cleansed in the early 1920s, and Turkey was made, it was de-Christianized in the literal sense. I mean, the Coptic Christians of Egypt go back, it's the world's first Christian church. They go back to the time of Christ. I mean, it's not, we're talking about the very cradle of Christianity that is now occupied by these occupiers, if you will. So, Robert, where can people get your excellent book?
It's at Amazon, at Barnes and Noble, anywhere fine books are sold, and it's available now.
Right.
Also,
Robert
go to
Spencer. Yeah. I'm sorry. Where?
Oh, you can also go to jihadwatch.org, and you'll find links to order all my books.
Oh yeah, and I would urge people to subscribe over at Jihad Watch if you want to get the real news that's not covered by the mainstream Mockingbird press. Robert Spencer, I want to thank you for joining me.
Hey, a pleasure, Charles. Thank you.
All right, take care. Thank you.
Too.
Okay, thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moskowitz. My guest is Matt Ehret, who is really truly a modern intellectual. He does historical analysis, geopolitics, cultural analysis. He tends to look at what's going on behind the scenes, if you will, the conspiracy aspect to world history. And Matt, you tend to connect, as you say in your show, you connect the dots by bringing up issues in an interconnected way. You're looking at the whole world, and you look at events in the context of the greater issues. You look at events in the present in the context of history. And what you're doing is very unusual. It's a great contribution, and I really appreciate it. So thanks for joining me.
Oh, well, thank you so much for having me on, Charles. And I appreciate the opening remarks. And yeah, like I think the context is just so important. It changes everything. You know, the text without context is pretext, as some have said. So we often we jump into a conviction on something that opinion shapers have given us to think about, as far as like what is a narrative that will explain some element of history or something in the current world without any of the proper appreciation of what are the historical forces, what are the intentions, the agendas, the precedents, the principles that are actually at work, at play, shaping those things I'm looking at. And by ignoring it, we make half-assed decisions and make big messes throughout history. So I'm hoping that I could try to correct a little bit of that in my limited way, as I'm trying to figure things out too.
Well, you're contributing to an avoidance as best we can as individuals of World War III, if we're not already in it. And of course, you mentioned information that we have historically and today. When the people in power generally write the history books and they suppress that which doesn't fit their particular narrative. So what we're doing here, what you do, it's very difficult to sort of pierce that veil of establishmentese history and take a look at events that actually did happen, or how they've affected the way the world is. And when you try to do that, you're assaulted as a, quote, conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
When in fact, much of the edifice of the establishment is woven on their own conspiracies, and often those conspiracies are insane.
Yeah, absolutely. No, absolutely. And that's the only way, as far as I've come to think about it, the only competent way to understand anything in the human world is through through recognizing the causal nature of intentions to do things based on concepts, where people, not just one, but will have a common intention with at least some common idea, whether right or wrong, and they will do things. And sometimes the things that they do that will be associated with power, with a capacity to, like obviously if you're a billionaire, you're going to be able to have a lot more capacity to do things that have a larger amplitude than somebody who's, a typical blue collar worker. It doesn't mean that that the type of effect a conspiracy of blue collar workers can have isn't very powerful. We saw that with the trucker convoy in Ottawa back in 2022. I mean, getting normal people, although that still was only successful, keep in mind, because there was some leadership, but getting normal people acting on a common idea that tyranny is wrong, freedom is better than tyranny, and I love my kids. I'm going to make sacrifices because of my love of children and my own children and humanity and my nation, And it helped that there was some wise, because this sort of thing can go anarchistic, like the Jacobin mobs that just cut the heads of everybody off and derailed a lot of potential that was good before the French Revolution turned into a bloodbath, because that was a lack of leadership. There wasn't anybody who qualified themselves philosophically to understand the terrain and teach the masses how to understand what they're operating within. Whereas at different other moments, like Martin Luther King, he was not from a rich, wealthy family, Martin Luther King Jr., but yet he was still able to invoke a very, very edifying process that made people better and more courageous, more dignified, that did change policy. It did have a permanent effect upon the continuity of history. So the same thing for the trucker convoy. You had certain people who were able to take the courageous stand of being, to take a leadership position.
Mhm.
You had Ratty Hillier, you had a few other people, Bethan, and there were a variety of people who were able to still keep it in harmony, avoiding falling into the traps of provocateurs who were in, as we know now, were instilled by those who wanted to turn it violent. And but all that to say, conspiracies are very important for good or for bad. I mean, it's for both. So that's what I'm trying to help people be, like, both understand as both what's shaping their world, but also what they can feasibly, if they choose to, and develop their minds appropriately through understanding, participate in doing what you could consider to be a positive form of conspiracy, organize others, work in town halls, but just be a part of something that is good. Yeah.
Right. And obviously conspiracies, as you say, I mean, first of all, it's a fact of life that people conspire. They come together to work on something, and oftentimes they do it with a level of secrecy that can be required, and that can be for good or for bad. Good examples of conspiracies would have been right here in Boston. The Tea Party was a conspiracy. They got together secretly, and they the Sons of Liberty, which actually was drawn on Masonic lines, and they conspired to basically overthrow the British crown, and it triggered the American Revolution. Another good conspiracy was the Valkyries, which was led by von Stauffenberg, which plot to assassinate Hitler. So, these are things, sometimes you need a level of secrecy when you're dealing with very bad situations. But the problem with general conspiracy, I think, is that it's pervaded the establishment to such an extent that they're almost living in an alternative reality. And while there has been conspiracy elements at every generation, it's reached a level now where they can really mold the mainstream narrative, in that they control enough of the means of communication, as Karl Marx called for. And I trace it in the modern sense, and this will get us into the topic I want to talk about, to what Professor Carroll Quigley talked about in the Anglo-American Establishment in his book Tragedy and Hope. It was the Rhodes Roundtable, and it was this idea of merging the British Commonwealth nations and the United States into a world control entity that would informally control the world, and basically by a small clique of white supremacists, essentially. You mentioned, Matt, that you can have a truth speaker stand up and say something true, and they can change the whole dynamic. You can go to like a local town meeting and simply make a statement of truth, and it changes everything, and it blows up the whole narrative. And you use as an example the Canadian truckers, and you're a Canadian activist. I want to say, as an American, thank God for the Canadian truckers. They really changed what was coming down the pike, which was these forced vaccine passports that would have eventually become digitized and would have carried all sorts of who knows what information about every single person. It would have been modeled ultimately, and there's no reason to assume otherwise, on the communist Chinese model, which is giving people a social score, which means that you can't eat unless you have a good social score. You can't travel. They were in the process of launching that, and it was stopped by the Canadian truckers. It really was. I mean, when they got up and they blocked the roads and they threatened to close the Canadian economy down, the whole thing fell apart, and that was spreading. It was spreading to the United States, Australia, New Zealand, France, even Israel. the truckers were waking up, and they had to back down. I mean, here in Boston, where I live, we had a new mayor who just the first thing she did when taking office was say that you had to have a vaccine passport to go into a restaurant or a store,
Yes.
and that the manager of those businesses would have to check your passport.
Yes.
And and once the truckers came on the scene, that everybody backed away. The whole thing fell apart because nobody wants to have that kind of paralysis. And I think that it put them in abeyance, at least for now. Now, it doesn't mean they're not going to try to come back, and it doesn't mean that they haven't put in these authoritarian laws, but at least it shows that a group of people can organize and throw enough of a light on this kind of darkness that it puts a stop to it. So I just want to say I'm grateful to those Canadian truckers.
Yeah, no, it was surprising. I didn't think that we had it in us. I didn't think our culture had the capacity to generate something like that, because in my analysis of Canadian history, it's a series of a lot of very disappointing evaluations of very bad slavish pro-monarchical judgments over the course of 250 years.
Right.
Mostly there are these little moments of brightness, of courageous sort of Republican freedom-loving sentiment that emerges from time now and again throughout the history records that mostly have been brushed or erased from collective memory by the narrative shapers of the British Empire. But the culture has been really, really made mushy by the handlers of Canada, who are located primarily, as Carol Quigley illustrates very nicely, not within Canada. There's an internationally extended roundtable organization tied to Oxford. This is actually a junior branch of a higher operating system that's more tied to Cambridge, which is sort of like the brains, whereas Oxford produces the brawn, the doers, whereas Cambridge produces not Massachusetts, but the thinkers, the Bertrand Russells, the Lord Maynard Keyneses, the grand strategists who will shape the rules of the game, in which then the Rhodes Scholars, the Fabians, will be deployed to then act within the framework of the rules shaped by the dungeon masters in the Royal Society in Cambridge. Exactly. So that's sort of the way that this whole deep state has been cultivated and groomed within America, within Canada. We've got our own many leaders who die very mysterious deaths, or just outright, assassinated before their policy vision could culminate in something really good. You'll usually find the hand of this apparatus there in some way, and anybody who's looking for it will find it, as long as, like I said, as we were talking about, you don't let go of the understanding that the principle of conspiracy, utilizing, of course, not just because conspiracy, the difficult thing for people is that it's tied to immaterial intentions. And we have a very materialist society in terms of our education system, how people are trained to conduct history research or carry out any type of political theory. There's what's called the name that's given to it is radical positivism. This idea that the truth is located in the facts, and just by accumulating the facts, you can find a pattern. You could just sort of assemble them and impose some explanation onto the model. That's incompetent. The facts are useful. Looking for patterns is useful. Those are useful things that we can do. We can use our senses to collect things that we then call facts, arrange them how we see fit on any type of, graph or whatever on a timeline. That's fine. You could take names, make an encyclopedic list of associations. That's fine. And you could look for patterns. That's good. That's okay too. But if you think that that's all you have,
well, it's dumbing down a broader picture, because you need to analyze those facts, and also who's getting to choose which facts are included and which facts are. I mean, I've talked to people tell me, I say that for example, the New York Times is biased on the left, which of course it is, and it's really the main mouthpiece for the entire establishment. Every news deliverer gets a copy, no matter where they are in this country, probably in the world. But they're biased not because of what they talk about necessarily. It's what they don't talk about. It's what they leave out that makes the bias. They decide what the public is going to hear and not hear. They choose the facts. And now we're having, I'm sure you've talked about this huge censorship campaign that's been in place, particularly since President Trump was elected. And they have these misinformation mills at the big universities,
Yep.
like right here at Harvard, they've got the Shorenstein Center, that
Mm.
they decide what's, quote, misinformation and what isn't, and they censor that which they deem to not fit this narrative. Now, of course, they also were promoting complete garbage for years, as in Putin conspired with Trump to steal the 2016 election. That was a big conspiracy theory that they had no problem with. So, this is all very selective and it's very authoritarian in nature. And it's against the American spirit, which is competition and which is a free and open exchange of ideas. Now, my new book is The Anti-Semitic Imagination, and I talk about how the anti-Semitism has been used as a tool by the establishment to divert attention from their own malfeasance. But at the same time, and how Judaism has always stood against this kind of thing, going all the way back to the battles against pagan worship and the worship of false gods and idols. And yet I also get into what I would call the Jewish deep state. And I see it as starting with the infiltration of this false messiah in the 16th century called Shabtai Zvi. It's very specific that he introduced this antinomian idea that whatever is good is evil, whatever is evil is good. It's very satanic, actually, in nature.
This is pre-Sabbatean.
This is the
this
is the founder of the Sabbateans.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
17th century, and he was after he was exposed. He said that if we create such degradation and such debauchery and such evil in the world, then the Messiah will come to save the world, which is the exact opposite of the Jewish conception and the Christian conception. I mean, Jesus came to fulfill the Torah and to uphold the moral and ethical precepts of God's writ. Right. It's a complete, it was a complete heresy. And yet, after he was exposed as a fraud, his followers, many of them, most of the people dropped out of it, but an elite group of them went underground and they formed this Sabbatean society. And that it's that society that has struggled to take over Judaism. It's been a kind of a quiet.
Yeah, Jacob Frank and all that.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, no, well, but the thing that I think, because that's something that people will encounter very, very quickly in doing some of this research, is the Sabbateans and the Frankists afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
And that's certainly a serious issue. But it's the more I look at at this history from this lens of the occult and how the occult has been at the heart of the creation and practice of the various intelligence agencies, the migration of imperial agencies from location to location. Obviously, when Rome collapsed, a lot of the leading families, I mean, a couple of them might have disappeared. The patrician families, a lot of them stayed in power, but they migrated. Some of them stayed within Rome, tried to use and reconstruct the system of the demigod emperor in the form of the Pope, utilizing certain forgeries like the donation of Constantine that we later discovered was a forgery, which posits that it was like an apocryphal sort of story that Constantine gave the papacy full authority over the material domain, which also was the legal basis upon which the papal states were later on justified, as well as the spiritual domain. So again, they wanted to sort of use a new form of Roman emperor in that form for a while. And so some of the families stayed around Rome, tried to reconstruct it that way. Other families either moved their possessions, their assets as much as they could carry from the West into Constantinople. A lot of them, though, the most virulent ones that I could see that were carrying on the higher initiated rites of the priesthood that controlled things like Mithra, the Mithraic cult, or the mystery religion, as well as Cybele and Attis. They migrated into Venice through a series of steps under certain Christian veneers, but not really. If you look at it, it was always satanic. And these are the same types of Satanists who were trying to destroy Christianity earlier on with the Gnostic Christian synthetic sects that were created as sort of pseudo-Mithraic, pseudo-Cybelian sects before, in the 2nd, 3rd century. and they were trying to destroy it from within, like introducing like blood drinking, human sacrifice, things like that within their higher rites of initiation, which would then natural as saying, yes, we're doing the eating of the flesh of Jesus, and it's actual flesh. And like obviously this was horrific,
of course,
for the Roman population, where they're like, that's Christianity, yeah, burn it. So you had this whole thing where the Roman people were being played against Christianity. Christianity at different times was being played by the various forces within the higher cults that often ran the most emperors and the legions, which were always members of the cult of Mithra. They were being played against the Jews at different times. The Jews were being played against the Christians at different times. The people, the masses who weren't on either side, were being played against both.
It's the British idea of divide and conquer, basically. And
well, yeah, it precedes the British Empire, and this is what took over the British Empire via the Venetian transit, where Venice was the pre-British Empire global system of evil. And at a certain point, when that became too weak, they had to migrate, transfer their institutions, their operating base to the British Isles and to Amsterdam. And this is what the founding fathers were fighting against, was this agency that by this time was manifesting in things like the Hellfire Club. That was the entire British government were members of the Hellfire Club before and during the American Revolution. That was as one of the leading members had even said, where they were practicing within caverns, the catacombs, which is where the Mithraic ceremonies
underneath Rome, right?
Well, they still have them underneath Rome. There's about 600 that have been uncovered, excavated, that are all over Europe, into Russia, North Africa, even the Middle East, Syria. There's Mithraeum.
It's like
but
a
there was one
tunnel
also
society.
under. Yeah, it's like the Tunnel Society, where they do all their ritual. Yeah, and it could take on a This is where Francis Dashwood, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, had set up his catacombs under the I think it's Medmenham Castle, where Benjamin Franklin had to infiltrate and get intelligence back to Cotton Mather and the Patriots in America at the time, to get a sense of like, well, what is this thing that has outlets within America? Like Ben Franklin's older brother was running a chapter of the Hellfire Club in Boston, or is it Philadelphia now? I'm forgetting. Anyway,
I think it was Philadelphia.
And you had like 13 of these chapters of the Hellfire Club in the 1720s, 1730s being set up across the colonies to bring in this Satanism. And so the satanic Gnostic ancient mystery cults they're highly adaptable. They can create ones with Kabbalistic Jewish flavor, with Christian flavor, with Muslim flavor. They know how to create cults. And then what happens is that the people who get burned by their activity will then hate the form, that the package that they created, the Jewish package, the Christian package, the Muslim package, and they will not see that, no, this is actually all equally satanic mystery cults masquerading.
Right, that they're all kind of interconnected, and that they're going to shift the blame onto actually the enemies of those cults. And I'd note that a lot of people who look at this sort of conspiracy, I think, probably accurately trace it back to Mystery Babylon and to the ancient idol worshiping cults that ran these societies. And that in the modern sense, Christianity, it may be in spite of these cults, I think in spite of these cults, has been a force of goodness in the world, because it teaches that the individual derives his rights from the Creator, and that Jesus is the intercessor, and that the Torah says that men and women are created in the image of God, and that we derive our rights from God, not from the state. So in spite of their efforts at control, and it's a fascinating subject, and we need to keep an eye on it, they've set in motion ideas that they can't control. And I think that was also true of the founding of the United States, because I wonder, when I see things like the all-seeing eye on the American seal, and the Hellfire Clubs that you talk about, I mean, I think that there might have been an element of that kind of Masonic secretiveness that was part of the agenda of the founding fathers even. I don't know that, but either way, and even maybe yeah.
Oh, no.
No, I was just going to say that either way, whether or not they were part of any kind of conspiracy, maybe inadvertently, maybe deliberately, they set in motion an advance of individual freedom. And that's, in a sense, it was a further flowering of Christian culture, which was emanated from Jewish culture, which is that we derive our rights from the Creator and not from the state. Our rights are inherent or natural rights, as some of the great Enlightenment figures talked about, and that the state is nothing more than an apparatus to protect those rights, and that it operates in a sense in a very strict paradigm, which is why we have a constitution. Anyway, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, look, the thing, I wrote a series of books called The Clash of the Two Americas, to try to make as transparent as possible my understanding of the United States as something very beautiful but unfulfilled, right? So that's why the first of the book of the series is the Unfinished Symphony, which I like as a metaphor because it does get across. I selected that because it gets across a resolution to this false debate where you either have people who absolutely love everything about America and they are so willing to, they have a cognitive dissonance over even acknowledging any evil that was ever done by the United States, both as a Pax Americana empire that's overthrown something like 200 governments in the past 80 years,
right,
to maintain a system of empire, a lot of evil, a lot of blood, a lot of unjust wars of the 18th century. So they can't see that because they're so immersed within the exceptionalism of that mythos, or just the exceptional people. There's this superiority complex, which is dangerous when you let your mind go there. The other one is the other grouping can only hate America, can only see the bad, can only see slavery, can only see hypocrisy. They can't see anything good. And it's like what I try to do is both recognize the evil, because it's like, you gotta, as an alcoholic, you gotta first admit you got a problem, but you're trying to get back to your true self, right? And then also look at, well, where all of the points of wonderful goodness that emerged throughout the course of the past 250 years of the American experience. And so you can then get a sense that a lot of the evil was done or can be accounted for by this unrepentant British Empire and its apparatus, which never left after 1776. It has worked to corrupt the people, to corrupt the agencies, the agencies of control, and you could do the same thing for Masonry as well. So these more older institutions, because this is a new institution, right, America, but the older institutions, I've got one of my friends, Gerald Therrien. He's writing a book right now on the clash of the two Britons, getting at the fact that before this parasite latched on and started taking over England, starting especially with Henry VIII and his Venetian advisors that induced him to create things like the Anglican Church with the hereditary bloodline as the new pope. This was a Venetian operation inside of England that derailed a lot of but there were a lot of very powerful, good people, like Thomas More, who got his head cut off. Right. Many other good Republican patriots within England, who have to be. We end up hating Britain so much that we forget. Like a lot of American patriots, they despise Britain for all of its hypocrisy, pomp, and evil, and they forget. No, there's actually this current of goodness. William Penn. A lot of the reason why you have Pennsylvania is William Penn, who was he was anti-imperial. He had a very different idea of what empire meant based upon the common good, cultivating good relations with the natives and the settlers. And so this is where the American experience is largely, you could see it as the effect of a civil war within England. Is an English civil war. The founding fathers they saw themselves as British subjects. Sure. But they were representing the better traditions of Britain. Now, just so same thing, Clash of the Two Britons, but same thing too for the Clash of the Two Masonries. Increasingly, what you see is that throughout history, in deep history, you have those who have, it appears, utilized the need for secrecy, but also the idea of within Masonry around there's certain common ideas that you kind of have to be stupid not to agree with. Like a brotherhood of human beings. You know, there's a lot of very good things as an ideal, which are there. The idea that there is a law above and a law below, a law of man that has to accommodate the law of God, which is also an ideal within Masonry. But the problem is that these satanic mystery cults also have utilized Masonic agencies, right? Especially the Rosicrucians that took over, created the modern British Masonry and a lot of the lodges. But you have on the one hand, and I got this originally, this idea that hasn't been proven wrong, from Lyndon LaRouche originally in 1978 or 79. He wrote a paper on the secrets known only to the inner elites. And his thesis was solid. It was provocative. And I like I said, I haven't been able to disprove this.
Mm-hmm.
But on the cover of this magazine called The Campaigner, there's like Aristotle and Plato, being ripped apart, and they're in a disputation from the school of Athens.
Right.
And he makes the point that you have the Platonists and the Aristotelian or Neoplatonists as two opposing schools expressing themselves throughout the institutions historically, so oftentimes within Masonic organizations, lodges. And on the one hand, one could be considered the nation builders, the city builders.
Right.
That goes back to Solon, who studied in Egypt at the Temple of Ammon. Moses was also in Egypt, and if you were from a noble family within the Egyptian upper class, you would have gotten a sort of experience going through the mystery schools in some degree, but not all. But also Plato and Pythagoras also studied in Egypt, probably the Temple of Ammon at the time before it became totally corrupt, which would have been a place where, as Friedrich Schiller got at it in an essay, or actually it was a lecture in 1793 or 1791 on the mission of Moses. He's doing an analysis in this lecture on universal history and the corruption of Masonry, but how originally one could have seen how the idea of one creator, one cause, as subsuming all other pantheistic or polytheistic considerations of many creators, good and evil, which was dominant in the pre-monotheistic world, that would have emerged easily if you had like looking at the Pyramid of Giza, for example. It's an observatory. It's tuned to the cycles of the precession of the equinox, to the solstice, to a variety of things. But the idea that when you look at the night sky, that there is like one harmony of the night sky. You could follow the stars, you could follow their cycles over the course of a year, over the course of many years, and you could start seeing that there's this unifying principle, which would have been very heretical and dangerous to just come out in a polytheistic world and say, oh yeah, there's only one cause of all of this. That's all of your sacred myths are actually wrong because there's one God, not many gods. That will get you killed. So the need to put or to have sort of rites of initiation would have lawfully have emerged in order to vet people. You can't just jump from grade 1 to grade 10. You're expected to make certain discoveries along the way before you can understand. Yeah, exactly. But then with secrecy comes corruption as well, easily, because now you have the seeds of power where you can just add more degrees. You can start adding more coloring to the sacred stories that then are more beneficial to maintaining power than to actually helping people attain higher knowledge, which philosopher kings must. So you could see that there would be these things. And the last thing I would say, there's evidence of massive battles within lodges throughout history, and especially the time of the 18th, 19th century.
Right.
There were hundreds of different lodges, and there were life and death battles between factions on the one hand who believed that man is God, that at the end of the day, we are God. And by the way, God is evil. And we're made in the image of that evil God, and we are thus that God.
that's the Sabatian theory, and it's also the roots of Marxism, I would note. And I think that what you're describing regarding the difference between Plato and Aristotle, that was also articulated by Ayn Rand. That was one of her basic theories, that Plato was the author of the Republic. It was a hyperstate that would have complete order and control over who lived and who died. I mean, in the ancient Greek society, a baby would be after the baby was born, you'd have a group of judges decide whether that baby was going to live or die, and if it was going to be utilized by the state. And if it was decided the baby would die, they'd put it off on the side of a mountain. And that ultimately people would grow up to either be soldiers, merchants, they would chat. It was a total state control. And that Ayn Rand's theory is that is really the progenitor to communism, whereas Aristotle believed in the primus mobile, the creator of the universe, although she was a radical atheist, putting that aside, that there's one source of reality, one creator of the universe, and that the individual answers to that creator and not to the state.
Well, there's a problem in that. I partially agree with her and I partially don't, because on the one hand, Plato is exposing people. Often they mistake what he's doing in the Republic and they treat it like he's offering a prescription of what we should all be doing, which is not what he's doing. He's exposing the actual, he's saying the quiet part out loud, the thing you're not supposed to say. He's telling you exactly all of the oligarchy's techniques of control, what model they're using, how they work. And he's writing this as well for his academy, for his students, who he's trying to create philosopher kings and advisors to philosopher kings. So he's creating an exercise for his students to think through political intelligence and how to actually understand evil, how to understand the oligarchy. And the Ayn Rand ignores the preamble of that whole dialogue of 13 books or 12 books, which is book 1 with his battle on justice with Thrasymachus versus Socrates, where he proves, that the Hobbesian might makes right of Thrasymachus is incompetent and not the way to organize society. Right. And then he takes you through a bunch of exercises. The other thing on Aristotle, so Plato's exposing the methods of the evil, which is why you'll always find that the best fighters of the satanic faction of the oligarchy throughout history are always Platonists. They're using the Platonic method. And the thing about Aristotle, his idea of prima mobile, because Plato had his own prima mobile too in the Timaeus and in the Phaedo dialogue on the immortality of the soul and on the nature of the creator. Plato's is a highly active creative force, like a god that is both supramundana but also mundana, so both through the world but also not contained by the laws necessarily of the world, but both, and is present in every moment, in every part of the universe that is creation, that is harmonic, reasonable, good, and loving. Whereas the Aristotle prima mobile is the unmoved mover, the creator that created the world, but is now made the world so perfect that the creator is now incapable,
is outside of the world
to have influence.
It's kind of like it's kind of like deism, and also ultimately the Aristotelian idea was synthesized with the Judaic idea that God is the author of moral and ethical reality and a moral and ethical code, and that was synthesized mainly in the Gospel of John, which is of course the 4th book of the New Testament, where he talked about logos, which of course is a description of the order of society, the order of the universe. That basically was merged with the Greek concept. But to bring things up in terms of Masonry, my understanding is that it was infiltrated by the Illuminati of Adam Weishaupt in the 1780s, once his secret society, which emanated out of the University of Ingolstadt in Munich, was exposed by Bavarian authorities, and that the idea that he was into was this idea of ultimately abolishing all clerisy and all sovereignty and creating this kind of international ant colony or whatever. And whatever, like kind of where people would be semi-lobotomized and we would all be part of a cog in a wheel. And that George Washington was alerted to this by a preacher in Boston by the name of Schneider, who said, "Are you aware that the Illuminati might have infiltrated your lodge in Alexandria, Virginia?" And Washington sent him back a letter saying, "I am aware of the Illuminati, and I do not believe that they're here. They did not infiltrate my lodge." And it's actually a letter that is on display at the Masonic Lodge in Alexandria, Virginia today. So this is history. But the point is Masonry played, I think, generally a positive role in the founding of the United States. And the question is that even if it didn't, the positive ideas of it were embraced by average citizens to such a degree that this internationalist oriented, illuminated, if you will, establishment, however you want to describe it, they've not been able to really control the high ground. They maybe have tried, but they have to operate within the societies that they function and conform themselves to those societies. And in the case of the United States, they've not been successful so far.
Yeah. Well, okay. So there's a point that ties in both with the previous thought and this one. Aristotle, Plato, and this thought regarding the manifestations of the different dynamics within opposing lodges. So one thing I forgot to mention regarding Aristotle within his Politics is the concept that within natural law, we have to presume that there are masters and slaves.
Right.
So built into natural law and the fabric thus of human social organization, we have to presume, because in Aristotle's world, his logic is, well, there are slaves now. There are people who are thus, he says, born slaves, and people who are born masters, at which we have to presume as an immutable fact of creation, which will always be as a universal. Now that right there is toxic and poison. If we make that a rule, right? Like it's like Marx coming out saying, well, because there is injustice and social turmoil of the proletariat and those who control capital, that is an immutable fact. The class
eventually
struggle
it was proven to be not so. But I would just only note that in Aristotle's time, slavery was the economic system. I mean, most people were at some level slaves, as opposed to free laborers. And so we would have to look at it in the context of the times. I mean, but yeah, I mean, I know what you mean. I mean,
yeah, you know what I'm saying, right? So like the idea that you would make it a general universal law is very dangerous, versus simply recognizing that, okay, we're addicted to this practice, though it's like the founding fathers, like they agreed, at least when they were setting up the new nation, that, okay, this is ultimately wrong. The British got us addicted to this form of economic wiring, because slavery was in America, not because the Americans like voted and wanted slaves. It was like
it was imposed on America by the British.
Yeah.
I mean,
the British Africa Company was dumping slaves in from the Portuguese. I mean, it was, and then they were addicted to it. Like it's like you were born to an addiction, and there was an understanding that, okay, we have to wean ourselves off of this because all men really are created equal. So they were like, okay, within 20 years, we're gonna act upon this agreement now, this contract, to stop importing new slaves. We're gonna make this illegal, and already, I think half the states or new colonies were already in agreement. We're gonna not have this at all.
That's right.
So everybody it was on the way out, and there was a lot of effort to get the addicts back into the drug, and that was like a lot of the opium slave running families that became
literally, that's right. What the British India Company did to China. Right. I mean, the opium
exactly.
Opening the thing
exactly.
up.
It all played into that.
A lot of big merchants in the establishment in Boston made a lot of money from that.
And their families became. These are the junior aristocratic families modeling themselves off the British high ethic that have their little castles and they have their little manors in England as well, and they try to model their accents off of the British.
They were very, very Anglophilic.
Super Anglophile. Yeah, the Pilgrim Society it comes out of this whole thing that interfaces with the Round Table movement in America, the CFR. So all that stuff. All that to say, so Aristotle's position on slavery is really gross, and his idea also of the tabula rasa, that we're born with as a blank slate, later taken up by John Locke, who, by the way, also was a director for the British Royal Africa
is that right?
Company. Yeah,
well, he said
John Locke,
everyone life is short and brutish, I think was his quote.
Yeah, no, he was a high-level British imperialist who really despised the idea that all men are created equal, made in the living image of God. He was not on that board. He was on the other side, and that's why he was more than happy. Also, helping write legislation that banned the development of manufacturing in the colonies in the early 1800s. So John Locke we've been lied to by the myth makers who've taken over control of our society to have us believe that British imperial blank slaters who promoted slavery were the inspiration for the American founding fathers, which is not true. There were some founding fathers who, like Locke, like Jefferson, who had a problem
Jefferson, yeah.
with his love of slavery, which he did have a problem with that. But he was not a mover of the process. He was somebody who was kind of like his foot was he
Right.
had 2 feet in 2 worlds.
And at the end of the
But
day, he was a patriot, even though he was.
at the end of the day, he was a patriot,
He
right?
still,
And
he
that's the
still
thing.
had some of these agrarian imperialist approaches, and a lot of his battle with Hamilton was based on that. But I want to bring things up to the nationalist movement, which is the most, I think, progressive movement man.
Oh, wait. But the Illuminati thing. So just quick,
Oh, yeah,
before we do the
please,
nationalist
please.
thing. So, so the thing that I've noticed so far is that, well, one, the big purge of American lodges, like the patriotic lodges, happened
Sure.
through a Masonic operation in the 1820s that lasted until the 1840s. It was a while. It was a huge all-out like war.
Was this to do with Albert Pike?
Albert Pike did play a role in this, and in his Morals and Dogma, he speaks quite favorably upon this, actually.
Right.
But there's a guy named William Morgan. You hear about William
Oh
Morgan?
yeah, sure. I mean, he was the assassination or the disappearance of Morgan led to the Anti-Masonic Party that was headed by John Quincy Adams, who wrote some incredible documents railing against it.
Well, I have, Quincy Adams' writings on it. I think he got pulled into something that he didn't fully understand, but it does seem to be that that was a coup of the most satanic evil of the lodges, and all of the patriotic lodges were almost totally annihilated throughout that process. And
in
only
upstate New
the
York.
Scottish Rite,
Mhm.
yeah, exactly. And only the Scottish Rite with its northern and southern branch came out as the king of all lodges by the end of that process by the 1840s. They were the only ones to come out and dominate everything else. And all of the good ones, like that Henry Clay, the protectionists, the Whigs, the people that were fighting to get people like Zachary Taylor or William Harrison in power, they were wiped out. Now, the thing about William Morgan that I was noticing, because this is around the same time that you had British intelligence and there's this core Gnostic cluster of intel operatives that were working around the Archbishop of Canterbury in the 1820s to revive a Jesuitical thesis by, I forget his name all of a sudden. But there was this thesis that was put forth at the Council of Trent in the 1860s, 70s that was based upon an interpretation of end times theology or end times prophecy around this idea that it would accompany certain things like the convincing all the world Jewry to go to a certain place back in the Holy Land, the reconstruction of Solomon's Temple. And if you do all of these things, then the end times will come in some cataclysm and something good will happen maybe afterwards, So, but this is a Jesuitical thing that was part of a whole operation in the 16th century that was shady business. This thesis was forgotten mostly and then revived in a big way. It took on some weird forms with Oliver Cromwell, and his circle was infested by some of this stupidity. But then it came back in a virulent way in the 1820s with the Aylesbury Conference in Britain, and Thomas Carlyle was a leading figure within this thing. And the idea was to create a massive surge of synthetic pseudo-Christian Gnostic cults. That you had the New Apostolic Church. You had. It seems like the Mormon groupings were brought into America through this process,
and they're very secretive. The Mormons.
Oh, highly, yeah. It's a Gnostic cult,
and I think that they also came about around the same time as Henry Morgan.
Oh yeah, and here's the thing. Here's where it gets weird, right? So Morgan, all of a sudden, he's never proven to die. What he does is he's a loudmouth who's got a really bad reputation as like a scam artist. He all of a sudden says, "Okay, by the way, I'm a Grandmaster Freemason. I went through all the rites of initiation, and I'm going to write a book exposing everything." And he's really loud everywhere he goes. He can't stop talking about that. And right there, that's a bit weird. Now that being said, the press agencies are covering him like they're making him like a star, and all of a sudden he disappears. He doesn't like nobody knows where he is. So obviously he's dead, right? That's the thesis everyone says. Now he's dead. Now I'm not convinced he died. I think the whole thing was a theater. what happens immediately
He went to
is
Canada, right?
maybe
Yeah,
Canada plays a weird role in this whole thing,
sure.
but I think he probably went to a Mormon commune, because the Mormons were also gearing up to do their own civil war in America. They had their whole like little war
Right,
with
right,
the
in
federal
Missouri.
government.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they had their whole idea of Zion as well,
Mhm.
in America as the Garden of Eden, sort of. It's weird, but all that to say, and it's an alien cult too. They believe that God lives on Cobol. But
Right, no,
all that
I've
to
heard
say,
this, you know.
yeah, and we all get a planet if we're part of the higher initiated class within the Mormon groupings, because there's lower and higher, like an exoteric and esoteric schooling within Mormonism, and if you're part of the
Right.
upper class, then you get your own planet apparently. All that to say, so this initiates this massive crackdown, right? Like everybody's going ballistic on the Masons are evil, and everything is oversimplified,
Mhm.
and you can't, like, all the lodges get hammered. Henry
Right.
Clay, the Whigs, who are many of them are operating through the lodges, get hammered. Now Morgan, his wife, immediately becomes of all of the people in America, she goes to a Mormon commune and becomes one of the wives of Joseph Smith. She
Yeah.
becomes a Smith wife
Okay, yeah,
immediately.
and which I think he had like almost a harem of wives.
He had a harem. He had his
Yeah,
harem.
he did.
And so did Brigham Young. But
Yes.
so she becomes a Smith wife.
Okay.
And then what's really weird is, like, 18 years later, so for some people within the Mormon practice, you do a baptism after somebody dies, right?
Mhm.
Not for everybody, but for some people.
Right.
The Mormons end up they do a baptismal ceremony for William Morgan. 18 years after he supposedly died in 1826.
That's very telling.
Yeah. So, and this thing's just coming out on so many levels. So now at this
Yeah.
point, and then Albert Pike later on writes in his Morals and Dogma of what a positive thing this whole anti-Masonic movement was, and he's talking about how the dupes and the fools on the lower levels will do things that actually will benefit those higher Luciferians that are in the know.
Not to throw another log on the fire, but this is also around the time that Andrew Jackson suspended or refused to renew the charter for the Second Bank of the United States, which is a whole big subject. We're kind of reaching toward the end of the show, so I want to, and there's so much, we're just getting started.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like amazing. I mean, you are like a walking encyclopedia. I mean, it's incredible, your knowledge and your synthesis of stuff. It's great.
Well, thanks,
I'd like
man.
to have you back and do regular programming here. But I want to talk about Zionism and nationalism a little bit, because that's one of the topics in my book. The nationalist movement was, I think, the most progressive in history. It was the ability of a group of people to control their own lives and destinies through the establishment of governments and nation states by which people would share certain commonalities of culture, language, faith, and other aspects, and that they would then have this kind of sovereignty and be able to exercise that kind of control. That's what Zionism is for the Jewish people. And I know there's a lot of conspiracy theories around it as being some kind of a world control thing. And you've got this complete misinterpretation of this concept in Judaism of the chosen people, which is in a way the same misinterpretation that Americans have of manifest destiny. That's not the purpose of the idea. The idea of the chosenness is that the Jews were called at the foot of Sinai to serve God, not to control anyone, not to control man, but to take on an extra layer of responsibility, things like, dietary laws and rituals, so that they could be closer to God, so that they could raise their spirituality and thus be an example to all of mankind. And that, in a sense, if you look at the Jewish history, the Jews have always bucked establishments, and they've always been very individual oriented. They've prized education and family and moral values. And Zionism has been a thread that's run through Jewish history. I get into every century how how Jews have tried to reassert control over that miserable piece of beachfront that we call Israel. And why God chose that, who knows? That's a question that's beyond my pay scale. But that's what we were commanded to do in the Torah. Nothing more and nothing less. Take possession of that tiny strip of territory between the river and the sea, as the Palestinians like to say, except obviously for the Jewish people. And I think there's been, does Israel have a deep state? Yes. Israel knows how to play ball with the deep staters. They always did. They know how to get benefits from the Rothschild family. They knew how to play ball with all of these, the Rhodes Roundtable people. But the only difference, and it's bad, and some of the stuff they did is very unsavory even to this day. But the only difference I would make is that their goals are very modest. It's to preserve that tiny speck of land, that society that they've built there against what I would argue are genocidal forces. And if you look at Israel today, they have created this dynamic nationalist entity that's both spiritual and political. And that if the Arab street would wake up and realize that they should do the same in their own countries rather than focus on this irrational hatred of Israel, then they would have independent, sovereign societies. And I get into the history of how originally the Arab leaders wanted to do this with Israel and how they were subverted by this internationalist order. Anyway.
Well,
Thank you for
what I
humoring
would
me.
say,
Yeah.
what I would say, there was Yossi Beilin, the former justice minister, gave an interview in, I think it was 2003. I want to say, when he was trying to revive an Oslo II that had been derailed earlier in the 90s through the murder of Rabin. And I think Yasser Arafat hadn't been killed yet, but there was a grouping that did forensic analysis upon his bones that were exhumed and proved that there was polonium poisoning there. So it seems like Arafat's death also wasn't so natural. Obviously, Yitzhak Rabin being murdered it destroyed a lot of potential, and it wasn't, people are like, oh, it was obviously terrorists, and it's like, well, it's crazy ass Rabbi Cook follower.
No, look, these things don't happen by accident. I
And Yossi Beilin, the point he made is, look, we wanted to create a homeland, a sanctuary for Jews to be safe. Not a new Masada cult, and I thought that was an important lesson, because he is, as well as Yitzhak, his former boss and friend, was aware that there was this blood and soil cult that had been incubated throughout the century, and was very, very dangerous if that got out of hand.
Okay.
And remember I was saying that there could be a book on the clash of the two Britons, or the clash of the two Englands, there could be a clash of the two Zions too, I think, there's this important need to map out the structure of the occult satanic agencies masquerading as Judaism. And I believe that Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook, from all of my analysis of this character, was a Satanist, the worst kind of Kabbalist, not I believe that there's a school of good Kabbalism. I'm open to that, but this
right.
This
But
guy
he might have been a follower of Shabtai Zvi, possibly.
I'm feeling like it smells like it, and that's why the British Empire installed him in 1919 as the lead rabbi of Ashkenaz Jews in Palestine, and they also co-installed Haj Amin at the same time.
Exactly, which was
opposition.
It's classic British policy of picking the radicals on both sides to control the argument.
Exactly. And if in my mapping of things, when I look at these different, like Jabotinsky was brought in first. He was working with Trotsky directly in Ukraine and Russia as part of this whole Wall Street, color revolutionary operation to undermine Russia. and the Romanovs and the broader global dynamic that that Russia was participating in, as far as like setting up the stage for a world of cooperation based on American system practices of Russian versions of greenback, state banks, protectionism, building rail industrial corridors to elevate people from being serfs to becoming like active participating citizens with minds.
And I
So that
think
was going on in Russia. That had to be undone. So
that was
Jabotinsky
already. You're right. Let me just interrupt. I mean, you're
Yeah,
right
yeah.
that under the lost Romanovs, Russia, there was a middle class emerging, and that they were
Yeah.
moving, I think, rapidly toward a truly great sovereign state, and it was
Mhm.
undone by this conspiracy to,
Yes.
by the Bolsheviks, so called.
Yes.
It was
So all that to say, like looking at the different, so you had Parvis, Alexander Helfand Parvis, who on the one hand was one of the trio working with Trotsky,
Mhm.
setting up things like the Young Turks operating through a Mazzini Lodge run by Mazzini's grandson at the time in Cyprus, which managed a big chunk of the Young Turk operation to destabilize Russia's underbelly before World War I even started, and
Yes.
set the groundwork, utilizing as well what became Muslim Brotherhood operations, which is a Freemasonic lodge as well, and
Right.
fusing money and drugs from his controllers down into that zone. Then on the other hand, you had Jabotinsky doing something kind of similar, trying to like model himself off of a fascist structure of Mussolini's Italy.
Mhm.
Which what's his name? David Ben Gurion called Jabotinsky Vladimir Hitler for a reason, because he was, you look at what the Irgun and the was doing,
Right.
along with Rabbi Kook's operatives. They were pushing a very Ubermenschen mode of organizing society, and at different times would carry out mass atrocities against the Arabs who've been living there, and at different times Haj Amin was inducing
Yeah,
useful
it
idiots
was
to
like a
carry out
civil war.
massive atrocities against Jews. And
Exactly.
again, they just wanted to incubate eye for an eye type of baggage,
Mhm.
which they've been able to successfully do for a century. So we've been played a lot. And that's my whole point, is that whenever I speak to an Arab audience or a Jewish audience or a Christian audience, I'm always trying to get people to appreciate how we've all been played by the same satanic force of ancient mystery cults at the end of the day that we have to be aware of.
And
Have
identify.
that conversation first, and then it'll yeah, exactly.
No,
And then
I
we'll-
make the same
yeah.
point in my book, and I just would note that Zionism itself is an organic, dynamic movement. I mean, in the same way that the American movement, the Patriot movement, was such, and that you always have these people, and as you point out, that are at very high levels, who are involved with interconnecting secret societies all around the world, who try to manipulate it for their own agendas, and all sides are hurt by that. Obviously, certainly that's the case with Israel and Palestine.
Mm.
So,
well, love God, love your fellow man, the golden rule. I mean, to the degree that we live our lives that way and we organize our laws, then I think that whatever nations we create gain legitimacy in what the Chinese call the mandate of heaven.
Mhm.
To the degree that we're defiant of those principles of God's law, and then we lose the mandate to have validity to our nation and ourselves. So if we uphold those principles, we're good. We're good. We can fight the oligarchy, and whether it's Israel or the USA we authenticity and a legitimate right to be a true nation in the Brotherhood of Nations, and if not, we can all become corrupt as well. So it's the moral mandate is on all of us to maintain that morality in our worlds. So
Indeed.
that's my position on the whole thing.
And I couldn't agree more. I mean, it's our job to try to use our agency to expose and identify the nature of this general conspiracy, this evil conspiracy, what Whittaker Chambers called this conspiracy of gentlemen. Basically, it's not necessarily that they're not all sitting around in a smoke-filled room somewhere plotting. They all don't necessarily agree with each other. In fact, some of the biggest wars have been between the rivalries within this conspiracy, but they all possess and they advocate an unnatural agenda, one that undermines the idea of man as created in the image of God and answering to God. Anyway, Matt, Eric, I want to thank you for joining me. What a great conversation.
Hey,
Please
man, thank you.
listen, this is amazing. Please let my listeners and viewers know where they can find out information about you and about where you do your thing.
Well, sure, yeah. Okay, so they can go to CanadianPatriot.org for my more geopolitical history stuff. It's not just me. I mean, it's a web platform I've made back in 2012. Also, all of my books are available for purchase, easy to find on there. And our new videos, we've been doing documentary films now for about a year and a half, and that's going well. So we always make those free for people to watch and share. The risingtidefoundation.net is more educational, cultural warfare stuff that I set up with my wife, who's the president back in 2019. So that's what we do: weekly meetings, seminars, study groups of original texts. We just did Rabbi Philo of Alexandria's
Oh yeah, sure.
on creation.
Excellent.
And now we're currently reading some Plato. So if people want to get involved with that, send us an email at info@risingtidefoundation.net. And lastly, Substack. So sort of what's saved us financially speaking, since a lot of
Since the
our
demonetizing, right?
revenue's been, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we've all had that.
Has been Substack.
Sure.
Yeah, we've all experienced
Absolutely.
that. So Substack's good, and there's free and paid upgrades, and that's matthewarrett.substack.com.
All right, Matt. Listen, it's been a great pleasure and honor, and I hope you come back sometime, and I really appreciate it. Thank you so
Amen.
much. All right, thanks for joining me, everyone. Charles Moskowitz, welcome to the program, part of my ongoing series on history issues. We are joined by David T. Beato. He is the author of The New Deal's War on the Bill of Rights, The Untold Story of FDR's Concentration Camps, Censorship, and Mass Surveillance. Dr. Beato is he is a research fellow at the Independent Institute and professor emeritus at the University of Alabama. He received his PhD in history at the University of Wisconsin. He's the author of T.R.M. Howard, Doctor, Entrepreneur, and Civil Rights Pioneer, and From Mutual Aid to the Welfare State, Fraternal Societies and Social Services, 1890 to 1967, among other works. David, thanks for joining me this afternoon.
Thanks for having me.
So I want to start with a quick thumbnail with regard to FDR, Franklin D. Roosevelt's administration, as the sort of not the originator, but certainly a catalyst for a move toward what we now have as obviously a surveillance state. You claim that he is really one of the architects that has led to the present situation. So let's give us a bit of an overview on that.
All right. Well, Roosevelt is generally not associated with mass surveillance, and I think that that's partly because people are looking in the wrong places. They're looking at the FBI, for example, which during this period had, less than 200 phone taps on any given day. It had some unauthorized operations and so forth, but that doesn't really rise to the level of what we're familiar with today with mass surveillance. So what you need to look at is the role of a congressional committee that FDR was instrumental in creating. It was called the Black Committee. It was a U.S. Senate committee.
Hugo Black.
Hugo Black from my state, Alabama. Best known as a Supreme Court justice. However, at the time, he was best known as a populist, I guess you'd say, in a lot of ways. Very loyal New Dealer, very ruthless, very effective point man for Roosevelt in the U.S. Senate, and very partisan. So again, these are all labels that we wouldn't really associate with him on the court, but definitely was the case in his political career. Okay, well, Roosevelt is elected in 1932. He takes office in 33, and he's, people are supportive of him. But by 1935 or so, there is rising opposition. And this is reflected by elections. For example, the Republicans take control of the New York State Assembly. They win a lot of what you would call by-elections. Roosevelt is falling in the polls. And again, these are credible polls, right? In fact, in 36, he is shown as losing in very credible polls. And this is believed by the administration that he's in trouble, or potentially that it could be a competitive race. Of course, it ended up being a landslide, but they didn't really know that was going to happen because things had changed. So basically, this concern leads to a view that, look, there's this criticism of the New Deal. There is a rising criticism of Roosevelt. We need to get a handle on this. and they start to open investigations with the hope of perhaps discrediting this opposition. And the idea they come up with in the administration is, well, let's investigate these groups, these anti-New Deal groups, as lobbies, because that's kind of a bad word, and so forth. So let's look at them as lobbies. So they set up a committee in the U.S. Senate. Again, the administration orchestrated this, and they orchestrated the appointment of the first chair of that committee, Senator Hugo Black, because he was regarded as very loyal to the New Deal. So
Right.
Black begins the investigation of anti-New Deal organizations, and he has a very broad mandate because they say indirect or direct lobbying. So what would indirect lobbying be? Be what we're doing right now. Anything that could have an
opinion.
impact on ideas,
Sure.
on the political climate. So it's just about anything. So
Right.
Black calls in witnesses, and it doesn't always go well because a lot of these witnesses push back, compare them to the Soviet secret police, and it's not as effective. So
Not
they
a good
come
look.
up with the idea of, what if we got a hold of their private telegrams, and we could bring them in, and then we'd have that information in front of us. Well, that's not
Sure.
easy, but there was a law. And this law required the telegraph companies, the big one, of course, was Western Union, but all of them had to keep copies of all telegrams. And these had been used for subpoena purposes in the past if you had a specific case, like any other communication, you had to name the specific person and what you were searching for and all of that. But they went to Western Union. They tried to do end run around that, and the Black said, here's one thing he wanted. Said, I want all access to all private telegrams sent to and from every single member of Congress for an entire 9-month period. Okay. Western Union says, well, do you have a subpoena? No, there's no subpoena. We just want it. So they basically didn't go along with it. Well, then, basically, Western Union, Black went to the FCC, and again, the administration is very much involved in this, and the FCC orders Western Union to comply. They could have fought it at that point, but they just said, oh, right. And they let him in. And so Black and his staffers came in. They start the search, like I said, looking at telegram communications between every single member of Congress flowing in and out of Washington. And they go through these. They go through thousands a day of the copies of the telegrams. And they are instructed by Black staffers, well, if you see anything like private between husband and wife, skirt past that and look for anything having to do with lobbying. Of course, that would have been
Now,
anything.
could I just ask, was this something that was known, or was it done in secret? I mean, I can't imagine Congress going along with this, not to mention the American people.
It is not known initially.
Okay.
And but it just to sort of say they do thousands a day, and it ends up to millions. They actually
Yeah, sure.
they look at millions of these, because if you do the math, that's the way it works. They start expanding the search to include other people. And here's how it became known. It is not publicized. But Western Union eventually comes to the conclusion that this is getting a little out of control, and they want it publicized. They want it fought. And so they eventually, when it starts to spread and they're doing specific requests to go after this person and that person, Western Union starts to let them know, your telegrams are being searched. One of the people they let know is a guy named Newton Baker, who'd been Secretary of War under Wilson. Baker's kind of an easygoing, moderate kind of guy, right? Not a flamethrower. He is so mad when he finds this out that he says, if I saw a lynching of Senator Hugo Black, I would not join in the lynching. However, when they put the rope around his neck, I would not stop the lynchers. So he's pretty mad. Another guy that's really mad and has an effect is a guy named Silas Strawn. A leading Chicago law firm still bears his name. Winston and Strawn, I think. It's been in the news. But Strawn is big guy in the sense of powerful. He is the head of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, or a former head of the Bar Association, and head of the American Golf Association. He brings suit that this is violating the Fourth Amendment, and he wins. he wins.
Sure.
There are other suits brought, and Black eventually just says, because they don't have the power to order him to return the telegrams. They say, we have limited power with regard to Congress, but we're going to step in and say you can't do this anymore. Black says, well, we've completed our investigations. We had millions of telegrams. And
Right.
but it's a precedent. It's a precedent for future
Oh yeah,
congressional
and they
hearings.
didn't return the information either, did they?
Oh, no,
I mean,
no.
so they had that in house, and they could go through sift through all the dirt which they're trying to get on people to blackmail them, basically,
Yeah, there are
and
thousands
use
of copies made. You can go and find them at the Library of Congress or U.S. Archives. They're
incredible.
in there.
And obviously, that's information that could be used, politically. And I mean, this is what they did to Trump, right? The FISA courts were spying on him and bugging the Trump Tower, and they had surveillance. But the problem with that one is that they had to go before a judge to make the case for that, and that's when they brought in that phony dossier, and they But the point I'm making here is, and Nixon with the bugging of the Watergate Hotel, this is something that apparently under Roosevelt was done at a massive scale by the Senate, and it was just unprecedented in terms of the level of surveillance.
It wasn't, but it backfired. And this is what's the difference with today. There were a lot of people on the left, a lot of New Dealers who didn't like this. And one
Right.
example of this was the great newspaper baron Black released a telegram from William Randolph Hearst to one of his editors, which was kind of like, this guy's a communist. And it was sort of an over-the-top telegram. And
Right.
what Black thought is this would hurt the opposition. But what ended up happening is a lot of key New Dealers, like a guy named Emanuel Seller, who I remember from my youth, who's still around,
Mhm.
who I
Yeah.
thought was a hack. He just said, this is Mussolini tactics here. Roosevelt, I
Yeah.
mean, they went after the administration, and they would say things like, Black, who was a lot like Trump Hearst, who was a lot like Trump in many ways, he's like an American like everybody else. He has the same rights as everybody else. So that's the difference with today, is that you have a lot of people on the left who push back against this stuff. A lot of people in the ACLU, a lot of leading liberal papers.
Back then, not so much today. I think
Back
that was
then,
true.
yes.
Yeah,
Not
now
today.
they don't. Now they've taken 180 degree, mainly because they hate Trump, and it's like this deranged idea that anything goes if it's to stop Trump, including sending out these phony stories and then retracting them 2 days later after the damage was done.
Exactly. And people were able to rise above that. I mean, Hearst was despised by a lot of people on the left.
Right.
But they
Oh, yeah,
said, look,
sure.
he's an American citizen, and this is bad what he's done. His private telegrams, for God's sake. And Black is releasing them to the public as a political ploy to win support for the committee, to make Hearst look bad. And this
Right.
is just, there's a reaction against this.
So, I mean, and once the reaction took place and the whole operation was ended, as you say, it set a precedent, and FDR and his people, I assume that the Black Committee forwarded it to them. They then had political fodder to use against their opponents.
They did, but it was a valuable precedent in another respect, because the court had ruled that this was a violation of the Fourth Amendment. By the way, they're using the term right of privacy all the time, critics of the Roosevelt administration.
Right.
But they said this is violating the Fourth Amendment, and future congressional committees could not do this kind of thing to the same extent because of this. And so when you look at later investigations, they don't have this power. So it does
Now, do you-
have a positive impact in terms of the law.
But you definitely link the Black Committee doing this surveillance to the FDR administration. Is that right?
Yes, FDR recruits the committee, and I've got reason to believe that some of these telegrams actually ended up, in FDR's hands. But oh yeah, they were involved in this, and FDR was confronted about one of his key advisors, Raymond Moley, who didn't like this stuff. Moley was a key guy, been in the New Deal Brains Trust. He says, I don't like this. This is Black's going out of control. And Roosevelt just said, well, you got to do this sometimes. You got to use these methods. And so Moley was
Right.
shocked by this, and it was key to explaining why Moley finally broke with FDR because of conversations he had like this. He said the conversation went on for hours, and FDR was like defending black. Like, what? But FDR had
It's dirty
deniability in the
tricks.
case of the Black Committee, though.
Mm.
He created it, but there was some distance that he had what you could call plausible deniability.
Right. And again, we're not talking here about the FBI selectively going after certain people who had been identified as enemies, like the mob or like the Ku Klux Klan or the Communist Party. We're talking here about just an overall wholesale spying operation on everyone in a particular area, in this case, Congress.
Yeah, exactly. And a
Now,
lot of
did
people
it?
were outraged because they hadn't done anything. They said, why are my private telegrams like Newton Baker? What have I done? What are you accusing me of?
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
he
that's
wasn't
the
accusing
old
anything.
thing. You have nothing to worry about if you didn't do it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Now, FDR, I think it's not a well-known element of his administration, but when he became president, he declared a state of emergency within a few weeks, and that was the powers that and it was ratified by Congress. He called for it in his inaugural address. This is very open, and he used that power for the what's so-called bank holiday, shutting down all the banks so that they could then be stabilized or for whatever reason, and then some of them weren't allowed to reopen. But I think it was those emergency powers that have never been rescinded from the executive branch, and they continue to this day. I mean, I think it gives the executive branch certain functions that supersede the Constitution. I mean, the whole, alphabet agencies, some of them went way overboard, especially the ERA. And that had to do with this emergency power by which they were set up under the executive branch. Do you think that played any role in this?
I don't know specifically. Certainly, he did have vast emergency powers. In fact, if you look at his 1933 inaugural address, everyone quotes the part of the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. That actually was not the big news story. The big news story where he says, I want vast executive powers. I want Congress to give them to me. And it was sort of a threat, and it's at the end of that speech. In that, if you look at the newsreels of the time, the newsreels don't pick up on the fear section, they pick up on that. So the only surviving newsreels are those that highlight that part because people went, my God.
Oh yeah, right. They pull out that quote, but he did get those emergency powers, and technically, I mean, I've heard some people who are theorists on this. Technically, it was a declaration of war. It was war powers, and it was
a
a
lot of
declaration.
these are World War I powers, like the Trading with the Enemy Act and that kind of
That's
thing.
right. I mean,
They're building on this precedent. Yeah.
It brought that back. I mean, just a little historic on that. I mean, Wilson during World War I was able to literally suspend portions of the Constitution. I mean, there were people put in prison for speech, including Eugene Debs, who was the head of the Socialist Party, and convicted in these sort of trials where there was no witnesses, and it was very authoritarian in nature, all done under the guise of a national emergency under war. Those were mostly rescinded. I think they probably all were rescinded at the end of the war by Harding, who then pardoned Debs and sort of put that aside. But Roosevelt wanted to bring that back, I think, under the guise of dealing with the Depression. And I've heard it suggested that power has continued ever since. I mean, every 2 years when the new Congress sits, they renew it, even if it's just a little tiny piece of language in something. And that it's the basis for this massive government expansion overall, but specifically for the surveillance state. It was used by FDR to intern Japanese Americans before the war. And we're not talking here about spies. I mean, the FBI knew who they were. They did detain them immediately. We're talking about everyone, the entire population with Japanese ancestry.
Well, if you look at that executive order that Roosevelt interned the Japanese, the word missing from it? Japanese. It
Yeah.
uses terminology like persons who must be removed and other persons. It's a little bit like the references to slavery in the Constitution. They don't say slave. It's sort of like that. And
Or
when this came to Congress, because they had to fund it, Senator Taft said basically this is the worst piece of thing I've ever seen, because the legislation was the same way. Now, when it gets specific is when the military starts the actual operations of internment and evacuation. Then they say everyone of Japanese ancestry. But again, it's this whole deniability. And I've never gotten a good explanation as to why Roosevelt's executive order, which was clearly intended to intern the Japanese, did not use the term Japanese once. And it
well, I
seems
mean,
to me it
isn't
all
that
fits in
classic?
with this deniability. He can blame
Yeah,
other people.
plausible
Yeah.
deniability. It's a
Yeah.
I mean, the other example under FDR was that the convening of the Evian Conference in 1938, which was brought actually by Salar, Congressman Salar, among others, to address the problem of Jewish refugees trying to get out of Nazi Germany. And it was headed up by an American a businessman by the name of, I think it was Campbell. And there were delegations from countries all over the world. And it was to address this question: can we help resettle these people as refugees in maybe Latin America, Canada? The conference didn't use the word Jew. It just simply talked about a vague reference to refugees. And it decided that it would not allow any of them out. It's one of these little chapters of American history that brings up the question that you're bringing up now with regard to the Japanese, which is why. Nobody knows why, but it's a classic example of this kind of bureaucratic legalese
Yeah.
that's sometimes used to create a level of deniability for the government.
But when they did the specific enforcement, they had to get specific and very
Right.
specific. So when the military is doing its orders, it says everyone of Japanese ancestry. And we have to realize what that included. If you lived in the designated area and you were an orphan in an American orphanage of Japanese ancestry, you had to go to the camps. That's how specific that was. So it's
Right.
very different than the Italian or the German internments, which, I think there are plenty of problems with those. But,
Right.
we didn't have Joe DiMaggio's family or Frank
No, and they
Sinatra's
weren't
family or
returning the
whatever.
entire
Yeah.
families. I mean,
Yeah.
they were taking in maybe a handful of people who might have been problematic in a wartime, but it wasn't. And they knew those same people of Japanese ancestry too, and that would have been, I mean, they could have defended that, but it wasn't like an entire internment of an entire ethnic group,
No,
which
this
of
is
course
on a
is
different scale. And if you look at early polls that were taken, then as Americans were generally satisfied with the policy from December 7th until February, which was basically treated the Japanese more or less similarly to the Germans and Italians. There was no great rising demand to put the Japanese in internment camps that FDR
No.
was responding to. That is a myth that is perpetuated by history textbooks. They'll quote polls, but the polls were done after it was a fait accompli. not
right. And
before.
also after they had launched a propaganda campaign of demonization,
Yeah.
which dehumanized Japanese people. I mean, even a lot of people were involved in that. I think Disney was involved in it. There's this massive national kind of denouncement of the Japanese people. And, we've seen that happen somewhat recently in certain situations. I don't want to get into this too much, but I would argue that this happened against people who didn't accept the jab, right?
Yeah.
There was talk about internment camps. They're killing people, and that kind of ridiculous
They
demonization.
were doing it in Australia, basically.
Oh, they actually set up camps in
Yeah.
Australia.
Yeah.
So, this is a kind of power that has expanded. And I think that I don't have the details on this, but I understand that President Barack Obama signed legislation that actually makes it legal and official for the government to engage in propaganda. And again, I don't have the details. I should do a deeper dive.
Well, when I started writing this book, which was 15 years ago, I couldn't have imagined how many modern parallels would appear in such stark form. and one of them was this whole issue of fake news, right?
Right.
And the government, FDR was very much at home with that theory that the newspapers that were criticizing him, and we're talking about the top metropolitan newspapers, because this was a time when the print press was against FDR.
Right.
And he was accusing them of fake news and misinformation and all of that. And he was saying to reporters things like, I know you guys are told what to write. I love all you reporters, but I know they tell you what to write. It was this conspiratorial stuff. And,
I get it.
but you see things like that. And you see things like the Twitter files. You see
Mm.
all these perils. Sedition trials. I thought that was gone when I started writing my book. Sedition trials? That went out with the 1950s. Now they've come back with a passion.
Well,
but,
yeah, it's highly politically motivated, and it's again, I mean, this is one of those things where the left has gone a volte-face. It's the other shoe on the foot. You don't hear them talk about this. I don't know if it's Trump derangement or what, but there's this. They don't criticize the FBI now. It's sort of like back then. I mean, during COINTELPRO, they did criticize it, and looking back, they might have had a point. But now it's nothing. There's nothing said. Maybe we've become so conditioned to it. I don't know, but it's we're right now, I think, in this country really at a very dangerous place.
Well, it's interesting how things change with fashions. Political fashions. During World War II, the big advocates of sedition trials were the Communist Party. And many people on the left wanted to prosecute critics of the administration for sedition over and over again. And guess what? Only a couple years after that all petered out, they are being prosecuted. And then they suddenly start, many of them, belatedly making pro-civil liberties arguments. So that's what you see as a common pattern in American history, where people they suddenly discover civil liberties when they're under threat. It's sad. And that's why
Right.
I find some encouragement in this period, because I do find people that are pretty consistent on both the left and the right over time.
Right.
And we need more people like that now.
Especially now, because of the censorship that's happened in big tech, and the attack, I think, on Elon Musk, which I don't endorse many of his things. I mean, but the only reason why he's under attack is because he wanted to free Twitter, and even there, I'm not sure he's done as much as I wished he'd done, but he did take some steps, and that was huge, because there had been such a regime of censorship put in place, and you had major universities set up these, quote, misinformation think tanks, these censorship mills, like the Shorenstein Institute over at Harvard, that were examining ways to affect algorithms and how to take out certain thinkers who use certain words. And we're not talking here about, as Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes said, yelling fire in a crowded theater. Of course there has to be community standards. We're talking here about political opinion, about dissent. Anyway.
Yeah, I think you see precursors to that during this period.
Indeed.
Definitely.
Well, I mean, look, I think that it's interesting that FDR wanted to control what people thought and how they thought it, which is what this is. I mean, you control the high ground of media and culture, and I think that that's something that there's a dark tendency for anyone who is in power to want to do that. The only question is, the issue is how far they've gotten in terms of doing it. I recall in the late 70s, the church committee hearings, it was revealed, according to testimony, that the CIA had what was called Operation Mockingbird, where they were literally paying journalists cash in suitcases and other benefits to put out certain stories and certain narratives that they wanted put out. And I don't think that that's something that's ever been ended. I don't think there was any claim that it was ended. It was just exposed.
Yeah, you certainly see favoritism towards certain journalists like Walter Winchell, for example.
There you go.
Very
Yeah.
much benefits from his association with the administration. He gets certain scoops. He gets certain great stories. It kind of made him really as a journalist. But what you do see during the 1930s is you see Roosevelt as a master of manipulating radio. We all know this, of course, because like Trump, he was able to go to people directly. In case of Trump, it was Twitter. In the case of Roosevelt, it was his fireside speeches. But again, the networks really were under an obligation to give these full coverage. And you did have certain anti-New Deal voices on the radio, but by 1938, they're all, network radio anyway, they're all forced off the air because the administration is manipulating, often behind the scenes, its authority to get people off the air, like a guy named, very well-known figure at the time, was named Bo Carter. He was on several days a week on network radio, had been supportive of Roosevelt, and he turned against him during the court packing period of 1937.
Right.
He's very popular one day, and the next day he's sort of being gradually marginalized and forced off the air, and he's off the air by 38, and there isn't one left. And Roosevelt does that through a lot of different methods. FCC, Network Broadcasting Code, but also advertisers. One of Carter's advertisers was a woman named Marjorie Merriweather Post, who actually owned Mar-a-Lago one time. Very powerful figure, and she's a Democratic donor. He says, hey, can't you do something about this? And lo and behold, Carter's off the air.
I mean, I don't know if FDR was doing what I've heard happens now, which is that he sends the IRS after them. Or,
yes. If you were in this time, constantly. He's constantly going to his Secretary of Treasury and others saying, can't we audit this person's taxes? Aren't they due for an audit? And you had to be incredibly careful with your taxes if you were a critic of the administration. And several people were. They were very careful. I had the best lawyers, had the rock solid, situation. Yeah. But they're constantly going after people. And this is very well documented, how that is occurring. But again, it's deniability. Roosevelt's saying that to his Secretary of the Treasury. He's saying that privately. He'd never do this publicly, which is a lot different than someone like Trump. Trump will just say what he thinks.
Trump has that kind of Queens, New York personality where he'll take somebody on directly, whereas with FDR, it was the classic. I mean, I don't want to sound, bad here, but it was like the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant approach, like in old Boston, where the knife would come out behind the scenes, zzz, 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 but you'd never see the hand that held it.
They said you could almost enjoy being attacked by him at the beginning, and then then you knew what was happening. The famous "My Little Dog" phallus speech. I mean, it's brilliant. But
that he sends out
but it's devastating. It's absolutely devastating.
Yeah, I mean, he sent like an Air Force plane to pick up his dog in Alaska or something.
Yeah, and he turns it around instantly by by joke, right?
Well, he had this great personality, and he had this enormously charismatic image, and this handsome head. It would be intoning this with this tone. I mean, a lot of people, and I think they still do, they work on certain affectations as part of their public image that gives them a certain, people think, oh, they must know what they're talking about. They must be, they have authority. And FDR, I think, was a master at that.
It was said that he could have thrived as a radio commentator. If he had not been a politician, he would have risen to the top in that field.
For sure.
True.
Yeah, he was brilliant at public presentation. Anyways, David, your book is available everywhere: Amazon, Barnes & Noble. You've got it's a site at the Independent Institute where you are part of the think tank. Give us some additional sort of wrap up thoughts on this.
Well, I think if you think you know FDR, even know civil liberties record, you can learn a little bit from this book. I learned a lot during research. I didn't know about the Black Committee when I started.
Hmm.
Most people don't. But there's a very interesting case involving an African American Republican leader in Memphis who was really a major political figure there, and he was quashed by an ally of FDR named Mayor Crump, and through all sorts of methods. So there's a lot in here, not only on Japanese internment. There's a lot on sort of FDR's relationship to African Americans, sedition cases.
Hmm.
For example, the
Yes.
black press during World War II is basically emasculated by a threat of sedition prosecutions. The government probably couldn't have done it because that would have been very unpopular, but that was threatened. And as a result, the black press became very much sort of
Hmm.
under control.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like a version of what we now call lawfare. You go after the
Yeah.
opponent and with phony lawsuits, and you tie them up and you try to bankrupt them and intimidate them and use big bully boy tactics. I think I read that Eleanor once approached him and asked him to look into the lynching, and he told her to mind her own damn business. So
Yeah, and
there's
but the historians cover for him. They'll say, well, he
Oh,
couldn't
yeah.
pass an anti-lynching bill because he needed his New Deal program. Well, that's problematic even if you look at it closely, because his own vice president was John Nance Garner, a very conservative Southerner, and Garner even went to Roosevelt and said, we really have to do something about this. This is getting out of control, this lynching thing. And Roosevelt told someone about this, and he said he just laughed uncontrollably. Garner talking about lynching? He didn't see this as, well, gee, maybe there's such outrage that I can do something and not have any danger to the rest of my program. So there's a jaded kind of cynical aspect to him that I think a lot of people don't really appreciate.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very strange personality there. I mean, that would look at it that way. Somebody ought to. I mean, I don't. Somebody other than Doris Kearns Goodwin should do a deep dive.
Well, the
into-
best movie portrayal of Roosevelt, not
Yeah.
well known, but a few years ago there was a picture of Treat Williams where he played J. Edgar Hoover, and it has that guy on MASH, David Ogden Stiers, play Roosevelt.
Oh,
And
good.
he's getting frustrated with Hoover. He said, Mr. Hoover, what you need to because Hoover was against Japanese internment. This
Oh,
was the same.
good.
And he said, Mr. Hoover, you need to realize that in Washington, all power flows to the center, and I am the center. And I about fell out of my chair. But that's the only sort of negative depiction I've ever seen of FDR. He's still got very good PR, 80 years later.
Well, he definitely had well-placed friends in high places across the board, including the California governor who was leading the effort to the internment, that being Earl Warren at the time. And it's an interesting study in making these kinds of alliances. It's kind of what has euphemistically been called the Eastern Seaboard liberal establishment, I suppose. That it's very amoral, and they tend to think alike, and they tend to have an agenda that's hard to explain.
And there's a weird compartmentalization. FDR's own attorney general was against Japanese internment, Francis Biddle, liberal, and he held him off, by the way. FDR wanted to go after people like Charles Lindbergh during the war. He wanted to go after the publisher of the Chicago Tribune, and Biddle
Right,
held him
McCormick.
off.
Yeah.
But Biddle shows this interesting compartmentalization. He dedicated his book, his autobiography in 1962 to FDR. That same autobiography has devastating commentary about FDR and civil liberties and Japanese Americans. Biddle's clear that he fought this and did not, he thought it was an outrageous thing. He ended up going along with it. But the book is dedicated to FDR. So it's hard to figure out that mentality, that compartment.
Well, why do you think he would do? I mean, was this just one massive social experiment to intern an entire ethnic group? Is it similar to the lockdowns, maybe? I don't know, not to compare, but, is it like, Is that what this is about? I mean, is it like a manipulation of the public?
You know, that's an interesting question. If you look at FDR, he wrote op-eds for in the 1920s, and in these op-eds he wrote about the Japanese Americans. He said, well, we don't want to have them intermarrying with us. It's okay that California has denied them property ownership if they're immigrants. We certainly shouldn't have immigration. He in late 30s, he said that if we have a war with Japan, he wrote this privately, that we should intern any Japanese American who had met a Japanese ship, sailors and so forth, in his word, concentration camp. So it's hard to fathom. I don't think he really needed to do it. He could have given a great speech about the 4 freedoms and how much Americans care about them.
Right.
But he kept them there till 1944. The end of he was so worried that in 1944 that it would hurt him in the election, even though all of his advisors just about at that time were urging him to let them go, he kept them there. So this is a kind of cold, I don't know what you'd call it.
Maybe it's just old-fashioned. It's
yeah.
old-fashioned racism and
Callousness.
bigotry. You know,
That's
maybe
part of
he.
it, yeah.
I mean, I know that he was. I believe he made a comment when before Pearl Harbor that he goes, the Japanese are not. They're not a threat. Japanese Air Force isn't a threat because the Japanese pilots don't. They don't have good vision. They can't see well. Based upon,
here's another story he tells.
Yeah.
He laughed about this one. He said, well, there's an ancient legend that the Japanese islands were first inhabited by baboons, and then I guess he said some prostitutes came there and nature took its course. And he thought this was
I get
really
it,
funny.
yeah.
He would say things like this.
Right. And then of course why didn't he intern the Italians? He goes, no, because they're just a bunch of opera singers. So I guess that it's, he had a lot of stereotypical views.
Well, very powerful
of
figures
people.
were Italian in the Democratic Party.
Well, that's true.
part of it,
Well,
too,
that's obviously part. I mean, you
can't
can't.
put Frank
how
Sinatra behind bars.
Yeah, I mean, how could you do that? You'd have to intern half of the city of New York. Anyway, but this is very interesting insights here in terms of the the past is prologue, as it were, and you look at stuff that happened at that time, and you can make a definite link to what we're dealing with now in terms of the infringement upon individual freedoms and individual rights. I hope that people can wake up to that. I really do.
That was a motivator to write the book, and again, like I said, there were some real heroic characters here who fought back. And
Yes.
I would hope people could learn some lessons from how they did it, building coalitions, for example, for civil liberties.
Indeed. All right, David DiBeato, I want to thank you for joining me today. The book is The New Deal's War on the Bill of Rights, The Untold Story of FDR's Concentration Camps, Censorship, and Mass Surveillance. Thanks a lot, David. Let's stay in touch. And I
Yes,
really appreciate
please.
it. Great conversation.
Love to come back. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right.
Bye.
And here we are, Charles Moskowitz. Thanks for joining me, everyone. It is a great honor and privilege and pleasure to welcome Mel K, the host of the Mel K Show. I've been listening for quite a while. This is cutting edge stuff available in all platforms. I listen to it on Apple. Mel, thanks for joining me.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here.
Well, Mel, before we get into the issues, I would like to, if you don't mind, get a little background on you and how it is that you have become this powerhouse of a host. I mean, a patriot, like who's stepping out, and you're taking on the false flag of January 6th in a way that I've never seen. I mean, it's really unbelievable.
Well, for me, I started out, like I told you off air, I grew up, my dad, a huge Rush Limbaugh fan. And I think subconsciously, even when I was a very little kid and didn't know what I was listening to, it kind of went into my brain and into my blood and made me a fighter for this country, for what is right. I am a very astute student of history. I see history as a lesson for what we're dealing with now. And for me, I ended up going to NYU studying journalism. Then I switched to film, and I used both and became a screenwriter that was basically I would go and dig into history really deep, and then I would turn that into fiction, and I was a historical drama screenwriter. So for me, it was always about finding the facts, and especially facts and history that was not being taught or told, and putting together not just that, but also the finances behind it. And when you follow the money, over the years, I had written a screenplay about Eichmann in Jerusalem. I wrote a screenplay about Vietnam. I wrote a screenplay about the expatriates in Paris. And the one thing I knew was that the same money kept flowing around, and I would find the same characters. And it continued to this day. I've worked on a project about the JFK assassination and other things. And there's just so much. And there's a lot to be learned from our history all the way back to the founders. And that has been my focus. And then I was in Hollywood for 20 years, and I saw a lot of things there that happened. A lot of people think this BLM and the Marxist revolution and all that is new. Well, frankly, it's not new. And it actually was fomented and came out of California and Hollywood, especially through the culture pretty boldly in the 2000s, and has just bubbled up since then. And I've been following that, and I started speaking out about things I saw, and then it blew up, and we started to see it everywhere. And I've just been following that. And then when the lockdowns came, I was still working in TV. Everything was shut down, and on March 15th, 2020, basically the next day I started the Mel K Show, and I've been just connecting the dots between past and present, and where we are and how we can get to a better place.
You've done a great job of covering let's just say the events of the 2020 election, something that I've covered and that I've been kicked off YouTube for covering, as I think you have. But yet I don't think they expected all of us, including President Trump, to find these alternative media markets and build our programs on those. And still, we're out here and we're interconnecting and building an audience. The events around that, preceding that, you had, as you say, this sudden emergence of this BLM Antifa, which is not new. I mean, Antifa goes back to Nazi Germany. It's not, it was just as bad as the street Nazis. And they basically affected what I would call a Kristallnacht on right after the George Floyd death, where they started to loot Black businesses and burn Black neighborhoods and kill Black children around the country. And this, was setting the stage for their election. I don't want to use, I use that word quite loosely in this case, of 2020, and the installation of President Biden after the events of January 6th. Now we have hundreds of men in prison and women being held in prison, being tortured, not even being charged. You've done a lot in terms of covering that, Mel. I've listened to you. It's a very powerful testimony. You've interviewed people on this topic. So I just want to touch on that. I mean, where these, in some cases, some of these men were convicted of crimes and are serving decades-long sentences, and they weren't even in Washington at that day. I'm thinking particularly about Enrico Tarrio, the head of the Proud Boys. What's going on with that at this point?
Well, I think anyone that's fair and honest and looking at it directly, and it's kind of a litmus test for where we are and where people are in this nation right now, is how they look at January 6th. I mean, there's been so much evidence, the newer evidence that has come out. Darren Beatty's followed the pipe bomber.
Oh, yeah.
This is a very, very interesting part of the story, because at any other time in history, if we had a bomber, say the Unabomber, they had a task force of hundreds of people. This was so important to find the bomber, because you would think that if there's a bomber, the bomber's not going to stop at just putting 2 bombs there. And then everything that's unfolded from that, we're at a place where it was like 100% some kind of inside job. But more than that, I think the January 6th committee and everything that happened after that kind of tells you what the story was. The story was, I believe, and there's many other people that believe this. Now, there was violence that day. It was obviously on both sides. There was all kinds of stuff. There was obviously many, many infiltrators. But what really I believe this was all about was the election. What happened at the election, the truth about the election, all of the election fraud, and you brought up Kristallnacht, and this was kind of the Reichstag side of it too, which is
Yes.
they wanted to make an example of do not question this government, do not question what happened at the election, do not stand together in any kind of protest of this installed regime, or you will be crushed and you will be vilified. And a lot of this also had to do with setting up Donald Trump for a to never come back. Of course, that was not going to happen. So they've done everything else that they could, and it's a small group of people. I mean, people have to understand that. Though we have, we have Fannie Willis out there, we have Jack Smith, we have Letitia James, all of that. There really is a lawfare group that is above them, and they are the exact same people that were involved in Crossfire Hurricane, the same people involved in the phony Ukraine impeachment, and the other Weissman and Eisen and all these guys. And they are still running this Get Trump campaign above the DAs and the AGs. They're not the ones writing this. They call it novel legal theory, things that were never used before. This is really not about, it has nothing to do with Donald Trump. In fact, I believe that our country, left and right, Republican and Democrat, is fully captured by a globalist billionaire oligarchy. Many of them, the American wing of it, the Soros, the Omidyar, the Arabella partners, there's so many more, Gates, others, that they are kind of post-America. America is not their what they want in the future, and by any means necessary. So they keep throwing out that we have a democracy when we have a constitutional republic. The reason we have a constitutional republic, if people don't know, it's because during the Federalist Papers times and the people that were arguing against the federal government and all of that, they looked at every form of government, our founders, from all the way back to biblical times to Plato and Aristotle and Socrates, all the way to the Roman Empire, to Athens, to Westphalia, to all of this stuff. And they realized that a democracy was the quickest way. A straight democracy was the quickest way to another monarchy or dictatorship. That would be 51% ruling over 49%. And the people that actually have been orchestrating everything, I believe, including January 6th, would prefer a one-party system in this country. And then that would then lead into who I believe they really work for, which are the people that fund them, which are aligned with the global governance concept that was created a long time ago with Rockefeller and the Crown and Kissinger and Brzezinski and all these people that believe that an elite educated class of oligarchs is a better plan for ruling the world than the nation state. So the stated goal is to get rid of the nation state. And in order to do that, you have to crush resistance. You have to make sure that there are no people willing to step up or stand up against authoritarian rule and what they've shown us. And I believe January 6th was really just that. It was an operation to make sure that the American people were so beat down and felt so demoralized and dehumanized that they would never stand up against the government as they walk us into Agenda 2030 and the end of the nation state known as the United States, which will never happen, but they tried. And so many people's lives were ruined. As you know, many of the people that did riot and loot, I was in New York City at the time, I saw it firsthand. We were locked down and you could see it from the roof, and you'd look out and you'd see all these people, no masks, marching, Black Lives Matter, right during COVID, and nothing happened to them. In fact, many of them I just saw yesterday, the Chaz people of Seattle, they all got a $10 million settlement. The people that were in Antifa and doing that, and it's happened all over the country in every city. So that just tells you it's not just about January 6th, it's also about the demoralization and the rules for me and not for thee. And really subjugating the people. And I believe all people. I don't think they care about the Democrats either. The people that are really running our country want the entire country to destroy itself. And they are helping to facilitate that. And January 6th was a big way of making people scared to stand up against the government.
It's an informal conspiracy that goes way back. This country was founded as a way to counter that conspiracy by basically acknowledging that sovereignty comes from God and not the state, and that the individual has a limited grant of sovereignty in this lifetime, and that they then basically elect governments to serve within the confines of a constitution. And we could trace it back. It's an interesting subject, but we know that it really did not grab the high ground in the United States in terms of our politics and culture. I don't know. Some people say around the Wilson administration. I think that's true.
Me too.
In the Anglo-American establishment that was discussed by Professor Carol Quigley in The Tragedy and Hope, which I think documents that he was a whistleblower and he was part of that establishment.
Exactly.
He was a mentor to Bill Clinton. But they gave birth to all of these secretive organizations like the Council on Foreign Relations and the Chatham House in London that implemented a policy of perpetual war for perpetual peace as a way to keep the entire world off balance. President Trump was the first politician to step in and go out against that. He ended international wars. He began to withdraw from those. At the same time, he wasn't an isolationist. He crushed ISIS. He also got NATO to finally pay their dues, which successive administrations, both Democrat and Republican, had given lip service to that. And he brought about the Abraham Accords because he's a businessman and he was able to do the unthinkable with regard to Israel and the Arab states. That has all been tossed into the garbage now by a return to the internationalist perpetual war for perpetual peace by this new regime. They basically gave billions of dollars over to Iran, which is now using it to fund Hezbollah and the attack American bases in Syria and Iraq and the Houthis. And they gave $1 billion to UNRWA, which launched the Hamas invasion where they slaughtered over 1,000 Israelis. So we have this return to instability, not to mention the invasion of Ukraine, which would never have happened under Trump. And now the surrender in Afghanistan, which was the worst military defeat probably in world history, with umpteen billions of dollars of materiel turned over to the communist Chinese, and the complete betrayal of our allies. So we have instability around the world now.
Yep.
And because of the sense that most Americans have that the election of 2020 was not kosher, even though most people are afraid to say it to pollsters because they're afraid their name might end up on the same FBI list that's put people in prison.
Yeah.
There is genuinely a move toward reelecting President Trump to a third term. And that includes increasing numbers of minorities are waking up. They're being red-pilled, as we like to say. Younger people, women. I mean, there's a growing groundswell of support. But yet you have, as you say, these same players in place who first cooked up the crazy conspiracy theory that Putin had conspired with, or as they say, colluded with Trump to steal the 2016 election. They worked on that for 3 years. And then, of course, the perfect phone call impeachment, and finally the J6 event, which they thought would be the final nail in the coffin. And they even impeached Trump again while he was already out of office. These same people, and you mentioned some names there, Eisen,
Weissman.
I mean, these, I follow them on Twitter, and I sometimes send them notes. I mean, that they are openly conspiring to use the criminal system, the criminal justice system, to further change laws and prosecute Trump and any of his supporters, including the nation's mayor, Rudy Giuliani, whom they sent to bankruptcy, and destroy other people, Steve Bannon, a lot of people who are speaking up, using that system to put them in jail and to twist things around. I mean, this recent crazy case brought by this weird woman making these accusations against Trump. She couldn't remember the year. The likelihood of that is extremely slim. And yet she was given $80 million because Trump publicly
denied it.
Yeah, and criticized her, his accuser. I mean, that's how bad our system has become. And it was so corrupt the way the judge handled that and his collusion with the chief prosecutor. And it's really rotten. So I guess that given the fact that these people are still in place and this big money is still in place, as you say, that crooked billionaire from Hungary, we know who I mean.
Hansberg Wyss.
Yeah, and Omidar and all the rest of these people, their money is pouring out of their pockets.
Yep.
What do you think is going to happen? I mean, God forbid. I mean, I'm afraid that they're going to decide on the Kennedy solution, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do. I don't think that's going to be possible. And frankly, I think a lot of these cases are falling apart. What I have found is that the people you're talking about through the Brookings Institute, again, they were involved in Crossfire Hurricane and everything else. And also they have two new groups, Just Security and another one, United States for Democracy. We have Norm Eisen writing, yet another big document about the crisis democracy faces in 2024. We have all these different characters from Newland's husband Kagan of formerly of NATO and the Center for New American Century, and we have all these different people writing op-eds about Trump will be a dictator, Trump will be all about revenge, all this stuff, and at the same time they are using tremendous they call them novel legal theories, which are not legal theories. They're twisting the law to make it fit to get Trump in any way possible. Frankly, I think that they've also what I do know is that they wrote a lot of the legal theories and ways to prosecute Trump, and then handed them down to these Soros-backed prosecutors and DAs that are now trying the cases. What we're finding is that these people have no moral or integrity of any kind, and so they are picking these prosecutors to go prosecute these cases that do not have the level of expertise. This is a lot of what I see is going on with foreign policy as well. That we don't have Kissingers and Brzezinskis anymore. While they dumb down our children, they dumb down their own. While they made the Poison Ivy League become a lowbrow club of Marxists, basically, and communists, they stopped teaching them strategy and critical thinking and Sun Tzu type war. So we don't have those people in power anymore that are strategic, that know how to do. They're not good risk players. And so what we have right now, I think, is a time for people in the United States to realize two things. One is, the old meme of Trump being, they're not after me, they're after you, but I'm in the way. I really have changed it to, they're not after America, they're after the world, and America is in the way. And what is in the way are we the people of America. Our Constitution and our Bill of Rights are standing in the path and in the way of the Great Reset or any of the global governance goals that they put out there. Obama signed on to Agenda 2030 in 2015 without telling the people of the United States exactly what that meant. Agenda 2030's end goal is to have no nation states. It goes back to, which I say is the biggest fraud pulled on all of us in the last 100 years, which is the United Nations, which was really started by Rockefeller and the Crown and Kissinger and Brzezinski on his left and right, Council of Foreign Relations and Trilateral Commission. The long game goal was to undermine America's sovereignty and to really turn this world into like a Hunger Games situation. And the global public-private partnership of the World Economic Forum, which is one and the same. People don't realize this. They have many agreements with the UN. They are the same thing. And what they are is they function as if they are the parent company of planet Earth. And they decide, and all the videos of Klaus Schwab, how he infiltrated in all his different groups, and then they spread them out all over the place. And I think what we're dealing with on a bigger picture is the disruption of the end goal of destroying America from within, and thus then kicking into this pattern, this whole thing that they laid out a long time ago, where we were just a cog in a globalist wheel. And honestly, I think that they're greatly underestimating the people of the United States. I think it's becoming very clear that we are a nation that is standing right up for the world. Our Second Amendment is a gift from God that was thought about because of what our founders faced. And I really believe that the American people are seeing through this. Every time that they do this to Trump, especially this woman, and I lived in Manhattan. Her story's implausible. It's not even possible what she's saying happened at Bergdorf's. Yeah, but the truth is that I had to leave New York City not that long ago. I hung in as long as I could, but I'll tell you, that Southern District of New York and the DC Federal Court, these are not, these are operatives of this globalist oligarch regime. They are not working for the people. And the good news is I believe the American people, regardless of skin color or preferences of any kind or religion, are all seeing for the first time at the same time exactly what we're dealing with, which is a totally captured government that cannot be reformed from within. It has to actually be we the people demanding it, state by state, county by county. People are getting involved. The truth is that this is a long-term game to them, and their end game, I believe, at this point with what they're doing is more about them, justice coming for them. because like I said, the same people, when you trace back all of the Trump lawsuits, they're all written by the same people involved in Crossfire Hurricane.
Indeed.
So if you really look at that, you wonder, so they're willing to destroy, tear America apart. I guess they signed in blood that Agenda 2030, and then Kamala Harris and Biden in September of 2023 re-up that they are halfway to achieving the 17 global development goals. And in that meeting that they had, and then the paper that they put out, which is still on the White House website, if you read their commitment to the global goals and you go past the top and you start going down, you're going to see that they have 17 goals listed, and all of about probably $3 trillion worth of dollars, all going into globalist funds, which is the World Health Organization is a global money laundering scheme, the climate change, global money laundering scheme to centralize the money into this globalist oligarchy that believes that they are the parent company of the planet. And I just think the American people, one way or another, slowly but surely, are getting to a place where we're probably 15% left of center, 15% right of center, agree on almost everything. And at this point, we have to align. I am a Trump person. I will be voting for Trump. And I believe that he will be the nominee. I don't believe these cases will make it. A couple of them will fall apart. I believe that there's some evidence that has come out, Brady evidence, for the Jack Smith documents case. Obviously, he didn't do an insurrection, so that's not going to go anywhere. The New York cases will be appealed. The Fani Willis case, obviously, she's more corrupt than he could ever be. So what we're dealing with is none of these cases, I don't think, will make it before the election. And honestly, I think these people are so evil and so self-centered. They believe that they are supra class. They are above all of us. I believe that they're more scared of themselves being prosecuted, because the truth of the matter is, during Crossfire Hurricane, that was treason and sedition committed by the Obama team and by all of these characters. And then they continued it, spying on Cash and Nunes, and then continuing to spy on Trump apparently the whole time, conspiring during the pandemic. I do think that these people are more worried about themselves and the 2024 election, as much as the stakes for the United States are between, will we remain America and American citizens, or become a cog in a globalist wheel and be globalist citizens, is really what we're voting for. But bigger than that, these people are willing to do whatever they need to do to not go to jail themselves. And I really believe that they've overplayed their hand, and most people see that. And that's why I believe the Black community, you brought that up before, it's really important to understand. Black Lives Matter, first of all, was funded by the same globalist billionaire oligarchs. All of these uprisings are, just like the ceasefire now is funded by the same people as Black Lives Matter, as was the Women's March, as was the LGBTQ March, as will be the Demand Citizen March planned for March. So I just want to say, I think people see it. I think that they did not, their current group of conspirators are not very smart. They also can't keep their mouths shut. They put out papers and documents to show how smart they are, just telling you what they're doing, and people see it. And like I said, Black Lives Matter, everything that came out of that, defund the police, no bail, no jail, a lot of the DEI, CRT, this is hurting the Black community the most, and the Black community knows it. And that's a big difference right now, is that as they persecute Donald Trump, the Black community is looking at this every single time and saying, look, we told you so. We told you that this is what's going on with the justice system, that this is what's happening here and there. We also have the legal immigrant community that is outraged by what's going on, especially if they came from communist nations and see exactly what's happening to this country. So it's my belief that in the next, they already have the apparatus set up. You know, Zuckerberg said the 20 states banned his Zuckerbucks, so he just rebranded as the U.S. Alliance for Election Excellence. You know, and you know,
he's going to probably he'll write another check for $420 million in order to grease a few palms on the street, so they can start to go to nursing homes and harvest ballots. And you have the electronic voting. I don't know if you're following this trial in Atlanta, which originally was brought by Stacey Abrams. It's finally made it into a courtroom where the prosecutor showed that he could alter an electronic voting machine with a Bic pen. So, you know, I think that, as you say, Mel, people are beginning to wake up. You know, you very, very succinctly have illustrated the international order and what their agenda is and their financial backers. I mean, you talk about the ceasefire movement. I'm in Boston. Huge money being spent, billboards on all the highways. Those things cost $10,000 a week. I mean, that's not cheap, and they're everywhere. So yeah, the money is there. They're going to try to pull some other intersectional agenda. Probably
they have a
several
plan.
of them.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I've gotten
one after the other. And so you have but yet people are seeing very strange developments in our culture and in our life right now. You've got, an open border, which they cannot explain. You have 4 million people rushing over the border, getting checks for $2,000 and being housed in these fancy hotels. Even our liberal governor here is, upset and trying to say something about it. You've got a hamburger at McDonald's, $15.
I know.
A family of 3, it costs $75 to go to McDonald's. I mean, working people are noticing that. You've got 30% of young people now consider themselves to be non-binary. Where did that come from? Who ever heard of it 5 years ago? This was, an agenda that suddenly popped out of nowhere, but we know it didn't pop out of nowhere. These things have been in the works for decades, and now it's all out in the open. I just hope that people can see this clearly and take action, because it's becoming more obvious every day.
Yeah, and I think people are, but what people really have to understand is they have to stop. They have to shut off MSNBC, CNN, even Fox News, but certainly Washington Post, New York Times, Politico. And don't forget, they've gone into deals with Google. So now when you Google anything, the first 6 pages are just their chosen sources. We are in an information war more than anything, a cognitive war. I actually, on my show, went through a document from NATO, which I believe to be the one world military. It is in no way what NATO was supposed to be. And don't forget, Reagan had made a pact with Russia to dismantle it. But NATO put out a document about cognitive warfare, brain warfare, and really about turning people into weapons against each other. And that is what they've done here. We've been in a color revolution. Of course, Eisen is one of the architects of many of them around the world, including here. And the truth of the matter is that until the people of the United States realize that their neighbor and the people that vote for the illusion of the other party, as you brought up tragedy and hope, there are not 2 parties. It is just for us to believe that we have an illusion of choice here, which we should and we can take back. But I really believe that we are at a place where everyone understands something is very wrong, and what is very wrong is us. It is not the government. It is we, the people, individually. People have to understand their individual liberty, their individual sovereignty, their desire and God-given right to auto-determine their future themselves and to choose their own path and their own course is in danger. The Agenda 2030, which is what I believe is on the ballot in 2024, and Donald Trump has said so himself. You brought up he started to dismantle that without people really realizing it wasn't just NATO. He pulled out of the very vile and toxic UNESCO, which is where a lot of this LGBTQ education and critical race theory, all that is coming from. He pulled this out of the World Health Organization. He was looking at the money in NATO, I think maybe to say, if you can't pay it, then we're not going to be in this thing. I hope that he goes after and pulls out of the United Nations. It's the biggest fraud. We're the biggest funders. They're funding everything at the border. In fact, a woman that came through Obama's administration, Amy Pope, is running the immigration division for 5 years. The Biden administration put her up for that in the United Nations, working hand in hand with Mayorkas to give out billions of dollars to 200 NGOs. And I think the biggest issue here is that there are NGOs, think tanks, and lobbying firms. Lobbying should be totally illegal. It is legalized bribery for the so-called elite class working there in DC. That's got to be dismantled. No taxpayer dollars or grants should go to NGOs. If you want to have a non-government organization, you fund it yourself. And on top of that, a lot of these think tanks are they're funded by foreign money or these oligarch billionaires. And I think the big misconception is that these people are American. Larry Fink and his friends, he also not only runs BlackRock that owns most of the country basically, but Larry, he also is on the board of the World Economic Forum, one of the architects of the Great Reset. He is also on the board of the Council of Foreign Relations, and BlackRock is the only company, apparently, financial services firm that can freely work in CCP China. So you look at some of these different players, Gates, Soros, Omidyar, Reid Hoffman, some of these different people that are aligned with the World Economic Forum. It's not hard to see that they are not for America. They are for the global governance. They are part of that global governance movement. It's hard to look at now, but I believe both Bushes, Clinton, Obama, and Biden all are for the global governance movement and the people below them. But the truth is the American people are not. And we don't like bullies here. It's in our DNA to fight bullies. And whatever happened in 1776, everyone should take out their Declaration of Independence, read it right now, and analyze where we are, because we're in the exact same place. And I believe that's happening. I believe people are standing up from the inside and they're getting it one way or another. And by the time the election comes around, no matter what they do, they won't be able to steal it. That's what I think.
It has to be very overwhelming. All the people you just mentioned, all those former presidents, either were blackmailed or they got very rich as a result of being in office. Whereas Trump, he was already rich. You know,
Right.
he's already famous. He doesn't need anything. So he's able to go out and say, hey, I want to give something back to my country. I really think that that's the driving force. And that's why they fear him. And that's why they despise him. He's not owned by this amorphous, illuminated, internationalist, amoral establishment that has really is behind all of these agendas that people are waking up to. Mel K, what do we do with the people in our lives who are still normies, who still get their news from Lester Holt? They don't watch us. You know, they're still like, you know, vulnerable to these, you know, these hatched hoaxes that are going to mobilize people. You know, there might be between now and November, there's probably going to be another George Floyd type thing. Maybe they might even do something worse, like have another pandemic, God forbid, or a war, or even a nuclear event. You know, I just think these are very, very perilous times between now and November. What can we say to those people in a way that doesn't shake their cage too much, and that puts into perspective the fact that, you know, they are well-meaning but ignorant, and introduce some of these realities to them?
Yeah, well, for me, I like to meet people where they are. I've been traveling all over the country. I speak a lot to small groups and large groups. And what I can tell you is that everywhere I've gone, wherever I go, I stay. Wherever I stay, I go to the front desk. I ask for what is the local hangout here. I don't want to go to the best restaurant. I want to go where the people that live here hang out regularly. And I go eat at the bar, and I talk to as many people as possible. I will tell you, regardless of where people lie in their mind, in the illusion of a two-party system, most people are pretty honest that our country seems to be a disaster on many, many fronts. I try to figure out where people are and where I can meet them. And instead of telling them what's going on, I like to pose critical thinking questions that force them to think critically, because one of the big parts of this whole NATO mind control cognitive warfare that we are in an information war. It is a serious military grade. If you look back at Michael Aquino's Mind Wars, fast forward 50 years of technology and honing it, I always say Goebbels and Hitler are looking up from hell thinking, wow, they're really, really good. So you got to knock people out of the mind war space where they no longer control what they think, which is what the goal was, right out of the NATO documents, right out of Mind Wars. It is, and there's documents in between by NASA and other about mind control. And and I've had on people involved in that. And the truth is, you have to knock people out where they are and ask them critical thinking questions that affect them, and wait for them to answer. And once they answer something, then you ask another one. I think the best thing to do is to find people what they're passionate about, what's bothering them. Because right now there's plenty of things, especially we're starting to see something that I'm getting a lot of information about is our school system is being inundated with people that are not only illiterate in English, but also have had no education whatsoever, and they're putting them into school at the age level of the grade. So there's a lot of parents out there that maybe didn't care about the agenda before, but now they see, like, you know, they're bringing down everyone, and they're putting these kids in there that shouldn't be in there, that are hurting their kids, especially if they have special needs. So there's that. Then there's all the other things that are happening overseas, which are terrible. You brought up the Ceasefire Now movement. All I would say is, who are they asking a ceasefire from? Because it's certainly not Israel that is running this. That is not who's funding it.
And
So
by the way,
again,
I asked them when they say, well, we want a ceasefire now. My question to them is, well, what's going to happen if Hamas starts firing missiles again? There won't be any more ceasefire, will there?
well, I think it's even bigger than that. The Ceasefire Now movement. I'm just curious who they're asking to have a ceasefire, Because in
Right.
my opinion, there's a lot more going on in Israel right now than the traditional. I do think that this is another part of the color revolution, another part of the
Yes.
manipulation. There's a bigger picture in Israel because of where the land is in Israel that it connects directly to Ukraine, connects directly to Taiwan, connects directly to Yemen and everywhere else. I still believe that it's this billionaire globalist oligarchy that is hell-bent on the Great Reset, that is really funding and financing and causing chaos worldwide, because to them, they are at the bottom line. I think they're Aleister Crowley level Satanists that
Indeed.
order out of chaos. And the more chaos they
That's
can
right.
control. But right now we're in a color revolution in America, and the best thing to do is to find the people that you think are on the other side and meet them where they are and get talking. Don't fear that. And another thing I'd like to say too, because I am a Trump person, but I have a lot of friends that I know are voting for RFK Jr. They support RFK Jr. Well,
Yes.
right now, the best thing
Mhm.
we can do is to forget about the presidential election and align with the RFK Jr. voters on election integrity, on fighting together, teaming up, stop attacking each other. So what? You want to vote for RFK? I want to vote for Trump. Well, let's at least make sure both our votes count. And I think that
That's
that's
right.
another place people can get started, is get involved there. And also a lot of these Zuckerberg groups, you can go to any of their websites, Democracy Alliance, this new excellent in elections group, and all of them. They have groups all over the country that claim to be bipartisan. The reason that they're allowed to have these groups is because they have to claim that they're bipartisan. So
That's
start going
right.
to their meetings. You know, if just start getting out there and be brave. Being brave is the best thing. And don't worry about what anyone says. Everyone right now is getting to a place where it's pretty clear that we're being run by a criminal organization that has no concern for the American people or our future. And honestly, Donald Trump's MAGA, Make America Great Again, was his economic plan. It had nothing to do with the people. It was economic. And most people can get on board with that. We really do need to reinvest in America. And the people that want to destroy us want to leave America out. So, you know, there's many places to meet people. And I think it's best to just make people think for themselves and pop them out of this group think. And that's where you can actually make some headway. And again, I think the Black community, the legal immigrant community, white, Black, gay, straight, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, everyone is seeing right now something is very wrong. And they're starting to realize the enemy is not the other guy. The enemy is actually above us and can be taken down because it's small compared to 300 million people. We're talking about probably 10 to 15,000 that are involved in what I would call the billionaire globalist oligarchy and their minions. And that's not that many people if we just start to align together and forget the differences they're creating and actually look at the real enemy, because it's not your neighbor. It is actually a very definable group of people that are more worried about themselves going to prison than saving this nation.
Indeed. And they control a lot of the levers of communication. Like Karl Marx said, the means of production, the means of communication, and the means of distribution, which is the definition of socialism. And that's probably the greatest modern hoax in history. The idea that this socialist agenda is somehow going to be good for people. It's going to be good for the little guy. No, it's going to create a central authority in the hands of these very same elitists. And you know, it's just it's kind of scary to contemplate, but that is exactly what we're looking at. I think you brought up a great issue, Mel, and I've heard you do it on your podcast with regard to voter suppression, because that's what we have. Every fake vote that's cast suppresses a real vote, and that includes Black people in the urban areas. Their votes are suppressed by machine-created votes and votes that are imported from other states, like they were. I don't want to get into this, but in 2020, I mean, I've talked about this with many guests, as have you. It's a huge issue, and that you do accurately identify it as a satanic agenda. It goes back to the illuminated secret societies, goes back to the Sabadians and the Frankists. You know, great subject to go into, probably too much right now, but the point is
but
that
I want to say something about what you're saying, because this is really important, because I've done a lot of, the biggest thing I do, which I find is the easiest way to identify who the real enemy, who's running the controlled demolition of America and why. And a lot of these corporations, they're multinational corporations. Their main money does not come from America consumers anymore. It comes from Chinese consumers and Indian consumers and other places. So they are post-America. A lot of the people that, you know, people look up to that are the oligarchy that are running the NGOs, that are running the get out the vote, voter suppression groups, like, all these people. But I have to tell you, I honestly believe they don't think the people that I'm talking about, they're supra, they're above, they're senior executive service. They're the people that Trump wanted to put in Schedule F to be able to fire. They're the people that have been in place since the JFK murder and have covered up one crime after another by their friends and been blackmailed or whatever. And they are still in office and they stay there no matter who the president is. And we got to gut them. But the truth about all of this is that I have been looking into these many get out the vote groups, from Obama's group to Zuckerberg's group to all the ones, Open Society funds. They don't think anyone deserves a vote. When I tell you right now that they don't care about Democrat votes, Republican votes, Libertarian votes, Independent votes, they don't believe that the American people should be allowed to vote. Okay, so go back to Rockefeller when he said that it's high time that a world government be determined, and also that the voting of the past to auto-determination by the people should not be the case. It should be the bankers and the elite educated class should decide for the people who runs the countries. And that is what they believe. So when they have all these pushes for marginalized voters and get out the vote and everyone should vote, what it's really about is that nobody should vote. Everything that they say is inverted language.
And Rush Limbaugh, in some of his last broadcasts, said that the Democratic Party wants to abolish elections. Totally. They want to it's just a formality. There's like there'll be like a public kind of coronation, and people will have these phony arguments, but underneath there'll be really nothing going on. It's all an algorithm that's set in advance to only give certain people this number of votes here and there, and switch them around if somebody needs a few extra over there. I mean, this is a fascinating subject, one that needs to be exposed, and to do so is very difficult because these people don't suffer fools gladly. I mean, they want to, they'll suppress you in every way they can.
Oh, I know. Don't I know it?
Oh, sure, as do I. But Mel, I like your positive energy. You're on the good side, obviously. You're on the side of truth, of God, of justice, and that everybody can make a contribution. As you say, you make your contribution with your incredible broadcast. I try to do it with mine. Anybody can make a contribution in some way toward, I know it's a word that we like to use, but I think it's a good one, red pilling America.
Yeah.
Having people essentially wake up and see what the hell is going on. So Mel K, let my listeners and viewers know where they can listen to your excellent broadcast and all of the other information you'd like to share.
Great. I want to say one thing about what you just said, because here's a great side of what we're dealing with right now, especially when I said that they're not after America, they're after the world, and America's in the way. That should empower every American to dig inside and really look at what they want, their life and their legacy, and what they're going to say to their grandchildren or great-grandchildren, and when somebody looks back and says, that guy this. Like, what did you do right now when tyranny and totalitarianism and freedom is being threatened in America? What did you do? And to me, I think this is a tremendous opportunity. And I keep saying, I don't care if you were a drunk, you were a cheat, you were a liar, you were a doctor, a nurse, a great person, a hero, a business CEO that hired thousands of people. Whatever your past was, right now in this time in history is going to be so crucial for not just America, but the world. You can redefine and be anything you want right now. There's plenty of opportunity to be a hero, to be a leader, to redefine your path, to choose a new future. This is a time of great rebirth for everything, including every single individual in the United States. Every citizen can redefine who and what they are and their purpose in life. So people should be excited and get really involved wherever they see fit, and find their gifts and find their skills. It could be anything from the arts to podcasting, to everything you're saying, to whatever it is. Everyone right now should see the opportunity of the tremendous period of time we are living through and seize it for themselves to recreate and to refocus their life wherever they see fit. It is a time of great change, and people should take advantage of that in the most positive ways. And you can follow me at themelkshow.com. I have a great resource page that anything I'm talking about, I put receipts on there, including lots of information about everything from the global government and Agenda 2030 to what's going on in our schools, to who's running and what their past votes are, to the WikiLeaks documents, FBI D-class. So the melkshow.com resource page is a great place to go to start your journey on picking what your purpose will be in this battle. And on top of that, the Mel K Show is everywhere except for I was kicked off of YouTube and I will never censor myself. So I decided to never go back. So I am on every night live at 7:30 on Rumble and on everywhere free speech lives. My audio podcast is all over the place as well. And other than that, I am on Instagram, the Mel K Show, and I got kicked off of Twitter, but I'm back on there because it is one of the fronts. Be brave, stand up, speak up. Don't care what people say about you. That's not going to matter. When people look back, they're going to know that you stood up for what was right when it was hard. And that's what matters the most. So themelkshow.com and Rumble, the Mel K Show, please subscribe there.
Excellent. Mel K, thanks so much.
Thank you,
It's
sir.
been really, really great. I really appreciate it, Mel.
Thank you.
All
You
right.
too. And keep up the great work yourself. Really appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thank
Thanks.
you. You as well. God
Thanks.
bless. It's amazing what you can do with technology now, you know?
Yeah.
And here we go. All right. Welcome, everyone. Charles Moskowitz, Monday through Friday, 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I want to thank the good people over at TECN TV, the Exceptional Conservative Network, which is now carrying the show live, and their owner, Ken McClanton, great conservative out of Washington, D.C. If you want to chat, you can do so at rumble.com/Moskowitz. And we actually take calls here, 617-396-4958. My guest is Captain Seth Keshel. Captain Keshel has been, he's a former naval intelligence officer.
Army.
Army, thank you, sir. And thank you for your service. And you have been on the issue of the great election steal since Election Day. I have followed you. You have an extraordinary breadth of knowledge with a particular orientation towards statistical analysis, which is very important. You have traveled the country. You have spoken on the issue. You like to have fun, I noticed. You do some recordings, so you bring a real energy to this issue at a time when those of us who are critical of the election have been vilified often, and it's not always easy. It's kind of a lonely trog occasionally. So I thank you, Seth, for what you've done, first of all. So
You're welcome, Charles. I appreciate the invite to the show. We've been trying to connect for quite some time.
Indeed. So let's go right to it here. I mean, the whole country knows, I think, and polls indicate that most people know that the election of 2020 was stolen. 60% Republicans polled even recently still believe that and still understand that. And I don't know if there's polling on Democrats, but I'm pretty sure it's probably 20 to 30%, and a large number of independents. The way polling works oftentimes as well, people might be afraid or intimidated to speak the truth when asked, because when you have the FBI kicking down people's doors, you don't necessarily want to mention that you believe this, because you might end up on the wrong end of that kick on a door. So, suffice to say that everyone knows damn well what happened in 2020. And I think that you are bringing a lot of data to this and science to it that further reinforces what happened. So let's just talk for starters about your methods of analyzing the election state by state, county by county.
All right. So there's 3,143 counties or county equivalents in independent cities in the United States that contribute votes in our presidential elections and also in statewide elections in those states. And of course, they are going to have a finite number of votes, which maxes out clearly at the number of registered voters, which we'll get into is a serious problem. Now, some of these counties, including in the key states that are key for the Electoral College with any Donald Trump run for the presidency, and really any Republican run now that the map is shifting around, you have states like Pennsylvania and Michigan, Ohio, Iowa, Wisconsin, Indiana, all across the Midwest, the Rust Belt. And a lot of those counties are stagnant in population, so they're fixed. The population hasn't changed much, or it's declining. And in counties like that, Westmoreland County, Pennsylvania is my favorite example. When you have what's called a coalition shift, people that vote this way that then start voting the other way when the population is dropping because jobs are leaving, then what that means is one party's stack of votes continues to go down. You can look at Westmoreland County for 3 decades, declining vote totals, election after election after election. And what you have there is a record Trump performance in 2020, and at the same time, a record Biden performance as well, shaving Trump's margins by about, it looks like 18,000 plus votes in my estimates in a state decided by 80,000. So it takes into account population change, whether that's a surging stream of new population or whether that's a trickle or whether that's a decrease. Then we have the party registration where it's available in 32 states. You can see in the counties which way the trends in the elections should be going. And if you don't believe in that, you can take any state that has party registration and put down the registration trend between presidential elections, and whichever party made the advantage is the party that benefited in the next election, whether that was a tighter loss or an expanded margin of victory or a flip of the state. You can see that coming with party registration. So in a state like Massachusetts, I can see coming that the state's going to become more Democrat with an expanding Democrat registration. In a state like Pennsylvania, when it was a 21-to-1 ratio of registered Republicans to Democrats in Trump's term, that is signaling very strongly that Trump is not only going to win Pennsylvania again, he's going to win it by a wide margin. My number for Pennsylvania is 6.4%.
Okay, so let's just focus on Pennsylvania because it's one of the most egregious examples of what happened. I think it was public knowledge before the election that Republican registration was way up in that state. That was in the news. I recall reading about it. We also had a situation where the state legislature was being undermined by a very corrupt attorney general and secretary of state, mainly installed due to financing from George Soros, who were switching and changing the laws against the U.S. Constitution, Article 2, which says that only the state legislature holds the plenary power to make election laws. And they challenged that, and the challenge was thrown out by a corrupt state judiciary. Eventually, it made its way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ignored it after the election. So, you know, the issue of the corruption of our judiciary is a separate question. But the point I'm making here is that Pennsylvania, you know, like several other states, and I know this is such a complex issue. There's so many moving parts, but on election night, it was one of the states that simultaneously shut down and stopped counting. And at that time, Trump was ahead by almost 750,000 votes, right? Then they reopened the next day and they start recounting and recounting and recounting until a week later, they suddenly find enough votes so that the media, the mainstream Mockingbird media, could declare Biden the winner. And that was how he won. Now, I mean, what do we do to counter that? Because that kind of corruption is so pervasive and so ingrained there now that I don't see how there's ever going to be another free election in that state, given those circumstances.
Pennsylvania has gotten much worse since the 2020 election. This has been a stealth play ever since Trump won the states in 2016. So you have the Trump flip of PA, Michigan, Wisconsin, and a near flip of Minnesota in 2016. Minnesota was on the same trend as the rest of the states and should have been a Trump state in 2020. So when we look at the data on those states, you can see in 2018 that the 2018 midterm is when the Trump level election manipulation actually began. But because Donald Trump wasn't removed from office, most people didn't notice, especially since the end result, which was a flip of the House. And hey, there's actually a split decision here. We got more Senate seats. Most people didn't notice the massive turnout. My number suggests that there's 12 to 21 million more votes cast than are feasibly possible based on historic turnout figures since 1974. So that's the 2018 midterm. And that midterm was instrumental in Pennsylvania for reelecting Tom Wolf and making sure that Pennsylvania had statewide Democrat leadership in place for 2020, because they had it in place for 2016. But in 2020, they needed it because Pennsylvania looks like it had a rightward lurch in the 2018 midterms as well. And then you see in Michigan, 2018 was important for getting Nessel, Whitmer, and Benson in office there in Michigan.
Right.
All three of them were swept in 2018. John James also lost his Senate seat in 2018, and that was when he ran against Debbie Stabenow. He probably should have won that race as well, but instead the result was they got their beachhead in there to prevent Trump from carrying Michigan in 2020. And in Wisconsin, you have Evers, who snatched the governor's seat away from Scott Walker in 2018. That was with the Milwaukee dump of votes late in the night and put it just over the recount threshold. Walker conceded the race. So that is the origins of this. They got their people in place, and of course Minnesota did the same. And they made sure, and Arizona did the same. You have Katie Hobbs was put in 2018 after the race was called for Steve Gaynor, who ran against her for Secretary of State. And they counted in Maricopa County for days. It's when they got Kristen Sinema in the Senate. And you've seen it all throughout the state. Brad Raffensperger went into Georgia in 2018. And we have this nexus of politicians that were put in place in 2018 or before to ensure that Trump wasn't able to get reelected in those key states, because those 6 states are what I call the contested states: Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I have all 6 going to Trump easily. The closest state of those 6 is Pennsylvania at 6.4%. None of those states belong in the actual top 10 of the 2020 election. I also have Minnesota as a Trump state, and I have a number of states that you would never think of in a million years that are within 6 points, that are perpetually blue states.
Right. I mean, that would be if we actually had an honest election.
Correct.
So you had the Soros's project of installing secretaries of states, attorneys generals, and corrupt district attorneys, that because he understood that that's where the power lay, that's where you could have people manipulating the law in such a way that would benefit them. And you've mentioned several of those situations. I mean, Jocelyn Benson in Michigan, along with the other 2 witches, she changed the laws regarding signatures on absentee ballots. That was overturned, her law. 6 months later, of course, it was too late by then. And then just before this recent election, after a citizens group brought evidence that there were 200,000 ballots that no longer resided in the state, they were from people who had either died or had moved out of state, and that they demanded that she remove those ballots, and they had all the names. She just ignored that as well. So we're talking about serious corruption here that in an ordinary time would have been would have been involved with would have been felonies. But yet they are still there. They are more powerful than ever. They were able to, regain their seats in this last election, I think, under very strange circumstances. Do you go into the business of the numbers of ballots that are on the books that are from people who had either died or who are no longer residing in the state?
So people in the state election integrity groups, they get into that because they have to, and that's their piece of terrain that they can control. Where I came in at a national level. At the end of the 2020 election, while President Trump was still in office, I was brought in to give statistical guidance, just like I do now, and it was to provide material for the lawsuits. So I had context, which of course the courts don't care about that, because statistical proof is not hard evidence of a crime like you might find on a security camera. But it supports, hey, something's not right here. Your blood pressure is 200 over 150. Something's not right here. And that is what my statistics show. So I came in at the national level. And then when the election integrity movement kicked off with a national perspective, I've never really been at the county or state level. That doesn't mean I don't have insight on it, but the people that are working at the counties and at the states, they know very closely. They know their county officials, their elections administrators, their county commissioners. And for me to get involved in it would really only create a more difficult path for them. They're going to say, here's a national election denier, or one of the more prominent election deniers in the world at this point.